Dragon God Supreme Chapter 29:36 to Chapter 30:15. Boom. Feng Wuchen's words caused Feng Hongxing's head to explode. He was in complete despair. Lord Feng, please spare my life. Feng Hongxing cried out in fear. His face was pale, and his body was trembling violently. He felt like he couldn't breathe. It was as though the god of death had gripped his throat. The aura of death had never been so strong and clear. Weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you kowtowing and begging for mercy now? Don't forget that you're the culprit. You still want to be spared? I don't think anyone in Mystic Emperor Hall will forgive you. Feng Wuchen sneered. He had never thought of sparing Feng Hongxing. Swish. Commander Xingyan's body flashed as he stared coldly at Feng Hongxing. Then, he struck out with his palm. Commander Xingyan. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Feng Hongxing cried out in fear. At this moment, Feng Hongxing's intestines turned green with regret. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Boom. Buzz, buzz. Commander Xingyan struck out with his palm. With a boom, the terrifying power turned Feng Hongxing into a cloud of blood mist. His ending was the same as Pu Liangfei's. If it wasn't for the Divine Wind Immortal Palace's face, the Grade 5 Ancient Immortal Weapon, and the Wind Restaurant, Feng Hongxing wouldn't have ended up like this. At the end of the day, it was all because of greed. Palace Master. Seeing Feng Hongxing turn into a cloud of blood mist, the elders and disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace didn't dare to fart. They were in extreme fear and despair. They couldn't even beg for mercy. Kill the elders of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace as well. Feng Wuchen ordered. When Feng Wuchen said this, Shi Weiran and the other two elders' faces changed drastically. They were scared out of their wits. Yes. Lord Feng. Commander Xingyan said respectfully without any hesitation. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. We were only following the Palace Master's orders. It has nothing to do with us. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. An elder begged in fear as he cowed out frantically. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. The three elders begged in despair. Only when they were truly facing death did they realize how terrifying it was. Feng Wuchen cold-bloodedly ignored the three elders' pleas. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Commander Xingyan flashed one after another, and the three great elders turned into clouds of blood mist. His cold gaze then swept towards the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace elder. Gan Xingtong was so frightened that she immediately said respectfully, Lord Feng, your subordinate is willing to submit. Please spare my life. Lord Feng. We are also willing to submit. Please, Lord Feng, give us a way out. The other two elders and several higher-ups begged. Grand Sovereign Sword Palace, kill without mercy. Feng Wuchen said coldly, ignoring Gan Xingtong's pleas for mercy. What? The members of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace were in complete despair. Hundreds of people were frantically kowtowing and begging. The scene was extremely comfortable. Do it. Commander Xingyan ordered. Yes. The dozen or so ancient immortal emperors received the order respectfully and immediately started a merciless massacre. Of the 15 ancient immortal emperors that Commander Xingyan had brought, the weakest was a 6-star ancient immortal emperor, while the strongest was a 9-star ancient immortal emperor. With 15 ancient immortal emperors attacking, the elders and disciples of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace were completely powerless. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. In the sky, more than a dozen figures flashed rapidly. In less than a minute, hundreds of people, including the elders, were killed mercilessly. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace were scared into vegetative states. Their faces were pale with fear, and their eyes were filled with despair. Commander Xingyan asked respectfully, the disciples of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace have all been killed. Lord Feng, how should we deal with the disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace? Lord Feng, please spare our lives. The disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace begged bitterly. What kind of disciples can Feng Hongxing and the rest produce? There's no point in keeping them. Kill them. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen was taking things slowly. As he killed his enemies, he let them enjoy fear and despair. Feng Wuchen's cold-bloodedness and heartlessness had frightened everyone in the mystic Imperial Hall. At this moment, they felt that Feng Wuchen was very unfamiliar. He was completely like a devil that killed without batting an eyelid. Kill without mercy. Commander Xianxia ordered. The 15 ancient immortal emperors attacked again, showing no mercy. In an instant, there were endless screams as corpses fell from the sky. Blood rained down from the sky again, and the thick smell of blood permeated the air above the mystic Imperial Hall. More than 1,000 people from the two factions had all died in the mystic Imperial Hall. Commander Xianxia said respectfully, Lord Feng, they have all been eliminated. Well done. Feng Wuchen nodded his head in satisfaction and smiled. Protector Tianhen is not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Mystic Imperial Hall Master, immediately send people to the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. Other than Yang Yueshan, take in all the remaining disciples. Kill all those who aren't convinced and strengthen the Mystic Imperial Hall. The storage rings of the dead will all belong to the Mystic Imperial Hall. Feng Wuchen looked at Wu Feng and smiled. Yes. Lord Feng. This subordinate will send people over immediately. Wu Feng was jolted awake and immediately replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen's identity was too terrifying. Wu Feng didn't dare to be disrespectful. Everyone in the Mystic Imperial Hall finally understood that Feng Wuchen didn't offend Yi Hongyun because of his pride as a man. More importantly, Feng Wuchen's backing was even more terrifying than Yi Hongyun's. It was just that his personal cultivation was weaker than Yi Hongyun's. Looking at Commander Xianxia with a calm gaze, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Many thanks for your help this time. There's nothing else, so you guys can return first. I won't take up any more of your time. Lord Feng, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to instruct us. This subordinate will definitely do his best to assist Lord Feng. Commander Xianxia said respectfully. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded his head and smiled. This subordinate will take his leave. Commander Xianxia said respectfully and left with over a dozen strong practitioners. Feng Wuchen slowly floated down and looked at the shocked Wu Feng, Jianchou, and the rest. He smiled faintly and said, Don't look at me like that. I only know him and wanted to ask him for help. I don't know Commander Xianxia and I don't believe you. Jianchou shook his head repeatedly. I'm speaking the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have asked him for help. It's not good to owe someone a favor, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. I wonder who Lord Feng asked for help. Duan Qing'an asked. He had also changed the way he addressed Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen, Feng Wuchen said casually. What? Protector? Protector Tianhen? The #1 ancient immortal emperor under the ancient immortal venerables. Duan Qing'an's old eyes suddenly bulged, and he almost fainted on the spot. Protector Tianhen. Wu Feng was so frightened that his guts were broken. Protector Tianhen, who is in charge of the entire ancient immortal realm. Jianchou swallowed his saliva in fear. His face was incomparably pale as he said in astonishment, Lord Feng actually knows him. Alright, Hall Master Mystic Sovereign, 3 elders, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. My cultivation is too weak, so I have to go back and cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and then flew away. End of chapter. A long time after Feng Wuchen left, Wu Feng, Jianchou and the rest were still filled with shock and fear. The appearance of Commander Xianxia was already enough to shock them. After all, he was the commander of the immortal soul world. Even the Shinra Temple had to lower their heads. Now, Feng Wuchen said that he knew Protector Tianhen. Protector Tianhen was the ruler of the entire ancient immortal domain, including the East, West, South, and North immortal domains. Protector Tianhen was also the strongest ancient immortal emperor. Feng Wuchen, a Xian immortal cultivator, actually knew such a terrifying existence. To them, this was simply unbelievable. Everything that happened today felt like a dream to them. Jianchou took in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He thought to himself, Pavilion Lord is too terrifying. It seems like he really wouldn't lie to me. Yi Hongyun, 3 years later, I will personally defeat you and trample you under my feet. Even if Feng Wuchen only knows Protector Tian Hen, this elder doesn't believe that he has no identity. Feng Wuchen is only an ancient immortal general realm cultivator, but he was able to comprehend the legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Duan Qing'an said in shock. Thinking about heaven-defying reincarnation, Duan Qing'an felt an intense fear. That's right, this elder doesn't believe it either. Lei Gaohan nodded in fear. Jianchou, why did you come back with Feng Wuchen? What is going on with Feng Restaurant? Where did you get the grade 5 ancient immortal artifact? With your strength, even if you have the grade 5 ancient immortal artifact, you aren't a match for Yang Yueshan. The reason why the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace made a move isn't just because of Feng Restaurant and the grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. Wu Feng asked again. He understood Jianchou's strength too well. Hearing this, Jianchou smiled bitterly. Hall Master, Feng Restaurant's pavilion lord is Feng Wuchen. He promised me that I would surpass Yi Hongyun within 3 years, which was why he allowed me to join. He was the one who gave me the grade 5 ancient immortal artifact and even imparted me a terrifying cultivation technique and immortal technique. That was why I was able to defeat Yang Yueshan in a single sword. Since things had come to this point, Jianchou knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. He could only speak the truth. What? Feng Restaurant's pavilion lord is Feng Wuchen? Those 8 attributes were refined by him? Lei Gaohan asked in shock. That's right, but it's only for the sake of earning spirit yuan stones, Jianchou replied. If this elder's guess is correct, he should be able to create an even more powerful 8 elemental item. Feng Wuchen is definitely more terrifying than we imagined, Duan Qing'an guessed. Surpass Yi Hongyun in 3 years? Was that even possible? That's the ancient immortal emperor realm. After cultivating for so many years, I'm only at the ancient immortal emperor realm. Wu Feng asked in astonishment. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation base. Even for geniuses, wanting to break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm was exceedingly difficult. Palace Master, I believe that he wouldn't lie to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact and such a powerful cultivation technique. Jianchou did not doubt Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Duan Qing'an nodded. If that's the case, that would be for the best. At that time, our mystic royal hall would also be able to join the ranks of ancient immortal emperors. Jianchou, you have to work hard in your cultivation. Great. Elder, don't worry. This disciple will definitely not disappoint you. Jianchou smiled. Jianchou, what kind of immortal art is it? How could it be so powerful? Wu Feng asked again, feeling extremely curious. Palace Master, Elder, let me show it to you. Jianchou smiled. Windfire City. Feng Wuchen returned to Wind Restaurant. Before he could enter, he was stopped by 7 burly men. It's you guys again. You guys still haven't given up. Seeing the 7 familiar faces, Feng Wuchen smiled. Stinking brat, it's all your fault. Those 2 beauties never left Wind Restaurant. The leading burly man stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely, as though he wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. June, stinking brat, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. The sissy man shouted angrily with his hands on his waist. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. If they left, wouldn't they be caught by you guys? Only a fool would leave. Such beautiful ladies, if you guys ruined them, how would they live? You. The leading burly man exploded with anger. His face was ferocious, and a terrifying power erupted as he shouted, I'll smash your head. This is Wind Restaurant. Do you guys want to die? You guys were lucky last time, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky this time. Feng Wuchen smiled and asked. You. The burly man's face twitched violently. His power gathered on his fist, but he did not dare to attack. How about this, if you guys are willing to stay in Wind Restaurant and help, I can help you guys talk. You can stay in Wind Restaurant and get a lot of spirit origin stones, but you can't do bad things anymore. How about it? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. No wonder Master didn't do anything to them. So he wanted them to guard Wind Restaurant. Dragon Xinjian's voice came. Dragon Soul needs time to cultivate. How can we waste time on Wind Restaurant? Feng Wuchen smiled. Big brother, that's a good idea. We just happen to be lacking spirit origin stones for cultivation. A man quickly said, looking extremely excited. That's right. That's right. We only have a few spirit origin stones on us. If we can't afford medicinal herbs and pills, we can't cultivate at all. We can't raise our cultivation at all. Another burly man said, his eyes shining. The leader stared at Feng Wuchen and asked, stinking brat, are you serious? Of course. I know the shopkeeper. Follow me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The leader was a 2-star ancient immortal monarch. He was not weak and was just right to guard Wind Restaurant. As members of Dragon Soul, Xianxia and the others needed time to cultivate. It was impossible for them to guard Wind Restaurant often. These 7 burly men were just right. If he provided them with some cultivation resources, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. When the time came, it would be more than enough to guard Wind Restaurant. Feng Wuchen led the 7 people into the restaurant and found shopkeeper Mu. After a few words, the 7 burly men stayed. From today onwards, you are people of Wind Restaurant. If you do anything bad in the future and break the rules of Wind Restaurant, you should know the consequences. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Many thanks for Brother Feng's help. The 7 burly men clasped their fists and thanked him. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and went up to the 3rd floor. Restaurant master, your subordinate has already escorted Lady Bingwu and Lady Juner back. Ning Tiancheng's respectful voice transmitted over. Got it. Feng Wuchen transmitted. I've wasted a lot of time. It's time to cultivate. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After returning to his room, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the Divine Ring. Feng Wuchen, after this seclusion, you should be able to break through to the ancient immortal king realm. The Ghost Emperor's figure appeared out of nowhere. 1 month's time is enough. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. 1 month's time was equivalent to 5 months. Feng Wuchen was absolutely confident that he could break through to the ancient immortal king realm. End of chapter. After the mystic royal palace had taken over the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace, its strength had not increased by much. The experts were all killed. The remaining disciples weren't even at the ancient immortal king realm. However, the cultivation resources of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace were extremely plentiful. It was enough for the disciples of the Dark Sovereign Palace to cultivate to their heart's content. The news of the 2 major powers being swallowed by the Mystic Emperor Palace spread out at a terrifying speed. In less than 4 hours, the entire immortal soul world was shaken. What the hell is going on? I heard that the Divine Wind Immortal Palace and the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace joined forces to deal with the Mystic Sovereign Palace. With the Mystic Sovereign Palace's strength, it's impossible for them to resist. How did they get annexed instead? The Mystic Emperor Palace's strength is comparable to the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. They even swallowed the Tai Sovereign Sword Palace. How is this possible? Are the Imperial Palace Lord and the Divine Wind Palace Lord dead? How is it possible for the Mystic Emperor Palace to be so powerful? Yang Yuashan was defeated by Jian Chou in a single strike and became the laughingstock of the immortal soul world. In order to regain their face, the Divine Wind Immortal Palace actually wanted to attack the profound Imperial Palace. Great, now they suffered a double loss. They really deserved it. For a time, all the major forces and countless cultivators in the immortal soul world were discussing in shock. The Mystic Royal Palace had undoubtedly become the most popular place in the immortal soul world. At the same time, Jian Chou had already returned to Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant to continue his quest to strengthen the dragon soul. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Under the efforts of Jian Chou and Ning Tiancheng, the dragon soul grew at an astonishing speed. Now, there were close to 40 ancient immortal monarchs and close to 100 ancient immortal kings. Such strength was enough to crush the ancient immortal lord forces. Of course, this was also because of the dozens of heaven-defying divine pearls that Feng Wuchen had refined, which allowed the dragon soul to instantly have dozens of ancient immortal lords. After a month, Xianxia's cultivation base had already broken through to the 5-star ancient immortal lord realm. The speed at which his cultivation rose made Xianxiu extremely excited. If it was in the past, it would probably take him a year or even longer to break through 1 star of cultivation. As expected of a quintuple space ring, it's terrifying. Too powerful. Xianxiu was wild with joy. While strengthening his dragon's soul, he cultivated at the same time. He still had enough time to break through. Xianxiu was so excited that a figure suddenly flashed in his mind, Xianxia. Tomorrow is their wedding day. Thinking up to this point, Xianxiu's excitement instantly disappeared, replaced by a heart-wrenching pain. Xianxiu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xianxiu, didn't you say that you've already let go? Xianxia is not worthy of your love. You are not allowed to think about her. She is already dirty. Xianxiu said angrily in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Xianxiu gradually calmed down. Xianxia had been with Yi Hongyun for so long, and he didn't know what had happened to her. Big brother Xianxiu, where do you think the Tower Lord got this heaven-defying divine bead? Was it refined by the Tower Lord? What kind of treasure was that? Ning Tiancheng walked over and asked curiously. It actually increased the cultivation of an ancient immortal king by several stars. I don't know either. I've never seen it before. I've never heard of it before in the ancient immortal world either. In any case, it is extremely terrifying. Xianxiu shook his head slightly. He was not in a good mood and his face was somewhat ugly to behold. Clearly, Yi Hongyun and Xianxia's wedding was approaching, causing Xianxiu to be somewhat impetuous. I don't know when there will be a heaven-defying divine pearl suitable for us to cultivate. It can instantly increase our cultivation by a few stars. With such a powerful heaven-defying divine pearl, the dragon's soul will soon have 100 ancient immortal monarchs. Ning Tiancheng said excitedly. The more he thought about it, the more excited and expectant he became. Their current cultivation resources were already very good. They had a large number of spirit stones and treasures. Moreover, they were treasures suitable for ancient immortal lords. By the way, big brother Xianxiu, are you still going to the wedding tomorrow? Ning Tiancheng asked carefully, looking at Xianxiu's expression. Yes, why wouldn't I go? I want to let Yi Hongyun see the results of my cultivation over the past month. Xianxiu said angrily, clenching his fists again. That's right. Let him see big brother Xianxiu's cultivation speed. Let's see if he's afraid. Ning Tiancheng laughed happily. In the past month, Xianxiu had already broken through from a 3-star ancient immortal lord to a 5-star ancient immortal lord. Even the top geniuses couldn't achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. If it wasn't for the need to expand the dragon's soul halfway, Xianxiu's cultivation might have already broken through to a 6-star ancient immortal lord. This was also thanks to the help of the Shimmer Temple, which continuously sent large amounts of treasures and herbs. The dragon's soul didn't lack cultivation resources at all. It only lacked a powerful heaven-defying divine bead. It was a pity that Feng Wuchen hadn't broken through to the ancient immortal king realm. Otherwise, with the help of the soul ancestor, he could refine a heaven-defying divine bead for the ancient immortal lord realm. 5-star ancient immortal lord. Not bad, your cultivation has broken through again. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter suddenly rang out. When Feng Wuchen came out of seclusion, his cultivation had already broken through to the 1-star ancient immortal king realm. House Master. Xianxiu and Ning Tiancheng immediately greeted respectfully. After the incident in the Mystic Emperor Palace, Xianxiu was even more respectful to Feng Wuchen. This is all thanks to House Master. Xianxiu respectfully replied. How's the dragon's soul? Feng Wuchen asked. Ning Tiancheng respectfully replied, reporting to House Master, the dragon's soul already has dozens of ancient immortal lords and close to 100 ancient immortal kings. It's just that it's very difficult to recruit ancient immortal emperors. Otherwise, our dragon's soul would also be able to become an ancient immortal emperor's power. And the speed of growth isn't bad. However, your strength is still far from enough. Ancient immortal emperors won't submit to the weak. There's no need to be too concerned. Feng Wuchen nodded. Looking at Xianxia, Feng Wuchen asked, "Your complexion doesn't look too good. Are you still not planning to set off? The heavenly illumination immortal manor isn't in the immortal soul world. This subordinate is planning to return to the mystic emperor palace." Xianxia respectfully replied. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Yi Hongyun and Lu Xianer's wedding is probably just to humiliate you. He won't make things difficult for you. However, he should be very surprised that your cultivation has risen so quickly. House Master, is there a heaven-defying divine bee that is suitable for us to cultivate? Ning Tianqing hurriedly asked. Not yet, but soon. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled. His cultivation realm was also about to break through to the ancient immortal king realm. That's great. Ning Tianqing was overjoyed. He realized that he had lost his composure and immediately regained his respectful attitude. House Master, the people who died previously should be from the Heaven Reflection Immortal Manor. Yi Hongyun definitely knows that something has happened. However, after so long, there's still no news. After his wedding, he will definitely send more people over, Xianxia said solemnly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. What do you think he can do to me? Xianxia frowned deeply and said solemnly, if Protector Tianhen doesn't help, Commander Xing'an probably won't dare to interfere. Yi Hongyun is ruthless and the consequences of angering him are terrifying. End of this chapter, don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not worried at all. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen was an ancient great emperor expert with the reincarnation pagoda, and not to mention that the reincarnation pagoda would protect his life. Feng Wuchen's eternal life realm body alone was unkillable. Feng Wuchen didn't need to worry at all. Alright, then I'll go back first. The Hall Master has sent a message, and I'm prepared to be humiliated, Xianxia said respectfully, then turned around and left. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't take it to heart, Xianxia was relieved. At least he believed that Feng Wuchen had a way to protect himself. Even if he was worried, with Xianxia's strength, there was nothing he could do to help. Can Big Brother Xianxia really take it? That's his beloved marrying another man. Yi Hongyun's humiliation might make Big Brother Xianxia. Ning Tianqing's face was full of worry. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. It's fine. This will be of great help to his growth. As long as he can endure it, his future achievements will definitely be terrifying. If Xianxia can't endure it, no one can help him. But I believe in Xianxia, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Tower Master, will Big Brother Xianxia really be fine? Yi Hongyun is vicious and merciless. Many people who offended her ended up in a terrible state. Should we go and take a look? Ning Tianqing asked worriedly. No need. Xianxia won't die, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen could revive whoever he wanted alive. No matter how many times they died, they could be resurrected. Against the heaven reincarnation was that domineering and powerful. Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger with his right hand and pointed it at Ning Tianqing's forehead. A large amount of information surged into Ning Tianqing's mind. Tower Master, this is... Ning Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. A powerful cultivation method and immortal method, including a magical movement that can help you improve your combat power, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Thank you, Tower Master. Ning Tianqing was ecstatic. Oh my god! What a powerful cultivation method and immortal method. This is a top ancient immortal method. The power of the cultivation method and immortal method in his mind was completely beyond Ning Tianqing's imagination. Feng Wuchen smiled without saying anything. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of golden light entered between Ning Tianqing's eyebrows. These are the techniques and spells that are suitable for all members of the Dragon Soul to cultivate. The technique is called the Primeval Codex. There is also a movement technique, Phantom Shadow, which will be provided to the Dragon Soul. In the future, it will be the exclusive movement technique of the Dragon Soul. It will be enough to help you increase your fighting strength. Feng Wuchen continued, the Dragon Soul has gradually grown stronger. People with Dragon Soul will be called Dragon Soul Venerable from now on. Yes. Tower Master. Ning Tianqing said respectfully with an ecstatic expression. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a storage ring flew over. He said, the Dragon Soul Venerable will use a sword in the future. Among the immortal method that I passed on to you, there is a top sword art. There are 5th grade ancient immortal swords in the storage ring. Give them to the Dragon Soul Venerable. The cultivation method, immortal method, and ancient immortal weapon will be enough to greatly increase your fighting strength. It won't be a problem for you to defeat cultivators who are 2 or 3 stars above you. What? They are all 5th grade ancient immortal weapons? Defeat cultivators who are 2 or 3 stars above you? Ning Tiancheng's eyes widened in shock. Jian Chou was able to defeat Yang Yuashan because of these. Now that you are all members of the Dragon Soul, you can also have them. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. That's great. Thank you, Tower Master. Ning Tiancheng became more and more excited and quickly thanked him respectfully. Feng Wuchen thought for a while and said, the clothes of the Dragon Soul Venerable are all black. It will look more mysterious. There will be the word dragon on the chest. I will leave it to you to prepare. There were no dragon gods in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen also wanted to use the existence of the Dragon Soul to let everyone in the ancient immortal world know about the existence of the dragon gods. Yes. Tower Master. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, the Dragon Soul Venerable's actions must be mysterious. The Dragon Soul's current range of activities will temporarily be in the immortal soul world. When it becomes stronger, it will expand its influence. Alright, there's nothing else. Go back and cultivate. During this period of time, cultivate your cultivation method and immortal method. Improving your fighting strength is the most important. After that, continue to strengthen the Dragon Soul. Everyone who joins the Dragon Soul will be able to obtain powerful ancient immortal weapons and cultivation method. A 5th grade ancient immortal weapon, the ancient immortal emperor shouldn't be able to resist the temptation. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Tower Master. 5 days later, this subordinate will immediately recruit the ancient immortal emperor experts. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully and left immediately. In the ancient immortal world, the 5th grade ancient immortal weapons were extremely rare and precious. It was extremely difficult to ask for a 5th grade ancient immortal weapon. Even an ancient immortal monarch realm alchemist would find it difficult to forge a 5th grade ancient immortal weapon. Even an ancient immortal emperor realm alchemist wouldn't dare to say that they could easily forge one. The existence of a 5th grade ancient immortal weapon was extremely tempting to the ancient immortal emperors and even the ancient immortal emperors. After Ning Tiancheng left, Feng Wuchen went to look for shopkeeper Mu. It was also time for the Wind Restaurant to open a branch. The annexation of the Tai Sovereign Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace had caused all the major forces in the immortal soul world to speculate that there was an extremely powerful expert behind the Dark Emperor Palace. The Dark Emperor Palace was behind the Wind Restaurant. Currently, there was no force or cultivator in the immortal soul world that dared to provoke the Wind Restaurant. With such a great opportunity, Feng Wuchen naturally wanted to build more wind restaurants. As the number of people in the Dragon Soul increased, the number of spirit source stones required would also increase greatly. Just one wind restaurant alone would be a little difficult. Moreover, in the future, the number of people in the Dragon Soul would increase. The number of spirit source stones required was self-evident. Don't worry, House Master. Leave this matter to me. As long as it's in the immortal soul world, I guarantee that no force would dare to behave atrociously in the Wind Restaurant. Shopkeeper Mu agreed to Feng Wuchen's suggestion without hesitation. With Shopkeeper Mu in charge, I'm very assured. I will prepare a large amount of 8 attributes. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Oh right, Shopkeeper Mu, if there are still people who want to join the Wind Restaurant, Shopkeeper Mu can decide for yourself. However, they must be loyal. After all, we still need people to guard and handle some matters. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This is the token that I refined. Give it to each shopkeeper of the Wind Restaurant. This token is a spatial treasure and will help you cultivate. Feng Wuchen took out a storage ring and handed it to Shopkeeper Mu. Since he was the shopkeeper of the Wind Restaurant, he naturally had to have a certain level of cultivation. Who knew if the 8 attributes would become stronger in the future? At that time, it would definitely attract more forces and experts. There would be a lot of trouble. spatial treasure? Shopkeeper Mu's eyes almost popped out when he heard that. His face was filled with disbelief. Although Shopkeeper Mu was only in the ancient immortal king realm, he still knew about spatial treasures. They were definitely supreme treasures. Feng Wuchen actually said that every shopkeeper could get one. How many spatial treasures could he get? Do your job well. For each shopkeeper, just tell them that the housemaster is Feng Wuchen. Do not leak it out. Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes. Housemaster. Your subordinate will do it right away and build more wind restaurants as soon as possible. After being shocked for a long time, Shopkeeper Mu came back to his senses and cupped his fists respectfully. End of chapter. The next day. Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion. Today was the wedding day of Yi Hongyun and Lu Xian'er. It was the most important event in the southern fairy realm. The majestic palace was filled with a festive atmosphere. Congratulations, Master of Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion. Congratulations to young Lord Yi for marrying his bride. Congratulations, Master of Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion. Congratulations to young Lord Yi for marrying his bride. The higher-ups of various forces congratulated him and presented him with all kinds of treasures. Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion had invited many of the major forces in the southern fairy realm to attend Yi Hongyun's wedding. Yi Haotsong and Yi Hongyun received all the important figures of the major forces politely. The Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Haha. Congratulations, old man Yi. It won't be long before you have grandchildren. A hearty laugh was heard. Qing Ran Immortal Master. Yi Haotsong was overjoyed when he heard that. He smiled happily and said, "Welcome to Heaven Illumination Immortal Master. Welcome to Heaven Illumination Immortal Master." The higher-ups of various forces bowed respectfully. Even though it was the wedding day of Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion, they still had to bow to Heaven Illumination Immortal Master. Heaven Illumination Immortal Master was an ancient immortal master in the southern fairy realm. He was extremely powerful and was one of the top figures in the entire ancient immortal realm. He had a transcendent status in the southern fairy realm and was known as the strongest ancient immortal master in the southern fairy realm. Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion had a transcendent status in the southern fairy realm and all the major forces had to be wary of it because of Heaven Illumination Immortal Master. Most importantly, Yi Hongyun was Heaven Illumination Immortal Master's unofficial disciple. Yi Hongyun had absolute power in the southern fairy realm. Yi Haotsong and the others greeted Heaven Illumination Immortal Master respectfully. Even an ancient immortal master is here. Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion is really influential, Xianxia said with a gloomy face. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Yi Hongyun is Heaven Illumination Immortal Master's unofficial disciple. How can he not be here for Yi Hongyun's wedding? Wu Feng said solemnly. Xianxia, no matter what happens, you must bear with it. You will only have the chance to step on Hongyun if you are alive. Xianxiao's face was still gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. Yi Haotsong, Yi Hongyun, and the higher-ups of the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode personally received them and arranged a sumptuous banquet in the square. It was an honor beyond compare. However, there were exceptions. Wu Feng, the three elders, and Xianxia of the mystic royal palace had entered through the back door. They were arranged to sit in the corner of the square and were even guarded by the disciples of the Heavenly Reflection Immortal Abode. Wu Feng and the others didn't say much. If it wasn't for the invitation letter, they wouldn't have come. On the other hand, Xianxiao's face was gloomy to the extreme as he tried his best to restrain the monstrous rage in his heart. Yi Hongyun's humiliation had begun the moment Xianxia arrived at the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode. The more Xianxia thought about it, the angrier he became. His face twitched violently as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Yi Hongyun, that bastard. Insulting me is one thing, but how dare you disregard the Hall Master and the elders? Xianxia, forget it. We all know Yi Hongyun's motive. We have to endure it." Wu Feng sighed, afraid that Xianxia couldn't control his anger. Duan Qing'an said indifferently, "Xianxia, the more Yi Hongyun humiliates you, the stronger you have to be. If you want Yi Hongyun to regret, you have to endure it and work hard to cultivate with Lord Feng in the future." You will definitely be able to trample Yi Hongyun under your feet in 3 years. I know. I don't care if Yi Hongyun humiliates me, but I have implicated the hall master and the 3 elders. I feel terrible. Jianchou nodded and loosened his clenched fists. Duanqingyan smiled faintly and said, Jianchou, the great elder knows that you feel terrible, but this is also a kind of growth for you. You have to face it and endure it. I will remember the great elder's teachings. Jianchou nodded respectfully. Wu Feng continued, just pretend that they don't exist. No matter what happens later, you must control your emotions. Even so, Wu Feng and the others were more or less furious. However, they could only bow their heads because of the other party's strength. Who are they? Why are they arranged to sit in the corner? They are also guarded by the disciples of the Tenzhou Immortal Abode. They are ancient immortal lords and ancient immortal lords. With such weak strength, they are not qualified at all. It is good enough that they can enter. They are sitting in the corner. If it were me, I would just die. How embarrassing. Mocking voices continued to be heard. Jianchao's face darkened again. Even Wu Feng and the 3 elders' faces were extremely ugly, but they did not dare to say anything. These genius disciples of the major forces were not to be trifled with. The bride and groom bow. A loud shout came from the main hall. The upper echelons of the major forces and the young masters all went to watch. In the main hall, Yi Haozong, Madame Yi, and the others were all smiling happily. They had finally gotten married. Bow to the heavens and earth. Bow to the parents. Bow to each other. Send them to the bridal chamber. A series of shouts came into Jianchao's ears. The anger and resentment in his heart boiled violently, and he was on the verge of exploding. Jianchou tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Jianchou. Wu Feng scolded in a low voice, have you forgotten what we just said? Jianchou. You must endure. Lei Gaohan exhorted. However, at this moment, Yi Hongyun's happy voice sounded. I am very happy that Master and all the seniors have come to my wedding banquet. Here, I also want to thank someone, the eldest disciple of the Dark Emperor Palace in the Immortal Soul World, Jianchou. Yi Hongyun smiled happily, looking at the corner of the square. Yi Hongyun's words made Jianchao's anger explode. His eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. Jianchou. Wu Feng scolded in a low voice again. Yi Hongyun would not miss this opportunity to humiliate Jianchou. Everyone's eyes followed Yi Hongyun's gaze and saw Jianchou and the others in the corner. Wu Feng, the 3 elders, and Jianchou instantly became the focus of attention. Jianchou, thank you for giving Xianxia to me. It is my honor to be able to marry such a beautiful wife. In order to thank you, I can give you anything you want. Powerful cultivation methods and immortal skills, elixirs, or powerful ancient immortal weapons. As long as you ask, you can have it all. Yi Hongyun smiled happily. This kid gave Miss Xianxia to Brother Yi? I didn't expect this kid to be such a shameless person. Fortunately, Xianxia is with Brother Yi. This stinking brat is simply inhumane. He actually used his own woman to exchange for other things. He still has the face to come today. Did I hear wrongly? Young Lord Ye's bride was given to young Lord Yi by this brat? Just for his own selfish desires? He is simply worse than a beast. The young lords and genius disciples of the major forces were full of disdain. End of chapter. Oh? How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Even Qing Ran Immortal Venerable was displeased when he heard this. He frowned slightly and glanced at the corner. Qing Ran Immortal, Yun-Er has always liked Xianxia, but he did not take her away. Xianxia also despises Jianchou, so she agreed to Yun-Er's proposal. Yi Haozong explained respectfully. He did not mention that Xianxia had abandoned Jianchou. Only Xianxia and Yun-Er will be happy. Madame Yi smiled happily. Lu smiled happily and said, you're right. Yun-Er, satisfy this person's request as soon as possible and ask them to leave immediately. Qing Ran Immortal said angrily. Master, don't worry. I'll solve it as soon as possible. Please wait for a moment. Yi Hongyun said politely with a gentleman's demeanor. Xianxia, I know you may be worried about him, but don't worry. Today is your wedding day. I won't make things difficult for him. Madame Yi looked at Lu Xian'er and smiled lovingly. Thank you, mother. Lu Xian'er nodded obediently, but she sneered in her heart. Jianchou, do you see? This is what Yi Hongyun can give me. All the forces in the southern fairy realm give me face. This is something you can't give me in your lifetime. Our Lu family has made friends with all the forces in the southern fairy realm because of this. Lu Xian'er did not feel guilty at all. Instead, she enjoyed the supreme hegemony, which made her feel very comfortable. Supreme hegemony was what Lu Xian'er wanted. However, Jianchou could do nothing about it. I finally understand why they are sitting in the corner and not being welcomed. For selfish desires, he even gave up his own woman. It's admirable that young Lord Yi allowed him to come. To be honest, I can't do it. Don't even think about coming in, let alone sitting in the corner. If it were me, I would kill him for making such a beautiful woman sad. All kinds of ridicule came one after another. Jianchou was scolded as if he was worthless. This guy still has the nerve to be angry? If it weren't for young Lord Ye's wedding, I would have killed you. A genius disciple said with disdain. It's good to know that he's a beast. Today is young Lord Ye's wedding. Everyone, speak less. Don't affect young Lord Ye's mood, said a young lord. Looking at the faces of these ignorant people, Jianchou exploded in anger, but he did not dare to flare up. He could only try his best to restrain the monstrous anger in his heart. Any one of the young lords and disciples of the various factions could kill Jianchou with just a finger. He couldn't drag Wu Feng and the three elders into this. Jianchou could only endure. Jianchou, in order to thank you, you must say something. Otherwise, I will be unhappy and feel very sad in my heart. Yi Hongyun laughed happily. Yi Hongyun floated over slowly, looking at Jianchou with a gentlemanly smile. Others might not be able to tell that Yi Hongyun was humiliating Jianchou, but Jianchou naturally understood. When Jianchou saw this hypocrite's face, he wanted to pull out Yi Hongyun's tendons and skin her alive, chop her into pieces, and then feed her to the dogs. Jianchou, not bad. In such a short period of time, you actually broke through from a 3-star ancient immortal lord to a 5-star ancient immortal lord. Your cultivation speed is quite shocking. Yi Hongyun laughed happily, but she was incomparably shocked in her heart. It had only been a month since the last time they parted, and Jianchou's cultivation had jumped by 2 stars. This terrifying cultivation speed was something that even Yi Hongyun herself did not have. Moreover, Yi Hongyun had immortal sovereign Qing Ran's guidance. It's impossible to raise your cultivation by 2 stars in a month's time. Even this young lord can't do it. How did Jianchou do it? Yi Hongyun was shocked in her heart. If Jianchou continued cultivating at such a terrifying speed, surpassing Yi Hongyun would only be a matter of time. Kid, did you hear that? Lord Immortal Sovereign also said that if you want any treasure, hurry up and say it. Young Lord Yi will satisfy you. Take it and scram. Don't spoil everyone's mood. A young lord said impatiently. That's right. Take it and scram. You guys don't have the qualifications to stay in the heavenly illumination immortal manor. Another young lord said with disdain, his face filled with disgust. I've never seen such a useless man. A beautiful genius female disciple said with disgust. Yi Hongyun was still looking at Jianchou happily. He was not in a hurry and had a complacent look on his face. Yi Hongyun wanted to slowly humiliate Jianchou. He wanted to beat Jianchou until there was nothing left of him. He wanted to push Jianchou into a bottomless abyss so that he would never be able to rise again. Jianchou, although this young lord does not know how you improved so quickly, but today, this young lord will definitely ruin your reputation and completely destroy you. However, this young lord will definitely not kill you. This young lord wants you to live on while at death's door. I want you to know that only this young lord is worthy of Lu Xian'er, and you are just an ant. Yi Hongyun sneered in her heart. Young Lord Yi, you have already achieved your goal. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Wu Feng said. He could not bear to watch any longer. In everyone's eyes, Yi Hongyun was a righteous gentleman. However, they did not know that he was a hypocrite and shameless villain. Mystic Sovereign Palace Lord, what do you mean? When did this young lord become overbearing? This young lord is only looking out for Xianxia. As long as he asks, the heavenly illumination immortal abode will satisfy him. Yi Hongyun smiled faintly. Yi Hongyun, stop pretending. Others may not know who you are, but do you think that I, Xianxia, do not know? If you want to humiliate me, do as you wish. I will accept it. Xianxia said coldly. He did not know why, but when he saw Yi Hongyun coming over, Xianxia was not as angry as before. There was only disdain and contempt. The more Yi Hongyun stood in front of Xianxia, the more Xianxia would not let himself fall. His character was just so stubborn. Stinking brat, what do you mean? Young Lord Yi is kind enough to satisfy your selfish desires. What kind of attitude is this? A young lord suddenly shouted angrily. A beautiful female disciple said in disdain, you are really shameless. Do you really think that you are someone important? You don't even know if you are worthy. What does it have to do with you? Xianxia looked at them coldly. You. That young lord was furious, but he did not dare to do anything. After all, the main character today was Yi Hongyun. He could not steal the limelight. Big brother Yi, why did you let this kind of person in? Hurry up and chase them away. Sister Xianxia is still waiting. A female disciple could not stand it anymore and said coquettishly. Good, good, good. Yi Hongyun smiled happily. Looking at Xianxia, Yi Hongyun smiled and said, Xianxia, I know that you are embarrassed to say it in front of so many people. How about this, after the wedding is over, we will discuss it in private. Yi Hongyun was sure that Xianxia would not accept, so she purposely said the conditions. To put it bluntly, she wanted Xianxia to lose face. In the end, she did not get anything and even ended up being scolded by everyone. Young Lord Yi, are you sure that I can ask for anything? Xianxia suddenly asked. His originally angry face now had a trace of evil smile. End of chapter. When Xianxia said that, not only was Yi Hongyun surprised, even Wu Feng and the three elders were stunned. Xianxia. Wu Feng scolded in a low voice. However, just as he was about to say something, he noticed that Xianxia's expression had changed. What is Xianxia trying to do? If he were to accept Yi Hongyun's charity, would he still be a man? Duan Qingyan frowned. He was furious. Yi Hongyun wanted to give Xianxia something in front of everyone. She was clearly humiliating him. How could Xianxia accept Yi Hongyun's charity? Once he accepted Yi Hongyun's charity, he would never be able to raise his head again. Where would his dignity be? His dignity as a man would be lost. So would the mystic royal palace's face. How could he make a comeback? Brat, I thought you had a backbone. In the end, aren't you doing this for your own selfish desires? What do you want? One of the young masters was impatient. He wanted to throw Xianxia out. Medicinal pills, natural treasures, ancient immortal equipment, cultivation techniques, immortal techniques. You can choose from them. Take them and scram. I feel disgusted just looking at you. One of the young masters sneered. Why don't you say something? Don't waste our time. A beautiful female disciple shouted angrily. She could no longer tolerate it. Xianxia directly ignored the faces of these people. Looking at Yi Hongyun with a mocking gaze, Xianxia sneered, Yi Hongyun, say something. Can I have anything I want? After saying that, Xianxia seemed to have realized something. He said, don't worry, I don't want Lu Xianxia. Since I've given her to you, how can I take her back? Say something. So many people are waiting. You want to go back to the bridal chamber too, right? What is this brat thinking? He actually accepted my charity. Yi Hongyun was puzzled. How could he do such a shameful thing? Could it be that Xianxia had been completely defeated? Tell me what you want. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my words. Yi Hongyun smiled happily. Xianxia shrugged and sneered, I'll give Lu Xianxia to you. It's not too much for me to ask for 3 grade 5 ancient immortal equipment, right? 3 grade 5 ancient immortal equipment is enough. I don't want any more. Xianxia's words were very clear. In his eyes, Lu Xianxia was only worth 3 grade 5 ancient immortal weapons. Xianxia. Lu Xianxia, am looking down on you. Lu Xianxia defended herself. Her pretty face had already turned completely cold. How could she not understand the meaning behind Xianxiao's words? Xianxiao said indifferently, you can say whatever you want. 3 grade 5 ancient immortal weapons? When Yi Hongyun heard this, she immediately smiled and happily said, no problem, as long as you're happy, I'm relieved. The heavenly illumination immortal manner was a powerful force of the ancient immortal emperors. 3 grade 5 ancient immortal artifacts were nothing to them. Not to mention a rank 5, even a rank 6 could be taken out. To think that he would give Xianxia to young Lord Yi for the sake of a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. That brat is worse than a beast. I really want to ask him if he knows any more beautiful women. Give one to me and I'll give him 4 grade 5 ancient immortal artifacts. This brat is hopeless. I've never seen such a shameless person. My dignity as a man has been thrown away by him. All the young masters and genius disciples shook their heads. Xianxiao. What are you doing? Wu Feng immediately scolded. He did not expect Xianxiao to accept Yi Hongyun's charity. Palace Master, haven't we suffered enough humiliation today? So what if there's more? Didn't we already know the result when we came here? Xianxiao sneered. When Wu Feng heard this, he was stunned. That's right, they had suffered enough humiliation today. What's the harm in suffering more? Moreover, it wouldn't change anything. So what if it's charity? Yi Hongyun originally looked down on Xianxiao and wanted to humiliate him. Since he had already suffered enough humiliation from the beginning, why should he take something to make up for it? Since Yi Hongyun wanted to humiliate him, then let him be. After all, he couldn't avoid it. Hee, this brat is really something. Duan Qing'an laughed in his heart and signaled Wu Feng and the rest to not interfere. Duan Qing'an naturally knew what Xianxiao was trying to do. Since Yi Hongyun wanted to make him look bad and enrage him, Xianxiao would definitely go against Yi Hongyun. Men, bring me 3 grade 5 ancient immortal swords. Yi Hongyun smiled generously. After a while, a disciple brought 3 grade 5 ancient immortal swords and handed them to Xianxiao. In front of everyone, Xianxiao really accepted them, not minding Yi Hongyun's charity at all. Not only did Xianxiao accept them, but he also smiled and said, thank you, young Lord Yi, for the grade 5 ancient immortal swords. Xianxiao's gratitude was very grating and unpleasant to Yi Hongyun. Lu Xianxia was also very unhappy. She couldn't understand Xianxiao. Shouldn't it be that Xianxiao refused Yi Hongyun's charity and flew into a rage out of humiliation? Shouldn't he be furious because he couldn't take the humiliation? Why was Xianxiao so happy? The ending of this development was not right. Xianxiao happily poured a cup of wine and said with a smile, come, congratulations to young Lord Yi and Lu Xianxia on your marriage. Let me toast to young Lord Yi. It's rare to come to a big force and see so many experts, even an ancient immortal supremacy expert. Xianxiao suddenly changed into a different person. Yi Hongyun couldn't see through him and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Stinking brat, is this wine something you can drink? Spit it out. A young lord shouted angrily. You have already taken the things. Get lost. All of you get lost. Another young lord shouted angrily and glared at Xianxiao fiercely. He couldn't wait to cut Xianxiao in half. Xianxiao shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, since you don't welcome me, then we will take our leave. I don't want people to say that I am here to cause trouble and obstruct your marriage. We have received so many invitations from young Lord Yi, but they don't welcome us. We can only leave. Young Lord Yi, we will take our leave first. Thank you for the 3 grade 5 ancient immortal swords, Xianxiao said with a smile and left with Wu Feng and the 3 elders. Palace Master, 3 elders, you can leave first. I will catch up in a while. Xianxiao laughed softly and turned to look at Yi Hongyun. Stinking brat, what do you want? If it wasn't for young Lord Yi's wedding today, I would definitely kill you. A young lord shouted angrily. He was really angered by Xianxiao. Yi Hongyun smiled happily and said, Xianxiao, is there anything else? Xianxiao walked over slowly and sneered in Yi Hongyun's ear, Yi Hongyun, you must be very happy with your wedding today, right? Lu Xianxia is just a leftover that I played with. Don't you think she is dirty? I will use her to exchange for your grade 5 ancient immortal swords. Lu Xian are abandoning me? I don't care. You can keep this kind of woman and play with her slowly. I am tired of her. What did you say? Yi Hongyun was instantly enraged. Why? Didn't you hear me clearly? Do you want me to say it louder? Xianxia sneered and mocked. You. Yi Hongyun exploded in anger but couldn't refute. End of chapter. Young Lord Yi, was it this brat who spoke rudely? I'll help you kill him. Seeing Yi Hongyun's sudden rage, a young lord quickly spoke. Kill me? Xianxia glanced at the young lord disdainfully and sneered. Yi Hongyun can't bear to kill me. He can't wait to torture me slowly. How can he bear to kill me? Yi Hongyun's face was extremely gloomy and even ferocious. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, Yi Hongyun really didn't want to kill Xianxia. He could only torture and humiliate Xianxia slowly. Brat, what did you say to young Lord Yi? Another young lord asked angrily. Yi Hongyun's sudden rage also attracted the attention of Yi Haozong and the higher-ups of the major forces present. Originally, they didn't intend to interfere in the matters of the younger generation. What's wrong with young Lord Yi? Why is he so angry? An ancient immortal emperor expert looked at him in confusion. Was Xianxia speaking rudely? Another ancient immortal emperor frowned and said. Yuner, what's wrong? Yi Haozong frowned and asked. Yi Hongyun suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Father, I'm fine. Yi Hongyun didn't expect that Xianxia would humiliate him in return. He wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Xianxia. What did he mean by leftovers? What did he mean by don't you feel dirty? What did he mean by I'm tired of playing? Each and every word was like a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced through Yi Hongyun's heart. In contrast, Yi Hongyun's humiliation was not as strong as Xianxia's words. Yuner, if there's nothing else, ask him to scram. Don't waste time. Immortal Master Qing Ran said coldly and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia was just a small ant. Immortal Master Qing Ran didn't take him seriously at all. Yes, Master. Yi Hongyun replied respectfully. Yi Hongyun stared at Xianxia viciously and said coldly, Xianxia, you will slowly feel how terrifying I am in the near future. Is that so? Xianxia didn't take it seriously and sneered. Yi Hongyun, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. When that time comes, don't cry. With just you? Yi Hongyun said disdainfully. That's right. Based on the fact that I was able to break through 2 stars of cultivation within 2 months, while you, the great young master, are unable to do so. Alright, I've said all that I needed to say. Go back and slowly play with the rest of my women. Haha. Xianxia sneered. In the end, he laughed and left. He looked extremely confident and at ease. Yi Hongyun's face was so dark that water was about to drip out. She had never been so furious before. Even when Feng Wuchen insulted him, Yi Hongyun was not so angry. He felt that his anger was about to burst out of his body. Xianxia, you will definitely regret what you said to me today. Yi Hongyun said viciously in her heart. That arrogant bastard. One of the young lords gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. A puny ancient immortal lord actually dares to be so arrogant. I really want to tear him into pieces. A genius. Disciple said fiercely as he clenched his fists tightly. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yi Hongyun looked at the crowd and smiled happily. Xianxia said bad things about Xianxia just now. I couldn't hold back for a moment. I'm really sorry for wasting so much time. Lu Xianxia frowned slightly. She seemed to think that it was not so simple. Humph. How dare he say bad things about Xianxia? If it wasn't for today's wedding, I would definitely not forgive him. Madame Yi suddenly said angrily. Mother, it's okay. Don't lose your happiness because of him. Lu Xianxia smiled cutely. Well, Xianxia is still the best. Stay away from this kind of person in the future. Madame Yi smiled happily. Immortal Qing Ran, please. Yi Haozong respectfully made a gesture of invitation and then smiled at the crowd. It's just a small matter. You don't have to pay attention to it. Please drink to your heart's content. Yi Hongyun flashed back and said respectfully, Master, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Sit down. Immortal Qing Ran smiled faintly. Don't pay attention to the small ants. Kill those who should be killed. I understand. Yi Hongyun said respectfully. Looking at Lu Xian'er's parents, Yi Hongyun smiled respectfully and said, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, thank you for betrothing Xian'er to me. Lu Xian'er's father smiled happily and said, It is our Lu family's blessing that young Master Yi likes Xian'er. Young Master Yi? Father, he is now the son-in-law of the Lu family. It is wrong of you to call him young Master Yi. Lu Xian'er glanced at her father and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Was her father-in-law afraid of his son-in-law? Yes, husband, you should change the way you call him. Lu Xian'er's mother smiled. Understanding Lu Xian'er's meaning, Madame Yi quickly smiled and said, In-law, just call me Yun-er. Don't call me that. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, just call me Yun-er or son-in-law. I don't dare to call you young Master Yi. Yi Hongyun quickly smiled. Hearing this, Lu Xian'er felt a little better. Since she was married to Yi Hongyun, the Lu family must be treated fairly. In-law is right. I will call you Yun-er from now on. Lu nodded. Madame Yi looked at the obedient Lu Xian'er with a smile and thought to herself, just because of a name, Xian'er feels like a different person. Yun-er will not be able to control Xian'er in the future. This girl is not as simple as she looks. Looks like I have to remind Yun-er. Madame Yi was very smart. She had been in a high position for many years and had seen countless people. No matter how well Lu Xian'er hid it, the truth that burst out in an instant could not be hidden from Madame Yi. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jianzhou flew and laughed wildly. He was very happy. Yi Hongyun, you must be very angry now, right? You must want to burn me to ashes, right? Ha ha. Humiliating Yi Hongyun did make Jianzhou feel very satisfied and happy. However, there were tears at the corner of Jianzhou's eyes. Those were tears of heartache and also tears of despair. Lu Xian'er. A mocking look appeared on Jianzhou's face. His heart was completely dead. He buried Lu Xian'er in the deepest part of his heart and sealed her away. Jianzhou. Seeing Jianzhou fly over, Wu Feng and the three elders heaved a sigh of relief. Palace Master, 3 elders, I'll give you these grade 5 ancient immortal swords. I asked Feng Wuchen for the last one. Jianzhou grinned. Then, he took out 4 grade 5 ancient immortal swords and gave them to them. Jianzhou, are you alright? Wu Feng asked worriedly. Jianzhou's behavior today was too abnormal. He was not his usual self. Hall Master, I'm fine. Really? Jianzhou smiled and said, I was going to take it silently. After all, I've been humiliated enough. Since he wants to humiliate me, he has to pay the price. Duanqing'an smiled happily and said, It's good that you're fine. Hall Master, elders, before I left, I even humiliated Yi Hongyun. I said that Lu Xian'er was my leftover, Jianzhou said with a smile. Seeing that Jianzhou was fine, Wu Feng was relieved. He said solemnly, Let's leave quickly before they send people after us. End of chapter. After the banquet, all the major forces went back to their own homes. Farewell, Master. Yi Hongyun bowed respectfully. Farewell, Immortal Qing Ran. Yi Haozong and the elders of Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion also bowed respectfully. After Immortal Qing Ran left, Yi Hongyun's face instantly became gloomy and he turned to leave. Jianzhou's words had angered him. What's wrong with Yun? Madame Yi was puzzled and thought, is it related to Xian'er? Madame Yi knew her son too well. She could not think of any other reason for Yi Hongyun to be so angry. Xian'er, go and have a look, Madame Lu said quickly. Lu Xian'er also wanted to know what was going on and immediately followed. Lu Xian'er wanted to know what Jianzhou had said to Yi Hongyun before he left. What did Jianzhou say to make Yun so angry? Yi Haozong frowned and wondered. However, he did not think too much about it and quickly smiled politely, In-laws, you must be tired. Let me take you to rest. Thank you, in-laws. Father Lu was not polite. Lu Xian'er followed into the bridal chamber. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Did Jianchou insult you? Lu Xian'er asked softly. Yi Hongyun's face was very ugly. When he saw Lu Xian'er come in, he calmed down and said, Jianchou's words really made me angry. He said that you were his leftover and then he gave you to me. Yi Hongyun gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Xian'er. Jianchou's words made Yi Hongyun suspicious. Lu Xian'er naturally heard it and her pretty face instantly became extremely cold. Hatred for Jianchou had already been born in her heart. I didn't expect him to say that. You insulted him, so he said that to humiliate you. He has become smarter. Lu Xian'er said coldly. Brother Yi, do you believe it too? Lu Xian'er asked. Yi Hongyun did not speak. He wanted to hear Lu Xian'er's answer. Yi Hongyun's silence disappointed Lu Xian'er. She said, Brother Yi, you really don't believe me. But I can tell you clearly that Jianchou's words are false. You saw red on the first day he came back with you. Haven't you already confirmed? Xian'er, I'm sorry. Yi Hongyun quickly apologized. That thing couldn't be fake. Big brother Yi, Xian'er's virginity has already been given to you. Jianchou only held my hand. He said all this to humiliate you. He's jealous that you got me, so he wants to break us up. If you don't believe me, Xian'er doesn't know what to say, Lu Xian'er said again. Wife, I'm sorry. We're getting married today. I shouldn't have doubted you. Yi Hongyun apologized again. Then, she pulled Lu Xian'er into her arms. Then, hello everyone, I am Bridal Room. Welcome to the live broadcast of the action blockbuster, the next day. Big brother Yi is so powerful. Xian'er can't get up, Lu Xian'er said weakly. Wife, rest well. I'm going out to do something. Jianchou dared to humiliate me, I definitely won't let him have it easy. I'm going to destroy everything he has and let him live on while at death's door. Yi Hongyun said fiercely. Big brother Yi, you must be careful. Something must have happened to the people you sent last time, Lu Xian'er reminded him. Wife, don't worry. Rest well and wait for me to come back. We'll continue. Yi Hongyun grinned. Lu Xian'er's face blushed with endless satisfaction. Yi Hongyun left the room and immediately ordered people to go to the immortal soul world. Yi Hongyun's revenge was definitely fast enough. Whoosh! On the peak of a majestic immortal mountain, Yi Hongyun appeared in a flash. A cloud floated under her feet. Big brother Yi. On the peak, there were already 3 men waiting. Big brother Yi, I knew you wouldn't let that kid go. But why didn't you do it yourself? He's just a small ancient immortal lord. One of them laughed. Yi Hongyun said coldly, he's not qualified for me to do it myself. Big brother Yi, how do you plan to deal with that kid? One of them asked. Those who offend me don't have a good ending. But Jianchou is different. I want him to live. I want him to live like a walking corpse. I want him to never forget the punishment I gave him. I want him to live in the abyss of fear forever, Yi Hongyun said fiercely. Her narrowed eyes were filled with viciousness. Big brother Yi, I've already sent people to the immortal soul world. We can make a move at any time. Destroying the mystic sovereign palace will be a piece of cake. One of them sneered. Don't touch the mystic sovereign palace first. The mystic sovereign palace is Jianchou's everything. The best show should be left for last, Yi Hongyun said coldly. I heard from Xian'er that other than the mystic sovereign palace, Jianchou also has a foster mother in the immortal soul world. Yi Hongyun sneered. Big brother Yi, I've already given the order to capture Jianchou's foster mother. One of them sneered. Jianchou, my revenge has begun. You have to hold on. Don't fall too quickly. Yi Hongyun's lips curled into a sinister smile. Big brother Yi, the immortal soul world is under Commander Xingyan. Should we remind him? One of them asked. We have to give face to Commander Xingyan. He's Protector Tianhen's man. Yi Hongyun nodded and said, let's go and find Commander Xingyan first. Mystic Sovereign Palace. Wu Feng, the three elders, and Xianxia had successfully arrived at the mystic sovereign palace in the immortal soul world. Big senior brother, are you all right? All the disciples surrounded Xianxia and asked. They were very concerned about Xianxia's situation. I'm fine. Xianxia smiled happily. Yi Hongyun will definitely not let you off easily. Big senior brother, what unpleasant things did he say? A disciple asked. Yi Hongyun is vicious and merciless. He must have invited hall master, elders, and big senior brother over to humiliate you, another disciple said. Looking at his junior brothers who were indignant, Xianxia smiled and said, it's normal for Yi Hongyun to humiliate me. However, he was humiliated by me after I cheated him of 3 5th-grade ancient immortal swords. What? Cheated him of 3 5th-grade ancient immortal swords? He even humiliated Yi Hongyun? All the disciples turned pale with fright. This matter was out of everyone's expectations. All the disciples hurriedly asked. Xianxia then told them what happened, satisfying their curiosity. This time I've implicated all of you. Yi Hongyun probably won't let the mystic sovereign palace off. Therefore, big senior brother has to leave, Xianxia said helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he had to leave. When he was humiliating Yi Hongyun, Xianxia had already thought of this point. Yi Hongyun's revenge would definitely be terrifying. Xianxia couldn't implicate the mystic sovereign palace, so he could only leave. Pass down my orders. From today onwards, all disciples of the mystic sovereign palace will leave the mystic sovereign palace temporarily. Without my orders, no one is allowed to return. At this moment, an imposing voice resounded throughout the mystic sovereign palace. In an instant, all the disciples of the mystic sovereign palace were stunned. Xianxia smiled bitterly. His heart was filled with helplessness. In front of a major power, the mystic sovereign palace was too weak. End of this chapter. Palace Lord is right, we have to leave or Yi Hongyun will definitely use this to deal with our eldest senior brother, causing him to be filled with hatred. Eldest senior brother humiliated Yi Hongyun. I'm afraid Yi Hongyun won't just deal with him. She might even act against us. Are all the disciples going to leave temporarily? The disciples of the mystic royal hall could guess and felt that Wu Feng's decision was right. Wu Feng, the three elders, and a few others walked out of the great hall with heavy expressions on their faces. Wu Feng spoke in a heavy tone, leave the mystic royal hall quickly. Without this palace lord's orders, no one is allowed to return. Also, don't tell others that you're a disciple of the mystic royal hall. Otherwise, you might be killed. Yes. Palace Lord. The disciples bowed respectfully. Junior brothers, this eldest senior brother of mine has caused all of you to be in trouble. Xianxia smiled bitterly, blaming himself in his heart. At this moment, Xianxia even regretted humiliating Yi Hongyun. After all, he had harmed the disciples of the mystic royal hall. Eldest senior brother, it's fine. You have to leave quickly as well. You must take care of yourself. A senior disciple hurriedly spoke. Eldest senior brother, we can cultivate wherever we go. You don't have to blame yourself. We're worried about your safety. Another senior disciple laughed. He was actually worried about Xianxia. Go, go. The faster, the better. Wu Feng waved his hands, feeling extremely helpless in his heart. After bidding farewell, the disciples went back to pack their things. Although they were extremely reluctant, they had no choice in this special period. Palace Lord, three elders, and martial uncles, this disciple will take his leave first. Take care. Xianxia clasped his fists and bowed respectfully before flying away. Xianxia's heart was extremely heavy because all of this was caused by him. He had an undeniable responsibility. Xianxia didn't know what to say, but he would use his actions to prove himself. It was just that he needed some time. Staring at the departing back of Xianxia, Duanqing spoke in a heavy tone, Xianxia, the future of the mystic royal hall depends on you. Xianxia should be fine, right? Wu Feng's face was filled with worry. He treated Xianxia as his own son. Don't worry, with Feng Wuchen around, nothing will happen to Xianxia. Duanqing smiled faintly. Even if Xianxia was killed, Duanqing'an could revive Xianzhou at any time with the terrifying heaven-defying reincarnation. Since Xianzhou had decided to follow Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Immortal Soul Realm, Extreme Fire City. Xianzhou's foster mother lived in Extreme Fire City. I haven't been back for more than 2 months. I wonder how mother is doing. Xianzhou thought in his heart. Now that he had provoked Yi Hongyun, he didn't know when he would be able to come back to see his mother again. Returning to a familiar city, Xianzhou felt very comfortable and at ease. Before Xianzhou entered the mystic Imperial Hall, he had always been living with his foster mother in Extreme Fire City. Isn't this Xianzhou? It's been a long time since I saw you back. Recently, your name has shaken the entire immortal soul world. In the city, an acquaintance laughed happily. Yes, I haven't been back for a long time. I came back to visit my mother. Xianzhou smiled. Hey! Xianzhou! Come up and have a drink. On the balcony of a restaurant, a man shouted loudly with a happy smile on his face. Xianzhou raised his head and smiled. No need. Thank you. I'm going back to visit my mother. Your mother is doing well. She nags every day, saying that you haven't been back for a long time. Aunt Qin will be very happy to see you back. The man smiled happily and didn't force Xianzhou. Xianzhou smiled and quickened his steps. Entering the city, on the familiar streets, many people greeted Xianzhou. It could be seen that Xianzhou had good connections in Extreme Fire City. Ning Tiancheng and the rest were also from Extreme Fire City. At the same time. Hello, may I ask if you are Xianzhou's foster mother? In a small pavilion, 3 people appeared in a flash. One of them asked the woman politely. Who are you? The woman asked curiously. We are Xianzhou's friends. Xianzhou's condition isn't good. His injuries are very serious. We hope to see you one last time. If it's convenient for you, please come with us. I'm afraid Xianzhou will have to leave in 2 hours. The man in the lead said solemnly. What? What happened to Xianzhou? What happened? Hearing that Xianzhou was in trouble, the woman's expression changed drastically as she asked in panic. We are disciples of the mystic Imperial Hall. Xianzhou offended young Lord Yi and was severely injured by young Lord Yi. Medicinal pills are already unable to heal his injuries. One of the men explained. Time is tight. Please come with us. We will tell you the details on the way. The man in the lead said. Okay. Bring me there quickly. Bring me there quickly. The old woman said anxiously. Hearing that Xianzhou was about to die, the old woman instantly panicked. She was extremely anxious and only wanted to see Xianzhou as soon as possible. Her original vigilance had already vanished into thin air. The old woman had been to the Mystic Imperial Hall before and had seen the disciples of the Mystic Imperial Hall. However, she had never seen the 3 people in front of her before. Unfortunately, the old woman who panicked directly overlooked this point. Please slow down. Xianzhou should be able to hold on for another hour. The man in the lead smiled. The 3 of them then brought the old woman and flew away. Aunt Jean. Where are you guys going? A man just happened to pass by and hurriedly asked when he saw the 3 of them bringing the old woman away. To see Xianzhou. Aunt Jean replied and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Did something happen to Xianzhou? That kid hasn't returned for a few months. Did something really happen to him? Not long ago, he became famous in the immortal soul world. The Mystic Imperial Hall has also swallowed the Grand Imperial Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. What could have happened? The man frowned and asked doubtfully. Li Yuntian. Just as the man was puzzled, a familiar voice sounded. Xianzhou? Li Yuntian turned his head. The moment he saw Xianzhou, his eyes widened. He then instinctively looked up into the sky. What's wrong? Xianzhou asked doubtfully. Didn't something happen to you? Li Yuntian asked in astonishment. He then quickly reacted and said, Oh no. Your mother has been captured. What? Were they taken away? When did this happen? Xianzhou's expression changed drastically. Just now. Aunt Qin said she was going to see you. However, she was taken away by 3 people. I didn't even have time to stop them. Seeing Aunt Qin's flustered expression, I thought something had happened to you. Li Yuntian hurriedly said. Yi Hongyun. Xianxiao's face instantly darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and his killing intent soared to the sky. Other than Yi Hongyun, Xianxiao couldn't think of anyone else. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Xianxiao didn't expect Yi Hongyun to act so quickly. Moreover, she was actually despicable enough to capture his foster mother. Lu Xian'er. Xianxiao's expression was hideous. He gritted his teeth and his gums were bleeding. Other than the mystic Imperial Hall, only Lu Xian'er knew about Xianxiao's foster mother. If you dare to touch my mother, from today onwards, I, Xianxiao, will have nothing to do with you. You are no longer the Lu Xian'er of the past. You are my enemy. Xianxiao roared in his heart. End of chapter. Xianxiao, calm down first. They must have kidnapped Aunt Qin to threaten you. Aunt Qin's life is not in danger for now. Seeing Xianxiao's anger, Li Yuntian immediately advised. Xianxiao, I more or less know about your situation. That Yi Hongyun is the young master of the Southern Immortal Domain's Heavenly Illumination Immortal Matter. That's a huge monster. You can't be rash. Li Yuntian continued to advise. Yi Hongyun didn't kill me because he wanted to throw me into the abyss and make me suffer. He might kill my mother. The more I suffer, the happier he will be. Xianxiao gritted his teeth and said angrily. Li Yuntian frowned and said, You offended Yi Hongyun because of Lu Xian'er. Could it be that Lu Xian'er is so heartless? Aunt Qin is so good to her, but she didn't stop Yi Hongyun. She is no longer the Lu Xian'er of the past. Xianxiao said, closing his eyes tightly and forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he couldn't be rash. He had to calm down. Xianxiao, we are brothers. If you need any help, just ask. Li Yuntian said. Many thanks, but I don't want to implicate you. Because of me, I have already implicated the entire Mystic Emperor Palace. I don't want to implicate anyone else. Xianxiao shook his head. Yi Hongyun's strength was too terrifying. The Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manner was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could deal with. With that, Xianxiao turned and left. Yi Hongyun's motive for kidnapping Aunt Qin was obvious. He wanted Xianxiao to sink into anger and pain and then slowly torture him. Whoosh! However, not long after Xianxiao left, 2 figures appeared and instantly trapped Li Yuntian. Who are you? Let me go. Li Yuntian shouted angrily and struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, Li Yuntian was only at the ancient immortal king realm and couldn't resist at all. The 2 mysterious figures directly took Li Yuntian and disappeared. Xianxiao. It's great to see you. Something happened. Uncle Zhang was taken away by a mysterious person. A person ran over in panic. Uncle Zhang? Xianxiao frowned. Xianxiao. Su Yanjun was taken away by a mysterious person. She didn't even have a chance to resist. A restaurant's manager ran over in panic. Feng Wuchen raised his head and glanced at the balcony of the restaurant. The man who had asked him to drink had already disappeared. Xianxiao. One after another, they ran over to inform Xianxiao. Ever since Xianxiao had entered Extreme Fire City, anyone who had greeted Xianxiao had all been captured by the mysterious person. Yi Hongyun. Xianxiao's face was extremely ferocious. Then, he suddenly thought of something and quickly rushed back the way he came. But when he returned to his house, he discovered that Li Yuntian had already disappeared, leaving behind a jade pendant on the ground. Something really happened to Li Yuntian. Xianxiao clenched his teeth in anger, completely exploding with rage. Yi Hongyun, are you planning to capture everyone related to me? If you have the ability, then come at me. Xianxiao flew into a rage and roared into the sky. Yi Hongyun. Get the hell out here. Get out here. Xianxiao roared madly. The Xianxia of Extreme Fire City shook and panicked. The matter of Xianxiao, they had more or less heard a little about it. If they really lured Yi Hongyun out, wouldn't they suffer a calamity? However, no one responded. Yi Hongyun. You bastard. I definitely won't forgive you. Xianxia was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. He wished that he could immediately chop Yi Hongyun into 8 pieces, pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Xianxia also did not dare to stay in Extreme Fire City for too long, in case he implicated more people. Yi Hongyun did not appear, so Xianxia flew away. Swish. Not long after Xianxia left, a few people appeared in the sky above Extreme Fire City. Clearly, they had been secretly monitoring Xianxia. Reporting to young Lord Yi, Xianxia has left Extreme Fire City. We have already captured many people related to Xianxia. Should we kill them? A person transmitted his voice and reported respectfully. Is Xianxia very angry? Yi Hongyun's cold laughter transmitted over. Very angry. He roared crazily and even asked young Lord Yi to get the hell out here. The man transmitted his voice respectfully. Very good. Don't kill him first. Send people to follow him and see where he goes. Capture all those who come in contact with him. Yi Hongyun's cold voice transmitted over. The angrier Xianxia was, the happier Yi Hongyun was. Understood. The man said respectfully. A few people immediately chased after him. Xianxia did not notice anything. At this moment, Yi Hongyun and the other 3 had already arrived at Commander Xianx's Polar Star Immortal Sect. The Polar Star Immortal Sect's palace floated in the sea of clouds. It was majestic and imposing, causing people to feel intimidated. Waves of terrifying aura spread out. Polar Star Immortal Sect was a supreme existence in the immortal soul world. Its status was even stronger than the Shinra Temple. However, because it was a great power in charge of the immortal soul world, it was not counted as one of the powers in the immortal soul world. The strongest power in the immortal soul world was still the Shinra Temple. Big Brother Yi, how is it? Any news? A person asked with a smile. Yi Hongyun's face revealed a smug sneer. They have already made their move. Well done. The angrier Xianxia is, the happier I am. Xianxia, you dare to provoke me. You will slowly understand how terrifying I, Yi Hongyun, am. Another person smiled. Anyway, I don't have as much patience as Big Brother Yi. If it was me, Xianxia would have died 10,000 times. Yi Hongyun sneered. Killing might not be the greatest punishment for the enemy. I prefer to play slowly until the enemy completely sinks into a bottomless abyss and falls into endless fear. From then on, they will never be able to recover. This kind of punishment is the most terrifying. Big Brother Yi is still the most powerful. The 3 of them smiled. Looking at Polar Star Immortal Sect, Yi Hongyun smiled faintly. A 5-star ancient immortal emperor, as expected of Commander Xianxia. You are really powerful. I'm afraid I can't even block a punch from you. Greetings, young Lord Yi. In front of Polar Star Immortal Sect, a disciple recognized Yi Hongyun and the others. He bowed respectfully. Yi Hongyun nodded slightly and asked indifferently, Is Commander Xianxia here? The disciple said respectfully, Commander Xianxia is in the main hall. Young Lord Yi, please. What a rare guest. Young Lord Yi's presence really brings light to Polar Star Immortal Sect. An indifferent and dignified voice sounded. A wisp of immortal chi transformed into a figure. It was Commander Xianxia. Greetings, Commander Xianxia. Yi Hongyun and the others cupped their fists politely. Commander Xianxia glanced at Yi Hongyun and smiled faintly. Young Lord of Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter, what brings you here to Polar Star Immortal Sect? I have some matters to discuss with Commander Xianxia, Yi Hongyun said with a faint smile. I see. Young Lord Yi, please come in, Commander Xianxia said indifferently. Even though he knew that Yi Hongyun's identity was terrifying and that he had an ancient immortal venerable master behind him, Commander Xianxia still wasn't afraid. What Commander Xianxia found strange was that he didn't have any relationship with Yi Hongyun. At most, they were just each other's existences. What could Yi Hongyun have to discuss with him? The majestic palace hall was cold and cheerless. There weren't many people in Polaris Immortal Sect, but they were all strong practitioners. The weakest was at the ancient immortal emperor realm. In the hall, Commander Xing'an warmly welcomed Yi Hongyun. After all, with Yi Hongyun's status, even if he wasn't afraid, he didn't dare to slight him. "Young Lord Yi, please take a seat." Commander Xing'an smiled politely. Commander Xing'an is too polite. Yi Hongyun smiled indifferently. Commander Xing'an personally poured tea and was very polite. He smiled and asked, "Young Lord Yi just got married yesterday and came to the immortal soul world today. May I know what matter young Lord Yi has to discuss with me?" Yi Hongyun put on the posture of a gentleman and said indifferently, "I have some matters to settle in the immortal soul world. The immortal soul world is under Commander Xing'an's control, so I specially came to greet you." "I see." Commander Xing'an nodded and asked curiously, "May I know what matter young Lord Yi wants to settle?" Commander Xing'an was very curious. What matter was it that made the young master of heavenly illumination immortal matter, who just got married yesterday, personally come to discuss with him? Yi Hongyun smiled faintly. "Actually, it's nothing much. Some people in the immortal soul world have provoked me, so I need to find them and punish them. I will be in the immortal soul world for a period of time, and the immortal soul world is under Commander Xing'an's control. Behind Commander Xing'an is Protector Tianhen, so I have to personally come and greet him. I don't dare to be disrespectful to Protector Tianhen. Someone actually dares to provoke young Lord Yi. How rare." Commander Xing'an smiled faintly and said, "Although I'm in charge of the immortal soul realm, I don't interfere in any matters. As long as it doesn't harm me, I won't interfere in the disputes between the various powers." After saying that, he looked at Yi Hongyun and smiled faintly. "Young Lord Yi should understand what I'm saying, right?" Commander Xing'an, "Don't worry. I understand." Yi Hongyun smiled happily. Commander Xing'an's meaning was very simple. As long as it didn't harm his interests, he wouldn't interfere with anything. This meant that Yi Hongyun could do whatever he wanted. "Commander Xing'an, this is just a small token. I hope that Commander Xing'an can put in a good word for me in front of Protector Tianhen." Yi Hongyun smiled faintly. She took out an ancient immortal emperor pill from her storage ring. Ancient immortal emperor grade pill. Commander Xing'an's eyes instantly lit up when he saw it. He was extremely excited. With this ancient immortal emperor grade pill, Commander Xing'an's cultivation could break through to the 6-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Ancient immortal emperor grade pill. Big Brother Yi is so generous. Is he trying to curry favor with Protector Tianhen? Someone thought to himself. Big Brother Yi, you don't have to go that far, right? With the backing of Reverend Qing Ran, was there a need to curry favor with Protector Tianhen? What is Big Brother Yi trying to do? The other person was puzzled. "Commander Xing'an, we shall take our leave first," Yi Hongyun said with a faint smile. She left behind the pills and immediately left. Seeing Yi Hongyun and the others leave, Commander Xing'an looked at the ancient immortal emperor grade pill excitedly. He couldn't wait to use it to cultivate. However, Commander Xing'an controlled himself and smiled. Yi Hongyun is really generous. However, Reverend Qing Ran is an ancient immortal emperor grade alchemist. An ancient immortal emperor grade pill isn't much to him. Yet, he gave it to me. This kid is a little ambitious. On the other side, Xianxia had already returned to Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant. "You didn't even know you were being followed." Just as Xianxia entered the restaurant, Feng Wuchen's voice sounded. Feng Wuchen had been drinking on the balcony of the 3rd floor while looking at the people coming and going on the streets. Xianxia was stunned at first. He really didn't notice anything. He then transmitted his voice. "Yi Hongyun's men." "Yi Hongyun's men? They followed you all the way to Windy Fire City without making a move?" Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice in astonishment. The people who followed him were all ancient immortal emperors. It would be easy for them to deal with Xianxia. Everyone related to me has been captured by them, including my mother, my brothers, and the others. Xianxia transmitted his voice. His words were filled with boundless fury. "Looks like something terrible happened at the wedding banquet." Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. After entering the room, Xianxia then told Feng Wuchen everything in detail. In the end, Feng Wuchen laughed for a long time. "Leftovers? To think you can say that. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed and said, no wonder Yi Hongyun is so angry. He probably wants to slowly torture you to death. He has already started to torture me. I don't even know if my mother and the others are dead or alive. I really have no other way. That's why I wanted to ask for your help. My mother is more important to me than anything. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said angrily. Feng Wuchen patted Xianxiao's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, your mother will be fine. If Yi Hongyun really wanted to torture you and throw you into the abyss, he wouldn't kill you so quickly. If it was me, I would kill him in front of you. Tower Master, what should I do now? Xianxia asked. Cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? Cultivate? Xianxiao's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. His foster mother and brothers were captured and many others were implicated. It was one thing not to save them, but to cultivate, was this something a human would do? Xianxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Seeing the confusion on Xianxiao's face, Feng Wuchen smiled. First, you don't know who captured them. It's just a suspicion. If Yi Hongyun doesn't admit it, there's nothing you can do. Second, do you know where they are? How do you save them? If Yi Hongyun wants to hide them, it won't be easy to find them. Hearing this, Xianxiao fell silent. This was something he didn't expect. Feng Wuchen's words weren't without reason. Some things can't be rushed. Feng Wuchen smiled. Instead of wasting time, why don't you cultivate and raise your cultivation and wait for Yi Hongyun to come find you? Wait for him to come find me? Shouldn't I be the one anxious? Xianxiao was shocked. What kind of logic was this? Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. If you're not anxious, then isn't it his turn to be anxious? You have to know that he is the one who wants to deal with you. If you don't want to deal with him now, the people who are following you already know that you are in the Winden. Yi Hongyun should know as well. If you don't do anything, they will naturally come knocking on your door. Xianxiao still wanted to say something but Feng Wuchen interrupted him. Go back and cultivate. If you break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm in a few days, Yi Hongyun will definitely be shocked. Break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm in a few days? Xianxiao's eyeballs were about to fall out as huge waves rose in his heart. Tower Master, are you talking about the heaven-defying divine bead? Xianxiao soon reacted. Go and cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled. In a few days, the Yuan spirit clone in the divine ring should be able to allow Feng Wuchen to break through to the ancient immortal king realm. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen's original body also started to cultivate. His original body and dozens of Yuan spirit clones cultivated together. His soul power increased faster and he could break through to the ancient immortal king realm earlier. You have a spatial ring that is 5 times bigger. Why are you in such a hurry to raise your cultivation? Isn't cultivation more important? An old man couldn't understand Feng Wuchen. The old man was the great emperor who came out of the reincarnation pagoda when Feng Wuchen broke through to the ancient immortal king realm. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Great Emperor Ziqing, I know that cultivation is important. But I hope to strengthen my dragon soul as soon as possible. At least, I will have super strength in the immortal soul world. I am about to break through to the ancient immortal king realm. At that time I will be able to create large amounts of heaven-defying divine pearls. Besides, I have the heaven-defying divine pearls now. I can break through to the 4-star or even 5-star ancient immortal king realm at any time. If you cultivate now and have a chance to break through to the 2-star ancient immortal king realm, you can use the heaven-defying divine pearls to cultivate. At that time, won't you be able to reach a higher level? Great Emperor Ziqing asked. Feng Wuchen smiled, there's no rush. How much of my inheritance have you comprehended? Great Emperor Ziqing asked with a stern expression. It was as though he treated Feng Wuchen as his student. Great Emperor Ziqing, I have comprehended a lot. But there are too many inheritances from the seniors. My mind is in a mess now. It's as though I have entered a chaotic world. It's very blurry. I don't know what's going on. Feng Wuchen was puzzled. This situation had happened a long time ago. It was a pity that Feng Wuchen didn't manage to comprehend anything. Great Emperor Ziqing, do you know what's going on? Feng Wuchen looked at Great Emperor Ziqing and asked. Great Emperor Ziqing frowned and shook his head. This might be because your state of mind has reached an unprecedented height. However, with your current cultivation base, you are still unable to comprehend the profoundness within. I have never heard of such a situation before. Could it be that I have learned too many things? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Feng Wuchen asked. Nonsense. Martial monarch Ziqing snapped, our successions are all supreme existences, and you can fully comprehend them too. How can you bite off more than you can chew? That's true. Feng Wuchen scratched his head awkwardly. After leaving Jixing immortal sect, Yi Hongyun and the other three arrived at a city. Big brother Yi, I don't understand no matter what. Why did you give Commander Xing an ancient immortal emperor level pill? Someone asked in puzzlement. I don't understand either. Another person shook his head. With Big Brother Ye's status, there's no need for him to curry favor with Protector Tianhen. Even if Protector Tianhen came personally, he would have to give Big Brother Yi some face. Yi Hongyun said with a faint smile, I'm not trying to curry favor with Guardian Tianhen, I'm just saying it casually. Commander Xing'an is in charge of the Immortal Soul Realm, so if he were to step in, would Jian Chou still have a place in the Immortal Soul Realm? When he defeated Yang Yuashan with a single sword strike, his name had already shaken the entire Immortal Soul Realm. To suddenly fall to the bottom of the valley, that kind of feeling must be very difficult to bear. So that's the case. The three of them finally understood. Yi Hongyun said with a faint smile, in the Immortal Soul Realm, if Commander Xing'an steps in, the effect would be better than if I were to appear. Everyone in the Immortal Soul Realm knows that Commander Xing'an has the final say. Although I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, I'm willing to do so. Swish. At this moment, a person appeared in a flash. Reporting to young Master Yi, we have already confirmed Jian Chao's location. He's at Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant, the person reported respectfully as he knelt down on one knee. Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant? Yi Hongyun frowned slightly. Big brother Yi, you know of this Feng restaurant? Someone asked. Yi Hongyun frowned, do you guys remember Feng Wuchen that I told you guys about? A month ago, I sent people to kill him, but none of the people I sent returned. At that time, we confirmed that Feng Wuchen's location was at Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant. Isn't that Feng Wuchen a mystic immortal? How could the people we sent not return? Someone asked in shock, somewhat in disbelief. No one returned. I don't know what exactly happened. Because I'm married to Xianxia, I haven't asked about this matter. It seems that Jian Chou is with Feng Wuchen. A vicious killing intent flashed across Yi Hongyun's eyes. Immediately go and check if Feng Wuchen is also at Feng restaurant. If he is, kill him directly, Yi Hongyun immediately ordered. Yes. I'll go and check immediately, that person said respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Several days later, under Feng Wuchen's diligent cultivation, his art refinement realm finally broke through to the ancient immortal king realm as he wished. With the help of the ancestor of soul force, Feng Wuchen also refined a large number of ancient immortal lord realm heaven-defying divine beads and ancient immortal lord realm pills. They were all used to increase his cultivation. Although it consumed a lot of soul force, it was worth it for Feng Wuchen to do so. Phew. I'm so tired. An ancient immortal king art refinement realm heaven-defying divine beads, and it's for someone else, Feng Wuchen said helplessly with a bitter smile. The natural treasures provided by the Shinra temple are seriously insufficient. This crazy refinement had already exhausted all the natural treasures provided by the Shinra temple. Taking a few deep breaths, Feng Wuchen sat down with his legs crossed. He took out an ancient immortal king realm heaven-defying divine bead and began to absorb the huge energy of the divine bead. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's cultivation realm began to soar at a terrifying speed. 2-star ancient immortal king. 3-star ancient immortal king. 4-star ancient immortal king. 5-star ancient immortal king. The terrifying increase only stopped when he reached the 5-star ancient immortal king realm. The domineering aura increased by dozens of times, or even more. Is this the heaven-defying divine bead? It has such a terrifying effect. I can't believe it. Great Emperor Ziqing's old eyes bulged out in shock. As an ancient immortal great emperor, he had never seen such a terrifying thing. 5-star ancient immortal king, not bad. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. The sudden increase in strength made Feng Wuchen feel extremely comfortable and excited. Looking at the shocked Great Emperor Ziqing, Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. How is it? The treasure I refined is not bad, right? I'm the only one in the world who can refine it. Will this heaven-defying divine bead affect your cultivation? I'm worried that it will affect your ascension to the Pangu world in the future, Great Emperor Ziqing quickly asked. There won't be any side effects. Moreover, I only cultivate it once in a while. Don't worry, Great Emperor Ziqing. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Come on, Great Emperor Ziqing. This time, you can use the strength of an 8-star ancient immortal king. Let me see your current combat strength. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly and a strong battle intent burst out. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen activated the primordial ancestor, the power of the immortal realm, and the power of his bloodline. The basic dragon god sword and battle armor were at their peak state. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared to the level of an 8-star ancient immortal king. End of chapter. 8-star ancient immortal king. You are much stronger than before. You didn't use your bloodline power previously. Seems like you can fuse all the power in your body as you wish. Not bad. Sensing Feng Wuchen's strong battle intent and domineering power, Great Emperor Ziqing wanted to give it a try. Feng Wuchen's bloodline power had reached the level of the ancestor of all fires. However, because his cultivation couldn't keep up, he couldn't unleash the true power of his bloodline. As Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased, his bloodline power would naturally become stronger. Bloodline power is too strong. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't use it easily. But now, I want to test my true fighting strength. I have to give it my all. Feng Wuchen smiled. Domineering power was injected into the dragon god sword. Domineering sword intent swept out and filled the entire divine ring space. Great Emperor Ziqing, you have to be prepared. Feng Wuchen smiled. He couldn't wait to test his attacking strength. Alright, go ahead. Great Emperor Ziqing smiled. He was trying his best to compress his power to the level of an 8-star ancient immortal king. 8-star ancient immortal king power is too weak. It's hard to control. Great Emperor Ziqing was depressed. Because his power was too terrifying, he needed some time to compress such a weak power. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Buzz buzz. However, just as the two of them were about to attack, the reincarnation pagoda shook violently. The 18th level of the reincarnation pagoda was unsealed. An extremely terrifying ancient aura burst out from the 18th level. Resplendent blue light shrouded the divine ring space. It was so bright that one couldn't open their eyes. The reincarnation pagoda is unsealed. Feng Wuchen turned his head and looked at the majestic reincarnation pagoda in shock. Great Emperor Ziqing smiled faintly and stroked his white beard. 1,000 illusions, Great Emperor. 1,000 illusions, Emperor? Feng Wuchen looked at Great Emperor Ziqing. This person's strength is on par with mine. We're old opponents. We fought countless times and won and lost. Great Emperor Ziqing smiled faintly. Soon, the resplendent blue light dissipated. The 18th level of the seal was unsealed. An old man in a white robe appeared at the entrance of the 18th level. This person was 1,000 illusions Emperor. 1,000 illusions, long time no see. Great Emperor Ziqing smiled faintly. He was happy to see his old opponent. Ever since I've been sealed, 1,000 illusions Emperor. The 1,000 illusions Emperor laughed happily. His figure transformed and appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and Great Emperor Ziqing. What a powerful art. This is a skill. It's more than teleportation. Teleportation. It's similar to teleportation. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Junior Feng Wuchen pays his respects to the 1,000 illusions Emperor. Feng Wuchen bowed respectfully. Of course. This great emperor used this movement technique to defeat Ziqing. Do you want to learn it? The 1,000 illusions Emperor laughed happily, looking a little mischievous. 1,000 illusions Emperor knows mind reading? Feng Wuchen broke out in cold sweat. What a despicable and shameless technique. I don't even bother to cultivate it. I can tell from your eyes. My movement technique is powerful and mystical. Who wouldn't want to learn it? The Thousand Illusions Emperor laughed proudly. He was simply an old urchin. Feng Wuchen smiled. I do want to learn it. Art of movement can save my life. Haha. Thousand Illusions Emperor laughed happily. You're interesting. I like it. Do you want to fight? Yes. I want to test my real fighting strength. Feng Wuchen nodded. Then let's finish the fight first before accepting my legacy. Let me see how strong you are now. The Thousand Illusions Emperor was also interested. All right. Emperor Ziqing, let's begin. Feng Wuchen smiled. His strong fighting spirit burst out again and his aura surged. What a shocking sword intent. It has a soul-stirring sharpness. Sword art of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Thousand Illusions Emperor was surprised that Feng Wuchen could burst out with such a powerful sword intent. Swish. Swish, after saying that, Feng Wuchen's figure instantly disappeared like a ghost. His figure appeared and disappeared in a strange manner. His speed was extremely fast. You've already cultivated the ghostly shadow wind to perfection. Not bad, Great Emperor Ziqing smiled faintly. The ghostly emperor's art of movement is indeed powerful. Although it's not as powerful as my Thousand Illusions art, it's extremely strange. My opponent can't locate you. It's troublesome. Thousand Illusions Emperor nodded. If the Phantom Great Monarch was here, he would have exploded in anger. Swish, in the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared mysteriously in front of Emperor Ziqing and stabbed the Dragon God sword at Emperor Ziqing. Even a one-star ancient immortal lord wouldn't be able to react to the terrifying might of Feng Wuchen's sword strike in a short period of time. The ghostly shadow wind art was that powerful. Emperor Ziqing smiled and clawed at Jian Wushuang's attack. However, the moment Emperor Ziqing made his move, his face changed drastically. *T. Sword intent materialization. Great Emperor Ziqing was shocked. Feng Wuchen, who was in front of Emperor Ziqing, was actually a manifestation of sword intent. Behind me. Emperor Ziqing turned around and clawed at Jian Wushuang. Undeniably, his reaction was fast. To be able to distinguish the real from the fake at the moment of attack and locate the opponent to forcefully shift the attack, only 10-direction Emperor could do that. However, when Emperor Ziqing clawed at him, Feng Wuchen's figure turned into an illusion and disappeared. Emperor Ziqing, I'm here. Feng Wuchen's laughter strangely came from behind the great Emperor of Ziqing. The Dragon God sword had already stabbed forward. Good lad. Sword intent manifestation combined with the ghostly shadow wind art. You can do it as you please. What terrifying comprehension, Thousand Illusions Emperor complimented. This lad purposely revealed his real body to attract my attention. This lad had it all planned out, Emperor Ziqing was shocked. Empty spirit technique. Great Emperor Ziqing yelled. The moment Feng Wuchen attacked, the Dragon God sword pierced through Emperor Ziqing's chest. A purple hole appeared on his chest as though it could shift the opponent's attack to another place. Not bad. You can force me to use the spatial spirit art, Emperor Ziqing smiled as he broke out in cold sweat. I guessed that Emperor Ziqing would use the spatial spirit art, so I'm prepared, Feng Wuchen grinned. Emperor Ziqing, my sword intent manifestation is behind you. Sword intent manifestation, everywhere. Emperor Ziqing's face changed again. Swoosh. An overbearing sword light appeared out of nowhere all of a sudden. It charged towards Great Emperor Ziqing with lightning speed. The attack was so overbearing that it gave off a feeling that it was unbeatable. Feng Wuchen dodged the overbearing and ferocious power of the sword light that shot towards him. This kid's attacking style is full of schemes. It's completely different from the previous battle. Great Emperor Ziqing was shocked. If he wasn't a great emperor, he would have been at a disadvantage. There wasn't much time for Great Emperor Ziqing to think. He quickly shouted, 9 revolving sacred hands. Boom. Weng weng. Great Emperor Ziqing gathered terrifying power in his palm and clashed with the domineering sword radiance. There was a loud explosion and the divine ring shook violently. Great Emperor Ziqing was forced to retreat dozens of meters away. God-punishing arrogant sword. Feng Wuchen shouted. Shocking sword intent filled the entire space. The strongest sword technique of the Sword Soul Emperor. This kid can cultivate to such a level. Great Emperor Xiqing was shocked. His old face was filled with shock. This kid has completely comprehended the Sword Soul Emperor's Sword Dao ultimacy. It's terrifying. Thousand Illusions Emperor was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that a junior could master the Sword Soul Emperor's Sword Dao ultimacy so well. Swish. Weng weng. Another domineering and sharp sword radiance broke through the air. It was like a dazzling golden light in the dark night. Green Lotus Sky-Burning Sword. Great Emperor Xiqing shouted. He formed a sword finger with one hand and formed a purple energy sword that shot out like lightning. Rumble. Weng weng. Two terrifying sword radiances clashed and exploded. The explosion covered the entire space. Feng Wuchen and Great Emperor Xiqing were forced to retreat. It's on par with Xiqing Drum. What powerful combat power. The more the Thousand Illusions Emperor watched, the more shocked he became. He was also overjoyed. He saw endless hope in Feng Wuchen. Great Emperor Xiqing. Use the power of a 9-star ancient immortal king. Feng Wuchen shouted. He was gathering his strongest power. This is Emperor Yuancher's primeval moon rising. Great Emperor Xiqing broke out in cold sweat when he saw Feng Wuchen's mark and the familiar yet terrifying aura. Primeval moon. Feng Wuchen let out a ferocious roar as his sword intent surged once again. With the Dragon God sword in his hand, he leaped into the air and swept out with his sword. Swish. Buzz. An even more domineering golden sword light broke through the air like a crescent moon, appearing extremely dazzling. Its power also increased by several times in an instant. Compared to the previous sword light, it was even more terrifying. Among Emperor Yuancher's many terrifying spells, the primeval moon was the most terrifying. This was Feng Wuchen's first time using it. The power of the sword light has already reached the level of a 9-star ancient immortal king. Such power. Great Emperor Xiqing was shocked. His sword will is getting stronger and stronger. He's actually using Emperor Yuancher's incantation with his sword. The Thousand Illusions Emperor's eyes widened in shock. You've reached such a level. Violet Cyan Samsara. Great Emperor Xiqing roared. In the face of Emperor Yuancher's terrifying incantation, Great Emperor Xiqing had no choice but to use his ultimate skill. Great Emperor Xiqing struck out with his palm. Unparalleled destructive power swept across the area. The purple and green energies intertwined with each other before fusing together. In an instant, there was an explosion of power that was several times stronger. Rumble. Buzz. The two forces instantly collided and exploded. The explosion was deafening. Extremely domineering energy ripples swept out and Great Emperor Xiqing was forcefully sent flying. He has completely suppressed Xiqing's power. The primeval moon is really terrifying. Xiqing is actually at a disadvantage. This kid is really not simple. The Thousand Illusions Emperor was excited. Great Emperor Xiqing had lost this battle. Feng Wuchen had an extremely powerful Eternal Realm physical body. In this head-on clash, he had completely blocked the impact of Great Emperor Xiqing's power. What shocking power! As expected of Emperor Yuancher's strongest incantation. The primeval moon is even more powerful when used by you. Great Emperor Xiqing smiled as he slowly floated back. Great Emperor Xiqing, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. As soon as he asked, Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and said, how could I be all right, Great Emperor of 10 Directions? Great Emperor Xiqing had merely controlled his power to the level of a 9-star ancient immortal king. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's attack was, it couldn't hurt Great Emperor Xiqing at all. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, even if a titled ancient god attacked with his full power, Great Emperor Xiqing wouldn't be hurt at all. Not bad. You have completely comprehended the essence of Emperor Yuancher and Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance. You can even fuse their incantations and evolve into an even more powerful existence. Great Emperor Xiqing smiled faintly. Impressive. Impressive. I didn't expect to see such an exciting battle after I unsealed myself. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled happily. Great Emperor Xiqing, with the power of my sword just now, do you think I can fight against a 1-star ancient immortal lord? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Just based on strength alone, regardless of winning or losing, you haven't reached the level of a one-star ancient immortal lord. If it's a battle of life and death, you will definitely win. However, it will be very difficult for you. After all, you are not in the same realm. No one below the level of an ancient immortal lord will be your match. Great Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly and said with certainty. After pausing for a while, Great Emperor Xianxia continued, however, you have the physical body of an immortal realm. You are undying and indestructible. Your strength is inexhaustible. You can fight against a one-star ancient immortal lord. You are the first person to fight against a 5-star ancient immortal lord. Feng Wuchen's combat strength was extremely strong to be able to defeat Great Emperor Xianxia, who was using the strength of a 9-star ancient immortal king as a 5-star ancient immortal king. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, to be able to fight against a 1-star ancient immortal lord, I am already very satisfied with this combat strength. The reincarnation pagoda was right to choose you. This is the first time I have seen such shocking combat strength. Great Emperor Thousand Illusions smiled happily. Then, he flicked his finger and immediately passed his inheritance to Feng Wuchen. A huge amount of information surged into Feng Wuchen's mind. His head almost exploded. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen was already used to this kind of tingling but happy feeling. My skills are very powerful. The Tao of the Profound Truth Immortal Lord is not as powerful as mine. However, the other areas of the Profound Truth Immortal Lord are very terrifying. You have to cultivate well. Great Emperor Thousand Illusions smiled happily. Many thanks, Great Emperor Thousand Illusions. Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully. All kinds of powerful skills appeared in his mind. Compared to the skills of the Profound Truth Immortal Lord, they were not inferior. All kinds of transmogrification skills dazzled Feng Wuchen. However, the Profound Truth Immortal Lord was involved in more areas. If they were to really compare, they could only be said to be on par. The Profound Truth Immortal Lord is indeed difficult to deal with. If we were to really fight, the one I am most afraid of is the Profound Truth Immortal Lord. Great Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly. The Thousand Illusions technique is indeed similar to teleportation. However, it is much stronger than teleportation. Feng Wuchen laughed ecstatically. If he could cultivate such a movement technique, it would be enough to raise Feng Wuchen's combat strength to another level. How can teleportation be compared to my Thousand Illusions grand technique? After you cultivate it, you will know how powerful my Thousand Illusions technique is. The Thousand Illusions Emperor said proudly. I will try my best to comprehend the inheritance of the Thousand Illusions Emperor. Feng Wuchen smiled. With such a powerful movement technique and so many skills, Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to cultivate it. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled happily. If you can comprehend Emperor Yuanshir's inheritance, you will definitely be able to comprehend mine as well. Feng Wuchen, I have full confidence in you. Thank you, Thousand Illusions Emperor. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Feng Wuchen, cultivate well and break through to the ancient immortal lord realm as soon as possible. The Purple Emperor smiled faintly. Yes, I will work hard. I still have some matters to attend to. I shall not disturb the two emperors from catching up. Feng Wuchen smiled and exited the God Ring. His essence spirit clone continued to cultivate his soul power. After Feng Wuchen left, the Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled happily. This lad is not bad. I have never seen such terrifying talent before. The reincarnation pagoda is really something. In the battle earlier, Feng Wuchen relied entirely on his brain. It was completely different from the previous battles. If it wasn't for my cultivation base, other opponents would have been defeated long ago. The combination of his sword will and ghostly shadow wind was perfect. Even I almost couldn't detect it. The Purple Emperor smiled faintly. Such a terrifying talent. Once he grows up, that person won't be able to sit still. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled. The Purple Emperor nodded and smiled. I believe in Feng Wuchen's words. If even Feng Wuchen can't do anything, there is no one else in this world. After exiting the God Ring, Feng Wuchen walked out of the room. The first thing he did was to sense the situation around him. An ancient immortal emperor. Seems like Yi Hongyun's subordinates have always been monitoring us in the dark. Feng Wuchen mused as an evil smile appeared on his face. Manager Mu, bring some wine up. Feng Wuchen looked at Manager Mu on the first floor and said. After a while, Manager Mu came to the balcony of the third floor and poured a cup of wine for Feng Wuchen respectfully. Tower Lord, according to your instructions, we have already built the Wind-style restaurant in the 4 cities. It will take a few more days to complete. I have also recruited some people. Shopkeeper Mu reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen drank a cup of wine and said with a faint smile, you don't need to tell me about the matters of the restaurant. You have the final say in the restaurant. Do as you see fit. I believe in your ability. Thank you for your trust, Tower Master, Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully. Tower Master, there is one more thing. Miss Bingwu came to look for you 2 days ago. If you have time, please make a trip to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Looking at Miss Bingwu's expression, there seems to be something urgent. Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully. I got it. Feng Wuchen nodded. I will take my leave. Shopkeeper Mu left respectfully. Ning Tiancheng, send the Dragon Soul Venerable to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace immediately and see what happened. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Tower Master, you have finally appeared. The Dragon Soul has already known about this matter. The Wind Snow Immortal Palace and the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace are about to go to war. I know that Miss Bingwu is friends with Tower Master, so I have been sending the Dragon Soul Venerable to observe in secret. Ning Tiancheng's respectful voice transmitted over. Soon after, he appeared on the balcony. Tower Master, the Dragon Soul has been growing rapidly in the past few days. With the temptation of the 5th grade ancient immortal artifact, the Dragon Soul already has more than 200 people. There are also 7 ancient immortal emperors. I have arranged more than 100 people to spread across the immortal soul world to collect information. Ning Tiancheng reported respectfully. This is very good. Well done. Feng Wuchen nodded and then asked, hasn't the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace already submitted to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Why did they start a war? Ning Tiancheng said respectfully, the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace is in the Immortal Capital while the Wind Snow Immortal Palace is in the Immortal Soul World. They only submitted on the surface. The Dragon Soul Venerable also found out that this matter was related to Tower Master. Because of Tower Master, the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace submitted. However, what Tower Master doesn't know is that Han Yekong is not dead. The one who died was someone else who transformed into Han Yekong. This time, the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace attacked the Wind Snow Immortal Palace and even invited the ancient immortal emperors of the Immortal Capital. Miss Bingwu came to find Tower Master to ask for help. The war is imminent. The strong practitioners of the 2 forces have already arrived at the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Without Tower Master's orders, we don't dare to act rashly. We can only secretly protect Bingwu and Juner. The forces of the Immortal Capital are attacking the forces of the Immortal Soul World. Does Commander Xing'an not care? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Although Commander Xing'an is in charge of the Immortal Soul World, he has never interfered with the affairs of any forces. After all, they didn't harm him. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and said indifferently, if the Dragon Soul Venerable can solve it, let them do it. It's also time to let the Immortal Soul World know about the existence of the Dragon Soul. Pass down the order the Dragon Soul Venerable to destroy the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace and the forces of the ancient immortal emperors. Leave no one alive. Yes. This subordinate will immediately give the order to take action. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully and immediately ordered, Dragon Soul Venerable, listen up. Long Zun has ordered that once the war starts, destroy the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace and the forces of the ancient immortal emperors. Leave no one alive. After the order was given, the Dragon Soul Venerable immediately took action and gathered the Wind Snow Immortal Palace at full speed. Where's Jianchou? Feng Wuchen asked. Big brother Jianchou is still in seclusion. He should be fine. Ning Tiancheng said. Let's go to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace and see how your movement technique cultivation is going. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and his figure strangely disappeared. Ning Tiancheng grinned and his figure also disappeared into thin air. Although there was some distance between the Wind Snow Immortal Palace and the Wind Fire City, with the help of a powerful movement technique, it saved a lot of time. In the sky above the wind-snow immortal palace, the experts of the two forces had already arrived and a wave of murderous aura swept out. The terrifying murderous aura frightened the disciples of the wind-snow immortal palace. Han Yekong. Bingwu stared coldly at the proud and arrogant Han Yekong. Han Yekong sneered and said, Bingwu, today, even if Fan Xiaotian is here, he won't be able to save you. With just your wind-snow immortal palace, you want my scarlet blood immortal palace to submit to you? Wishful thinking. Despicable and shameless. Juner gritted her teeth and said angrily. Bingwu, release Bing Shuang and obediently go back with me. Maybe I can spare your grandfather's life. Han Yekong sneered. Bingwu was as cold as ice and said coldly, wishful thinking. Han Yekong shrugged and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't agree, I can still capture you today. You can forget about escaping from my palm. Humph. I knew this day would come. Ouyang Tianjing said with a gloomy face. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to suppress my scarlet blood immortal palace. Attack. Han Fei suddenly shouted in anger. He wanted to immediately wash away his shame and destroy the wind-snow immortal palace. Cosmos Palace Master, please. Han Fei looked respectfully at the ancient immortal emperor expert beside him. Red Blood Celestial Palace dared to be fearless because of the 6-star ancient immortal emperor expert. Rest assured, Palace Master Han Fei, as long as you do what you promised me. The Cosmos Palace Master smiled and waved his hand. The ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal lords behind him attacked. A powerful force and cold murderous aura swept out. Palace Master, what should we do? How are we going to fight against dozens of ancient immortal lords? It's over. We're dead. We can't fight back at all. Not to mention fighting back, we don't even have the chance to escape. The disciples of Wind-Snow Immortal Palace had fallen into extreme fear and despair. They were scared out of their wits and had no intention to fight back. Wind-Snow Immortal Palace could only be crushed by the ancient immortal lords. Why isn't Feng Wuchen here yet? With our strength, we can't fight back at all. Juner said anxiously. At this moment, she was also terrified. He's still not here? Bingwu's heart was in despair. She thought that Feng Wuchen would come to her rescue. But now, it seemed that there was no hope. Ouyang Tianjing's eyes were ferocious as he unleashed the full power of a 5-star ancient immortal lord. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, attack. Fight to the death. As he roared, Ouyang Tianjing suddenly soared into the sky. The 3 elders also attacked. Attack. Ouyang Hao shouted angrily and led the disciples of Wind-Snow Immortal Palace to attack. The battle was about to start. Wind-Snow Immortal Palace had no way out. They could only fight to the death. Go and save Bing Shuang. Han Yekong ordered and sent a few disciples of ancient immortal kings to attack. Swish. Swish, at the same time, Feng Wuchen and Ning Tiancheng appeared in the void near Wind-Snow Immortal Palace. Powerful auras rushed toward them. The battle had begun. Leader, the Dragon Soul Venerable has finished gathering. We can attack at any time. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. A 6-star ancient celestial emperor. His strength is above Fan Xiaotian's. No wonder the Red Blood Celestial Palace dared to attack him. Feng Wuchen frowned as he sized up the ancient celestial emperor's forces. House Lord, they are from the immortal capitals Heaven and Earth Saint Palace. The 6-star ancient immortal emperor is Palace Lord Zhou Lai, Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. What's the relationship between the two forces? Feng Wuchen asked. No, Han Yekong invited me. Ning Tiancheng said. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with coldness as he spoke, there's no need to keep this Han Yekong alive. Make your move. Understood. Ning Tiancheng nodded respectfully and immediately ordered, Long Zun orders. Attack. Kill without mercy. Swish. Swish. After the order was given, the Dragon Soul Venerables that were hiding in the dark suddenly moved out, transforming into black shadows that shot out from all directions. Their speed was extremely shocking, and their terrifying auras caused one's heart to tremble. Not good. There's an ambush from the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace. Zhou Lai's expression changed drastically. An ancient immortal monarch expert. Han Fei and the others were also shocked, and they were all shocked. Han Yekong's face was filled with shock as he said, "Who are they?" It's impossible for the Wind Snow Immortal Palace to have so many ancient immortal lords. These extremely fast black shadows were all ancient immortal lords. There were more than 10 of them, and the auras they emitted were extremely terrifying. Preposterous. Zhou Lai's face darkened, and his killing intent soared into the sky. However, just as Zhou Lai was about to attack, a black shadow had already appeared in front of him in an extremely strange manner, with his back facing Zhou Lai, and extended his left hand to block him. The person who came was a 5-star ancient immortal emperor, and his strength was below Zhou Lai's. "Who are you people?" Zhou Lai asked fiercely as the terrifying power of a 6-star ancient immortal emperor surged out crazily. The person who intercepted him did not speak. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Zhou Lai was blocked. The moment the Dragon Soul Venerables attacked, the ancient immortal lords and ancient immortal kings of the Heaven and Earth Saint Palace were all killed on the spot. When the Dragon Soul Venerables attacked, their throats were all slashed, killing in one strike. At this moment, everyone from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace was dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded on the spot, not knowing what was going on. In just an instant, the powerful enemies that everyone in the Wind Snow Immortal Palace thought were invincible were all killed by these mysterious people in one strike. The space was already dead silent, as if the air had frozen. The cold aura made people's hearts tremble. What terrifying strength! They actually dared to kill the people of the Heaven and Earth Saint Palace. Seeing this scene, Han Fei, Han Yekong and the others were scared out of their wits, and their faces were extremely pale. "How dare you kill the disciples of my Heaven and Earth Saint Palace? You are courting death." A 3-star ancient immortal emperor elder said ferociously, his killing intent soaring into the sky. Zhou Lai's face was completely ferocious. He gritted his teeth and stared at the mysterious person in front of him with eyes as fierce as a poisonous snake. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Because the mysterious person in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. That invisible pressure made Zhou Lai feel extremely uneasy. No one expected that dozens of powerful ancient immortal emperors would suddenly appear. Who are they? Ouyang Tianjing looked at these mysterious people in a daze. The strongest is at the 9-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Which force are they from? Ouyang Hao's face was also filled with shock and fear. Sister Bingwu, who are they? What terrifying strength! The experts of the Heaven and Earth Saint Palace were instantly killed by them. Juner's beautiful eyes widened in shock and fear. She did not dare to believe that a miracle would happen. I also don't know. Bingwu's pale face was incomparably stiff at this moment. She thought to herself, did he send them? The first person that came to Bingwu's mind was Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, she could not think of anyone else who would help the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. No one knew the origin of the mysterious person who attacked, and no one had seen him before. Above the void, dozens of Dragon Soul Venerables were all wearing black robes and holding 5th-grade ancient immortal swords. The aura emitted from their bodies was extremely cold. Any one of them gave off a very powerful feeling. After cultivating the cultivation techniques and techniques that Feng Wuchen had bestowed upon them, they had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Very good. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. You've cultivated them well, but they still lack some iron-blooded murderous intent. House Master, it's only been a few days. Ning Tianqing smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I know, I don't mean to blame you. In short, I'm very satisfied with the growth of the Dragon Soul. It's worthy of a reward. This was the first time the Dragon Soul had attacked. It was fierce, ruthless, and clean. This was the Dragon Soul that Feng Wuchen wanted. Who are you people? Zhou Lai asked ferociously. The person who intercepted them turned around and looked at Zhou Lai with a cold gaze. He said coldly, Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul? No one present had heard of the existence of this force. The cold and murderous voice was like the judgment of the death god, causing one's body and mind to freeze. Especially those deep eyes, which shot out a cold light. It was very terrifying, causing one to not dare to look directly at it. Humph. You want to destroy my heaven and earth saint palace? With just you guys? The great elder of heaven and earth saint palace shouted angrily. His old face was extremely gloomy, and his body was covered in cold killing intent. Zhou Lai stared fiercely at the mysterious five-star ancient immortal emperor and gritted his teeth. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill my heaven and earth saint palace's disciples, you all must die. Dragon Soul Lord Long Zun has ordered to kill without mercy. The leading Dragon Soul Venerable said coldly. His cold words were filled with supreme dominance. Swish swish swish. As soon as he finished speaking, figures appeared one after another. They were all Dragon Soul Venerables. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 Dragon Soul Venerables. Among them, there were 6 ancient immortal emperors and the rest were ancient immortal lords. Dragon Soul Lord Long Zun? Ouyang Tianjing frowned and said solemnly, I've never heard of the existence of Dragon Soul in the immortal soul world, nor have I heard of Long Zun. I've never heard of them either. Why are they helping us? Looking at Bing Wu, Ouyang Tianjing asked, Wu do you know them? Bing Wu shook her head and said, Grandfather, I don't know them. I've never heard of Dragon Soul. Ouyang Hao frowned and guessed, it should be a mysterious force in the immortal soul world. This force must be very terrifying. Everyone has a tier 5 ancient immortal sword. Even the Shinra temple can't take it out. The Lord of Dragon Soul must be an ancient immortal emperor expert. They have always been near the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, but we didn't notice them. Even Zhou Lai and the rest didn't notice. The people of Dragon Soul are really terrifying. The Great Elder said solemnly. Ancient Immortal King disciples, stand down. Ouyang Tianjing said solemnly. Ancient Immortal Kings were powerless in a battle between ancient immortal lords. Kill. The leading Dragon Soul Venerable ordered coldly. Swish. Swish. More than 100 Dragon Soul sovereigns immediately moved out. They held rank 5 ancient immortal swords in their hands and shot out. Their auras were majestic and breathtaking. Waves of cold killing intent erupted from them. The Dragon Soul Venerable's speed was astonishing. He used a powerful and strange movement technique, disappearing in an instant and reappearing in an instant, making it impossible to distinguish his position. The 6 ancient immortal emperors' Dragon Soul Venerables were even more terrifying. Kill. Zhou Lai clenched his teeth and roared, he took the lead and shot out, his attacks ferocious and violent, directly charging towards the leading Dragon Soul Venerable. The elders of Heaven and Earth Saint Palace and the ancient immortal monarchs with higher cultivations all made their moves. The leading Dragon Soul Venerable made a grabbing motion in the air, and a rank 5 ancient immortal sword appeared. A soul-stirring sword intent soared into the sky, and an incomparably sharp aura erupted like a volcano. What? Feeling this terrifying aura, Zhou Lai's face changed greatly. He was scared witless. Phantom sword. The leading Dragon Soul Venerable shouted coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared in a flash. What? Zhou Lai's face changed again, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. He felt an intense aura of death. As expected. Chi. A sword light flashed, and blood spurted out, and Zhou Lai's head flew off on the spot. A 6-star ancient immortal emperor was killed in a single strike. Zhou Lai did not have any reaction at all and was killed just like that. Was a 6-star ancient immortal emperor so weak? That was not the case, but the Dragon Soul Venerable's strength was too strong. His movement technique was terrifying, and his attack power erupted in an instant. Killing a 6-star ancient immortal emperor was not a problem at all. Palace Master. The 3 elders were scared out of their wits, and they cried out in horror. How is this possible? Han Fei and the others were instantly scared into vegetative states. The Heaven and Earth Palace Master was killed in a single strike by him. Han Yekong's eyes almost popped out, and he was extremely frightened. How is this possible? Ouyang Tianjing and the others were also scared out of their wits. It was too fast, and they did not know what happened at all. They only saw Zhou Lai's head flying off. Chi. In the next second, the 3 elders of the Heaven and Earth Palace were beheaded one after another. They were killed mercilessly while they were still in a daze. It's over. Han Fei was in complete despair. Chi. A bloody wound appeared on Han Fei's neck. A sword had slit his throat, and Han Fei fell. Father! Palace Master! Han Yekong, the elders, and the others cried out in horror. The disciples were in a mess, and they had never felt such intense despair before. Qi. The next person, Han Yekong, was beheaded. Han Yekong did not even know what happened when he died. Swish, swish, swish. Qi, Qi, Qi. The Dragon Soul Venerable launched a merciless massacre. Wherever he passed, the disciples of the Red Blood Immortal Palace and the Heaven and Earth Palace were killed one after another. They did not even have a chance to retaliate, and there was no reaction at all. More than 100 Dragon Soul Venerables attacked. In less than a minute, the experts and disciples of the two factions were all killed. The Dragon Soul Venerable was unscathed, and he wiped out the two factions in an instant. Ouyang Tianjing and the others did not even have time to attack before the strong enemies were all killed. Too terrifying. Ouyang Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. His face was extremely pale, and there was not a trace of blood. A 6-star ancient immortal emperor was killed by a 5-star ancient immortal emperor in a single strike. 3 ancient immortal emperor elders were also killed in an instant. Their strength is too terrifying. The great elder said in horror, and he felt that he could not breathe. Are they really ancient immortal lords? Why do I feel that a 3-star ancient immortal lord is stronger than our palace master? The movement techniques they cultivate are very terrifying. They also have a 5th grade ancient immortal sword, and their attack power is very strong. It's ridiculously strong. The people of the Heaven and Earth Palace and the Red Blood Immortal Palace are all gone in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace cried out in horror. All of this was too shocking for them, and they even felt that it was unreal. Thank you, Dragon Soul, for saving us. Ouyang Tianjing immediately woke up from his horror and quickly thanked him with cupped fists. Thank you, Dragon Soul, for saving us. The disciples of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace cupped their fists and thanked him. No need. We are only following the orders of Lord Longzun. The leader of the Dragon Soul Venerable said indifferently. Soon after, he waved his hand and the Dragon Soul Venerables disappeared in a flash. The leader of the Dragon Soul Venerable also escaped into space and disappeared. The powerful and strange movement techniques made people feel that they had never appeared before. Everything felt like a dream. Sister Bingwu, is this a miracle? We just came back from the gates of hell. Juner said with a face full of horror. For the first time, she felt that a miracle was so wonderful. This is not a miracle. He must have helped us. Bingwu said with certainty. Him? Feng Wuchen? Juner quickly reacted. That's right. It must be him. Only he would help us. The Wind Snow Immortal Palace does not know Dragon Soul. Grandfather also does not know any expert. Besides Feng Wuchen, who else could it be? He is someone who can take out a 5-times space ring. What can't he do? Bingwu said with certainty. She was moved to tears. Feng Wuchen, thank you. Bingwu thanked him gratefully in her heart. At this moment, everyone in the Wind Snow Immortal Palace felt the happiness of returning to heaven from hell. Tower Master, are you not going to show yourself? Ning Tiancheng asked. Send people to the Immortal Capital to take over the Heaven and Earth Palace and the Red Blood Immortal Palace as Dragon Soul's subordinate forces. Feng Wuchen said. His figure immediately turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared. After the battle ended, none of the experts from Heaven and Earth's Sacred Palace and Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace survived. The news spread like a plague. The existence of Dragon Soul and its terrifying strength quickly spread throughout the battle. Everywhere it passed, the various forces and countless cultivators in the Immortal Soul world were shocked. Have you heard? The 2 major forces from the Immortal Capital were killed by a force called Dragon Soul from our Immortal Soul realm. I heard that the Dragon Soul force is very terrifying. More than 100 ancient Immortal Lord experts, all with 5th grade ancient Immortal swords. The experts from the 2 forces were instantly killed by them. A 6-star ancient Immortal Emperor was actually beheaded by a 5-star ancient Immortal Emperor. Isn't this too powerful? Even with a 5th-grade ancient immortal sword, it shouldn't be so easy to kill a 6-star ancient immortal emperor, right? What is the background of this dragon soul? Why have I never heard of it? Who is the owner of Dragon Soul, Longzun? Why are they helping Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Wherever the news spread, the cultivators were all shocked and discussing. They were very curious. Polaris Immortal Sect. Dragon Soul? Commander Xianxia frowned slightly and said solemnly, I have been in the Immortal Soul world for many years, but I have never heard of this force called Dragon Soul. What is their background? Reporting to Commander Xianxia, no one knows the origin of Dragon Soul for now, nor do we know how to investigate. They are very mysterious. It is said that the owner of Dragon Soul, Longzun, should also be an ancient immortal emperor expert, a subordinate reported respectfully. Commander Xianxia frowned and said, continue investigating. I am very curious as to who can establish such a force under my nose. At the same time, investigate the location of the Dragon Soul force. Yes, Commander. Commander. The subordinate respectfully accepted the order and retreated in a flash. What force is this Dragon Soul? Why did they interfere in the battle of the Immortal Soul World's forces? Could it be related to Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Commander Xianxia was puzzled. Protector Tianhen. Commander Xianxia transmitted his voice respectfully. What is it? Tianheng's voice spread over. Commander Xianxia said respectfully, reporting to Protector Tianhen, a mysterious power called the Dragon Soul has appeared in the Immortal Soul world today. This subordinate has been in the Immortal Soul world for many years and has never heard of it. This subordinate is worried that this Dragon Soul is a threat. I wonder if Protector Tianhen knows of the existence of the Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul? Immortal Soul world? Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically. He jumped in fright and said in horror, could it be Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen is a member of the Dragon Gods, this Dragon Soul must be related to him. It must be a force established by Feng Wuchen. Ever since Feng Wuchen ascended to the ancient immortal world, Protector Tianhen realized that he would often be frightened out of his wits. All of this was because of Feng Wuchen. Thinking of this, Protector Tianhen was even more terrified. He immediately sent a voice transmission, pass down the order. Don't provoke the Dragon Soul, don't investigate, don't ask. If you see the Dragon Soul, no matter who it is, leave immediately. If you offend the Dragon Soul, you will be waiting for your death. This protector will not interfere. Commander Xianxia was dumbfounded on the spot. Was the Dragon Soul's power so terrifying? Xiaoyun. There's no need to investigate. Come back quickly. Don't provoke the Dragon Soul. Commander Xianxia immediately sent a voice transmission. His face was filled with horror, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of existence is the Dragon Soul for Protector Tianhen to be so afraid of it? Could it be that the Dragon Soul is a transcendental power? Otherwise, why would Protector Tianhen be so afraid of the Dragon Soul? Commander Xianxia took in a deep breath of cold air. Shinra Temple. In the main hall, the higher-ups were also shocked by the news of the Dragon Soul that had spread like wildfire recently. So powerful? The experts of the two major powers, including the 6-star ancient immortal emperor and the 3 great elders, were all killed in one strike? What is the background of this Dragon Soul's power? Dong Fangding's face was filled with shock and disbelief. To kill Zhou Lai in one strike, this person's strength is at least at the 7-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Such strength is definitely not an ordinary person. How difficult is it to fight someone of a higher realm? Dongfang Wushan said solemnly. Great Elder Yu Tianshan said indifferently, I've never heard of the Dragon Soul. I wonder if Commander Xianxia knows of the Dragon Soul's existence. Over 100 ancient immortal lord cultivators all have 5th-grade ancient immortal swords. The Dragon Soul's strength is definitely not simple. Shintiao said solemnly, I don't know why the Dragon Soul's power suddenly appeared. It's said that even the Wind Snow Immortal Palace doesn't know of the Dragon Soul's existence. No one knows why the Dragon Soul is helping the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. We also don't know if the Dragon Soul is a power of our Immortal Soul realm. What's their motive for hiding so deeply? Palace Lord, should we send someone to investigate? Third Elder asked. Dongfang Wushan shook his head slightly and said, "The dragon's soul has nothing to do with our Shinra temple. They pose no threat to us. There's no need to investigate them, lest we offend the dragon soul." Reporting to Palace Lord, the latest batch of medicinal herbs and natural treasures has arrived. At this moment, Qiu Bufan entered the main hall and reported respectfully. Dongfang Wushan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Bufan, personally send them to Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant. Don't neglect them." "Yes. This disciple will go now," Qiu Bufan said respectfully. "Eldest senior brother, I'll go with you." Ziyun's voice came from outside the hall. Dongfang Wushan guessed what Ziyun wanted to do and quickly reprimanded her. "Yuner, Feng Wuchen's identity is noble and his status is extraordinary. You can't be disrespectful to Feng Wuchen." "Grandfather, I know." Ziyun's voice came. Feng Wuchen was the great benefactor of the Shinra temple. He had the ability to defy the heaven's reincarnation and made Dongfang Wushan and the others regard Feng Wuchen as a godlike existence. They must not offend or neglect him. At the same time, the major powers of the immortal soul realm were also discussing the dragon soul's power. The dragon soul killed two major powers and became famous in the immortal soul realm. In the sky above Windy Fire City, 4 figures appeared in a flash. It was Yi Hongyun and 3 handsome men. Reporting to young Master Yi, "We found out that Feng Wuchen is in Feng restaurant. He just returned and has been staying in Feng restaurant. After Xianxia went in, he didn't come out again." A subordinate said respectfully. "Feng Wuchen, I finally found you." Yi Hongyun sneered. "Brother Yi, just kill Feng Wuchen. I'll do it later." "As for Xianxia, how do you plan to torture him?" a man asked with a smile. Yi Hongyun sneered and said, "Since Xianxia is also in Feng restaurant, we'll send 2 corpses to him. It's been so many days, consider it a greeting." "Brother Yi, I heard that the 8 attributes of this Feng restaurant can help Xian immortals and ancient immortal generals increase their cultivation. It's very famous in the immortal soul realm. We can try it." A man smiled and said with anticipation. Another man smiled happily and said, "That's right. I heard about it too. These 8 attributes are very magical. It's good to try. We can also take a look at Feng Wuchen." Yi Hongyun smiled faintly, a trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "Junior sister, we have arrived at the Fiery Wind City. Let me remind you again. Feng Wuchen's identity is different now. Not only is he the savior of the Palace Lord and the benefactor of the divine Luo Immortal Palace, but he is also a very terrifying alchemist. His status is not below an ancient immortal supremacy alchemist. Senior brother, I don't care what you were like in the past. You can be stubborn, but in front of Feng Wuchen, you have to be respectful. If you don't listen to me, I won't bring you out in the future. If there is a chance, you can take Feng Wuchen as your master. It will be of great help to your alchemist realm." Flying all the way here, Qiu Bufan reminded Purple Cloud God knows how many times. "All right. Eldest senior brother, I know. You're so long-winded." Ziyun pouted and said with a gloomy expression. Qiu Bufan sighed and shook his head helplessly. He knew Ziyun's personality very well. At the same time, Yi Hongyun and the 3 handsome men had already entered the restaurant. "Manager, prepare a table for us on the 3rd floor. I heard that the 8 elemental wine is very good. Serve us each of the elemental wines," a man ordered. It was the balcony of the 3rd floor. "I'm sorry, but that table has already been reserved. Please choose another table." Manager Mu smiled embarrassedly. That table had always been Feng Wuchen's. "I don't care who reserved that table. If he doesn't want to live, he can try. Brother Yi, let's go up," the man said coldly. His words were very domineering. He didn't care if the manager agreed or not and directly went up to the 3rd floor. Manager Mu could tell that these people were very strong. Although he didn't know what cultivation realm they were at, they were definitely stronger than Xianxia and the others. "House Master, there are a few strong experts here. They should be ancient immortal emperors or even ancient immortal emperors. They have their eyes on your table and are very arrogant." Manager Mu transmitted his voice. "It's okay. As long as they don't cause trouble, we don't have to care about them. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Within the room, Ning Tianduan said worriedly, Tower Lord, Yi Hongyun and the others came personally, so they definitely didn't come with good intentions. Big Brother Jianzhou's mother and the people related to Big Brother Jianzhou were all captured by them. How are we going to deal with them? Before Yi Hongyun and the others even entered the restaurant, Feng Wuchen had already sensed Yi Hongyun's aura. Who are those three people? Being able to reach the level of a one-star ancient immortal emperor, your identity shouldn't be simple, right? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Being able to be together with Yi Hongyun meant that his identity shouldn't be low. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully, the one holding the fan is Bai Jun, the young master of the Soaring Firmament Hall. The one in black is Chu Yushan, the young master of the Limitless Immortal Palace. The one in white is Renjing Tian, the young master of the Fen Dao Heavenly Sect. The three of them and Yi Hongyun are the top geniuses of the Southern Immortal Domain. Top genius? Feng Wuchen grinned, and said, I'm afraid they haven't seen what a true genius is. Just this bit of talent can be called a genius? In my eyes, it's nothing. After drinking a cup of wine, Feng Wuchen continued, they're sure that Jianzhou is in Feng restaurant. Jianzhou hasn't appeared for the past few days. As expected, they came looking for us. This time, other than Jianzhou, Yi Hongyun also wants to deal with me. Does Tower Master have a foolproof plan? Ning Tiancheng asked. Let's see what they want first. After all, we've been captured by them. Of course, we'll see what they want. Otherwise, wouldn't they lose face? Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Ning Tiancheng. Continue to strengthen the dragon soul. Have Quanjuan and the others recruit people. Be strict. Feng Wuchen continued. At this moment, Qiu Bufan and Ziyun were walking towards Feng restaurant. Ziyun pouted along the way with an unhappy look on her face. Eldest senior brother, look. Ziyun suddenly pointed at the third floor of Feng restaurant and said, isn't that Yi Hongyun, Bai Jun, and the others? Why are they in Firestorm City? Yi Hongyun? Qiu Bufan's expression changed, and he looked up abruptly. With one look, Qiu Bufan was shocked. The four top geniuses of the Southern Celestial Realm have all come to Firestorm City. Why would they come to such a small place? Qiu Bufan's face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe it. Yi Hongyun and the other two top geniuses were known by all the powerhouses of the Southern Celestial Realm, except for the weak ones. Junior sister, don't provoke them later. We can't afford to offend the Shinra Temple. Let's leave quickly, Qiu Bufan hurriedly reminded, as if he had always regarded Ziyun as a troublemaker. Oh? Isn't this the genius disciple of the Shinra Temple, Qiu Bufan? At this moment, a tepid laughter came from the third floor of Feng restaurant. The person who spoke was the young master of the Lingxiao Temple, Bai Jun. As an ancient immortal lord alchemist, Qiu Bufan could be considered a genius alchemist in the Southern Celestial Realm. Yi Hongyun and the others had seen Qiu Bufan before. After all, the Shinra Temple was an ancient immortal emperor powerhouse. Dongfang Wushan had recently broken through to the ancient immortal emperor realm, and his name was even more famous in the Southern Celestial Realm. Brother Qiu, long time no see. Recently, Palace Lord Dongfang has been very famous. Chu Yushan smiled faintly, and his eyes wandered unscrupulously on Ziyun's body. Hearing this, Qiu Bufan was secretly helpless, and then he smiled. I didn't expect the four young masters to come to a small place like the Immortal Soul Plane. It's rare for us to meet. Brother Qiu, come up and have a drink. Yi Hongyun smiled faintly. Young Master Yi, I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the four young masters. Qiu Bufan cupped his fists and politely refused. What? It's fine if you don't want to give us face, but you don't want to give Brother Yi face? Dongfang Wushan is merely an ancient immortal emperor alchemist. Renjing Tian sneered, and his words were full of disdain and contempt. Hey, what do you mean? Hearing the disdain and contempt in Renjing Tian's words, Ziyun was instantly enraged. She couldn't tolerate anyone being disrespectful to her grandfather. Renjing Tian shrugged and smiled arrogantly. Little girl, I'm just speaking the truth. There are many alchemists in the southern celestial realm who are stronger than your grandfather. The great elder of the Fendao sect is much stronger than your grandfather. You. Ziyun was about to explode. Just as she was about to retort, Qiu Bufan stopped her. He whispered, "Junior sister, don't provoke them. The Shimmer Temple cannot be provoked. Don't get the Palace Lord in trouble." Although the Shimmer Temple was an ancient immortal emperor powerhouse, it was nothing in the eyes of Yi Hongyun and the others. "I'm going to die from anger." Ziyun gritted her teeth, and her cheeks were puffed up from anger. "Young Master Ren, junior sister is still young. I hope young Master Ren won't take it to heart." Qiu Bufan quickly said. "I won't take it to heart with a little girl. Come on up." Ren Jingtian smiled magnanimously. Qiu Bufan brought Ziyun into the restaurant. "Shopkeeper Mu, please give this storage ring to Feng Wuchen." Qiu Bufan handed a storage ring to Shopkeeper Mu and smiled politely. "Okay." Shopkeeper Mu nodded with a smile and said, "Feng Wuchen is in the restaurant." It wasn't the first time Qiu Bufan came here, so Shopkeeper Mu naturally recognized him. Qiu Bufan glanced at the balcony on the third floor and sighed, "I can't see him for now." With that, Qiu Bufan brought Ziyun to the balcony on the third floor. Why are Qiu Bufan and Ziyun here? Have the treasures and herbs arrived? Feng Wuchen sensed Qiu Bufan and Ziyun when he sensed the fluctuation of soul power. "Leader, you know Qiu Bufan? He's the genius alchemist of the Shimmer Temple and the eldest disciple of Senior Dongfeng Wushan." Ning Tiancheng asked. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, "When I went to look for treasures, I went to the Shimmer Temple. Now the Shimmer Temple is providing me with treasures and herbs." "So, leader has a relationship with the Shimmer Temple?" Ning Tiancheng asked in shock. He didn't know about this. No one knew about the dragon soul. "You can say that." Feng Wuchen smiled. Through the window, Ning Tiancheng saw Qiu Bufan walking to the balcony on the third floor. He frowned and said, "Leader, they know Yi Hongyun. The immortal soul plane is also part of the southern immortal realm. Isn't it normal for them to know each other?" Feng Wuchen said with a smile. At this time, Qiu Bufan and Ziyun had arrived at the balcony. "Please take a seat." Yi Hongyun smiled politely, showing the demeanor of a gentleman. "Many thanks, young Lord Yi." Qiu Bufan cupped his fists and thanked her. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had to give Yi Hongyun face. He would rather suffer a little than offend Yi Hongyun and bring unnecessary trouble to the Shimmer Temple. "Brother Qiu Bufan, these 8 attributes are top-notch. Please." Bai Jun smiled and politely poured a cup of wine for Qiu Bufan and Ziyun. "Thank you very much." Qiu Bufan thanked him again. He was a little reserved. Ziyun was different. She looked unhappy and didn't say anything. She was just a little girl in her early 20s. Yi Hongyun and the others wouldn't fuss about it. Otherwise, it would seem too lacking in bearing. Qiu Bufan finished the cup of wine in one gulp and said with a smile, "Feng Restaurant's 8 attributes are famous in the immortal soul world. It is indeed worthy of its reputation. Only Feng Restaurant can brew such fine wine. The 8 attributes are indeed good. I just tasted it today. It is even better than the wine of the Heavenly Reflection Immortal Abode." Yi Hongyun smiled faintly. "Brother Qiu, the Shimmer Temple is some distance away from Fenghua City. What are you doing here?" Chu Yushan asked casually. "Taking junior sister out for a walk. The 8 attributes are famous in the immortal soul world, so we wanted to take a look." Qiu Bufan smiled calmly. "What a coincidence. I can take you to watch a show." Bai Jun smiled mischievously. "Watch a show?" Qiu Bufan was a little puzzled. Ziyun also frowned slightly. They didn't understand what he meant, but they had an ominous feeling in their hearts. "You will know in a while." Ren Jingtian smiled. Not long after, a figure appeared outside the restaurant with 2 corpses by his side. Many people on the street were startled, and they hurriedly moved out of the way. That person waved his hand and floated into the restaurant with the 2 corpses. When the cultivators in the restaurant saw this scene, they all rushed out in fright, afraid that they would offend someone. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could see that someone had come to Feng Restaurant to behave atrociously, At this time, Yi Hongyun and the others had come in from the balcony and were looking at the first floor. Young Lord Yi, what is the meaning of this? Qiu Bufan asked, puzzled. Bai Jun shrugged and sneered. Of course, someone has offended Brother Yi. This person is also in Feng restaurant, so he sent his two friends back. Qiu Bufan and Ziyun's faces instantly turned ugly. Was this what Yi Hongyun meant by watching a show? It was simply disregarding people's lives. They really couldn't afford to offend Yi Hongyun. What is the meaning of this? Seeing someone bring in two corpses, shopkeeper Mu frowned and asked in a cold tone. Someone asked me to ask Jianzhou to come out and collect the corpses. The person said coldly and turned to leave. Jianzhou to collect the corpses? Shopkeeper Mu's face suddenly changed. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Wuchen. Leader. Someone sent two corpses here and asked Jianzhou to collect the corpses. What? Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed, and he stood up abruptly. Leader, what's wrong? Ning Tiancheng frowned and asked. Seeing Feng Wuchen's face, Ning Tiancheng guessed that something had happened. Someone sent two corpses here and asked Jianzhou to collect the corpses. Go and ask Jianzhou to collect the corpses. Feng Wuchen's face immediately turned cold. Collect the corpses? Ning Tiancheng's face changed greatly. He didn't have time to ask and immediately rushed out of the room. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. His dark eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent, and he immediately walked out of the room. After a while, Jianzhou, who was full of panic, rushed out of the room quickly and flashed directly to the first floor. Finally, you are willing to come out. I thought you would remain indifferent. Yi Hongyun sneered and looked at Jianzhou mockingly. That's right. It's this guy. He was very arrogant when he was in the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. Ren Jingtian sneered mockingly. Bai Jun crossed her arms and sneered. Look at him. He looks very sad. Now, I seem to be able to understand the fun that Brother Yi talked about. Jianzhou. Qiu Bufan frowned deeply. He is the Jianzhou who defeated Yang Yuashan with one sword? Ziyun looked at the panicking Jianzhou in shock. Li Yuntian. Su Yanjun. Jianzhou flashed over and recognized the two at a glance. Intense grief and anger surged in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent was boiling. The two corpses were Jianzhou's good friends, Li Yuntian and Su Yanjun. Yi Hongyun. Jianzhou suddenly raised his head and roared at Yi Hongyun on the third floor like a furious beast. Looking at the extremely furious Jianzhou, Yi Hongyun smiled happily and said, Jianzhou, when you insulted me, did you think this day would come? Seeing you so angry, I am so happy. Bastard. If you have the guts, come at me. Jianzhou roared crazily. This is just the beginning. You can't take it anymore? Yi Hongyun sneered. The angrier Jianzhou was, the more comfortable he felt. Boom. Jianzhou was completely enraged. He immediately stomped on the ground, and with a boom, his body shot up into the sky and punched at Yi Hongyun. His attack was fierce and violent. A puny ancient immortal lord dares to attack Brother Yi. Bai Jun said coldly and then punched down. Boom. Pfft. Jianzhou, who had shot up into the sky, was directly hit by an invisible force and vomited blood. His body fell fiercely, and a huge hole was created on the first floor. A casual punch had seriously injured Jianzhou. Big brother Jianzhou. Ning Tiancheng rushed over and helped the heavily injured Jianzhou up. Jianzhou's injuries were very serious, and his face was extremely pale. Don't worry, this young mistress won't kill him. He won't die. Yi Hongyun sneered, looking as annoying as it could get. Jianzhou, oh Jianzhou, if this young master wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. However, this young master won't kill you, but I'll definitely let you know the consequences of offending this young master. You'll live in fear and oppression for the rest of your life. Yi Hongyun sneered as if everything was under control. Yi Hongyun. One day, I'll make you pay 10 times the price. Jianzhou gritted his teeth and roared. Yi Hongyun shrugged and sneered, you've always had the chance. This is also one of the reasons why this young master didn't kill you. The other reason is to throw you into the abyss. Such a ruthless heart, Yi Hongyun is too despicable. Xian raged in her heart and clenched her fists. I've long heard of Yi Hongyun's ruthlessness. Seeing it today, it's indeed terrifying. This person must not be offended. Qiao Bufan frowned and thought to himself. Yi Hongyun's ruthlessness made Qiao Bufan fearful. Feng Wuchen looked at all this coldly and didn't say anything. Feng Wuchen. Qiao Bufan accidentally saw Feng Wuchen. He wanted to walk over, but when he saw Feng Wuchen's expression, he seemed to understand something. Ziyun also saw Feng Wuchen. Just as she wanted to greet him, Qiao Bufan stopped her and shook his head slightly. Senior apprentice brother, what's wrong? Ziyun asked softly. Something's wrong. Feng Wuchen seems to know Xianxia. His gaze is very scary, and it's directed at Yi Hongyun. Junior apprentice sister, just watch quietly and don't do anything. Qiao Bufan whispered. The look in his eyes. Ziyun took one look and was so frightened that her spirit trembled. Yi Hongyun and the others were focused on Xianxia, so they didn't notice Feng Wuchen on the third floor. Where are my mother and Uncle Zhang? The heavily injured Xianxia roared. Don't worry, they're still alive, but I don't know how long they can live. Maybe they can live for a day, maybe a year, or even longer. They could also die in a moment. Yi Hongyun sneered. You bastard. Xianxia roared madly. Haha. Curse all you want. The angrier you are, the happier this young master will be. Yi Hongyun couldn't help but laugh. Next is the Mystic Royal Hall. I heard that you took great care of the junior brothers of the Mystic Royal Hall. The Palace Lord and the others seem to be very important to you as well. Chu Yushan mockingly laughed, staring at Xianxia as though he was looking at a clown. Unfortunately, I've already sent someone to the Mystic Emperor Palace. Maybe you'll be able to see the Mystic Emperor Palace Master and the others, or even your mother. Yi Hongyun sneered. Yi Hongyun. I won't forgive you. Xianxia roared furiously, his face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. Won't forgive me? With your little ability? Yi Hongyun said disdainfully. Xianxia, do you regret insulting this young master? Xianxia indeed couldn't do anything to Yi Hongyun now, but he didn't regret it. Is this person your friend? If he dies in front of you, will you be sadder? Yi Hongyun sneered and looked at Ning Tianqing coldly. A terrifying force condensed in her palm. Ning Tianqing stared fiercely at Yi Hongyun, gritted his teeth and said angrily, what's the point of bullying the weak? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at your heavenly illumination immortal manner for bullying the weak? What bullshit Southern Immortal Domains geniuses. You're just a bunch of shameless bastards. Well said. This way, I'll be able to kill you more happily. At least I won't feel guilty. Yi Hongyun sneered and was about to attack with her palm. But at this moment, Yi Hongyun suddenly realized something. Her palm froze on the spot, and she looked at the opposite side. Feng Wuchen? Yi Hongyun was stunned at first, then sneered. I didn't expect you to come out too. I thought you wouldn't dare to show yourself. Ren Jingtian and the others looked over. Feng Wuchen's face was cold, and he ignored Yi Hongyun. Li Yintian and Su Yanjin's death was more or less related to Feng Wuchen. If he didn't let Xianxia wait for Yi Hongyun to come, Li Yintian and Su Yanjin might not have died. Therefore, Feng Wuchen didn't feel good about it. As expected, Feng Wuchen and Yi Hongyun have a grudge. This is troublesome. Feng Wuchen thought that we and Yi Hongyun. Qiao Bufan frowned. He could tell from Yi Hongyun's words. This is bad. Ziyun was also worried. They were obviously on Yi Hongyun's side. This made Ziyun very anxious and worried. Qiao Bufan patted Ziyun gently, indicating that she shouldn't be anxious. Feng Wuchen, your relationship with Xianxia should be good, right? Yi Hongyun asked with a sneer. TSK, what a stinky face. You seem to be very angry. Do you want to try? Ren Jingtian sneered, not taking Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Bai Jun stared at Feng Wuchen and sneered. Is this guy Feng Wuchen? His eyes are really unpleasant. Brother Yi, leave this guy to me. This kind of profound immortal trash is not qualified to die in your hands. Yi Hongyun sneered contemptuously. He's just an ant. But before we do, I want to make sure of something. Feng Wuchen, none of the people I sent last time returned. With your strength, it's impossible to kill all of them. Jianzhou also doesn't have this ability. Can you tell me what happened? Yi Hongyun looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen still didn't speak. His face was still cold, but his heart was surging with strong killing intent. Seeing that Feng Wuchen's face was cold and he didn't want to speak, Yi Hongyun sneered. It's fine if you don't say it. If you die, you die. I don't care. You can die now. Boy, before I kill you, I want you to know my identity. I'm Bai Jun, the young master of Lingxiao Temple in the southern celestial domain. Bai Jun sneered. He slowly raised his hand, and a terrifying power condensed on his index finger. Wait. Just as Bai Jun was about to attack, Qiu Bufan suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Brother Qiu, what are you doing? Bai Jun frowned slightly, feeling a little angry. Qiu Bufan frowned and said, Young Master Bai, you can't kill him. Yi Hongyun and Ren Jingtian also looked at Qiu Bufan, who suddenly stopped him. Yi Hongyun frowned and asked, Brother Qiu, you know Feng Wuchen? Qiu Bufan said solemnly, Feng Wuchen is Palace Master's savior. I can't let anyone hurt him. Although I don't know what grudges Feng Wuchen has with you young masters, I hope you young masters. You're not allowed to insult my grandfather. Ziyun shouted coldly when she heard Bai Jun's words. Her expression was extremely cold. Insult your grandfather? Bai Jun couldn't help but laugh wildly. Who does your grandfather think he is? Is an ancient immortal emperor alchemist so great? Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you too? Junior sister. Qiu Bufan shouted and quickly pulled Ziyun behind him. Qiu Bufan, with your strength, you can't protect Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen insulted me, so he deserves to die. Are you going to become my enemy because of him? Yi Hongyun said coldly. Her words were filled with killing intent. Qiu Bufan didn't even think and said firmly, I know I'm not a match for you young masters, but Feng Wuchen saved the palace lord's life. I won't sit by and do nothing. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Bai Jun sneered. He really dared to kill Qiu Bufan. The Lingxiao Divine Hall was powerful and definitely not something the Shenluo Immortal Palace could match. Moreover, the Lingxiao Divine Hall also had an ancient immortal emperor realm alchemist, who was even more powerful than Dongfeng Wushan. Qiu Bufan, I'm very curious. How did Feng Wuchen save Dongfeng Wushan's life? Yi Hongyun asked curiously, stopping Bai Jun, who was about to attack. This is what the palace lord said. I don't know. Qiu Bufan shook his head. Qiu Bufan didn't dare to reveal the terrifying existence of the heaven-defying samsara. Looks like you're determined to stand on Feng Wuchen's side, even if the Shinra Temple has to be sacrificed. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Her cold killing intent spread out. Yes. Qiu Bufan didn't hesitate, but he immediately sent a message to the Shinra Temple. Feng Wuchen, looks like you're quite lucky. Someone is actually willing to die for you. Yi Hongyun sneered. Feng Wuchen walked down from the third floor and came to Jianchao's side. He took out a healing pill and fed it to Jianchao. A healing pill of the ancient immortal lord grade had an extremely powerful healing effect. Tower Lord. Ning Tiancheng looked at Feng Wuchen with a sullen and angry face. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything, but his cold expression said it all. Feng Wuchen was furious. What? Someone's willing to die for you? Yi Hongyun sneered and asked. Qiu Bufan, you don't have to interfere. Don't cause trouble for the divine Luo Immortal Palace, said Feng Wuchen. Qiu Bufan secretly smiled bitterly. Could he not intervene? His conscience told him not to. Ziyun was also unmoved. Qiu Bufan, didn't you hear what Feng Wuchen said? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Seeing that Qiu Bufan still didn't step aside, Bai Jun couldn't bear it anymore. My conscience tells me that I'd rather die than step aside. For young masters, I don't want to be enemies with you, but Feng Wuchen saved the palace lord. I won't stand by and do nothing, Qiu Bufan said firmly. He was already prepared to die. Is there a need for this? Yi Hongyun shook her head. Soon after, she struck out with a palm that was incomparably vicious. Boom. Pfft. Yi Hongyun's palm slammed into Qiu Bufan's chest. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying impact caused Qiu Bufan to cough out blood as he was sent flying through the air. Eldest senior brother. Ziyun turned pale with fright and quickly flew out. Qiu Bufan was injured. Feng Wuchen's face became gloomier, and monstrous anger surged out. Outside the street of Feng restaurant, all the onlookers retreated far away. No one dared to approach the restaurant. Seeing someone suddenly fly out, everyone was shocked. Shinra Temple's eldest disciple Qiu Bufan. Someone exclaimed. They are going to attack. The people who came this time are too terrifying. Can Feng restaurant block them? This is the power of the ancient immortal emperor. Jianzhou can't defeat the ancient immortal emperor. Feng restaurant is finished. Who are they? Why did they attack Feng restaurant? They even brought 2 dead people in. Didn't you hear Jianzhou's roar just now? The person in the restaurant is Yi Hongyun, the young master of Heavenly Reflection Immortal Mansion. The onlookers were discussing in horror. Because Yi Hongyun was there, no one dared to approach. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Who can save my eldest senior brother? Ziyun is extremely frightened, she is at a loss. No one in the crowd dares to intervene. Even if they know Qiu Bufan's identity, compared to Yi Hongyun, they are more afraid of the latter. Qiu Bufan's injuries are extremely serious, he can die at any time. Yi Hongyun's attack is ruthless, but not killing Qiu Bufan is already merciful. Overestimating your capabilities. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Stinking brat. It's your turn. Bai Jun sneered in ridicule. No hurry, let's see what he wants to do. Yi Hongyun sneered. In his opinion, Feng Wuchen can't escape even if he grew wings. Feng Wuchen looked at the deadly Yun Tian and Su Yanjun. He used his soul power to check and said in his heart, soul body is still here. I am also responsible for this matter. Looking at the heavily injured Jianzhou, Feng Wuchen blamed himself. His expression was very ugly. Jianzhou said in grief and indignation, Tower Lord, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if you didn't stop me, Yi Hongyun would still kill them. I would be tortured even more by them. I only hate myself for not having the ability to protect them, to protect my mother. Tower Lord, Aunt Qin is still in their hands. What should we do now? Ning Tianqing asked worriedly. Although the dragon's soul has strengthened a lot, in front of an ancient immortal emperor, it cannot withstand a single blow. Looking at Jianzhou, Feng Wuchen asked, what do you want to do? I want to kill Yi Hongyun with my own hands. Jianzhou gritted his teeth and said angrily. Good. Then I'll spare their lives today. But from today onwards, your life is mine, said Feng Wuchen in a low voice. After all, he'd promised Jianzhou, so he couldn't go back on his word. Otherwise, even 10,000 Yi Hongyun will not be enough to die today. Tower Lord. Ning Tianqing was dumbfounded. Jianzhou also did not dare to believe that Feng Wuchen would dare to say such arrogant words. What do you mean by letting them live, does Feng Wuchen have the ability to do so? Even if Protector Tianhen came, he might not dare to touch Yi Hongyun. Bufan. Yuner. Just at this moment, Dongfeng Wushan's panicked voice rang out from outside the restaurant. The terrifying aura of an ancient immortal emperor scared everyone out of their wits. The strongest alchemist in the immortal soul world, his strength could be said to be terrifying. Palace Master Dongfeng is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, causing everyone to look over. Grandfather. Eldest senior brother was injured by Yi Hongyun. Seeing Dongfeng Wushan and Yu Tianshan appear, Ziyun said in a panic as tears flowed down her face. Yi Hongyun? What is going on? Dongfeng Wushan frowned and asked with a grave expression. Bufan's injuries are very serious. Yi Hongyun was too heavy-handed. Yu Tianshan said gloomily as he quickly took out some elixirs and fed them to Qiu Bufan. At the same time, he circulated his soul force to treat Qiu Bufan's injuries. Yi Hongyun wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Eldest senior brother tried to stop her but was injured by her. Bai Jun and the rest are also in the restaurant. Ziyun quickly said. What? Yi Hongyun wants to kill Feng Wuchen? Dongfang Wushan's face changed and his heart started to race. She actually wants to kill Feng Wuchen? Is Yi Hongyun courting death? Is the sky illumination immortal matter courting death? Dongfang Wushan panicked. Great Elder, take care of Bufan. Dongfang Wushan said anxiously and immediately rushed into the inn. Shen Tuyao, Dongfang Ding and the rest followed behind. Feng Wuchen was his savior. How could Dongfang Wushan not panic when he knew that Yi Hongyun wanted to deal with Feng Wuchen? The Shimmer Temple is also involved. Palace Master Dongfang has already become an ancient immortal emperor alchemist. Will he start a war with the sky illumination immortal matter? Something big is happening. Something big is going to happen. Qiu Bufan is severely injured. I'm afraid Palace Master Dongfang will not let this matter rest. Can the Shimmer Temple win against the sky illumination immortal matter? Palace Master Dongfang and the rest won't really take action, right? The surrounding cultivators of Firestorm City were all terrified. In the inn, Yi Hongyun, Baijun and the other three were looking at the scene with arrogance and mockery. They had an attitude that said, "What can you do to me? House Master, what do you plan to do?" Ning Tancheng, who was dumbfounded, quickly asked. He was both curious and terrified. Jian Chou, who had recovered from his injuries, said in a low voice, "House Master, even if you can get Guardian Tian Hen to help, he might not dare to touch Yi Hongyun. Yi Hongyun has a master behind her who is an ancient immortal emperor and an ancient immortal realm alchemist." Feng Wuchen did not reply. Instead, he looked at Yi Hongyun and the other three coldly. What other terrifying means does Feng Wuchen have? Looking at Feng Wuchen's terrifying eyes, Yi Hongyun sneered and asked, "Feng Wuchen, I'm curious. What is it that can make you, a profound immortal, so calm in front of me? Are you stupid? You might feel better if you let him go." Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold words did not contain the slightest bit of human emotion, making people who heard it feel their hair stand on end. "What did you say? Letting him go will make me feel better?" Yi Hongyun was taken aback, and then couldn't help laughing out loud, "Haha. Feng Wuchen, do you know what you are saying? A profound immortal trash like you actually dares to say that you'll make me, an ancient immortal emperor, feel better? Haha." Baijun and the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were even more disdainful. Was Feng Wuchen crazy? At this time, Dongfang Wushan and the others had already entered the restaurant. Seeing Feng Wuchen's incomparably cold expression, Dongfang Wushan became even more flustered. When Dongfang Wushan and the others appeared, Yi Hongyun and the other young masters' expressions didn't change at all. Palace Master Dongfang, Ning Tancheng and Jian Chou were shocked. "Little brother Feng, are you all right?" Dongfang Wushan walked towards Feng Wuchen and asked with a face full of worry. "I'm fine." Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Seeing that Dongfang Wushan was so concerned about Feng Wuchen, Yi Hongyun couldn't help but ask with a sneer, "Palace Master Dongfang, looks like you have a good relationship with Feng Wuchen. Don't tell me you're the same as Qiu Bufan and want to protect Feng Wuchen?" Dongfang Wushan frowned deeply and said, "Young Master Yi, old man doesn't know about the grudge between you and little brother Feng, but little brother Feng is my savior. Can you give face to the old man and let it go? Feng Wuchen insulted me, and Qiu Bufan stopped me. If I didn't notice you coming, I would have already killed Qiu Bufan. Dongfang Wushan, you better not interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you that the Shimmer Temple's strength isn't much." Yi Hongyun said firmly, not giving face at all. "If that's the case, then old man can only be young Master Ye's enemy." Dongfang Wushan didn't hesitate. The heavenly illumination immortal abode's strength was indeed terrifying, but Dongfang Wushan still chose to stand on Feng Wuchen's side. "Dongfang Wushan, you're no match for big brother Yi. Do you want to die?" Qi Yushan said coldly. "In order to protect Feng Wuchen, you've sacrificed the lives of everyone in the Shimmer Temple. Dongfang Wushan, I have to say, you're very stupid." Yi Hongyun's face turned cold. It's useless to say more. Young Master Yi doesn't want to give face to old man, so what's the point of saying more? However, if old man is lucky enough to survive today, he'll definitely avenge today. Dongfeng Wuxian said in a low voice, already prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality. Hearing this, Yi Hongyun narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "You dare to threaten me? Let's do it." Dongfeng Wuxian said coldly. The terrifying aura of a 3-star ancient immortal emperor spread out, and his old eyes flashed with ferocity. "Dongfeng Wuxian, I didn't ask you to interfere," Feng Wuchen said coldly. At this moment, the ancestor of soul power had already been activated, and he walked out step by step. This? Dongfeng Wuxian and the others were stunned. However, after feeling Feng Wuchen's terrifying soul power, Dongfeng Wuxian knew that Feng Wuchen was going to take action personally. Seeing Feng Wuchen taking the initiative to walk out, Yi Hongyun sneered and said, "Feng Wuchen, you've got guts." "Yi Hongyun, it seems like you want to suffer a little," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Immediately, he grabbed the air, and an extremely terrifying ancestor of soul power erupted. The ancestor of soul power instantly drilled into Yi Hongyun's body. What? Sensing that something was wrong, Yi Hongyun's face suddenly changed. Feng Wuchen pulled his hand back and forcibly pulled Yi Hongyun's soul body out of her body. Her throat was directly grabbed by Feng Wuchen. Ah! The pain of being forcibly pulled out seemed to come from the mind, causing Yi Hongyun to scream miserably. "Big brother Yi!" Bai Jun and the others turned pale with fright, and their eyes widened. They simply couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could forcibly pull out the soul body of an ancient immortal emperor powerhouse. Dongfeng Wuxian couldn't help but jump in fright. He secretly marveled at Feng Wuchen's terrifying and overbearing soul power. Ning Tiancheng and Xianxia instantly became vegetative. How terrifying was it to forcibly pull out Yi Hongyun's soul body? Big brother Yi's soul body was actually forcibly pulled out by him. He's an alchemist, Qi Yushan said in horror, his face pale with fright. How is this possible? How can the soul body of an ancient immortal emperor powerhouse be forcibly pulled out? Bai Jun said in extreme horror, his eyes almost popping out. Feng Wuchen is really terrifying. Dongfeng Ding, Shen Tuyao, and the others were terrified. Their faces were incomparably pale, and their bodies were trembling violently. They simply couldn't resist provoking such a terrifying existence. They didn't even know when they would be killed. The most terrifying thing was that Feng Wuchen could directly attack the enemy's soul body. The soul body was the most fundamental part of a cultivator. You can actually pull out my soul body." Yi Hongyun, whose face was full of pain, simply couldn't believe it. Bang! The ancestor of all fires was immediately activated, and white flames burned Yi Hongyun's soul body. Ah! Yi Hongyun, who was shocked and frightened, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "I'll only ask once. Where are the people who were captured?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, don't even think about saving me. If you have the guts, then kill me. At that time, the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor and my master will slaughter all of you." Yi Hongyun roared. "Feng Wuchen, your ancestor of soul power is depleting very quickly," the Thousand Illusions Emperor reminded. Feng Wuchen forcibly extracted the soul of an ancient immortal emperor expert. This was already surpassing his level, and it consumed a lot of soul power. Forcibly extracting the soul consumed a lot of soul power. Without a strong enough soul power, it was impossible to forcibly extract the soul. If it wasn't for the ancestor of soul power being very domineering, even an ancient immortal emperor alchemist wouldn't be able to do it. Bang! Ah! The ancestor of all flames burned again, and Yi Hongyun's soul was devoured. She screamed in pain again, and her soul struggled fiercely. "Feng Wuchen! You bastard! This young master will not forgive you!" Yi Hongyun roared crazily. Screams and roars spread out of the restaurant. The cultivators outside didn't know what was going on, but they were all scared out of their wits. Who wasn't afraid of Yi Hongyun's screams? Feng Wuchen ignored Yi Hongyun's threat. House Master actually has such a domineering white flame. Xianxia and Ning Tiancheng were extremely frightened. Their expressions were stiff as if they were petrified. What kind of flame is this? It's too domineering, too terrifying. Old man's true fire and soul power are submitting. Dongfeng Wuxian was extremely frightened. He had already seen Feng Wuchen's soul power, but this was the first time he saw this white flame. It was also the first time Yi Hongyun and the others saw such a terrifying white flame. This time, Feng Wuchen didn't have the intention to stop burning. If you're stubborn, then slowly enjoy it. I hope your soul can hold on a little longer. Your threat is not worth mentioning to me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. Yi Hongyun screamed in pain and roared crazily. The pain of her soul being devoured was indescribable. Bai Jun and the other two were already panicking. How would they dare to make a move? Even Yi Hongyun was powerless to resist Feng Wuchen's extraction of her soul. Could it be that they were more powerful than Yi Hongyun? Of course not. Humph. The three of you aren't a match for the old man even if you join forces. You can try. Dongfang Wushan said coldly. His terrifying aura locked onto the three of them. As long as they attacked, Dongfang Wushan would not show any mercy. The more terrifying Feng Wuchen was, the more Dongfang Wushan would stand on Feng Wuchen's side. And this elder. At this time, Yu Tianshan also walked in. The moment he saw the white flames, the fear in Yu Tianshan's heart intensified. When he was outside the restaurant, he had already felt the overbearing and terrifying aura of the white flames. Qiu Bufan's injuries had already stabilized and his life wasn't in danger for the time being. With Ziyan's support, he also entered the restaurant. At this moment, he was also looking in horror at Yi Hongyun's soul being burned by the white flames. Shocking. Incomparably shocking, only Feng Wuchen could do this. Shinra Temple. I will definitely wipe you out. Yi Hongyun was so angry that he exploded and roared repeatedly. Ziyan looked at Yi Hongyun in disgust and vented her anger. Serves you right. Bai Jun. Chu Yushan. Quickly call Commander Xingyan over. Send the news back to Heavenly Illumination Immortal Matter. Yi Hongyun roared angrily. He wouldn't rest until he wiped out everyone present today. The terrified Bai Jun immediately sent a voice transmission to Commander Xingyan for help. Commander Xingyan. Big Brother Yi is in trouble. Quickly come to Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant. Chu Yushan formed an imprint in horror and quickly sent the news back to Heavenly Illumination Immortal Matter. Feng Wuchen and the rest didn't stop him. The moment Commander Xingyan received the news, he immediately rushed to Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant. If something happened to Yi Hongyun in the Immortal Soul Realm, as a commander, he couldn't bear the responsibility. However, what Commander Xingyan was curious about was who else in the Immortal Soul Realm could threaten Yi Hongyun. Senior Brother Qiu, I'm sorry for causing you to be injured. Feng Wuchen looked at Qiu Bufan and apologized. Brother Feng, you're too polite. You are the benefactor of our Shinra temple and even saved the palace master's life. I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. I, Qiu Bufan, am definitely not someone who is afraid of death. Qiu Bufan said with difficulty. Thank you, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen. If you don't want the Shinra temple to be wiped out because of you, let me go. Quickly release this young patriarch. Yi Hongyun roared furiously. Jian Chou. I've already sent people to Mystic Emperor Hall. None of them can live. Yi Hongyun roared again and struggled frantically. Unfortunately, all the disciples of Mystic Emperor Hall have already left, Jian Chou said coldly. Yi Hongyun, tell me, where are my mother and Uncle Zhang? Yi Hongyun roared, don't even think about it. None of you can run away. Feng Wuchen. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. Is that so? Feng Wuchen was not threatened at all. However, the white flame's power was gradually increasing. Ah! Yi Hongyun screamed crazily. Under the burning of the ancestor of all flames, her spiritual body's aura was rapidly weakening. It would not be long before she was burned to ashes. Brother Yi. Bai Jun and the other two were even more terrified. Bai Jun roared, Feng Wuchen. Stop it right now. Do you want to start a war with the four superpowers? If Big Brother Yi dies, none of you can even think about living. Feng Wuchen. Stop it. Yi Hongyun roared in panic. Her spiritual body's aura was rapidly weakening. Yi Hongyun was starting to panic. Dongfang Wushan and the rest were also extremely worried. After all, the four young masters of sky illumination immortal matter had terrifying powers behind them. If Feng Wuchen really killed Yi Hongyun, sky illumination immortal matter would be furious. By then, the southern celestial realm would be in chaos. However, Feng Wuchen was still calm. He was not worried at all. It was as if he was not afraid of being hunted down by the four superpowers. Yi Hongyun, if your spiritual body dissipates, you will die. No one can save you, including the ancient immortal supremacy alchemist behind you. You have to think carefully. Feng Wuchen reminded. Feng Wuchen. Stop it. I will release her immediately. Ren Jingtian. Send someone to bring her here. Yi Hongyun roared in panic. She could not hold on any longer. Ren Jingtian did not dare to delay. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring the captured people to Lifeng restaurant. Hearing that Yi Hongyun had relented, Jian Chou was overjoyed. I thought that the young master of the sky illumination immortal matter wasn't afraid of death. It's not easy to reach the ancient immortal emperor realm. Feng Wuchen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the white flames disappeared. With the white flame gone, Yi Hongyun heaved a sigh of relief. Her spiritual body was extremely weak. Brother Yi. How are you? Chu Yushan asked in panic. Soon, a subordinate appeared and brought Aunt Qin and Uncle Zhang into the restaurant. They did not dare to let out a fart. Mother! Uncle Zhang! Jian Chou hurriedly ran over. Commander Xingyan is here. At that moment, someone shouted outside the restaurant. End of chapter. Commander Xingyan, the commander in charge of the immortal soul world, was also the strongest existence there. The Shinra temple is finished. After today, there will probably be no more Shinra temple in the immortal soul world. Commander Xingyan will definitely side with the heavenly illumination immortal matter. Feng restaurant and Shinra temple are finished after offending Yi Hongyun. The Shinra temple can't even defeat Commander Xingyan, let alone the heavenly illumination immortal matter. Even if Palace Master Dongfeng becomes an ancient immortal emperor, he won't be able to protect the Shinra temple. The cultivators of Windfire City discussed in fear. Even if the Shinra temple and Commander Xingyan had a relationship, he wouldn't offend the heavenly illumination immortal matter for the sake of the Shinra temple. All of you, stay outside and guard. Commander Xingyan flashed down to Feng restaurant while the dozen or so ancient immortal emperors waited for his orders. Commander Xingyan had already sensed the auras of Yi Hongyun and the rest. However, Yi Hongyun's aura was very weak, which made him very worried. Dongfeng Wushan and the rest's auras. Could it be that Dongfeng Wushan made a move? Dongfeng Wushan shouldn't be stupid enough to offend Yi Hongyun. Commander Xingyan secretly guessed as he quickly entered the restaurant. Inside the restaurant. Mother, are you all right? Jian Chou asked with a face full of joy. Mother is fine. Mother is relieved to see that you are safe and sound. Aunt Qin smiled happily. She was finally relieved. Chou Yuntian, Yanjun, and the rest. Aunt Qin was in pain when she saw the two corpses, and her eyes were moist. Mother, it's all my fault. Jian Chou blamed himself and clenched his fists. If Jian Chou hadn't returned, Li Yuntian and the rest wouldn't have been captured and wouldn't have died. Why aren't you scramming? Feng Wuchen looked coldly at Yi Hongyun and the rest. Scramming? Yi Hongyun said fiercely, are you deaf? Didn't you hear that Commander Xingyan is here? Even if you touch my soul body, I'm not afraid of you. At most, we'll fight to the death. Commander Xingyan is enough to deal with you. Yi Hongyun was secretly glad that he had greeted Commander Xingyan back then. Stinking brat. With Commander Xingyan around, even if you extract our souls, you won't be able to kill us. Chu Yushan said fiercely, his cold gaze staring at Feng Wuchen like a venomous snake. If Commander Xingyan made a move, he could suppress Dongfeng Wushan. In that case, Yi Hongyun and the rest would have the complete advantage. Even if Feng Wuchen could forcefully extract his soul body, he wouldn't have a chance. As soon as Chu Yushan said this, the faces of Dongfeng Wushan and the others darkened. Although Dongfeng Wushan was the #1 alchemist in the immortal soul realm and had the realm of a 3-star ancient immortal emperor, his abilities were still much weaker than Commander Xingyan's. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Jian Qiu said coldly. He didn't seem worried or flustered at all. Other people might not know about Commander Xing'an, but how could Xianxia not know? Did Commander Xing'an have the guts to be impudent in front of Feng Wuchen? Even if Commander Xing'an was given 10,000 guts, he still wouldn't dare. Is that so? I don't believe that with Dongfeng Wushan's abilities, he can defeat Commander Xing'an. Or do you think Commander Xing'an will stand on your side? Bai Jun said coldly, his fierce gaze sweeping across Dongfeng Wushan. If anything happens to us in the Immortal Soul Realm, Commander Xing'an won't be able to escape responsibility. As long as he's not a fool, he won't stand on the side of the Shimmer Temple, Ren Jingtian said coldly. That's hard to say. Jianzhou said expressionlessly. Not long later, Commander Xing'an walked in with a grave expression. His gaze swept across Dongfeng Wushan and the rest. Palace Master Dongfeng, can you tell me what happened? Commander Xing'an asked as he walked in. His expression was extremely grave. Before Dongfeng Wushan could speak, Yi Hongyun said angrily, Commander Xing'an, you're finally here. I've been tricked by them. Quickly kill them all. When Commander Xing'an's gaze landed on Yi Hongyun, he couldn't help but be stunned. Soul body? Commander Xing'an's expression changed drastically, and he broke out in cold sweat. If Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter and Immortal Venerable Green Burning saw this, Commander Xing'an didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Commander Xing'an asked in shock, Young Lord Yi, what's wrong with you? Yi Hongyun's face was malevolent as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, this rascal forcefully extracted my soul body. Dongfeng Wushan is in cahoots with them. Commander Xing'an, I've already sent the news back to Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter. Uncle Yi and the rest will be here soon, Bai Jun added. His words sounded threatening. Shimmer Temple was the #1 power in the Immortal Soul Realm, and Commander Xing'an was the commander in charge of the Immortal Soul Realm. Needless to say, they had a close relationship. Bai Jun was naturally worried that Commander Xing'an wouldn't buy it. Commander Xing'an looked over. It would have been better if he didn't, for he was instantly frightened out of his wits. Feng. Lord Feng. Commander Xing'an instantly felt as though he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. His face was filled with terror. When Protector Tianhen warned him, Commander Xing'an could imagine how fearful Protector Tianhen was of Feng Wuchen. Commander Xing'an never expected that the person Yi Hongyun wanted to deal with was actually Feng Wuchen, whom Protector Tianhen was afraid of. Commander Xing'an, what's wrong with you? Chu Yushan asked with a frown. He seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Commander Xing'an didn't hear him at all. His face was filled with terror and shock. Lord Feng. I didn't know you were here. I definitely didn't mean to offend Lord Feng. Commander Xing'an hurriedly transmitted his voice in fear. Ignorance is blameless, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. When he heard this, Commander Xing'an instantly let out a sigh of relief as though he had received amnesty. Don't reveal my identity. Just retreat to the side, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Yes. Subordinate understands. Commander Xing'an said respectfully. Young Lord Yi, I won't interfere in this matter, Commander Xing'an hurriedly said and retreated to the side, turning into a wooden puppet. Yi Hongyun and the rest were stunned. They looked at Commander Xing'an in astonishment, not daring to believe it. Dongfeng Wushan, Yu Tianshan, and the rest were also stunned. Commander Xing'an definitely wouldn't change his attitude just because of old man. It must be because of Feng Wuchen. He knows Feng Wuchen's identity. Dongfeng Wushan was the first to guess Feng Wuchen's identity. One had to know that Commander Xing'an was called over by Yi Hongyun and the rest, but now that he was here, he wasn't interfering. Yu Tianshan, Dongfeng Ding, and the rest had also guessed that it was because of Feng Wuchen. Commander Xing'an, what's the meaning of this? Yi Hongyun asked coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. Yi Hongyun never expected that Commander Xing'an wouldn't interfere. To think that he had even given Commander Xing'an an ancient immortal emperor's pill previously. Was this how Commander Xing'an repaid him? Commander Xing'an didn't say anything. He just stood at the side, motionless. Commander Xing'an, to think that Big Brother Yi even gave you an ancient immortal emperor-grade pill. Is this how you help? Bai Jun roared in exasperation. An ancient immortal emperor-grade pill. Dongfang Wushan and the others looked at Commander Xingyan in shock. What shocked them even more was that Yi Hongyun actually took out an ancient immortal emperor-grade pill and gave it to Commander Xingyan. To put it bluntly, with Yi Hongyun's identity, he didn't need to bribe Commander Xingyan at all. Moreover, it wasn't worth it. Commander Xingyan was just a commander of the immortal soul realm. His clone was far inferior to Yi Hongyun's. Swish, Commander Xingyan waved his hand, and an ancient immortal emperor pill flew towards Yi Hongyun. He said expressionlessly, "I can't help young Lord Yi." Yi Hongyun held the pill in his hand, feeling even more shocked. Commander Xingyan was actually willing to give up an ancient immortal emperor-grade pill. That was a pill that countless ancient immortal emperors dreamed of obtaining. Furthermore, it was a pill that could increase one's cultivation. What exactly was the reason for Commander Xingyan's attitude to change so drastically? He even gave up an ancient immortal emperor-grade pill without hesitation. By June, Chu Yushan and the others were also stunned. What exactly was going on? Commander Xingyan, what exactly is going on? Yi Hongyun asked gloomily. He felt very embarrassed that the pill he had given out was returned. Commander Xingyan didn't answer. He just stood there like a block of wood, not moving at all. Feng Wuchen, what exactly did you do? Chu Yushan glared at Feng Wuchen and asked. It must be you. Yi Hongyun said malevolently, his killing intent soaring into the sky. As the young masters of the four major forces, Yi Hongyun and the others were definitely not stupid. They quickly guessed that it had something to do with Feng Wuchen. Commander Xingyan definitely wouldn't be afraid of Dongfang Wushan, so he could completely eliminate the possibility of someone from the Shinra temple. Xianxia was only the eldest disciple of Mystic Emperor Hall, so it was even more impossible. The only possibility was Feng Wuchen. Only Feng Wuchen's identity was the most mysterious. They couldn't even see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, so it was inevitable that they would suspect him. What exactly was Feng Wuchen's identity to be able to make Commander Xingyan so fearful? Stinking brat. Just who are you? Yi Hongyun asked malevolently, her cold killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen, but she didn't dare to act rashly. If Commander Xingyan didn't interfere, the four of them wouldn't be able to defeat Dongfang Wushan and the rest. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Yi Hongyun coldly asked, "Who exactly are you?" Dongfang Wushan and Xianxia wanted to know Feng Wuchen's identity. "I am the Pavilion Lord of the Wind Restaurant. Xianxia and the others are my men." "Is that enough?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Feng Wuchen is the owner of the Wind Restaurant?" Ziyun's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe it. Qiu Bufan also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He said in disbelief, "I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be the floor master. Was he the one who brewed the 8 elements?" Commander Xingyan was also secretly astonished. Other than Dongfang Wushan, who had already guessed it, the others didn't dare to believe it. "That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the power behind you." Yi Hongyun shouted angrily, her expression terrifying. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You don't have the right to know. You don't deserve it. Before I change my mind, the four of you better scram. I'm only letting you go because of Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, Yi Hongyun would have died the moment Feng Wuchen trapped her soul body." "Let me go?" Yi Hongyun's eyes narrowed, and ruthless killing intent flickered in them. "My father and the rest will be here soon, so I don't need to leave. Without Commander Xingyan's help, it'll be easy for me to kill you all. Dongfang Wushan, I hope you won't regret this." Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He didn't take Yi Hongyun's words seriously at all. Dongfang Wushan's face was incomparably solemn. "Old man, since I've made my decision, I won't regret it. Even if I die in the hands of heavenly reflection immortal matter, I won't have any complaints." Dongfang Wushan, Brother Yi is talking about everyone in Shinra Temple. Bai Jun said gloomily. Yi Hongyun's cold gaze swept across Commander Xingyan, and he said, "Commander Xingyan, I hope your decision isn't wrong, and I hope you can still be so calm later. Maybe you should tell Guardian Tianhen. He might be able to save your life." Since he couldn't bribe him, Yi Hongyun didn't mind killing Commander Xingyan. Yi Hongyun wouldn't let off anyone who offended him easily. Commander Xingyan wasn't calm at all. He was already panicking, but he didn't show it on his face. On one side was an existence that even guardian Tianhen feared, and on the other side was Yi Hongyun, who had the support of immortal venerable Qing Ran. He couldn't afford to offend either side. Guardian Tianhen, something has happened. Commander Xingyan transmitted his voice in a panic. What happened? Guardian Tianhen was alarmed. He could hear that Commander Xingyan was panicking. Yi Hongyun and Lord Feng have clashed. I don't know what happened, but Yi Hongyun and the rest want to kill Lord Feng. Lord Feng extracted Yi Hongyun's soul and has already informed Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter. Yi Haozong and the rest should be arriving soon. I can only follow Guardian Tianhen's instructions and listen to Lord Feng's orders, Commander Xingyan transmitted his voice. What? Yi Hongyun wants to kill Feng Wuchen? He even informed Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter? Guardian Tianhen almost had a heart attack when he heard that. Yi Hongyun. Are you courting death? Guardian Tianhen's expression turned sinister as he gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Guardian Tianhen, what should we do now? Commander Xingyan transmitted his voice. How is Feng Wuchen now? Guardian Tianhen transmitted his voice back. His voice was incomparably cold and filled with overflowing killing intent. Lord Feng's expression is very cold. He should be furious. Lord Feng asked me not to reveal his identity, Commander Xingyan transmitted his voice back. Damn it. Guardian Tianhen's expression turned even more ashen. Listen to Feng Wuchen's orders. Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter is nothing. Immortal Venerable Qing Ran is nothing. If you offend Feng Wuchen, even 10,000 Heavenly Reflection Immortal Mansions won't be enough to kill you. I will rush over immediately. You blind dog. Guardian Tianhen said gloomily. He could imagine the terrifying consequences of Feng Wuchen's anger. Hearing Guardian Tianhen's words, Commander Xingyan was astonished once again. His body trembled uncontrollably and he was stunned on the spot. He turned his head mechanically to look at Feng Wuchen. Feng. Who exactly is Lord Feng? Even 10,000 Heavenly Reflection Immortal Mansions won't be enough to kill him? Commander Xingyan was completely in a vegetative state. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he stood on Feng Wuchen's side. What exactly was Feng Wuchen's background? Wasn't this too terrifying? Commander Xingyan didn't dare to imagine anymore. Buzz, buzz, right at this moment, the space suddenly trembled. Windy Fire City trembled violently as an extremely terrifying energy wave spread out from the void far away. It was a terrifying aura that could shake one's soul. It swept over with a tyrannical force that was like a tsunami. The cultivators of Windy Fire City were so frightened that they fled frantically. The strong practitioners of Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter had arrived. End of this chapter, Ancient Immortal Emperors. The people from Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor are here. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Yu Tianshan's face turned even uglier. It would be a lie if he said he wasn't afraid. 8 Ancient Immortal Emperors. Qiu Bufan was terrified, and his face turned pale. Shen Tuyao said in shock, the 8 Ancient Immortal Emperors from Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor are here. Yi Haozong's aura. Jianqiu frowned. He was extremely terrified, and he almost couldn't breathe. Dongfang Wushan also looked strained. It was obvious that he couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. They could only choose to believe in Feng Wuchen. If they couldn't even deal with Feng Wuchen, then they could only wait for death. Lord Feng, the 8 Ancient Immortal Emperors from Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor are here, Commander Xingyan transmitted his voice respectfully. He wasn't as worried as before. Protector Tianhen's words made Commander Xingyan realize that Feng Wuchen's background was much more terrifying than Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. It was as if he had everything under control. Of course, Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor wasn't enough to make Feng Wuchen worried, much less afraid. Lord, what should we do? Ning Tiancheng was extremely flustered. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. Brother Yi, Uncle Yi, and the elders are here. Bai Jun laughed coldly. Do you feel the aura of death? Do you feel that you are very small? Do you feel very afraid? Yi Hongyun laughed coldly and looked at Feng Wuchen and the others mockingly. Dongfang Wushan, with your cultivation as a 3-star ancient immortal emperor, heaven illumination immortal matter is nothing in your eyes. Bai Jun said coldly with disdain and contempt. Once Uncle Yi and the others arrive, it will be the time of your death. No one will be able to escape. Chu Yushan said fiercely. It was as if he could already see the miserable state Feng Wuchen and the others were in. Feng Wuchen, aren't you able to forcibly extract souls? This young master is right here. Why don't you give it a try? Ren Jingtian sneered, extremely arrogant. Feng Wuchen, if you kneel down and kowtow to this young mistress right now, perhaps this young mistress will let you live a little longer. Otherwise, this young mistress will personally cut you into 8 pieces. Yi Hongyun said coldly, looking at Feng Wuchen with a playful expression. Looking at the smug and arrogant Yi Hongyun and the other 3, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but want to laugh. Feng Wuchen was in no hurry. After all, there was no one in the ancient immortal world who could kill him. Arrogant to the extreme. Jianzhou gritted his teeth and said angrily, the flesh on his face twitching. Jianzhou, Dongfang Wushan, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. They wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Hongyun and the others alive. Protector Tianhen, I have something that I need your help with. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message to Protector Tianhen. His voice was terrifyingly cold. Lord Feng. This subordinate already knows about this matter. This subordinate is currently rushing over to Firestorm City. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message respectfully. Hearing Feng Wuchen's cold voice, Protector Tianhen was extremely afraid. Hearing Protector Tianhen's respectful voice, Feng Wuchen's lips curled up into a cold smile. Swish swish swish. In the sky above Firestorm City, 8 ancient immortal emperors appeared in a flash. Their terrifying aura enveloped the entire Firestorm City. The surroundings of Firestorm City's Wind Restaurant were deserted. Other than the dozen ancient immortal emperors that Commander Xianxia brought along, no one else could be seen. The Heavenly Illumination Immortal Matters experts have arrived. The Shinra Temple is hopeless. 8 ancient immortal emperors. Palace Master Dongfang and the others won't be able to stop them. As expected of a transcendent power. Their strength is too terrifying. In various parts of Firestorm City, the faces of many cultivators were pale and filled with endless fear. Who dares to hurt my son? Yi Haotsung's furious roar was incomparably majestic. It resounded throughout Firestorm City. The aura within it caused the cultivators in Firestorm City to be even more terrified. That majestic and sharp aura made people feel as if they had fallen into a dark abyss. The ancient immortal emperors that Commander Xianxia brought along were all mercilessly shocked by this terrifying aura. After knowing that Yi Hongyun was in danger, Yi Haotsung was furious. She had only been married for a few days and her soul was forcefully extracted by someone. She even almost lost her life. How could Yi Haotsung not be angry? Manor Master, Hongyun's aura is extremely weak. Furthermore, she is in her soul form, the Great Elder said solemnly. His old face was filled with worry. Yi Haotsung's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, outrageous. How dare someone in the small immortal soul world hurt Yuner? Swish. Yi Haotsung appeared at the entrance of Wind Restaurant in a flash. The other 7 ancient immortal emperors also appeared instantly. The aura of Yi Hongyun and the other 3 spread out from Wind Restaurant. Seeing that someone had entered the restaurant, Feng Wuchen and the others looked over at the same time. The person in the lead was Yi Haotsung. He was a 6-star ancient immortal emperor with terrifying strength. The appearance of the 8 ancient immortal emperors instantly froze the air. Yi Haotsung is about to break through to the 7-star ancient immortal emperor level, Dongfang Wushan said with a frown. Yi Haotsung quickly glanced over and saw Dongfang Wushan and Commander Xianxia. However, he ignored them and finally looked at Yi Hongyun. Father, elders, you are finally here, Yi Hongyun said happily. Uncle Yi. The 3 great elders. Bai Jun and the other 2 bowed respectfully. Then, they looked at Feng Wuchen and the others with gloating expressions. Yuner, how are you? Who did it? Seeing Yi Hongyun in his soul form, Yi Haotsung asked with a face full of panic. The anger in his heart burst out crazily. Yi Hongyun was his only son. Seeing his son like this, Yi Haozong could not control his anger at all. Yi Hongyun immediately pointed at Feng Wuchen and said gloomily and angrily, "He was the one who forcibly pulled out my soul form. I almost died in his hands." Looking in the direction Yi Hongyun pointed, Yi Haozong stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. At the same time, he also noticed Jian Chou. "Brat, I think you are tired of living. How dare you touch my father's son?" Yi Haozong said fiercely. His terrifying murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. He would kill Feng Wuchen at any time. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He did not take Yi Haozong seriously at all. He even ignored Yi Haozong's terrifying murderous aura. "Uncle Yi, Elder, Dongfang Wushan and Commander Xing'an are on that brat's side. They insist on being enemies with us," Bai Jun added. Yi Haozong's fierce gaze swept over Dongfang Wushan and Commander Xing'an. His eyes narrowed and he said fiercely, "Dongfang Wushan, you are quite bold. How dare you join forces with a junior to deal with Yun'er? Don't think that you can fight against Heaven Illumination Immortal Mansion just because you have broken through to the ancient Immortal Emperor realm. You have to pay the price today for hurting Yun'er." Every word was filled with cold murderous aura. Every sentence was filled with supreme majesty and was incomparably domineering. Dongfang Wushan said in a low voice, "Little brother Feng saved the old man's life. Shouldn't the old man intervene?" The old man said all the good things, but Yi Hongyun insisted on intervening. The old man naturally would not stand by and watch. "It was your son who was aggressive. Arrogant and arrogant." End of chapter. Dongfang Wushan. "I've already made it very clear. Feng Wuchen insulted me, he must die. You guys are the ones who insisted on interfering." Yi Hongyun shouted angrily. "Uncle Yi, it was Qiu Bufan who stopped us at the start. We tried to persuade him but he refused to back down. Brother Yi had no choice but to heavily injure him. After that, Dongfang Wushan and the rest came. They didn't even put the heavenly reflection immortal manner in their eyes." Ren Jingtian said coldly. "You have your reasons, we also have our reasons. Since there's no room for negotiation, is there still a need to talk nonsense? Don't say that the palace lord attacked a junior. Is it right for you to bully the weak?" Qiu Bufan said coldly. In any case, he was going all out today. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. "That's reasonable." Great Elder in Yanha smiled faintly and said, "Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Then why are you still talking so much nonsense?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. "You." Yi Hongyun glared at Feng Wuchen. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Feng Wuchen, I think you're really tired of living." "I'm tired of living, but you can't kill me." Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Young man, you're really arrogant." An elder sneered arrogantly, "I wonder if you have the ability to be arrogant." "Who knows?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. "You can forcefully extract the young master's soul. It seems like your alchemist realm is not weak and your soul force is also very strong." And Yanha smiled. He looked like he didn't care, but he was shocked in his heart. And Yanha didn't have such a strong soul force to forcefully extract the soul of an ancient immortal emperor. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yanha. This person was an ancient immortal emperor realm alchemist. His soul force was much stronger than Dongfang Wushan. However, he couldn't enter Feng Wuchen's eyes. "Father. Elder. Don't talk nonsense with them. Kill them all." Yi Hongyun could no longer bear it. He would not rest until he killed all the people here today. "Kill." Yi Haozong did not hesitate at all. He suddenly shouted angrily, and a cold murderous aura burst out. Dongfang Wushan was prepared to fight with all his might. He said in a deep voice, "Protect Feng Wuchen." "Humph. You?" Yi Haozong said fiercely, his face full of disdain. Terrifying power gathered in his palm and he was about to launch an attack. "Manor Lord Yi, please reconsider." At that moment, Commander Xing'an suddenly spoke up and stepped out to stop him. Guardian Tianhen hadn't arrived yet, so Commander Xing'an had to ensure Feng Wuchen's safety even if he had to pay with his life. "Commander Xing'an. Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? Are you trying to make life difficult for me?" Or have you been playing with me all along? Seeing Commander Xianxia suddenly interfering, Yi Hongyun exploded in anger. Not only did Commander Xianxia not help him, he even dared to stop him. Commander Xianxia was not afraid at all. He said coldly, "I am just following orders." Following orders? And Yang frowned slightly. He was puzzled in his heart. Following whose orders? Guardian Tianhen? Who was he doing this for? Feng Wuchen? Commander Xianxia, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have Guardian Tianhen behind you. Yi Haozong said coldly. Yi Haozong. Try and touch me. At that moment, Guardian Tianhen's angry roar suddenly rang out. An extremely terrifying aura burst out and enveloped Firestorm City, forcefully suppressing Yi Haozong and the other ancient immortal emperors. Guardian Tianhen. Yi Haozong and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect Guardian Tianhen to really appear. Yi Haozong was just casually saying it. He didn't expect Guardian Tianhen to hear it. Guardian Tianhen was furious. His angry roar resounded throughout Firestorm City, scaring countless cultivators out of their wits. Yi Haozong and the other ancient immortal emperors were also shocked by the furious Guardian Tianhen. Did Protector Tianhen eat gunpowder? Was there a need for him to be so angry? Guardian Tianhen. Guardian Tianhen, who was in charge of the ancient immortal domain. Oh my god. Even Protector Tianhen was alarmed. Furthermore, Guardian Tianhen seems to be extremely furious. Guardian Tianhen actually came to our Firestorm City. What a terrifying aura. The cultivators of Firestorm City were both shocked and terrified. The surrounding powers were also shocked by Guardian Tianhen's terrifying aura. He was the strongest ancient immortal emperor under the ancient immortal sovereigns. Guardian Tianhen's strength was definitely terrifying. Yi Haozong and the other ancient immortal emperors were no different from ants in front of Guardian Tianhen. Yi Haozong. How dare you? Guardian Tianhen's angry roar rang out once again. His figure had already appeared in the air above Firestorm Restaurant. Greetings to Guardian Tianhen. The ancient immortal emperors of Polaris Immortal Sect outside knelt down respectfully. When Guardian Tianhen arrived, Commander Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 8 ancient immortal emperors. Guardian Tianhen turned into a streak of light and entered Firestorm Restaurant. Guardian Tianhen. Seeing Guardian Tianhen enter with a gloomy expression, Commander Xianxia immediately went forward and greeted him respectfully. Guardian Tianhen. Yi Haozong, Yi Hongyun and the rest all bowed. Greetings to Guardian Tianhen. Dongfang Wushan and the rest all bowed respectfully. They didn't dare to show any disrespect. All of them were incomparably shocked. Guardian Tianhen, who was in charge of the ancient immortal domain, actually came. Although the heavenly illumination immortal matter wasn't a power under the ancient immortal sovereign, they still had to give Guardian Tianhen face even if they had the backing of immortal sovereign Qing Ran. After all, Guardian Tianhen was the guardian of the entire ancient immortal domain. He even had the strongest ancient immortal sovereign backing him. In front of Guardian Tianhen, Yi Haozong and the rest didn't dare to be too impudent. Guardian Tianhen looked respectfully at Feng Wuchen, who had a cold expression. He transmitted a message, "Lord Feng, I won't reveal your identity. Lord Feng, please rest assured. We will listen to Lord Feng's orders on how to deal with them. Just teach them a lesson and ask them to scram." Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. Yes. Lord Feng. Guardian Tianhen replied respectfully. Yi Haozong. Repeat what you just said. Guardian Tianhen said coldly. His cold gaze swept across Yi Haozong and the rest. This? Yi Haozong had a bitter smile on his face. Guardian Tianhen, old man didn't mean it that way. I hope Tianhen, then what do you mean? You dare to touch this protector's people, are you not putting this protector in your eyes? Did immortal sovereign Qing Ran give you the guts to come all the way to the immortal soul world to cause trouble? Guardian Tianhen said coldly. He didn't give them any face at all. Giving Yi Haozong face was the same as not giving Feng Wuchen face. Guardian Tianhen didn't have the guts to do so. We don't dare. Yi Haozong hurriedly said, Guardian Tianhen, this is all a misunderstanding. Yi Hongyun and the rest didn't dare to say a word. Commander Xing'an, what's going on? Guardian Tianhen asked. Commander Xing'an said respectfully, reporting to Guardian Tianhen, Yi Hongyun and the other young masters were causing trouble in the immortal soul world. Seeing that they were about to attack the Shinra temple, I tried to stop them. However, Manor Heji ignored me. End of this chapter, Commander Xing'an. Don't spout nonsense. When did we cause trouble? Feng Wuchen insulted me and Jianchou insulted me. Is it considered causing trouble for me to take revenge on them? Are you guys causing trouble as well? Hearing Commander Xing'an's words, Yi Hongyun instantly became anxious and gritted his teeth. However, the moment Yi Hongyun finished speaking, he regretted it in his heart. Brother Yi, you said the wrong thing. Bai Jun was shocked. This is bad. And Yangha's face changed and he said angrily, is this brat crazy? Yi Haozong couldn't help but glare at Yi Hongyun. He really wanted to slap him. Yi Hongyun actually dares to say that Guardian Tianhen is causing trouble? This fellow is probably tired of living. Jianchou shook his head. This is the consequence of being arrogant. Qiu Bufan said coldly. Dongfang Wushan and the others also shook their heads secretly. At the same time, they were gloating. As expected. How dare you? Guardian Tianhen suddenly shouted in anger. A terrifying aura burst out, causing Yi Hongyun's heart to tremble in fear. Guardian Tianhen's roar caused Yi Hongyun's soul to tremble violently. He felt that his soul was about to shatter. Guardian Tianhen, please forgive me. Yi Haozong hurriedly said in panic. Humph. Guardian Tianhen glared at Yi Haozong and snorted coldly. An extremely terrifying aura rushed towards Yi Haozong. PFFF. The six-star ancient immortal emperor Yi Haozong coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even if it was just the impact of the aura, he couldn't withstand it. The difference in strength was too great. Palace Master. Father. And Yanghe, Yi Hongyun, and the others turned pale with fright. Yi Hongyun also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Who was Guardian Tianhen? He was the guardian of the ancient immortal domain and controlled many major powers. Yi Hongyun actually dared to say that he was causing trouble? This was simply an insult to Guardian Tianhen. Guardian Tianhen, Yuner speaks without thinking. I hope Guardian Tianhen can forgive me. Yi Haozong hurriedly said. He didn't care about his injuries. The consequences of Yi Hongyun's words are very serious. I believe you don't need me to remind you. If you dare to stop me again, I don't mind killing you first. Get out of my way. Protector Tianhen shouted angrily. His face was extremely gloomy and his cold killing intent locked onto Yi Haozong. Yi Hongyun's words had truly angered Protector Tianhen. Yi Haozong didn't dare to stop her and had no choice but to step aside. He secretly cursed Yi Hongyun's stupidity. Protector Tianhen, that's not what I meant. I hope Protector Tianhen can forgive me. Yi Hongyun hurriedly apologized. Her expression was one of fear. Coldly staring at Yi Hongyun, Protector Tianhen coldly spoke, Yi Hongyun, this protector is one of the 3 protectors of the ancient immortal realms personally appointed by Lord Ancient Immortal during the God Sealing Conference. This protector is in charge of the ancient immortal realms and is here on the orders of Lord Ancient Immortal. You say that this protector is causing trouble? You are insulting Lord Ancient Immortal. Do you know the consequences? Hearing this, Yi Hongyun was completely flustered. This was a capital offense. Protector Tianhen, I didn't mean it. I was wrong. I hope Protector Tianhen can forgive me. Yi Hongyun was terrified and her expression was extremely flustered. You have insulted Lord Ancient Immortal. Even Qing Ran Immortal Venerable can't protect you. Protector Tianhen said coldly as if he was sentencing Yi Hongyun to death. Protector Tianhen wasn't speaking nonsense. Although Qing Ran Immortal Venerable was at the Ancient Immortal Venerable realm, his strength was far inferior to the Ancient Immortal Venerable who controlled the Ancient Immortal realms. Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue that exploded beside Yi Hongyun's ears. Yi Hongyun was so frightened that her liver and guts were torn apart. Despair began to appear in her eyes. Serves you right. Xian's face was filled with complacency. Her hatred had been vented. Protector Tianhen, please be merciful. Yi Haozong hurriedly cupped his fists and said. The crime of insulting Lord Ancient Immortal was not something that Heaven Illumination Immortal Palace could bear. Yi Hongyun, since this is your first offense, I can spare you from death but you can't escape punishment. Protector Tianhen said in a dignified manner and immediately struck out a palm. Boom! The light palm carried a terrifying force. With a loud explosion, Yi Hongyun's soul body pierced through the restaurant like a cannonball. She turned into a black shadow and flew out, piercing through dozens of buildings. Protector Tianhen didn't kill her. He only heavily injured Yi Hongyun's soul body. If it wasn't because Feng Wuchen wanted her alive, Protector Tianhen would have really killed Yi Hongyun. At this moment, Yi Hongyun was furious and frightened. Originally, she could have borrowed the power of Heaven Illumination Immortal Palace to kill Feng Wuchen and destroy the Shimmer Temple. However, Protector Tianhen spoiled her plan. Now, not only did she fail to kill Feng Wuchen, she even offended Protector Tianhen. Brother Yi. Bai Jun and the other two were shocked. Yuner. Yi Haozong was also extremely worried. However, he didn't dare to leave without permission. From today onwards, Yi Hongyun is not allowed to take half a step into the immortal soul world. Otherwise, she will be killed without mercy. Protector Tianhen ordered. His aura was incomparably dignified. Understood. Commander Xingyan said respectfully. Thank you for showing mercy, Protector Tianhen. Yi Haozong cupped his fists and thanked Protector Tianhen. Yi Haozong was furious that Protector Tianhen had to apologize even though his son was beaten up. Yi Haozong, I will remember what happened today. Heaven Illumination Immortal Palace has the support of Qing Ran Immortal Venerable. I will have to report this to the Ancient Immortal Venerable before making a decision, Protector Tianhen said coldly. What? Yi Haozong's face changed and he said in panic, Protector Tianhen, Yuner is indeed in the wrong. Can you let her off? Please don't report this to the Ancient Immortal Venerable. Protector Tianhen, please let her off. And Yanghe and the other Ancient Immortal Emperors also cupped their fists and pleaded. Yi Haozong and the others almost knelt down. They couldn't care less about losing face in front of Feng Wuchen. Saving their lives was more important. If the Ancient Immortal Venerable knew about this, Heaven Illumination Immortal Palace would definitely be destroyed. Lord Feng, should we injure them? Protector Tianhen asked through voice transmission. No need. You can ask them to scram, Feng Wuchen replied. Compensate the restaurant and scram. You are not allowed to take half a step into the immortal soul world. Protector Tianhen shouted coldly. His cold voice made one's hair stand on end. Yes. Thank you, Protector Tianhen. Yi Haozong and the others thanked him. They heaved a sigh of relief as though they had been pardoned. Yi Haozong left behind a large amount of spiritual origin stones and left the restaurant. Quickly. It was as though he had just walked out from the gates of hell. Although it was embarrassing, at least he managed to protect Heaven Illumination Immortal Palace. Yuner. Yi Haozong quickly rushed over. He was extremely worried. Yi Hongyun's aura was extremely weak. If she wasn't treated in time, her soul would dissipate. Feng Wuchen. I will not let you off. I will not let you off. Yi Hongyun roared furiously in her heart. She had never been so furious before. In the restaurant, Protector Tianhen looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully before disappearing. Commander Xingyan followed closely behind him. Protector Tianhen's respectful gaze was caught by Dongfeng Wuxian. This caused him to be greatly shocked. End of chapter. Great. So great. So satisfying. After Yi Haozong and the others left, Ning Tiancheng finally couldn't control himself and roared in excitement. This is called retribution. Serves them right. Ziyan smiled excitedly. Qiu Bufan smiled faintly. Yi Haozong and the others definitely didn't expect that Protector Tianhen would suppress them. Yi Hongyun also didn't expect that the situation that seemed to be in control would end up in such a miserable state. What we didn't expect was that Yi Hongyun would be so stupid to say those words. Those who are too self-righteous will often end up in a miserable state. Yi Hongyun is used to being arrogant and always thinks that she is invincible. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Dongfeng Wushan stroked his beard and smiled. This time, it is all thanks to Protector Tianhen. Otherwise, there would definitely be a fierce battle. With Yi Haozong's strength, we wouldn't be able to fight back. Having said that, Dongfeng Wushan glanced at Feng Wuchen and said with a smile, I'm sure only little brother Feng can get Protector Tianhen to help. Protector Tianhen looked at Feng Wuchen with respect. He definitely couldn't fool Dongfeng Wushan. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I can't hide anything from Palace Master Dongfeng. Your eyes are really sharp. As expected, Dongfeng Wushan and Yu Tianshan were shocked. Even Protector Tianhen could be invited. How terrifying was his identity? Dongfeng Wushan and the others were more and more curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Of course, they knew not to ask. Thank you for your help. Jianchao's life belongs to you in the future. Jianchao cupped his fists respectfully. Cultivate well, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. You will surpass that trashy Hongyun very soon. At that time, you can kill him with your own hands. His tone was light, as if this was something insignificant. Your subordinate will definitely cultivate with all his might. Jianchao said respectfully, his eyes filled with determination and motivation. Feng Wuchen activated his soul force and waved his hand. Li Yuntian and Su Yanjin's souls were sucked out. Spiritual body. Seeing this scene, Dongfeng Wushan and the others widened their eyes in shock. Ziyun covered her mouth in shock and said, he can actually extract a soul from a dead person's body. Do dead people still have souls? The soul of a dead person could still be extracted. Tower Master, can they still be saved? Jianchao asked in shock and excitement. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything as his soul force continued to nourish the two soul bodies. Soon, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Li Yuntian and Su Yanjin's soul bodies awakened. Even though Dongfeng Wushan and the others had seen the heaven-defying samsara divine ability, they were still shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying method. Chower, they really came back to life. Aunt Qin was stupefied. Ning Tiancheng's face was filled with fear as his eyes widened. Heavens, the Tower Master actually has such a terrifying method. Li Yuntian. Su Yanjun. Jianchao was wild with joy. Jianchao? You also died? Where is this? Aunt Qin, you also died? Li Yuntian asked in confusion. This is a spiritual body? What happened? Wasn't I killed by a mysterious person? How did I come back to life? Su Yanjin's face was filled with shock and disbelief. You are still alive. It was the Tower Master who brought you back to life. This is the Tower Master of Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen. Jianchao said happily. Resurrected us? Li Yuntian and Su Yanjin looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and immediately thanked him. Thank you, Tower Master, for saving our lives. If you are willing, you can stay. Jianchao, bring your mother and Uncle Zhang to rest first. I have some matters to discuss with Senior Dongfeng. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes. Tower Master. Jianchao said respectfully and then left with Aunt Qin and Uncle Zhang. Thank you, Tower Master. The two said respectfully. When they arrived at the balcony of the third floor, shopkeeper Mu had already served the 8 attributes. Feng Wuchen, what do you want to discuss with my grandfather? Ziyun asked curiously, looking at Feng Wuchen with an innocent face. Yuner, don't be rude. Dongfeng Ding reprimanded and glared fiercely at Ziyun. Qiu Bufan quickly pulled Ziyun to the side, afraid that Ziyun would cause trouble. It's okay. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, sit down. Senior brother Qiu, you also sit down. Thank you, brother Feng. Qiu Bufan quickly thanked. Looking at Dongfeng Wushan, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, Palace Master Dongfeng, are you interested in cooperating with me? Of course I'm interested. Dongfeng Wushan smiled happily without any hesitation. I can brew the 8 attributes suitable for 10 ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal lords. If the Shinra temple is present, no one will dare to covet it. We can split it 50-50, and I'll use my portion to buy herbs and natural treasures. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. 8 attributes suitable for ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal lords? Dongfang Wushan's face was filled with shock, he couldn't believe it. It can't be? It's just wine, how can it be so powerful? Qiu Bufan and Ziyun were dumbfounded. The 8 attributes were already enough to make people go crazy. If an even more powerful 8 attributes were to appear, wouldn't the cultivators of the immortal soul realm be even crazier? Even the entire southern immortal realm would go crazy. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, but this is far from enough. The natural treasures I need are far beyond your imagination. The natural treasures provided by the Shinra Temple, to be honest, I'll use them all in a day. The dragon soul's growth speed was fast, and it required a lot of heaven-defying divine pearls. Hence, the consumption of natural treasures was also huge. It was an unimaginable number. The dragon soul's growth was also urgent. Feng Wuchen urgently needed a huge amount of natural treasures. What? Used up in a day? Dongfang Wushan and the others were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Palace Master Dongfeng, I can make you the strongest ancient immortal emperor alchemist in the entire ancient immortal world. I can also make the Shinra Temple surpass the heavenly reflection immortal abode. But you have to help me solve the problem of natural treasures. It's not so easy to solve the problem of natural treasures. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. The strongest ancient immortal emperor alchemist in the ancient immortal world. Dongfang Wushan was completely stunned. Yu Tianshan, Shen Tuyao, and the others were also stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Where did Feng Wuchen get the confidence to say such arrogant words? Wasn't Feng Wuchen just strong in his state of mind? How could he make Dongfang Wushan the strongest ancient immortal emperor alchemist in the ancient immortal world? The strongest ancient immortal emperor alchemist was definitely on par with ancient immortal supremacy alchemists. That's right. The alchemy technique that I gave you previously doesn't exist in the ancient immortal world. It's very powerful. But it's not easy to cultivate it to greater mastery. I can guide you in your cultivation and help you improve. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. All right. This old man promises you. Dongfang Wushan, who was incomparably shocked, agreed without hesitation. He was ecstatic. Then I'll have to trouble Palace Master Dongfang. It has to be done as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen smiled. End of chapter. Palace Master, can Feng Wuchen really help you become the strongest ancient immortal emperor realm cultivator in the ancient immortal world? On the way back, Qiu Bufan asked in astonishment. He still doubted Feng Wuchen's words. I naturally believe Feng Wuchen's words. By cooperating with us, Feng Wuchen is actually giving us a chance. Dongfang Wushan smiled indifferently. He didn't doubt Feng Wuchen at all. Yu Tianshan nodded and said, Palace Master is right. Feng Wuchen trusts us a lot. At the same time, he's giving us a chance. If we grab hold of this opportunity, the Shinra Temple will definitely shake the entire ancient immortal world. Is Feng Wuchen really that powerful? Qiu Bufan took in a deep breath of cold air. He's unimaginably powerful. Our chance is here. Dongfang Wushan smiled indifferently. Grandfather, why does Feng Wuchen need so many natural treasures? They will be used up in a day. Can he refine so much? Ziyun asked, puzzled. Grandfather doesn't know either. Dongfang Wushan shook his head. This was also what he was puzzled about. This is already the 4th time I've sent herbs and natural treasures. The amount is definitely not small. According to the consumption rate of our Shinra Temple, it should last for at least a year. Qiu Bufan frowned. Yu Tianshan frowned and guessed, maybe he's refining some powerful pills or spirit liquid. Or maybe he's using it for other purposes. You will know in the future. Dongfang Wushan said indifferently, Bufan, when you return, immediately build a restaurant. Yes, Palace Master. Palace Master. Qiu Bufan said respectfully. Polaris Immortal Sect. Protector Tianhen and Commander Xing'an had already returned. Commander Xing'an, you did well this time. Feng Wuchen is very satisfied with you. Within the hall, Protector Tianhen laughed. It was rare for Protector Tianhen to mention Feng Wuchen with a smile instead of fear. After saying that, Protector Tianhen waved his hand and a pill flew towards Commander Xing and Protector Tianhen smiled. This ancient immortal emperor grade pill is for you. It will help you break through to the 6-star ancient immortal emperor realm. This is Lord Feng's intention. What does Lord Feng mean? Commander Xingyan was stunned. Then, he remembered that Commander Xingyan had returned the ancient immortal emperor's pill to Yi Hongyun in the restaurant. It must be because of this that Feng Wuchen rewarded him with an ancient immortal emperor grade pill. Guardian Tianhen, what exactly is Lord Feng's background? Commander Xingyan asked curiously. He was also extremely grateful. A very scary person. Protector Tianhen said solemnly, so scary that it's unimaginable. The dragon soul that you mentioned earlier, Feng Wuchen, should be the owner of the dragon soul, Long Zun. Lord Feng is Long Zun? Commander Xingyan's face was filled with shock and fear. It shouldn't be wrong. Protector Tianhen said solemnly, in short, no matter what it is, no matter who it is, as long as it's disadvantageous to Feng Wuchen, you have to stand by Feng Wuchen's side. He is so scary that no one in the ancient immortal world can offend him. No one in the ancient immortal world can offend him? Commander Xingyan was terrified again. Could it be that he was from the Pengu world? Feng Wuchen should still be in the immortal soul world. Commander Xingyan listened to all of Feng Wuchen's orders. Protector Tianhen reminded him again. Yes. I understand. Commander Xingyan said respectfully. Cultivate well. Protector Tianhen nodded and disappeared in a flash. No one in the ancient immortal world can offend him. Protector Tianhen's words kept repeating in Commander Xingyan's mind. It was too shocking. Commander Xingyan couldn't imagine it and didn't dare to imagine it. At the same time, in the heavenly reflection immortal manner. With the help of immortal venerable Qing Ran, Yi Hongyun's soul had already merged into her corporeal body and was fine. Thank you, Master. Yi Hongyun cupped her fists and bowed. Yi Haotsong also said respectfully, thank you, immortal venerable Qing Ran. With Yi Hongyun safe and sound, Yi Haotsong and Madame Yi were completely relieved. Husband, how are you feeling now? Lu Xianxia asked with concern. I'm fine. I'll recover in a few days. Yi Hongyun smiled and told Lu Xianxia not to worry. Immortal venerable Qing Ran frowned and asked in doubt, who is this Feng Wuchen? He can forcefully extract Yun'er's soul out of her body. His soul power is definitely very strong. He's at least an ancient immortal emperor realm cultivator. Ancient immortal emperor realm cultivator? Yi Hongyun was stunned and then shook her head. Master, this is impossible. Feng Wuchen is only a Xian immortal. It's impossible for him to have an ancient immortal emperor realm cultivator. Xian immortal? Immortal venerable Qing Ran was stunned. This made him even more puzzled. A Xian immortal's cultivation and the realm of a Xian immortal's alchemist wouldn't be too strong. However, if a Xian immortal didn't reach a certain realm and possess a strong soul power, it would be impossible to forcefully extract a soul. A Xian immortal's cultivation can't possibly have a strong alchemist realm. However, since he can forcefully extract the soul of an ancient immortal emperor, he must have a strong alchemist realm. Could he have some special methods? Immortal venerable Qing Ran frowned and gasped. Immortal venerable Qing Ran, this kid's identity isn't simple. Commander Xingyan suddenly changed his mind and stood on Feng Wuchen's side. Even Protector Tianhen came and targeted us. I feel that it has something to do with this kid. Yi Haotsong said solemnly. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was. Father is right. It must have something to do with Feng Wuchen. However, we don't know Feng Wuchen's background. Yi Hongyun gritted her teeth and said angrily. She couldn't help but feel angry when she mentioned Feng Wuchen. Send someone to check it out. Immortal venerable Qing Ran said indifferently. This time, because of Yun'er, we offended Protector Tianhen. Fortunately, Protector Tianhen didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Send someone else to check it out for now. I definitely won't forgive Feng Wuchen. Yi Hongyun gritted her teeth and said angrily. Her eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. First, investigate Feng Wuchen's identity. Before that, don't touch him. It's not unreasonable for Protector Tianhen to help him. Immortal Venerable Qing Ran said solemnly. Understood. Yi Haozong said respectfully. He immediately sent someone to the Immortal Soul World to investigate. A few days later. In Feng Wuchen's room in Feng Restaurant. This is a heaven-defying divine bead suitable for ancient Immortal Lord cultivators. I planned to give it to you a few days ago, but you haven't broken through to 6-star ancient Immortal Lord. If you absorb it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through to the ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and passed an ancient Immortal Lord level heaven-defying divine bead to Xianxia. This is the heaven-defying divine bead that can allow me to break through to the ancient Immortal Emperor realm? Xianxia was ecstatic. And shocked. Ning Tiancheng, absorb it after you break through to 6-star ancient Immortal Lord. Don't waste it. Feng Wuchen reminded. Yes. House Lord. Ning Tiancheng said excitedly. Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the heaven-defying divine bead to cultivate. He wouldn't know if he didn't absorb it, but once he did, Xianxia was dumbfounded. His cultivation soared at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he broke through to the 1-star ancient Immortal Emperor realm. This is too terrifying. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. End of chapter. The heaven-defying divine pearl is too terrifying. Ning Tiancheng was dumbfounded. Although he had seen the terrifying effects of the heaven-defying divine pearl, he was still shocked when he saw that the ancient immortal monarch could improve so much. Ning Tiancheng had the urge to give it a try. Who could resist the temptation of increasing their cultivation by several stars in an instant? The effect is not bad. Feng Wuchen smiled. The power of the heaven-defying divine pearl was naturally worthy of the large amount of heavenly treasures. Xianxia only understood the terror of the heaven-defying divine pearl after experiencing it personally. Instantly increasing his cultivation by several stars, breaking through the ancient immortal emperor realm, this made Xianxia unable to recover for a long time. According to this terrifying improvement, Xianxia did not need 3 years to surpass and kill Yi Hongyun. Xianxia and the others only knew how terrifying the heaven-defying divine pearl was, but they did not know that refining it required a large amount of heavenly treasures. Xianxia, increasing your cultivation too quickly is not a good thing, so you have to consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible. Within half a year, you cannot use the heaven-defying divine pearl to cultivate, otherwise, it will affect your foundation. Feng Wuchen warned. Yes. Floor Lord. Xianxia replied blankly. Feng Wuchen took out a storage ring and handed it to Xianxia, then said, "This is a heaven-defying divine pearl suitable for ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal monarchs to strengthen their dragon soul, increasing their cultivation according to their situation." Yes. Floor Lord. Xianxia said respectfully. He was secretly shocked that Feng Wuchen could refine such a perverse supreme treasure. Quickly strengthen the dragon soul. During this time, you only need to consolidate your cultivation, there is no need to cultivate. At the same time, recruit more people to join the dragon soul. If Li Yuntian and Lord Su Yan are willing, they can also join the dragon soul. Feng Wuchen said. This subordinate will definitely do his best to strengthen the dragon soul. Xianxia said respectfully. The blood in his heart was burning. At this moment, he felt that his fate had already begun to change. Go, let the people suitable for the dragon soul cultivate first. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Tower Master. The two of them respectfully left the room. Let's hope that the Shinra Temple can get me some treasures as soon as possible. The dragon soul's strength must not be stopped, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The strength of the dragon soul had to at least surpass that of the Shinra Temple for Feng Wuchen to be satisfied. Let's first cultivate the Thousand Illusions Emperor's movement technique and comprehend the inheritance, Feng Wuchen muttered. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the divine ring. The inheritance of the Thousand Illusions Emperor contained all kinds of powerful spells that were all-encompassing and ever-changing. In the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared in the space of the divine ring. My cultivation is about to break through to the 2-star ancient immortal king realm. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. Without the assistance of natural treasures, the rate at which my soul power is increasing has decreased by quite a bit. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Dozens of essence soul avatars cultivated by absorbing natural treasures and immortal stamens spiritual energy. Dozens of essence soul avatars cultivated their soul power. Feng Wuchen's soul power was increasing because there were always essence soul avatars cultivating their soul power. The increase in soul power might seem terrifying to others, but Feng Wuchen felt that it was very slow. This speed is already very scary. The Xiqing Emperor smiled faintly as if he could see the disappointment in Feng Wuchen's heart. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled. You were born to cultivate. I've never seen such a terrifying genius like you. Thousand Illusions Emperor, you don't have to praise me. Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly. Haha. The Thousand Illusions Emperor laughed. Let's begin then. Powerful spells are very difficult to cultivate. However, with my guidance it'll be a piece of cake. Moreover, your comprehension is very high. It won't be a problem for you to grasp my spells. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled happily. He wanted to guide Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Thousand Illusions Emperor. Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A 7-star ancient immortal king. Not bad. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the domineering power in his body. My bloodline power has also become stronger, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. With my current strength, I should be able to fight against a 1-star ancient immortal lord. When he was a 5-star ancient immortal king, Feng Wuchen's combat power had already soared to 9 stars. Now that he was a 7-star ancient immortal king, Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence that he could fight against a 1-star ancient immortal lord. In this half a month, Feng Wuchen had not only raised his cultivation to 7-star ancient immortal king, but he had also completely comprehended the Thousand Illusions Emperor's inheritance. The Thousand Illusions Emperor had all kinds of all-encompassing spells, and Feng Wuchen had already familiarized himself with them. This had undoubtedly helped Feng Wuchen increase his combat power by a lot. Very good, Xiqing Emperor praised. You are one step closer to becoming an ancient immortal lord. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. This is all thanks to the Thousand Illusions Emperor. Otherwise, I don't know how much time it would take for me to cultivate it. This spell is really powerful. After saying that, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and performed a spell. A clone appeared in midair. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again, and something else appeared in midair. It was completely transformed. With a thought, the transformation technique was performed, and Feng Wuchen instantly turned into the Thousand Illusions Emperor's appearance. It was very magical. The transformation technique has reached an extremely high level. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled happily. Feng Wuchen's comprehension was so strong that it was beyond the Thousand Illusions Emperor's imagination. At the same time, under Xianxia and the Dragon Soul Sovereign's crazy expansion, the number of Dragon Soul members had reached more than 500 in just half a month. There were more than 30 ancient immortal lords, and the strongest ancient immortal lord had reached the 8-star level. There were also more than 300 ancient immortal lords, and the rest were ancient immortal kings. Such a powerful force did not lose to any ancient immortal lord's forces. Now, the Dragon Soul Sovereigns were spread all over the immortal soul world, and had become a mysterious and powerful force. There were also many Dragon Soul Sovereigns in the celestial capitals Heaven and Earth Temple and Red Blood Immortal Palace, and they had begun to infiltrate the celestial capital. The Dragon Soul's expansion speed is really good, faster than I expected. I believe it won't be long before it becomes an ancient immortal lord's force. After listening to Xianxia's report, Feng Wuchen was very satisfied. With the help of the heaven-defying Divine Pearl, the Dragon Soul Sovereign's strength is increasing crazily. Currently, the Dragon Soul's subordinate forces have begun to recruit people in the celestial capital. Xianxia added. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. The celestial capital is a bit slower. The most important thing is the immortal soul world. Although the Dragon Soul has grown a lot, it still doesn't have the strength to dominate the immortal soul world. It still needs to continue to grow. Yes. Tower Lord. Xianxia said respectfully. Looking at Xianxia, Feng Wuchen asked, Are there any ancient immortal lords who want to join the Dragon Soul? Ancient immortal lords come and go like ghosts. It's very difficult to recruit them. Moreover, I don't know where to find them. Xianxia said respectfully. Forget it. When the Dragon Soul becomes stronger, there will naturally be ancient immortal lords joining. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. End of chapter. House Lord, there are too few Dragon Soul members right now. We need to focus on increasing our numbers. We have a huge amount of cultivation resources, so there's no need to fear that we won't be able to grow stronger. Xianxia said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded, that's right. What I want is the Dragon Soul. The more, the better. The Immortal Soul World, the Immortal Capital, and even the entire ancient immortal realms must have traces of the Dragon Soul. However, this isn't an easy task. We will need to spend a lot of time. Other than that, Feng Wuchen also needed a huge amount of refining materials, including immortal spirit stones and the main materials to refine spatial rings. It definitely wasn't easy to create a powerful Dragon Soul army. He would need a huge amount of resources. House Lord, according to our current speed, we should be able to shake the entire southern immortal realms within a year. Ning Tianqing said. Feng Wuchen smiled, in a year's time, if the Shinra Temple can provide us with an endless supply of medicinal ingredients and heavenly treasures, the Dragon Soul will definitely shake the entire southern immortal realms. At that time, we will definitely become an ancient immortal emperor's power. Looking at Xianxia, Feng Wuchen asked, how's the Mystic Emperor Palace now? All the disciples of the Mystic Emperor Palace have returned. It's very safe now. Xianxia said respectfully. That's good. Feng Wuchen nodded. House Lord, the Shinra Temple has sent something over. Shopkeeper Mu's respectful voice came from outside the room. The medicinal ingredients and heavenly treasures have arrived. Feng Wuchen grinned, his heart filled with joy. Xianxia, I will be leaving Firewind City for a period of time. I'll leave the Dragon Soul to you guys. Use the heaven-defying bead wisely. The medicinal pills and heavenly treasures should be enough to support you guys for a period of time. I hope that when I return, the Dragon Soul will give me a surprise. Feng Wuchen smiled. Where are you going? Ning Tianqing asked. I'm going to the Immortal Shadow Mirage. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen had already said that when he reached the ancient Immortal King realm, he would find time to visit the Immortal Shadow Mirage. Now that the Dragon Soul had been formed, Feng Wuchen could leave without worry. Celestial Shadow Mirage? That is the central area of the three great regions. It is extremely far away. Does Master want to go there to train? Xianxia asked. Sort of. Feng Wuchen nodded, then handed a storage ring to Xianxia and said with a smile, take care of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. There are many interspatial rings inside. Distribute them to those with stronger Dragon Soul cultivation. Now that we don't have enough refining materials, the interspatial rings are in short supply. When you're not cultivating, give them to others so that everyone can enjoy 5 times the cultivation time. You can also pass on the Origin Codex and Phantom Shadow to them. As long as they have a Dragon Soul, they are qualified to cultivate them. Yes. Tower Master. Xianxia said respectfully. If there's anything you can't solve, go and find Commander Xingyan, Feng Wuchen said before walking out of the room. As a 7-star ancient immortal king, Feng Wuchen had already decided to make a trip to the Celestial Shadow Mirage. Shopkeeper Mu, in the future, the things sent by the Shinra Temple will be kept by you temporarily. I'll be going on a long trip, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he took the storage ring from Shopkeeper Mu. Yes. Tower Master. Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully and didn't ask any more questions. After leaving the restaurant, Feng Wuchen flew away. Looking at Feng Wuchen who flew away, Ning Tianqing asked curiously, Big Brother Xianxia, what's the Tower Master's cultivation level? With the heaven-defying divine pearl, he shouldn't just be a mystic immortal, right? To be honest, I don't know either. When I saw the Tower Master in the Mystic Emperor Palace, he was indeed a mystic immortal. No, I don't know. Xianxia said with a faint smile, Tianqing, today's opportunity didn't come easily. To be able to meet the Tower Master is the blessing of 8 lifetimes. We must do our best and not disappoint him. I understand. Ning Tianqing nodded. Go back and cultivate first. Break through to 6-star Ancient Immortal Lord as soon as possible and use the heaven-defying Divine Pearl to break through to Ancient Immortal Lord. Leave the matter of strengthening the Dragon's Soul to me for now. The rest of the Dragon's Soul will also work hard. When the Tower Master returns, we will definitely satisfy him, Jianqiu said. All right. Thank you for your hard work, big brother Jianqiu, Ning Tianqing said with a smile. Whoosh, above the void, a black shadow flashed by. It was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was flying at full speed, intending to rush to the celestial shadow mirage as soon as possible. Using instant transmission, ghostly shadow wind, and thousand illusions technique consecutively, his speed was extremely fast. Great Emperor Ziqing, how long will it take to reach the celestial shadow mirage from here? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. With your current speed, it will take at least half a month to reach the celestial shadow mirage. This great emperor has just sensed it. It's indeed a good place with countless natural treasures and herbs. If you're lucky, you might be able to find some immortal-grade herbs, Great Emperor Ziqing said with a smile. Half a month. Sigh, forget it. I have to go. The Shinra Temple can't provide a large amount of natural treasures in such a short time. Feng Wuchen's face was instantly filled with black lines. He regretted it immediately. However, in order to obtain more natural treasures, he had to go to the celestial shadow mirage. The Thousand Illusions Emperor said with a smile, Kid, after this trip to the celestial shadow mirage, you should be able to break through to the ancient immortal Lord realm. Breaking through to the ancient immortal Lord realm is definitely not a problem. Alchemists can also break through to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen said confidently. Within the divine ring, his primordial spirit clone was constantly cultivating. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base and alchemist realm were constantly improving. Breaking through was not difficult for Feng Wuchen. A few days later, Feng Wuchen had already left the immortal soul world. Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor. A person appeared in a flash and quickly entered the main hall. He reported respectfully, Palace Lord, Young Master, Feng Wuchen has already left the immortal soul world and is heading towards the Heaven Immortal world. However, we haven't been able to find out his identity. Brat. I thought you would stay in the immortal soul world forever. Once you leave the immortal soul world, I will kill you. Protector Tian Hen can't do anything about it. Yi Hongyan's face instantly turned ferocious. The Heaven Immortal world and the immortal soul world both belong to the Southern Immortal domain. However, the Heaven Immortal world was the most powerful world among the several hells in the Southern Immortal domain. Ancient immortal emperors were everywhere and experts were as common as clouds. The immortal soul world was just a small county in the Southern Immortal domain. However, the Heaven Immortal world was a big city. Leave the immortal soul world? Yi Haozong's face turned cold. He ordered, continue to send people to keep an eye on him. If there's a chance, kill him directly. Once you're in the Heaven Immortal world, I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Yi Hongyun said fiercely. Looking at the subordinate, Yi Hongyun asked, where's Jianqiu? Is he with Feng Wuchen? Jianqiu has always been in Feng Restaurant, the subordinate reported respectfully. Very good. Since Feng Wuchen is not here, I won't be polite. Yi Hongyun's lips curled into an evil smile. She narrowed her eyes and said, immediately send people to the 7 Stars Divine Palace. Let them deal with Feng Restaurant with all their might. The 7 Stars Divine Palace should not reject the opportunity to get acquainted with a big force. Yes. Subordinate obeys. The subordinate said respectfully and immediately disappeared. End of chapter. Chopping Sun City's Feng Restaurant is open for business. Blood Rainbow City's Feng Restaurant is also open for business. Broken Sky City's Feng Restaurant is also open for business. It's a very grand palace. News of Feng Restaurant's opening spread throughout the immortal soul world. Shadows of Feng Restaurant appeared in many cities and regions. Feng Restaurant's strength is really terrifying. Whoever comes will suffer. Last time, even the Celestial Illumination Immortal Mansion's Mansion Master and others came, but they were still chased away. Feng Restaurant is still safe and sound. The people behind Feng Restaurant are too terrifying. have you heard? Shinra Temple also built a Feng restaurant. It seems like they are cooperating with Feng restaurant. I heard that the Shinra Temple's 8 attributes are suitable for 10 ancient immortal kings and cultivators of the ancient immortal world. That's right. That's right. This news was spread by the disciples of Shinra Temple. The Shinra Temple's Feng restaurant is personally managed by Qiu Bufan. Let's hurry to Shenluo City. Otherwise, we won't be able to get the 8 attributes. I've already guessed that there will be more powerful 8 attributes, but it will definitely be more expensive. But no matter how expensive it is, it's still cheaper than elixirs. The owner of Feng Restaurant is a good person. He specially provides us with cultivation resources. Shocking news spread throughout the immortal soul world. Shenluo City was now overcrowded. Countless ancient immortal kings and cultivators of the ancient immortal world were madly rushing to Shenluo City. The terror of Feng Restaurant had already spread throughout the immortal soul world. Even the celestial illumination immortal mansion suffered losses. Now, no one dared to behave atrociously in Feng Restaurant. Not to mention the terrifying strength of Feng Restaurant, just the name of Shinra Temple was enough to make all the major forces and cultivators in the immortal soul world behave themselves. Senior Brother Qiu, when will Feng Restaurant open for business? We can't wait. I haven't improved my cultivation for 3 years. I'm just waiting for the 8 attributes. Senior Brother Qiu, is the Shinra Temple cooperating with Feng Restaurant? Who is the owner of Feng Restaurant? Senior Brother Qiu, Sancta Siyun, please open for business quickly. Outside the Shenluo City-style restaurant, a large group of people were begging to open for business. They were all very anxious. Looking down from the sky, Divine Luo City was packed with people, especially the streets around Feng Restaurant. There was a constant stream of people flying over from all directions. Everyone, don't be impatient. We have to take note of the opening time. Don't worry, Wind Restaurant has prepared a large amount of 8 attributes. It's more than enough. Qiu Bufan smiled happily. As soon as Qiu Bufan said this, the crowd instantly became excited. At least they didn't have to worry about not being able to get it. When the time came, the Feng Restaurant opened for business. Large numbers of cultivators rushed into the huge and imposing palace. It was definitely a 10-star restaurant. Also, let me remind everyone, this is a Super 8 attribute wine. Its purity is extremely high and the elemental energy it contains is extremely tyrannical. If your cultivation base hasn't reached the ancient immortal king realm, don't drink it no matter what. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. If you don't listen to our advice and something happens, the Shinra Temple won't help you. Qiu Bufan loudly reminded. As soon as Qiu Bufan said this, many cultivators who hadn't reached the ancient immortal king realm were incomparably disappointed. They originally thought that with stronger 8 attributes, their cultivation base would increase even faster. Senior Brother Qiu, quickly give me 3 wine gourds. Senior Brother Qiu, give me 2 jugs of wine. I also want 2 jugs. The cultivators rushed to buy, and business was extremely good. Qiu Bufan smiled happily, don't be anxious. Also, don't treat me as the shopkeeper. I am only in charge of the Feng Restaurant. I am not the shopkeeper. However, I hope that everyone will give face to the Shinra Temple and not cause trouble in the Feng Restaurant. Everyone, calm down first. What I am going to say next is very important. Other than using spirit source stones to buy the 8 attributes, you can also use natural treasures to buy them. Natural treasures have priority, and you will get double the amount of the 8 attributes. However, it depends on the strength of the natural treasure. Double? Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They all took out their natural treasures to buy. Senior Brother Qiu, is my mystic ice immortal bamboo okay? I have origin returning heavenly mushroom. And I have a lot of it. How much can one buy? Senior Brother Qiu, I have extreme cold heavenly dew. Many cultivators took out their natural treasures, wanting to get double the 8 attributes. In their opinion, the value of the 8 attributes far exceeded natural treasures. Instead of using natural treasures to cultivate, it was better to drink the 8 attributes. After a while. Oh my God! It can indeed increase the cultivation of an ancient immortal king. My bottleneck has loosened. My cultivation has increased. It has really increased. It is much more powerful than medicinal pills. What exactly is it that brewed these 8 attributes? Amazing. I can't believe it. The Super 8 attributes are too terrifying. I have been a peak 2-star ancient immortal lord for 6 years. This Super 8 attributes actually makes me feel like I am about to break through. It is too magical. With such powerful 8 attributes, we all have hope of breaking through to the ancient immortal lord realm. After drinking the Super 8 attributes, a large number of exclamations could be heard in the restaurant. Everyone could clearly feel that their cultivation had increased, and the bottleneck had loosened. The Feng restaurant was filled with ecstatic cheers. This was simply a paradise for cultivators. 7 stars Divine Palace. In the main hall, the palace master, elders, and other upper echelons had extremely solemn and even gloomy expressions. Does the Super 8 attributes really have such a powerful effect? Even ancient immortal lords can increase their cultivation. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Palace Master Fu Yuan frowned and asked in disbelief. Palace Master. It is absolutely true. When the cultivators of the Feng restaurant drank the 8 attributes, their cultivation increased. Even cultivators who encountered bottlenecks could break through their bottlenecks, a disciple said respectfully. Xianxia frowned deeply and said, Is there really such a magical wine? Eldest senior brother, it is true. Qiu Bufan is in the Feng restaurant. He is personally managing it, the disciple said. The Shinra Temple can actually cooperate with the Feng restaurant. In that case, the Shinra Temple is suppressing us again. Grand Elder Diao Yuanjing said with a gloomy face, looking extremely unwilling to accept this. Who exactly is the Feng restaurant's owner? Even the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode can't do anything about him. I heard that Yi Hongyun was even injured. Fu Yuan was puzzled. He was very curious about the identity of the Feng restaurant's owner. The person behind the Feng restaurant is very mysterious, an elder said solemnly. Reporting to Palace Master, the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode's commander is here. At that moment, a disciple entered the main hall and reported respectfully. The Sky Illumination Immortal Abode's commander? The Palace Master and elders were shocked. Fu Yuan hurriedly stood up and said, Quick! Go and welcome the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode's commander. Outside the hall, the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode's commander had already floated over. Welcome, Commander Xianxia. Fu Yuan and the rest greeted him respectfully. After all, he was the commander of the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode, and his status was extraordinary. Palace Master Fu and the 3 elders, there is no need for such formalities. I am here today on the orders of the Palace Master. I have important matters to discuss with Palace Master Fu and the 3 elders. Commander Xianxia smiled politely. Commander Xianxia requests your presence, Fu Yuan said respectfully. End of chapter. In the main hall. Commander Xianxia, please take a seat. Fu Yuan smiled politely, not daring to be negligent. Palace Lord Fu is too polite. Xianxia smiled faintly, this commander will get straight to the point. This time, I am here on the orders of the Palace Lord to deal with Feng restaurant. Deal with Feng restaurant? Fu Yuan and the 3 elders were stunned. Even the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Matter couldn't do anything to Feng restaurant. Wasn't this courting death? Fu Yuan hurriedly said, Commander Xianxia, the people behind Feng restaurant are not simple. I'm afraid that our 7 stars Divine Palace can't do anything to them. Now, Feng restaurant is cooperating with Shenluo Immortal Palace. Commander Xianxia smiled disdainfully, Palace Lord Fu, I think you guys still don't know that the person behind Feng restaurant is Feng Wuchen, a profound immortal trash. Jian Chou is Feng Wuchen's subordinate and is in charge of the restaurant. He is also the eldest disciple of the Mystic Emperor Palace. You guys should know that. Therefore, Feng restaurant's strength isn't something to be afraid of. Feng Wuchen? Xianxia was stunned and quickly said, Palace Lord, I know this person. Last time at the Shinra Temple, it was this brat who used his soul force to injure me. This brat isn't strong but his soul force is strange. No wonder the Shinra Temple can cooperate with Feng restaurant. Feng Wuchen and Qiu Bufan have a good relationship. Jian Chou and Feng Wuchen insulted our young lord. That's why young Lord came to the immortal soul world personally. Unfortunately, young Lord Yi said something wrong and angered Protector Tianhen. That's why he couldn't kill Feng Wuchen and Jian Chou. After reconciling with Protector Tianhen, he left. But now, it's not convenient for him to make a move. Commander Xianxia smiled and added, directly ignoring the Shinra temple. I see. Fu Yuan nodded. He finally knew the cause and effect. This ancient immortal emperor-grade pill was prepared by Immortal Reverend Blue Flame for Palace Lord Fu. After the matter is completed, there will be even more powerful pills. Naturally, we won't force Palace Lord Fu to do this. It's just that the Seven Stars Divine Palace is coincidentally located in the Immortal Soul World. That's why we asked Palace Lord Fu for help. Commander Xianxia smiled. Ancient Immortal Emperor-grade pill. Qing Ran Immortal Venerable? Fu Yuan's old face suddenly changed, and his eyes blazed. Although Fu Yuan was also an ancient immortal emperor realm alchemist, he didn't know how to concoct pills. He only knew how to forge weapons and create runes. Ancient emperor-ranked pills were extremely tempting to Fu Yuan. Once Fu Yuan broke through to the 4-star ancient immortal emperor realm, he would be able to completely crush Dongfang Wushan. Diao Yuanjing and the other elders' eyes were filled with excitement. With ancient immortal emperor-level pills, their cultivation would definitely be able to break through. Palace Master Fu and the 3 elders can consider it, Commander Xianxia said with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry. Palace Master, let me deal with Feng Wuchen. Yuncheng gritted his teeth and said angrily. With the help of the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode, he wasn't afraid of Feng Wuchen. All right. Old man has agreed. Fu Yuan said. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of ancient immortal emperor-level pills. If they could really destroy Feng Restaurant, then the 8 attributes would fall into the hands of the 7 Stars Divine Palace. They could also obtain ancient immortal emperor-level pills, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If that's the case, then please do your best to deal with Feng Restaurant, Palace Master Fu. By the way, tell Palace Master Fu that Feng Wuchen has already left the immortal soul world. You only need to deal with Feng Restaurant and Jian Chou. The mission is very simple, Commander Xianxia said with a smile. Feng Wuchen has left the immortal soul world? Yuncheng was stunned. His face turned gloomy again. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, preposterous. Consider yourself lucky. But when you return, I can still deal with you. Thank you, Commander Xianxia. The 7 Stars Divine Palace will definitely do its best to deal with Feng Restaurant, Fu Yuan said with a happy smile. He kept the ancient immortal emperor-level pills in his storage ring. This ancient immortal emperor level pill is enough for Palace Master Fu to break through to the 4-star ancient immortal emperor level in 3 days. Alright, I'll return to report to Palace Master and Young Master. Young Master will definitely be very happy. Goodbye, Commander Xianxia cupped his fists and smiled. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Yuncheng, immediately bring people to Shenluo City. Secretly observe Feng Restaurant and find out where Jian Chou is. If there's a chance, take action. Leave Dongfang Wushan and the rest to me. Fu Yuan immediately ordered. Yes. I'll bring people there immediately. Yuncheng said respectfully and immediately left the hall. Palace Master, why don't you go into seclusion first and use the pills to break through to the 4-star ancient immortal emperor level? In this way, it will be easy to deal with Dongfang Wushan, an elder said. Yes. That's what I have in mind. Fu Yuan sneered. His old eyes flashed with ferocity. Shenluo City. Yuncheng had already brought a dozen ancient immortal emperor disciples to Feng Restaurant. On the balcony of the restaurant, Qiu Bufan saw Yuncheng and company and hurriedly shouted with a smile, Hey, Yuncheng, do you want to buy the 8 attributes? That's a must. Qiu Bufan, quickly prepare for me. Let me try the Super 8 attributes. Yuncheng smiled happily and brought the dozen disciples to Feng Restaurant. Eldest senior brother, why are they here? Are they here to cause trouble? Ziyun frowned and said. She was extremely disgusted with Yuncheng and the 7 Stars Divine Palace disciples. For many years, the 7 Stars Divine Palace and the Shinra Temple had been fighting openly and secretly. The disciples of the two factions were naturally not on good terms. They were just putting on a show. It's all right. They are guests. Furthermore, we don't need to be afraid of the 7 stars divine palace. Don't forget that my soul power has already surpassed Xianxia's. Isn't Junior's sister about to break through to the ancient immortal Lord realm? She will surpass him sooner or later. Qiu Bufan said with a faint smile. He was not afraid of Xianxia at all. After a while, Xianxia and the 7 stars divine palace disciples entered Feng restaurant. Isn't this our immortal soul world's #1 genius alchemist, Xianxia? I'm finally lucky enough to meet you. Brother Yi, long time no see. Your cultivation level is getting stronger. Senior Brother Yi, this Super 8 attributes is amazing. Quickly try it. With Xianxia's arrival, the restaurant instantly boiled over. Everyone gave Xianxia enough face. The latter could be said to be enjoying himself. Senior Brother Yi, this way please. The 8 attributes have been prepared for you. Furthermore, it's free. Qiu Bufan said with a polite smile. Oh? Free? Brother Qiu is still the best to me. Haha. Xianxia laughed happily as though he was an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. Junior Brother Zhang, secretly observe Feng restaurant. See if there are any signs of Xianxia. Xianxia transmitted his voice and at the same time, probed Feng restaurant. Brother Qiu, I never expected the Shinra temple to be able to cooperate with Feng restaurant. It's really enviable. That kid, Feng Wuchen, is really not simple. He can actually brew in 8 attributes. I hope he didn't take it to heart when I had a disagreement with him the last time. Qiu Bufan said with a smile as he looked at the changes in Qiu Bufan's expression. How does Xianxia know that the owner of Feng restaurant is Feng Wuchen? Qiu Bufan was secretly surprised but he did not show it on his face. Qiu Bufan said with a faint smile, Senior Brother Yi, don't worry. Feng Wuchen didn't take it to heart. End of chapter. Qiu Bufan did not admit or deny it. He maintained his composure. It's good that you don't take it to heart. If not, I would feel uncomfortable drinking this wine. Xianxia said with a happy smile. Senior Brother Yi, please. Qiu Bufan said politely with a smile. He once again avoided Feng Wuchen. Qiu Bufan did not know how Xianxia knew that Feng Wuchen was the owner of Feng restaurant, so he pretended not to know what Xianxia said. Ignoring the fact that Qiu Bufan deliberately avoided Feng Wuchen, the person behind Feng restaurant is indeed Feng Wuchen. Xianxia thought to himself. Xianxia downed the wine in one gulp and after carefully tasting it, he praised, it's indeed good wine. The 8 elements are indeed worthy of their reputation. It's indeed good wine, but unfortunately, it's not suitable for us ancient immortal lords. A disciple said in disappointment. Senior Brother Qiu, can the 8 elements really help ancient immortal lords raise their cultivation levels? A disciple asked in disbelief. Qiu Bufan said with a faint smile, of course. It's absolutely true. My bottleneck has loosened and my cultivation level has increased significantly. A person said excitedly. Senior Brother Yi, my cultivation level is about to break through. Another person said excitedly. Everyone in the restaurant testified, so there was no way it could be fake. Eldest Senior Brother, I haven't seen Xianxia. Feng restaurant is filled with Shinra temple disciples. Xianxia shouldn't be here. Perhaps he's in Windy Fire City. A disciple said with a voice transmission. Divine Luo City's Feng restaurant is filled with Shinra temple disciples. From the looks of it, Xianxia and company aren't here. Xianxia thought to himself. Since there's no news of Xianxia, there's no need to stay here for too long. Head to the other Feng restaurants as soon as possible and interrogate them for Xianxia's whereabouts. Leave Windy Fire City to me. With that said, Xianxia looked at Qiu Bufan and said with a smile, all right, Brother Qiu. We still have other matters to attend to, so we bid you farewell. We were just passing by, so we came in to give it a try. Senior Brother Yi, you are leaving so quickly? I haven't tasted the 8 elements yet, Qiu Bufan said with a smile. If there is a chance next time, I will savor it carefully. Goodbye. Xianxia was very decisive. He knew his mission today and it was time to leave after some pleasantries. With that said, Yin Chong and more than 10 ancient immortal emperor disciples immediately left Feng restaurant. As he watched Yin Chong and company leave, Qiu Bufan frowned slightly. He thought to himself, this isn't like Yin Chong. I should report this matter to the palace lord first. Qiu Bufan guessed that Yin Chong had some ulterior motives. After leaving the Feng restaurant, Yin Chong and more than 10 disciples immediately dispersed to various Feng restaurants. Eldest senior brother, Yin Chong and the rest have split up. A disciple appeared in a flash and whispered. As expected, they have other motives. Qiu Bufan said solemnly, send people to keep an eye on the 7 stars divine palace disciples. Palace lord, I just met Yin Chong, but he knows that Feng restaurant's owner is Feng Wuchen. After they left Feng restaurant, they split up. Qiu Bufan reported with a voice transmission. Yin Chong knows that Feng restaurant's owner is Feng Wuchen? Dongfang Wushan frowned deeply and said in puzzlement, it's impossible for 7 stars divine palace to know. Other than us, only Commander Xingyan and Yi Hongyun know. Could it be Yi Hongyun? There weren't many people who knew that Feng Wuchen was Feng restaurant's owner, so it wasn't difficult to guess. Commander Xingyan definitely wouldn't leak it, so it could only be Yi Hongyun. It looks like the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode has found 7 stars divine palace. If not, 7 stars divine palace would definitely not know that Feng restaurant's owner is Feng Wuchen. Dongfang Wushan guessed with a frown. Bufan, make a trip to Windfire City's Feng restaurant immediately. 7 stars divine palace might be secretly instructed by the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. Dongfang Wushan transmitted his voice. The people from the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode could not step into the Immortal Soul World, so the best choice was to let 7 stars divine palace take action. Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode? I'll go to Windfire City immediately. Qiu Bufan didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed to Windfire City. Windfire City. Yin Chong and the 3 ancient immortal emperor's disciples arrived at Windfire City. 7 stars divine palace's eldest disciple, Yin Chong? What is he doing here? Seeing Yin Chong and the other 3 enter, shopkeeper Mu had an ominous feeling. Although Yin Chong was the immortal soul world's #1 alchemist genius, his character wasn't good and he gave people a bad impression. Hey, everyone look, 7 stars divine palace's eldest disciple, Yin Chong, is here. Our immortal soul world's #1 alchemist. Genius. Why is he here at Windfire City instead of Divine Luo City? What a rare guest. I never expected to see the glory of the #1 alchemist genius in Windfire City. In the restaurant, the cultivators began to discuss. No matter how bad Yin Chong's character was, his strength was there for all to see. No one dared to underestimate him. Isn't this our immortal soul world's #1 alchemist genius, Yin Chong? Why are you here at Windfire Restaurant today? Shopkeeper Mu politely welcomed him with a smile. Shopkeeper, you don't have to beat around the bush with me. Where is Xianxia? Get him out here. Everyone in the immortal soul world knows that Xianxia is from Windfire Restaurant. He defeated Yang Yuashan with 1 strike and is famous in the immortal soul world. Yin Chong said in a domineering tone. Yin Chong, Xianxia is indeed from Windfire Restaurant, but he isn't here now. Although I don't know what grudge you have with Xianxia, I hope you can resolve it. Shopkeeper Mu politely said with a smile. It was no secret that Xianxia was from Windfire Restaurant. Shopkeeper Mu wasn't surprised that Yin Chong knew about Xianxia. However, Shopkeeper Mu didn't understand why Xianxia would have a conflict with Yin Chong. Don't talk nonsense with me. Get Xianxia out here. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. Yin Chong said coldly with a domineering attitude. Can you tell me what happened between you and Xianxia? Shopkeeper Mu asked. Yin Chong frowned slightly as a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he grabbed at the air and pulled Shopkeeper Mu over. Then, he grabbed him by the throat. Did you not hear what I said? Or are you deaf? Yin Chong asked coldly as he lifted Shopkeeper Mu up. Yin Chong is here to cause trouble at Windfire Restaurant? Windfire Restaurant is terrifyingly powerful. Now, it is even cooperating with the Shinra Temple. Is Yin Chong courting death? Upon seeing this scene, the cultivators were given a fright. Yin Chong. Do you know what you are doing? This is Windfire Restaurant. How dare you behave atrociously here? Shopkeeper Mu said angrily as his face flushed red. Xianxia said with a look of disdain, behave atrociously? So what? It's just a tiny Windfire restaurant. Why would I care about it? Xianxia. Get out here. If not, I will kill the shopkeeper. Xianxia said coldly as a ferocious aura swept out. Noticing that something was amiss, the cultivators in the restaurant ran out of the restaurant in panic. Xianxia was the #1 alchemist genius in the immortal soul world. They could not afford to offend him, nor did they want to. Xianxia. Stop. At this moment, Qiu Bufan's cold shout was heard. A figure flashed into the restaurant like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. Immediately, he struck out with his palm with a terrifying force. Humph. Qiu Bufan snorted coldly as he met the attack with his palm. End of chapter. Boom. Weng weng. In an instant, the two fiercely clashed. With a loud explosion, the terrifying collision force swept out, destroying all the tables on the first floor. In the fierce clash, Xianxia's strength was no match for Qiu Bufan's as he retreated a few steps. Brother Qiu, why aren't you in Divine Luo City? What are you doing in Fiery Wind City? Why? You want to go to Baofeng Restaurant? Xianxiang asked with a sneer. Although his strength was no match for Qiu Bufan, Xianxiang did not show any fear. Qiu Bufan asked coldly, Xianxiang, what are you trying to do? Let go of Manager Mu. Xianxiang shrugged his shoulders and sneered, Brother Qiu, I don't want to do anything. I just want to find sword vengeance. If he doesn't come out, I can only threaten the manager. I advise you not to interfere. Although your strength is above mine, don't forget that my soul power is stronger than yours. Defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? Qiu Bufan's face was extremely cold. Brother Qiu, you have such a good relationship with Feng Wuchen. You should know that he is the landlord, right? Qiu Bufan asked with a sneer as he looked mockingly at Qiu Bufan. How did you know? Qiu Bufan asked. Even though he already knew the answer, he still wanted to confirm it from Xianxiang. Indeed. I never expected Feng Wuchen to be able to brew a Super 8 elemental wine. It is suitable for ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal world cultivators to increase their cultivation level. Xianxiang sneered mockingly. Qiu Bufan stared coldly at Feng Wuchen as he asked coldly, there aren't many people who know of landlord Feng Wuchen's identity. The reason why you know is because it has something to do with the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. Brother Qiu is indeed smart. Xianxiang sneered, you are right. It does have something to do with the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. I am young Lord Ye's friend and I am just helping him. Brother Qiu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Get lost while you still can. Do you know the consequences of offending the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode? I have to remind you. If you release Shopkeeper Mu immediately, you might still have a chance to live, said Qiu Bufan coldly. His cold killing intent locked onto Xianxiang. He could attack at any moment. You can try. Xian sneered mockingly. He completely disregarded Qiu Bufan. Since you're looking for trouble, I'll fulfill your wish. Qiu Bufan said fiercely. Immediately, he activated his soul power to launch an attack. Senior Brother Qiu, leave it to me. This kind of trash is not qualified for Senior Brother Qiu to take action. Just as Qiu Bufan was about to make his move, Xianxiao's voice rang out and a figure appeared. Xianxiao. Qiu Bufan frowned. Xianxiao, you really are at Wind Restaurant. Hurry up and accept your death. Xianxiang sneered mockingly. His ferocious eyes stared at Xianxiao like a venomous snake, as though he was certain that Xianxiao would die. Release Shopkeeper Mu and I can spare your life. Xianxiao said coldly. The present Xianxiao was no longer the Xianxiao of the past. After experiencing the matter with Lu Xian, Xianxiao had become more ferocious and decisive. He showed no mercy to his enemies. This was something that Feng Wuchen often exhorted him to do. The aura of a one-star ancient immortal lord was released. It was extremely violent and powerful. One-star ancient immortal lord? How is this possible? Qiu Bufan instantly widened his eyes as he looked at Xianxia in shock. How is this possible? He actually broke through to the ancient immortal lord realm. Isn't he a 4-star ancient immortal lord? Upon sensing Xianxiao's violent and powerful aura, Yuncheng and company were extremely alarmed. They looked at Xianxia with their mouths agape. It had not been long since Xianxia defeated Yang Yueshan with a single strike. Even a top genius would not be able to break through from a 4-star ancient immortal lord to a 1-star ancient immortal lord. Such a terrifying matter did not exist. However, Xianxia had done it. Was this a hallucination? He was able to defeat a 6-star ancient immortal lord, Yang Yueshan, with a single strike as a 4-star ancient immortal lord. Now that Xianxia was a 1-star ancient immortal lord, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill a 3-star ancient immortal lord with a single strike? What method did Feng Wuchen use to allow Xianxia to break through to the 1-star ancient immortal lord realm in such a short period of time? Furthermore, this aura is extremely terrifying. It actually makes me sense danger. Qiu Bufan was appalled as cold sweat broke out on his back. After all, Qiu Bufan was a 3-star ancient immortal lord. Xianxia walked over step by step as he extended his hand and clawed at Yuncheng. A 5th-grade ancient immortal sword appeared as a terrifying aura locked onto Yuncheng. The closer Xianxia got, the more afraid Yuncheng and company felt. That terrifying aura nearly left them breathless. I'll give you 2 choices. Release them or die. Xianxia said coldly without any human emotions. He pointed his ancient immortal sword at Yuncheng in an extremely domineering manner. Yuncheng was only a 2-star ancient immortal lord. His aura was inferior to Xianxiao's, and his strength was clearly not Xianxiao's match. Xianxia, if you dare move, I'll kill shopkeeper Mu. You can try if you don't believe me. Yuncheng said coldly as he tightened his grip on shopkeeper Mu. I've already given you the chance, Xianxia said coldly. Immediately, he cast ghostly shadow as he strangely vanished. Chi. Ah. Instantly, without anyone being able to react, Yuncheng's hand that was gripping shopkeeper Mu's throat was instantly severed. Yuncheng screamed tragically as blood spewed out. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already rescued shopkeeper Mu. His speed was extremely fast. What terrifying speed! I actually didn't see it. Qiu Bufan was alarmed as he was extremely shocked. He even suspected if Xianxiao's cultivation level was that of a 1-star ancient immortal lord. Eldest senior brother. The 3 ancient immortal lord disciples shouted in panic as their souls flew out of their bodies. You actually dared to sever my arm. Xianxia, I will definitely not spare you. Yuncheng roared crazily as he endured the pain of his severed arm. His expression was hideous and terrifying. So what? Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you here? Xianxia asked coldly as his cold gaze swept towards Yuncheng once again. Just a glance was enough to make Yuncheng tremble in fear. I heard that Yi Hongyun sent you here? Xianxia asked coldly. That's right. Xianxia, do you know the consequences of offending the heavenly illumination immortal abode? Yuncheng said angrily as his face twitched violently. I don't know. Xianxia said coldly, since Yi Hongyun sent you here and you still dare to behave atrociously in Feng restaurant, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xianxia. What are you trying to do? If you dare touch us, the 7-star Divine Palace will definitely not let you off. They will not let Feng restaurant off. A disciple shouted angrily as he looked extremely flustered. Is that so? Xianxia said coldly as his cold killing intent multiplied. He used all his strength as a 1-star ancient immortal lord as he bellowed, ghostly shadow kill. Xianxia. Stop. Yuncheng roared with a face full of horror. He was extremely flustered. It's too late to regret now. Xianxia said fiercely. He did not show any mercy as he shot out with the ancient immortal sword in hand. End of chapter. Cold killing intent had already spread throughout the entire restaurant. Xianxia was definitely not trying to scare people. Xianxia. Qiu Bufan turned pale with fright. He could feel Xianxiao's true killing intent. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop him. Chi chi chi. Sword light flashed as blood spurted out. The heads of the 3 7 stars divine palace disciples fell to the ground as the 3 disciples fell into a pool of blood. Xianxiao's speed was extremely terrifying. It was an instant kill. Xianxiao's sword was currently resting on Yuncheng's shoulder, ready to kill him at any time. How is this possible? Xiao Bufan's expression changed drastically. He was incomparably shocked. Extremely terrifying speed. Even I couldn't react in time. Xianxiao's strength is clearly stronger than mine. The sword art that Xianxiao cultivates is extremely terrifying. That soul-stirring sword intent can only be found in top ancient immortal techniques. Back then, when Xianxiao defeated Yang Yueshan in one strike, did he also use such a terrifying sword art? A few days ago, Xianxiao was only a 6-star ancient immortal lord. In just a few days, how did he become a 1-star ancient immortal lord? How did he raise his cultivation by 4 stars in a few days? What's going on? Xiao Bufan was greatly shocked. He couldn't believe that a 1-star ancient immortal lord had such terrifying combat strength. He couldn't believe that Xianxiao could break through from a 6-star ancient immortal lord to a 1-star ancient immortal lord in a few days. This was too exaggerated, too ridiculous. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xiao Bufan wouldn't have believed that this was Xianxiao's strength. This is bad. We're in trouble. Xiao Bufan's expression changed drastically. Xianxiao had killed 3 disciples of the 7 stars divine palace. The 7 stars divine palace would definitely not let this matter rest. This would definitely lead to a huge war. Yuncheng was completely dumbfounded as he looked at his 3 dead junior brothers in extreme fear. He didn't expect that Xianxiao would really dare to kill them. Moreover, his methods were incomparably cruel. It happened in an instant. Yuncheng couldn't react at all. They were both 1-star ancient immortal lords, but the strength that Xianxiao displayed was completely overwhelming. How did Xianxiao's strength become so terrifying? Yuncheng was very certain that if Xianxiao wanted to kill him, he would already be a corpse. When Xianxiao was a 4-star ancient immortal lord, Yuncheng was already a 2-star ancient immortal lord. Now, Xianxiao had become a 1-star ancient immortal lord, while Yuncheng was still a 2-star ancient immortal lord. How huge was the difference? Not even the strongest geniuses in the ancient immortal world could achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. How did Xianxiao cultivate? You actually dare to kill a disciple of my 7 stars divine palace. Yuncheng looked at Xianxiao in shock. He simply couldn't believe that Xianxiao really dared to kill someone. It's just the 7 stars divine palace, why wouldn't I dare to kill? If it wasn't for the heaven illumination immortal matter, I might have shown mercy. It's a pity that your 7 stars divine palace has become the lackey of the heaven illumination immortal matter. Xianxiao said coldly. Now that the dragon soul was strong enough, there was no need to fear the 7 stars divine palace. Since the experts of the heavenly illumination immortal mansion did not dare to step into the immortal soul world, Xianxiao was not worried at all. Yuncheng, I broke one of your hands to teach you a lesson. I didn't kill you because I want you to go back and tell Fu Yuan that if the 7 stars divine palace doesn't want to exist, then come at me. Xianxiao said coldly. The 7 stars divine palace was a large power that had ancient immortal emperor strong practitioners. Although the dragon soul's strength had grown, it didn't have an ancient immortal emperor strong practitioner. There was still a certain gap between its strength and the 7 stars divine palace. The dragon soul was indeed no match for the 7 stars divine palace. Of course, with the help of the Shinra temple, it was hard to say. Moreover, there was Commander Xing'an. Therefore, Xianxiao wasn't afraid of the 7 stars divine palace at all. Yuncheng's face was filled with fear. When he heard Xianxiao's arrogant words, his face instantly turned sinister. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Very good. I hope that when the time comes, you can still be as arrogant as you are today. You're just a mere ancient immortal lord. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat an ancient immortal emperor? Xianxiao. Just you wait. The 7 stars divine palace will never let this go. Now that the 7 stars divine palace has the heaven illumination immortal manor behind them, your wind restaurant is just an ant. Are you done? If you are, scram in case I change my mind. I really want to kill you now. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand, Xianxia said coldly as he stared coldly at Yincheng. You. Yincheng exploded in anger, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He was really afraid that Xianxia would kill him. Yincheng grunted angrily and glared at Xianxia before leaving the Wind restaurant. Yincheng has lost an arm. The auras of the other 3 disciples have disappeared. They have indeed been killed. Since the appearance of Wind restaurant, anyone who has caused trouble has ended up in trouble. Even the heaven illumination immortal matter can't do anything to Wind restaurant. Yincheng is simply courting death. Jianchao's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. The last time he defeated Yang Yueshan, he was only a 4-star ancient immortal lord. Now, he has broken through to a 1-star ancient immortal lord. It's too terrifying. Furthermore, Wind Restaurant isn't afraid of the 7 Stars Divine Palace. The 7 Stars Divine Palace is looking for trouble. Look at it now. If they don't start a war, they can only swallow their anger. If they start a war, the 7 Stars Divine Palace will probably cease to exist. Seeing Yincheng come out in a sorry state with a broken arm, the cultivators outside the restaurant began to discuss. In the restaurant, Qiu Bufan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Jianchou, you are too impulsive. You killed 3 disciples of the 7 Stars Divine Palace. The 7 Stars Divine Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Starting a war is not good for either of us. Qiu Bufan said helplessly. Wind Restaurant has its rules. Furthermore, the 7 Stars Divine Palace has already become the lackey of the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter. I have already given the 7 Stars Divine Palace face by not killing Yincheng. Jianchou shrugged his shoulders and said without a care. Looking at Qiu Bufan, Jianchou smiled and said, Senior brother Qiu, you are a kind person and can't bear to kill. However, there are times when you have to kill. This is what the Tower Master taught us. When dealing with enemies, we must be ruthless. I am already considered merciful. If it was the Tower Master, I'm afraid Yincheng would not be able to walk out of here alive. All right. Qiu Bufan sighed softly and then asked, Tell me, what's going on with your cultivation? Why did it suddenly increase by so much? A few days ago, you were still a 6-star ancient immortal lord. For your cultivation to increase so quickly, won't it affect your foundation? Qiu Bufan was truly curious. It's not convenient for me to reveal this. Senior brother Qiu will know in the future. Alright, I still have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Jianchou smiled and immediately vanished. The horror of the heaven-defying divine bead was something Jianchou did not dare to reveal. Palace Lord, Yincheng is here for Jianchou. Palace Lord's guess is right. The 7 Stars Divine Palace taking action is the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter's intention. However, Jianchou has killed 3 disciples of the 7 Stars Divine Palace. A war is probably unavoidable. Qiu Bufan immediately transmitted his voice to Dongfang Wushan. As expected. Dongfang Yunshan frowned deeply and transmitted his voice, Bufan, stay in Windy Fire City for now. The 7 Stars Divine Palace will take action soon. Yes. Palace Lord. Qiu Bufan transmitted his voice respectfully. Pass down the order. All disciples of the Shinra Temple are to prepare for war. Dongfang Wushan did not hesitate to give the order. End of chapter. 7 Stars Divine Palace. Palatial Lord. This is bad. Something has happened. Eldest senior brother has lost an arm. Senior brother Wu and company have been killed. A disciple rushed into the grand hall in panic. What? In the grand hall, the 3 elders' expressions changed drastically. Diao Xingyuan asked in a gloomy voice, what happened? Who dared to sever Chonger's arm? Who killed my 7 Stars Divine Palace disciples? Diao Xingyuan was enraged as his killing intent surged. Soon, Ian rushed into the grand hall. His right arm had been severed and his clothes were dyed red with blood. His face was pale. Chonger. The 3 elders' expressions turned gloomy. They were infuriated as terrifying killing intent surged. Diao Xingyuan asked in a gloomy voice, Chonger, what happened? Who injured you? Why are you the only one who returned? Elders, junior brother Wu and company have been killed by Jianchou. My arm was also severed by Xianxia. He is now a one-star ancient immortal emperor and is extremely powerful. The other disciples have gone to restaurants in other cities, so they should be fine. Xianxia hurriedly said. What? Xianxia severed your arm? He has already broken through to one-star ancient immortal emperor? When Xianxia said that, the three elders' expressions changed drastically. How is that possible? How can he break through to one-star ancient immortal emperor from a four-star ancient immortal lord in such a short period of time? With your cultivation level as a two-star ancient immortal emperor, you are not his match. Diao Xingyuan said in horror as he found it unbelievable. The more Diao Xingyuan thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Xianxiao's cultivation speed had reached an unimaginable level. Even top geniuses do not have such a terrifying cultivation speed, right? Second elder said with a dumbfounded expression as his face turned stiff. Xianxia's face was gloomy as he said indignantly, I do not know how Xianxia cultivates either. Furthermore, his sword arts are extremely powerful and his movement techniques are terrifying. I could not see him attack at all. Junior brother Wu and company were killed in a blink of an eye. If Xianxia wanted to kill me, I wouldn't even know how I died. What? You couldn't see him attack? The three elders were stunned once again as they felt even more shock and disbelief. A one-star ancient immortal emperor really had such strength? Xianxia was a genius disciple of the 7 stars divine palace, a 2-star ancient immortal lord, and a 3-star ancient immortal lord. How could he not see Xianxiao's attack? Didn't that mean Xianxia was strong enough to instantly kill a 3-star ancient celestial lord? Wasn't this too exaggerated? This is impossible. How could a 1-star ancient immortal emperor have such strength? The third elder's face was filled with disbelief. The sword art that Xianxia cultivates in is very likely a top ancient immortal technique. If not, it is impossible for it to possess such terrifying might. Xianxia said angrily through gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with indignation. A top-grade ancient immortal technique. Diao Xingyuan and the other 2 elders were shocked once more. Great elder, I can't take this lying down. Please give the order to destroy Feng restaurant. Kill Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly said. He wished he could immediately destroy Feng restaurant and dismember Xianxia. Diao Xingyuan took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said solemnly, if we start a war, the Shinra Temple will definitely interfere. The palace lord has yet to come out of seclusion. We are no match for Dongfang Wushan. Hearing this, Xianxia remembered that Fu Yuan had already taken the ancient immortal emperor-grade pills and went into seclusion to cultivate. Xianxia killed a disciple of my 7 stars divine palace and even severed one of your arms. The 7 stars divine palace and Feng restaurant are irreconcilable enemies. We can use this opportunity to eliminate the Shinra Temple as well. An elder said coldly. His old eyes flashed with viciousness. Chong-er, use the body-casting pills to recover your severed arm. Don't worry. After the palace lord comes out of seclusion, we will destroy Feng restaurant and the Shinra Temple to avenge our 3 disciples. Diao Xingyuan said gloomily. His old eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Yes. Great elder. Xianxia said respectfully. He clenched his fists tightly. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. He thought viciously, Xianxia. Just you wait. I, Xianxia, will tear you to pieces with my own hands. At this moment, Xianxia was strengthening the dragon's soul with the supremacy of the dragon's soul. He did not take the matter of killing the 7 stars divine palace disciples to heart. War Emperor, where is the ancient immortal emperor you mentioned? The dragon's soul is in urgent need of an ancient immortal emperor expert. If we can recruit this person, the dragon's soul's strength will increase greatly. Xianxia asked. In the immortal capital. He is an itinerant cultivator. However, he said that he wants 3 5th-grade ancient immortal artifacts. War Emperor said respectfully. War Emperor was a 5-star ancient immortal emperor. Then give up. Greedy and insatiable. The Tower Lord does not like such people. Xianxia gave up immediately. War Emperor said respectfully, Leader, there is still an ancient immortal emperor. We can try. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today, Fu Yuan came out of seclusion. An extremely vast and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the palace. It instantly alarmed the entire Seven Stars Divine Palace. The elders and disciples were all scared witless by this terrifying aura. 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. The Palace Lord has successfully broken through. With the cultivation of a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor, he can definitely defeat Dongfang Wuxian. Diao Jingyuan said excitedly. As expected of an Ancient Immortal Emperor grade pill. It is too powerful. In just 3 days, the Palace Lord has broken through. The second elder was ecstatic. 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. The Palace Lord's strength has already surpassed Dongfang Wuxian. This time, they are dead for sure. Yuncheng was extremely excited. He could not wait to destroy the Feng restaurant and the Shinra temple. Congratulations to the Palace Lord for breaking through to a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. The disciples of the 7 Stars Divine Palace shouted excitedly. The loud sound echoed throughout the palace and did not dissipate for a long time. After a while, a figure appeared in midair in the palace. It was Fu Yuan. The tyrannical aura gave people a feeling that he was unrivaled. Dongfang Wuxian, you can't suppress me this time, right? It's time to settle the old scores. The strength of a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor is definitely not something a 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor can compare to. Fu Yuan's mouth slightly raised, his face full of confidence. Palace Lord, Jian Chou killed 3 disciples of our 7 Stars Divine Palace. He even said that if our 7 Stars Divine Palace does not want to exist, we can start a war at any time. Yuncheng quickly said respectfully. Oh? Don't want to exist? Fu Yuan's eyes narrowed and flashed with a murderous aura. He said coldly, what big words. He even dared to kill my 7 Stars Divine Palace's disciples. A small Feng restaurant dares to not put my 7 Stars Divine Palace in its eyes. Pass down the order. 7 Stars Divine Palace disciples, immediately head to Firestorm City. I want to see what kind of ability this Feng restaurant has. Fu Yuan ordered. A majestic aura swept out. Yes. Yuncheng said excitedly and immediately shouted, destroy Feng restaurant. Destroy the Shinra temple. Destroy Feng restaurant. Annihilate the Shenluo Immortal Palace. All the disciples roared excitedly, their auras majestic. Fu Yuan's breakthrough to the 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor undoubtedly gave him a strong sense of confidence. Dongfang Wuxian, you must come. Fu Yuan sneered slightly, as if he was sure that he could defeat Dongfang Wuxian. End of chapter. 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. In the Shinra temple, Dongfang Wuxian frowned deeply, his old face was extremely solemn. I didn't expect Fu Yuan to break through to 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor so quickly. It seems like he has the help of the Sky Illumination Immortal Matter. Dongfang Wuxian said solemnly. He had already sensed Fu Yuan's powerful aura. This old thing's cultivation has broken through to 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. The first thing he wants to do should be to deal with our Shinra temple. Yu Tianshan said worriedly. After being defeated by Palace Lord, this old thing has always wanted to take revenge. Now that his cultivation has broken through to 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor, he naturally won't miss this great opportunity. Xianxia said solemnly, his old eyes were filled with worry. Palace Lord, the disciples of 7 Stars Divine Palace above the Ancient Immortal King level are rushing to Firestorm City. At this moment, an Ancient Immortal Emperor disciple appeared and reported respectfully. The disciples of 7 Stars Divine Palace were killed and Yuncheng's arm was cut off. It seems like Fu Yuan intends to destroy Feng restaurant first. Xianxia said solemnly. Yu Tianshan frowned and said, this is really unexpected. It seems like Fu Yuan doesn't put Palace Lord in his eyes. Bufan is still in the Windy restaurant in Windy Fire City. Pass down my order. All disciples of the Divine Luo Immortal Palace who are at the Ancient Celestial King Realm and above are to head to Windy Fire City immediately. Dongfang Wuxian ordered without hesitation. This battle was unavoidable. Shinra Temple moved out in full force and rushed to Firestorm City. 7 Stars Divine Palace moved out in full force. Thousands of disciples were majestic and imposing. Everywhere they passed, many big and small forces and cultivators trembled in fear. 7 Stars Divine Palace really won't let this go. The war is about to begin. Even the sky illumination immortal matter can't do anything to Feng Restaurant. Isn't 7 Stars Divine Palace courting death? Palace Lord Fu Yuan is too impulsive. The war is about to begin. Thousands of disciples of 7 Stars Divine Palace have moved out. Everyone, quickly go to Firestorm City. Many cultivators rushed to Firestorm City to watch the show. They all wanted to see how 7 Stars Divine Palace would be destroyed by Feng Restaurant. Sky illumination immortal matter couldn't do anything to Feng Restaurant, let alone 7 Stars Divine Palace. Of course, if they knew the inside story, they wouldn't think so. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had already left the immortal soul world and was rushing towards the immortal shadow fantasy realm at full speed. Polaris Immortal Sect. Swish, a figure appeared in the main hall in a flash and reported respectfully, reporting to Commander, thousands of 7 Stars Divine Palace disciples are rushing to Firewind City. They should be dealing with Wind Restaurant. Commander Xingyan shook his head slightly. That old thing Fu Yuan is getting stupider with age. Commander Xianxia is indeed here for the Wind Restaurant. Protector Tian Hen forbade the heavenly reflection immortal matter from stepping into the immortal soul world, but Xianxia still dares to do so. Fu Yuan was able to break through to become a 4-star ancient immortal emperor. It seems like he must have obtained a pill from an ancient immortal emperor. Commander, should we stop the 7 Stars Divine Palace? The subordinate asked respectfully. No need, just keep an eye on him in secret and make a move when necessary. We definitely can't let Lord Feng suffer any harm, Commander Xingyan said coldly. Yes. Commander. The subordinate said respectfully before vanishing into thin air. In the sky above. Firestorm City. Swish. Swish. Swish, 7 Stars Divine Palace had arrived. They're here. On the 3rd floor of Wind Restaurant, Qiu Bufan had a grave expression as he looked at the sky. 4-star ancient immortal emperor. What a terrifying aura. Ning Tiancheng appeared in a flash. That old thing actually broke through. He's even stronger than Palace Lord Dongfeng. Jian Chou also appeared shortly after, which was out of his expectations. Qiu Bufan sighed softly and said helplessly, this battle is unavoidable. Fu Yuan broke through to become a 4-star ancient immortal emperor and is very powerful. Palace Lord isn't his match. 7 Stars Divine Palace has thousands of disciples and will definitely suffer heavy casualties. I'm afraid 7 Stars Divine Palace won't let Mystic Emperor haul off either. Senior brother Qiu, can't you say something nice? Ning Tiancheng smiled bitterly. I hope Palace Lord can seriously injure Fu Yuan. This way, we still have a chance of survival. Qiu Bufan smiled bitterly. War Emperor, pass down the order. Dragon Soul Venerable is on standby. The life and death battle is coming. Jian Chou ordered. Yes. Leader. War Emperor's respectful voice sounded. Feng Wuchen wasn't here, so Jian Chou had to stand up and fight 7 Stars Divine Palace. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to protect Wind Restaurant. At this moment, a large number of cultivators had already gathered from all directions of Wind Restaurant. After a while, Fu Yuan and the 3 elders took the lead and appeared in the sky above Wind Fire City. Thousands of disciples flew over one after another. Their aura was monstrous and breathtaking. As a major force in Immortal Soul Realm, 7 Stars Divine Palace's strength couldn't be underestimated. Along the way, there were also many cultivators following. For a time, the sky above Wind Fire City was densely packed with figures. There were so many people that there were more than 100,000 people. At this moment, the space was dead silent. The air froze, and all the cultivators' faces were pale. In the restaurant, shopkeeper Mu and Sissy's faces were already filled with fear. Jian Chou, Ning Tiancheng, and Qiu Bufan slowly rose into the sky. They looked at the people of 7 Stars Divine Palace with solemn eyes. Jian Chou. Yi Yincheng stared at Jian Chou with a ferocious face, as if he wanted to swallow Jian Chou alive. Wind Restaurant only has you guys? Fu Yuan asked coldly. His eyes flashed with disdain. Staring at Jian Chou, Fu Yuan said coldly, Jian Chou, you have guts. You dare to kill 3 of my 7 Stars Divine Palace's ancient immortal emperor disciples and break one of Yi Yincheng's arms. they are too bold. They dare to behave atrociously in Wind Restaurant. It's only right for me to kill them. As for Yuncheng, I'm already giving 7 stars Divine Palace a lot of face by not killing him. Jianchou said without fear. His attitude was strong. What big words. Marshal Peak really taught a good disciple. Diao Yuanjing said gloomily. Jianchou said coldly, every disciple of the palace master is 100 times stronger than your 7 stars Divine Palace's disciples. If the 7 stars Divine Palace's disciples are not arrogant, they are arrogant and unreasonable. Sooner or later, 7 stars Divine Palace will be destroyed in their hands. A bunch of nonsense. Fu Yuan shouted angrily. His murderous aura instantly multiplied. He immediately ordered, this palace wants to see what ability Wind Restaurant has. Attack. 7 stars Divine Palace wants to bully us with numbers? A dignified old voice suddenly rang out. Palace Master Dongfang is here. The crowd exclaimed. Shoo! 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 At this moment, Dongfang Wushan and the 3 elders of the Yutianshan sect appeared in a flash. There was also the sound of something breaking through the void from afar. They had arrived at the Shinra Temple. Dongfang Wushan, this palace has been waiting for you for a long time. This palace knew that you wouldn't just stand by and watch. Fu Yuan sneered. His cold gaze swept across Dongfang Wushan. Congratulations to Palace Master Fu for breaking through to 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Dongfang Wushan smiled indifferently. Dongfang Wushan, since you are here, this palace will kill you first. Shinra Temple's disciples either die or submit. Fu Yuan said coldly. The terrifying power of a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor erupted. End of chapter. Buzz buzz. The terrifying might of a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor erupted forth, towering up into the 9 heavens. The entire Firewind City trembled violently as a large black crack appeared in the void. Terrifying waves of chi gushed forth like a tsunami. Fu Yuan immediately took out a grade 4 Ancient Immortal artifact. His battle prowess soared once again, almost reaching the peak of a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. What a terrifying power. Everyone, retreat quickly. Although it's not as terrifying as Mansion Lord Yi, it's still very terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. Leave quickly. Leave quickly. Many cultivators who were watching from all directions retreated in fear. They directly retreated out of Firewind City and even further. Dongfang Wushan used all his strength to block Fu Yuan's terrifying aura to prevent the Shinra Temple disciples from being affected. However, blocking Fu Yuan's terrifying aura actually caused Dongfang Wushan to feel a huge pressure. The Shinra Temple disciples were also shaken by the terrifying aura. Their faces were pale. I can't use any strength. What a terrifying power. Xiao Bufan struggled. He even found it hard to move his body. Ancient Immortal Emperors are really terrifying. Even if they're only 1 star stronger, the difference is like heaven and earth. Ning Tianqing said in shock. His body trembled violently. His power is much stronger than grandfather. Won't grandfather's life be in danger? Xian's face was filled with panic and worry. Her palms were sweating. This power is almost at the level of a 5-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Old man actually feels a huge pressure. Yu Tianshan said in a deep voice. Even with the cultivation of an Ancient Immortal Emperor, it was difficult to withstand. As expected of a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. This power is much stronger than Old Man. Even if he just broke through to the 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm, his power can completely suppress Old Man. Dongfang Wushan frowned. He had no confidence in defeating Fu Yuan. Dongfang Wushan. Come and fight. Fu Yuan said fiercely. His figure flashed into the void, and his battle intent soared to the heavens. Dongfang Wushan's face was heavy, but he didn't cower. He also flashed into the void. Buzz. Dongfang Wushan took out his grade 5 Ancient Immortal artifact and unleashed the full power of a 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Space trembled violently once again and everything within a radius of several 100,000 feet turned pitch black. In an instant, Dongfang Wushan's battle prowess rose to the peak of the 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Clearly, a grade 5 Ancient Immortal artifact was unable to raise his combat prowess by 1 star. Dongfang Wushan, when I lost to you in that battle, I have waited for this day for a full 13 years. The 7 Stars Divine Palace has always been stepped on by your Shinra temple. Do you know how I feel? Fu Yuan said coldly, his old eyes filled with murderous intent. Boom. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yuan suddenly stepped into the void. With a boom, his figure turned into a bolt of green lightning and shot out. The space shook again. His attacks were extremely fierce and merciless. Fu Yuan's speed was terrifying. In an instant, he arrived before Dongfang Wushan and slammed his palm fiercely. Dongfang. Wushan formed a seal with one hand and a blue light shone. Immediately, he shouted, "Immortal art! Wind and cloud shield!" In front of Dongfang Wushan, a whirlwind energy shield was quickly formed. It had an extremely strong defensive power. Humph. Do you think you can withstand my power? Fu Yuan said disdainfully. Boom. Buzz. The terrifying palm slammed down. With a boom, the terrifying power immediately shattered Dongfang Wushan's energy shield and sent Dongfang Wushan flying. Palace Master. Seeing Dongfang Wushan being sent flying, Qiu Bufan and the other disciples of the Shinra temple turned pale with fright and became even more worried. Grandfather. Ziyun was extremely flustered. Her face was pale as tears welled up in her eyes. Jianchou clenched his fists and said gloomily, "Unfortunately, the strongest dragon soul is only a zenith heaven golden immortal. Furthermore, there are only 2 of them. Even though there are many dragon soul supremacies from the ancient immortal emperors and ancient immortal monarchs, they are still far inferior to the 7 Stars Divine Palace. Palace Master Dongfang's strength is no match for Fu Yuan. Even if we join forces, there is nothing we can do. He gained the upper hand with just one palm. Is the difference that big?" Yu Tianshan frowned deeply. His old face was filled with panic. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were shocked and horrified. All of them were dumbfounded. Dongfang Wushan is doomed today. Wind Restaurant and Shinra Temple will disappear today. Ian sneered as he took pleasure in Dongfang Wushan's misfortune. Palatial Lord's strength far exceeds Dongfang Wushan's. Palatial Lord will definitely win easily. Diao Yuanjing said with a faint smile. Dongfang Wushan, a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact, is nothing more than that. And that's only 80% of my strength. Fu Yuan sneered smugly. He felt extremely good when he suppressed Dongfang Wushan with one palm. It had been 13 years. He had waited for this day for 13 years. Fu Yuan finally had a chance to turn the tables. What violent strength! The wind and cloud shield's defensive strength is not weak, but it was easily broken by him. Old man was nearly injured. Dongfang Wushan thought to himself. His lifeblood was churning violently. If not for the wind and cloud shield, Fu Yuan's palm strike would have injured him. Immortal technique. Mystic lightning divine slash. Following that, Fu Yuan roared as his majestic aura soared once again. Terrifying lightning elemental powers blasted out, condensing into a gigantic lightning elemental energy slash that exuded an extremely terrifying strength. Just now, a casual palm strike was able to suppress Dongfang Wushan. Now that he was using an immortal technique, it was needless to say how terrifying his strength was. Fu Yuan's powerful immortal technique undoubtedly caused the Shinra Temple's elders and disciples to be even more frightened and worried. The spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. It was extremely rare to see a battle between ancient immortal emperors. Now that they had seen it, the terrifying and spectacular scene was shocking, causing their bodies and minds to stiffen. Dongfang Wushan. Take this. Fu Yuan sneered and waved his hand without hesitation. A terrifying energy slash mercilessly slashed towards Dongfang Wushan. Dongfang Wushan's old face was extremely solemn. With a thought, he took out his battle armor and injected all his strength into the ancient immortal artifact. Immortal technique. Beast soul true body. Spiritual Yuan protection. Dongfang Wushan roared. Roar. An immortal beast's roar rang out as a huge immortal beast's energy body materialized. Spiritual Yuan began to condense around its body. This was Dongfang Wushan's strongest defensive power. In the face of a powerful opponent, It was obviously unwise to face it head-on. Dongfang Wushan, no matter how strong your defense is, it will not be able to withstand my strength. Fu Yuan said arrogantly. Rumble. Crack. Puff. The terrifying energy ruthlessly slashed down. With a deafening rumble, Dongfang Wushan's spiritual Yuan protection and beast soul true body were instantly destroyed. The impact even caused Dongfang Wushan to spit out a mouthful of blood. In front of a 4-star ancient immortal emperor, Dongfang Wushan had no resistance at all. In just one move, Dongfang Wushan was defeated. Haha. Dongfang Wushan. Your time of death has come. Fu Yuan laughed excitedly. The humiliation of 13 years had finally disappeared today. End of chapter, Grandfather. Palatial Lord. Dongfang Wushan was unable to withstand the attack and was severely injured on the spot. The Shinra Temple disciples were completely flustered as they screamed in horror. This is bad. Palatial Lord is seriously injured. Even the 3 layers of defense are unable to withstand Fu Yuan's strength. Yu Tianshan said in a panic as he was burning with anxiety. What should we do? Where's Feng Wuchen? Jian Chou, quickly get Feng Wuchen to come out and save my grandfather. Ziyin said anxiously as tears streamed down her face. Junior sister, Feng Wuchen has left the immortal soul world for some matters. Qiu Bufan said helplessly. What? Feng Wuchen has left the immortal soul world? Ziyin instantly fell into despair when she heard this. Jian Chao's face was extremely gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly. His nails pierced into his flesh, causing blood to flow out. A 3-star ancient immortal emperor is really too weak. Palatial Lord hasn't even used his full strength, but Dongfang Wushan is already at his limit. Ian sneered mockingly as he deliberately glanced arrogantly at the gloomy Jian Chou. The smugness on his face was even more intense. Eldest senior brother is right. Dongfang Wushan will definitely die today. The Shinra Temple will definitely be destroyed. Haha. That's right, that's right. From today onwards, our 7-star divine palace will be the overlord of the immortal soul world. Palatial Lord. Kill Dongfang Wushan. The 7-star divine palace disciples cheered as their faces were filled with happiness. Palatial Lord Dongfang is finished. The difference in strength is too great. Even his defense can't withstand Palatial Lord Fu's strength. It looks like the Shinra Temple is done. Why hasn't Feng Restaurant's expert appeared? Isn't Feng Restaurant unable to do anything to the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode? Once Palatial Lord Dongfang is defeated, the 3 elders and more than 10 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal experts are no match for Palatial Lord Fu. The cultivators watching the battle from afar discussed spiritedly. Even the weakest cultivator could tell that Dongfang Wushan was powerless to resist. Commander, if we don't act now, Dongfang Wushan's life might be in danger, a subordinate said respectfully in the dark. Have you ever seen anyone so calm after being seriously injured? Dongfang Wushan hasn't used his full strength yet, so don't be anxious, Commander Xingyan said with a frown. His gaze was fixed on Dongfang Wushan. A 3-star ancient immortal emperor can defeat a 4-star ancient immortal emperor? The subordinate was shocked. Jian Chou defeated Yan Yuashan with 1 strike. He's 2 stars above. What do you think? Dongfang Wushan isn't simple. Don't forget that he has already broken through to the ancient immortal emperor realm. The Shinra Temple is already considered a major power in the southern celestial domain, so how could he fall so easily? Commander Xingyan said solemnly. As an ancient immortal emperor, Dongfang Wushan naturally had his own means to protect himself. Dongfang Wushan, you can't take it anymore? I haven't had my fill yet. Aren't you an ancient immortal emperor realm alchemist? Take the pill and continue fighting with me, Fu Yuan mocked as. He looked at the battered Dongfang Wushan with a playful expression. Dongfang Wushan's old face was slightly pale, but he didn't panic at all. His old eyes were still staring at Fu Yuan. Dongfang Wushan. I'll send you on your way next. Fu Yuan sneered. The killing intent in his eyes multiplied, and an even more terrifying power burst forth. A dazzling green light covered the dark space. Buzz, buzz, the terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption, continuously surging out. The overflowing air waves were like a tornado of death that connected heaven and earth. The scene was breathtaking. Immortal technique. 7-star illusionary god seal. Fu Yuan suddenly shouted. His hands quickly formed seals, and a huge green energy seal that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared above his head. It was suffocating and terrifying. Dongfang Wushan. Go and die. Fu Yuan shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying energy seal ruthlessly smashed over. Smack, right at this moment, Dongfang Wushan's old eyes suddenly burst with light. He put his palms together, and a vast aura burst forth like a huge dragon waking up. Dongfang Wushan's aura has changed. He indeed has a life-saving method. Commander Xingyan grinned. This old thing is seriously injured, but he can still burst forth with such an aura. Fu Yuan frowned slightly, feeling worried. Immortal technique. Catoptric deflection. Dongfang Wushan shouted, and a transparent ripple of energy appeared in front of him. Immortal technique. Grand Unity Immortal Soul Curse. Dongfang Wushan shouted again, and a blue incantation diagram condensed in front of him. He directly shot it into the transparent energy ripple. In the next second, the blue incantation diagram actually strangely appeared in front of Fu Yuan out of thin air. What? Fu Yuan's expression changed drastically. He could feel an intense aura of danger. The sudden appearance of the blue incantation diagram hit Fu Yuan's body, and the incantation instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! The incantation spread throughout his body, and Fu Yuan suddenly screamed. Fu Yuan's sudden scream caught everyone off guard and gave them a fright. What a powerful incantation, Commander Xingyan said in shock. Even a 4-star ancient immortal emperor could not withstand it, which showed how powerful the incantation was. What incantation is this? How did it suddenly appear in front of Palace Lord? Diao Yuanjing turned pale with fright. Yin said in horror, oh no. Palace Lord's soul body has been sealed by a force. What? His soul body has been sealed? The expressions of the three elders changed drastically. Palace Lord. The disciples of 7 Stars Divine Palace panicked. On the other side, the disciples of Shinra Temple, Jianchou, and company looked at this scene in shock. The sudden reversal gave them hope. When did Palace Lord cultivate such an incantation? It can actually seal Fu Yuan's soul body. Could it be a refinement art imparted by Feng Wuchen? Qiu Bufan's face was filled with shock. That's right. The Grand Unity Immortal Soul Incantation is a powerful incantation imparted by Feng Wuchen. It can seal an opponent's soul body. Palace Lord has actually succeeded in cultivating it. Yu Tianshan said in surprise and joy. Fu Yuan has underestimated his enemy, Shin Tuyao sneered. At the same time, Dongfang Wushan flashed into the energy ripples and instantly appeared in front of Fu Yuan. Rumble. Weng Weng. Fu Yuan's terrifying energy seal slammed into a towering immortal mountain in the distance. With a rumbling explosion, the entire immortal mountain was reduced to ashes, causing the space to tremble violently. Palace Lord. Seeing Dongfang Wushan appear, the people of 7 Stars Divine Palace panicked. Dongfang Wushan, what incantation did you use? Why can't I move? Fu Yuan roared in exasperation. 13 years of humiliation was about to be avenged, but he didn't expect Dongfang Wushan to have such a forceful method. A spell that seals the soul body. Have you forgotten that I am an alchemist? Dongfang Wushan said indifferently. Seal the soul body? When did you cultivate this incantation? Fu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. If the soul body was sealed, how could he fight? Looking at Fu Yuan, whose face was filled with astonishment, Dongfang Wushan said indifferently, this is also the first time I'm using it. Frankly speaking, in terms of strength, I am indeed not your opponent right now. However, being strong doesn't mean that I will definitely win. Palace Lord Fu, I have no intention of forming a grudge with 7 Stars Divine Palace. You were the one who started the war back then. Starting a war will only cause many casualties and harm the sect's disciples, Dongfang Wushan said indifferently. End of chapter. Dongfang Wushan. Don't pretend to be virtuous in front of me. Aren't you trying to stop my 7 Stars Divine Palace to dominate the immortal soul world? Fu Yuan roared with a ferocious face. When Fu Yuan said that, Dongfeng Wushan's old face became gloomy. With a ruthless look in his eyes, Dongfeng Wushan said coldly, "Humph. There are no valuable golden immortal forces in the immortal soul world because of the Seven Stars Divine Palace's reckless behavior. For valuable golden immortal forces were destroyed by your hands. The reason why there are so few valuable golden immortals in the immortal soul world is also because of your Seven Stars Divine Palace. If I don't take action, more forces in the immortal soul world will be destroyed by your hands. If I don't have powerful strength, I'm afraid that the Shinra Temple will also be destroyed by your evil hands. Don't make it sound so dignified. I know very well what kind of person you, Dongfeng Wushan, are. You are just afraid that the Seven Stars Divine Palace will trample the Shinra Temple under their feet." Fu Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Stubborn." Dongfeng Wushan said coldly and immediately blasted out a palm. Boom. Puff. Fu Yuan's soul was sealed and could not move, let alone resist. With a loud explosion, the terrible power shook Fu Yuan on the spot, causing him to vomit blood and his body to fly out. Damn the spell. I can't break it by force. Fu Yuan was furious. He could not use his strength to break the Tai immortal soul spell. Damn it. Dongfeng Wushan. If you have the guts, remove my spell. Fu Yuan shouted angrily. His old eyes were bloodshot and he looked a little crazy. Remove the spell so that you can kill me and destroy the Shinra Temple and Breeze Restaurant? Dongfeng Wushan said coldly. As he spoke, he used his strength again. Immortal Art. Phantom Dark Killing Palm. Dongfeng Wushan suddenly shouted and blasted out a palm. Then, thousands of energy palm prints blasted out. The attack was fierce and domineering. Looking at the thousands of powerful energy palm prints, Fu Yuan's old face was extremely ferocious. Boom boom boom. Puff. The terrifying palm prints all blasted on Fu Yuan's body, causing him to vomit blood. His injuries instantly worsened. Bastard. Fu Yuan scolded. He was so furious that his internal organs were violently rolling. Unable to move his body, unable to circulate his power, Fu Yuan could only watch as Dongfeng Wushan attacked. Even with the cultivation of a 4-star ancient immortal emperor, without any defense, it was still difficult for him to withstand Dongfeng Wushan's ferocious attacks. It was obvious how furious Fu Yuan's heart was. After heavily injuring Fu Yuan, Dongfeng Wushan was finally relieved. At least there was no more threat. Tea of the Palace, Substitutus Xiu. You sealed the Palace Lord's soul body. What kind of ability is that? Xianxia could not help but roar angrily. Xianxia, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? A 4-star ancient immortal emperor dealing with a 3-star ancient immortal emperor is considered capable? Xiao Bufan said coldly as he swept a disdainful glance at Xianxia. You. Xianxia's face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Xiao Bufan said coldly, Xianxia, Palatial Lord is using an alchemist's technique. As an alchemist, can't you tell? Or is it that your title as the #1 genius alchemist in the immortal soul realm is just an undeserved reputation? Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. The many cultivators watching from all directions were dumbfounded at this moment. A second ago, Fu Yuan still had the upper hand, easily crushing Dongfeng Wushan. However, in the next second, the tables had turned. Fu Yuan was heavily injured by Dongfeng Wushan. The strong contrast left them in disbelief. Dongfeng Wushan formed a seal with one hand and removed the Tai immortal soul curse. Then, he consumed a healing pill and said coldly, the curse has been removed. Palatial Lord Fu, please do as you wish. Palatial Lord Dongfeng, don't you plan to kill him? Hearing Dongfeng Wushan's words, Ning Tianqing could not help but be stunned. He could not believe it. If he did not kill Fu Yuan, wouldn't it be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain? Grandpa said that everyone's cultivation is hard to come by, so he never kills. Unless the crime is extremely heinous and he has to kill, only then will Grandpa kill him, Ziyun said. Fu Yuan is not considered a must-kill? Ning Tianqing was stunned. Since Palatial Lord has let him go, you are not afraid of releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Moreover, Palatial Lord is about to break through to the 4-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Don't worry. Xiao Bufan smiled faintly. He was full of confidence in Dongfeng Wuxian. Xianxia said seriously, actually, there is another reason why palatial Lord Dongfeng did not kill Fu Yuan. If you don't kill Fu Yuan, there is still room for negotiation. If you kill Fu Yuan, I'm afraid the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace will send people to assassinate you. Xianxia is right. Yu Tianshan nodded slightly. Leader, it seems like the dragon's soul is not needed. The Battle Emperor's respectful voice transmitted. Fortunately, palatial Lord Dongfeng has a trump card. Otherwise, we will suffer heavy casualties today. However, don't let your guard down. Xianxia transmitted. Yes, leader. The Battle Emperor respectfully transmitted his voice over. Fu Yuan's old face was pale and incomparably ferocious, like a ferocious beast. It was not easy for him to break through to the 4-star ancient immortal emperor realm. It was not easy for him to suppress Dongfeng Wuxian. It was not easy for him to wash away his humiliation. However, he was defeated by the Tai immortal soul curse. Fu Yuan did not get what he wanted. He was extremely unwilling. Palatial Lord Fu, although I don't kill people casually, it does not mean that I won't kill you. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dongfeng Wuxian said coldly. A terrifying murderous aura locked onto Fu Yuan. Dongfeng Wuxian. Fu Yuan gritted his teeth and roared. His fierce eyes stared at Dongfeng Wuxian like a venomous snake. Palatial Lord, your injuries are serious. You can't defeat Dongfeng Wuxian. Go back and recuperate first. After you recover, you can attack again. Diao Yuanjing transmitted. If I leave like this, how will 7 Stars Divine Palace have the face to stand in the immortal soul world in the future? Won't we become the laughingstock of the immortal soul world? Fu Yuan raged in his heart. Even if he was seriously injured, Fu Yuan did not plan to leave. Although Fu Yuan was seriously injured, buzz. Ignoring his injured body, Fu Yuan forcefully activated his power and sacrificed his blood essence. A terrifying power surged out again. Does Palatial Lord still want to fight? Yuncheng and the others were shocked and worried. Diao Yuanjing said in panic, Palatial Lord has been blinded by anger. He has sacrificed his blood essence. He was seriously injured and still wanted to attack. Wasn't he courting death? Blood essence power. Yu Tianshan's old face sank slightly. This old thing still doesn't plan to give up? Ning Tiancheng frowned. Xianxia said coldly, he is courting death. Seeing Fu Yuan sacrificing his blood essence to increase his power, Dongfeng Wuxian frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, Fu Yuan, it seems that you are courting death. Dongfeng Wuxian. Today, either you die or I die. Fu Yuan roared crazily as a terrifying power surged out. If the immortal soul curse can seal you once, it can seal you a second time. Dongfeng Wuxian said coldly. Whoosh. Buzz. As Fu Yuan's roar fell, he suddenly waved his hand. A huge energy slash burst out with the power to split the heavens and earth. With a sharp and ear-piercing sound, the attack was fierce and fierce. Wherever it passed, the space trembled violently and collapsed. Fu Yuan, who had sacrificed his blood essence, could still reach the level of a 3-star ancient immortal emperor even if he was seriously injured. This showed how terrifying an ancient immortal emperor expert was. This old thing is really not simple. Although he is seriously injured, he can still use the power of his blood essence to cast a powerful immortal technique. Xianxia frowned. Fu Yuan is a person who cares about his face. If he leaves like this, the 7 Stars Divine Palace will be like the Divine Wind Immortal Palace and become a joke in the immortal soul world. He can't bear it. Qiu Bufan said. He really doesn't want to live. Ning Tiancheng shook his head. He really doesn't want to live. Qiu Bufan smiled slightly. Yu Tianshan said coldly, he wants to die, but no one can stop him. With his current strength, he can't do anything to the palace master. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the 7 Stars Divine Palace were panicking to the extreme. Anyone could see that Fu Yuan's strength was no longer comparable to Dongfeng Wuxian. Fu Yuan, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Dongfeng Wuxian said coldly. At this moment, killing intent had already surged. He let you go, but you don't know how to cherish it. Dongfeng Wuxian naturally wouldn't be merciful. Humph. If you want to kill me, it will depend on your ability. Fu Yuan shouted angrily as the corner of his mouth hooked up into a mysterious evil smile. Immortal technique. Lightning sword. Dongfeng Wuxian formed a sword finger and urged his power. Soon after, he let out a low roar. Above the void, a huge blue energy sword quickly condensed, emitting a suffocating and terrifying power. Whoosh! Rumble! Buzz! The terrifying energy sword slashed down. The two forces collided and exploded. The explosion was deafening and reverberated through the void. The destructive energy ripples from the explosion swept out with an unstoppable force, as if it wanted to devour everything. Fu Yuan's power didn't pose any threat to Dongfeng Wuxian. Even the explosion energy ripples couldn't shake Dongfeng Wuxian at all. However, Fu Yuan disappeared at this moment. Palace Master, be careful. Fu Yuan has disappeared. Yu Tianshan quickly reminded him. Dongfeng Wuxian frowned slightly, his old face became a bit more serious, but there was not the slightest bit of panic or worry in his eyes. I'm here. Dongfeng Wuxian. Prepare to die. Fu Yuan's angry shout suddenly sounded behind Dongfeng Wuxian, followed by an angry shout, Immortal Method. Profound Fire Celestial Dipper. Fu Yuan, I am an alchemist. Dongfeng Wuxian said coldly. So what? Fu Yuan roared angrily, exclamation point. Buzz. The terrifying fire elemental energy suddenly exploded. With a boom, it instantly engulfed Dongfeng Wuxian. The destructive energy ripples swept out without restraint. The space in a radius of tens of thousands of feet trembled violently. This is bad. The fire elemental energy that instantly erupted is in no way weaker than Palace Master. Dongfeng. Jianzhou frowned. He was worried once again. Grandfather. Ziyun shouted in panic. Her face was pale. This despicable bastard. Qiu Bufan gritted his teeth and cursed. His face was extremely gloomy. Eldest senior brother, will the Palace Master be all right? Lei Qi asked worriedly. The Seven Stars Divine Palace's Palace Master actually uses such shameless means. Yi Yuncheng, is this your Palace Master? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? There are many people in the immortal soul world watching. Jianzhou said disdainfully. He glanced coldly at Yi Yuncheng. Shut up. Yi Yuncheng roared angrily. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. Jianzhou shrugged indifferently. The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Above the void, the terrifying fire elemental energy gradually weakened. The space also gradually recovered. Everyone's eyes were looking up at the sky. They did not know if they did not see it. The moment they saw it, they were shocked. All of them stared with their eyes wide open. This? How is this possible? Diao Yuanjing's old eyes bulged. His body was trembling violently. This is impossible. How can Dongfeng Wuxian control this flame? Second elder exclaimed. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This flame is... Yi Yuncheng also stared with his eyes wide open. However, his eyes were filled with horror. The Seven Stars Divine Palace elders and disciples were completely flustered. Their eyes were already filled with despair. The cultivators who were watching the battle from all directions were also stunned. They were dumbfounded and petrified. So powerful. What kind of flame is that? Ning Tiancheng asked in shock. Jianzhou was also stunned. Such a terrifying fire elemental energy. Palace Master Dongfeng was not harmed at all. This is the bloodthirsty sea demon's demonic fire. Yu Tianshan laughed in surprise. Palace Master can already control the demonic fire? Qiu Bufan was in disbelief. The bloodthirsty sea demon's demonic fire. I didn't expect Dongfeng Wuxian to have such a powerful flame. Furthermore, he can already control it. In the dark, Commander Xing'an was also extremely shocked. The bloodthirsty sea demon's demonic fire was an extremely special flame. It was much stronger than ordinary flames, beast flames, and even divine flames. Above the void, Fu Yuan was looking at Dongfeng Wuxian in horror. To be precise, he was looking at the green fire sword in Dongfang Wushan's hand. How is this possible? The bloodthirsty sea demon's demonic fire. Fu Yuan said with a face full of shock. That's right. I've broken through to become an ancient immortal emperor and can already control demonic fire. Your fire elemental energy is no threat to me, Dongfang Wushan said coldly. Dongfang Wushan could kill Fu Yuan with just a light stroke. Fu Yuan, I've already let you off once on the account of the heavenly illumination immortal abode. Since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me for being merciless, Dongfang Wushan said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was very real. Feeling Dongfang Wushan's cold murderous intent, Fu Yuan started to panic. He could clearly feel the aura of death. Palace Master, kill this old thing. Xiao Bufan shouted angrily. That's right. Palace Master. Kill him. The disciples of Shinra Temple roared angrily. Swish. Tisk. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying white energy beam shot out from the void. It was as fast as lightning and instantly pierced Dongfang Wushan's heart. What? The sudden fatal attack caught Dongfang Wushan off guard. He didn't even have time to react. Dongfang Wushan's heart was pierced and he fell from the void. Seeing this scene, Fu Yuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Justice from the heavens? Palace Master. The disciples of Yu Tianshan shouted in horror. Ziyun fainted from the shock. 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Jian Chou and Ning Tiancheng exclaimed at the same time. No one present expected that a 6-star ancient immortal emperor expert would secretly make a move. A 6-star ancient immortal emperor. This isn't Yi Haotsung's aura. Who did this? Commander Xingyan looked into the void, but he couldn't sense anything. Commander, this must be related to the heavenly illumination immortal matter, a perfected golden immortal guest with certainty. Commander Xingyan's face was incomparably gloomy. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Nonsense. Although the attacker didn't appear, Commander Xingyan guessed that it had something to do with the heavenly illumination immortal matter. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack? Commander Xingyan asked with a cold voice. However, no one responded to Commander Xingyan. It was as if they had already left. Preposterous. Commander Xingyan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, heavenly illumination immortal matter. Despicable and shameless people. I already thought that I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect them to be even more shameless than me. Even more shameless. They actually sent someone to assassinate me. The perfected golden immortal subordinates were speechless. Palace Master's aura is weakening quickly. This is a fatal attack. Grand Elder. Quickly give Palace Master a pill. Protect his soul body. Shen Tiao shouted anxiously. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Dongfang Wushan's aura instantly weakened. It grew weaker and weaker as his life force gradually dissipated. Palace Master. Yu Tianshan immediately flashed out, his face filled with grief. Impossible. Dongfang Ding supported the unconscious Ziyun as he said with grief and indignation, who did this? Why did they attack so ruthlessly? Palace Master's aura has disappeared. Xiao Bufan was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept the sudden change. Palace Master is dead. The Shinra Temple disciples were all panicking. They looked at the falling Dongfang Wushan in shock and horror. Palace Master. Palace Master. Who did this? Who killed him? Yu Tianshan roared with grief and indignation. His soul power and pills couldn't save Dongfang Wushan in time. How did this happen? Jian Chou and Ning Tiancheng couldn't accept it. Their expressions were stiff. Dongfang Wushan was killed. Who else could defeat Fu Yuan? The many cultivators watching the battle from all directions could not believe that Dongfang Wushan, who was dominating Fu Yuan a second ago, would be instantly killed in the next second. Who is it? Dongfang Wushan was actually killed? A 6-star ancient immortal emperor? That aura doesn't belong to Manor Lordji. Diao Yuanjing also didn't dare to believe it. Is this a dream? Great Elder, was Dongfang Wushan really killed? Is our chance here? Yincheng rubbed his eyes. His shock turned to excitement and ecstasy. Dongfang Wushan's aura has completely disappeared. He was really killed. A golden immortal nodded in a daze. The disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace all began to go wild with joy. No one would have thought that at the moment of crisis, there would actually be an expert secretly helping them. Haha. Fu Yuan, who was shocked for a moment, suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed wildly and said, Dongfang Wushan, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Today, your Shinra temple is destined to be destroyed. Haha. Fu Yuan naturally guessed that the person who helped was related to the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Mansion. He was secretly grateful. Otherwise, the person who died would be him. Disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace, listen to my orders. Destroy the Shinra Temple and Breeze Restaurant. Don't leave a single one alive. Fu Yuan suddenly shouted angrily. A majestic aura swept out. Yes. Palace Lord. The disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace shouted excitedly. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. Waves of powerful energy erupted. They were ready to go all out. Kill. Yincheng roared and took the lead to shoot out. Thousands of disciples attacked ferociously. Disciples of the Shinra Temple, listen to my orders. Kill without mercy. Yu Tianshan, who was filled with grief and indignation, roared crazily. His old eyes were bloodshot and his murderous aura soared to the sky. Kill. Avenge the palace lord. Qiu Bufan's disciples roared in grief and indignation. They shot out crazily, completely disregarding their lives. The battle was about to begin. When the two major forces started fighting, the surrounding cultivators were all panicking. Yu Tianshan, let the old man deal with you. Diao Yuanjing sneered mockingly. The power of a two-star ancient immortal emperor was gradually released. Yu Tianshan was filled with murderous aura. He gritted his teeth and roared, even if this elder dies today, I want all of you to die with me. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. A great battle broke out. Ancient immortal emperors, golden immortals, ancient immortal emperors, and other experts engaged in a life and death battle. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly, and waves of terrifying energy rolled out like a tsunami. Brother Jianchou, give the order. This time, Dragon Soul must take action. The Shinra Temple and Seven Stars Divine Palace are equal in strength. In such a life and death battle, the Shinra Temple will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Ning Tiancheng gritted his teeth and said angrily. His eyes were filled with cold murderous aura. Dragon Soul, listen to my orders. Use all your strength. Kill the Seven Stars Divine Palace's ancient immortal emperor and ancient immortal emperor. Two great golden immortals, assassinate. Jianchou ordered coldly. Yes. The Dragon Soul Venerable said respectfully. During this period of time, under the efforts of Jianchou and the other Dragon Soul Venerables, the Dragon Soul's strength had grown again. There were nearly 1,000 people, and there were two more great golden immortals. After Jianchou gave the order, the Dragon Soul Venerable, who had been hiding in the dark, took action. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of Dragon Soul Venerables suddenly burst out from the dark. Their speed was astonishing, and their attacks were fierce like ghosts. Who is it? Sensing the appearance of a large number of black shadows, Fu Yuan, who was healing his injuries, suddenly shouted angrily. A terrifying murderous aura burst out. Chi chi chi. The Dragon Soul Venerables took action. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless. Their speed was terrifying, and their movement techniques were strange. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen ancient immortal monarchs and ancient immortal emperors of Seven Stars Divine Palace were killed. They are Dragon Soul? Seeing the clothes of these mysterious black-clothed people with the word dragon engraved on their bodies, everyone guessed their identity. Palace Master. They are Dragon Soul's people. Yincheng turned pale with fright. Dragon Soul? Fu Yuan frowned, and his old face turned gloomy. He said fiercely, Seven Stars Divine Palace has never had any enmity with Dragon Soul. I wonder why the Master of Dragon Soul wants to deal with my Seven Stars Divine Palace? Master has never had a reason to kill people. The War Emperor replied coldly and domineeringly. Diao Yuanjing shouted angrily, "Dragon soul! You dare to make an enemy of our 7 stars divine palace? You are simply courting death. Why would the dragon soul help us?" Qiu Bufan was puzzled. What terrifying speed! Their movement techniques are very powerful and strange. I have never seen such a powerful movement technique. Whether it is strength or speed, they are several times stronger than cultivators of the same level. What is the background of this dragon soul? Yu Tianshan frowned, and was shocked. In an extremely luxurious palace, Protector Tianhen was receiving an ancient immortal reverend expert. "Do you immortal reverend, you are making things difficult for me. I am only an ancient immortal sovereign protector. Grand Elder is in seclusion. Who dares to disturb him? No matter how anxious you are, you have to wait for Grand Elder to come out of seclusion." Protector Tianhen smiled bitterly. "Protector Tianhen, once Grand Elder comes out of seclusion, please inform the old man. This matter is extremely important to the old man." An old man with white hair and beard smiled bitterly. His face was filled with anxiety. "Do you immortal reverend, to be honest, I don't know when Grand Elder will come out of seclusion. Although I am not an alchemist, I know how difficult it is to increase one's cultivation. After hundreds of thousands of years, Grand Elder has only improved a little." Protector Tianhen said helplessly. Speaking of this, Protector Tianhen suddenly thought of a person and said, "Do you immortal reverend, I have thought of someone. He might be able to help you." "Who?" Do you immortal reverend's eyes instantly lit up. Protector Tianhen thought about it and said solemnly, "Do you immortal reverend, I can't reveal too much about this person. However, he is extremely terrifying in the field of alchemists. His name is Feng Wuchen. He is a young junior." "Young junior?" When Guyu immortal reverend heard this, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her old face. She said with slight anger, "Protector Tianhen, are you trying to fool this immortal reverend?" "Do you immortal reverend, I don't dare to fool you. Let me finish first." Protector Tianhen smiled bitterly. This Feng Wuchen has a great background. His identity is extremely terrifying. Even I don't dare to reveal it. In the field of alchemists, to put it bluntly, you are just an ant in his eyes." "What? Ant?" Do you immortal reverend was shocked and furious. As an ancient immortal reverend expert and an ancient immortal reverend alchemist, she was an ant in the eyes of others. Sensing Guyu immortal reverend's anger, Protector Tianhen hurriedly said, "I am speaking the truth. If Guyu immortal reverend doesn't believe me, you can go to the sacred world and ask about the effects of the heaven-defying bead. Such a terrifying treasure can only be refined by Feng Wuchen." And he ascended from the sacred world. Heaven-defying divine bead? Ascending from the saint's world? When Guyu immortal venerable heard this, she couldn't help but frown deeply and said, "This immortal venerable has heard of the sacred realm. It's a small world in the lower realm. That person's identity is extremely terrifying. If Guyu immortal sovereign meets with a problem, he will definitely be able to solve it. However, I don't know if he is willing to help." Protector Tianhen said. "Ascending from a small world, what kind of terrifying identity can he have?" Guyu immortal venerable disagreed. "Do you immortal sovereign, even though I, Tianhen, am only a protector, I am still a protector under Lord Guyu. How many people in the ancient immortal world can make me say that they are terrifying? Even the peak overlords of the immortal god realm and the ancient heavenly court have to give me some face. Do you immortal venerable, you're not muddle-headed. You should understand what I'm saying. When I said that Lord Guyu immortal venerable wouldn't dare to provoke him, even Gu, Protector Tianhen was anxious and helpless, but before he could finish, Commander Xing An's voice rang out beside his ear. "What? Dongfang Wushan was killed? The dragon soul also interfered?" Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly. "Dongfang Wushan? The #1 alchemist in the ancient immortal world?" Guyu immortal venerable frowned slightly as she thought to herself, this matter can make Tianhen so flustered? Where is Feng Wuchen? Is he injured? Protector Tianhen transmitted a message. "Lord Feng hasn't appeared, so I didn't see Lord Feng. The mysterious person who assassinated Dongfang Wushan is a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Even though I don't know who he is definitely related to the heavenly reflection immortal matter. Commander Xingyan transmitted a message. Heavenly reflection, immortal matter. Protector Tianhen's face turned completely dark as he said fiercely, "Do you really think that you can do whatever you want with immortal venerable Qing Ran backing you? Since you are courting death, I won't care about your life and death. Great leader. Pass down the order. Ancient immortal domains, ancient immortal emperors and ancient immortal venerables are not allowed to interfere with the matters of the heavenly reflection immortal matter. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy out of the ancient immortal hall. Find the mysterious person who assassinated Dongfeng Wushan." Protector Tianhen immediately gave the order with a face full of rage. "Yes. We will follow Great Protector's orders." The great leader's respectful voice sounded. "Commander Xingyan. Take action immediately." Protector Tianhen transmitted a message. "Understood." Commander Xingyan transmitted a message respectfully and immediately ordered, "Take action." Protector Tianhen, what happened? How is this related to the heavenly reflection immortal manner? Isn't Dongfeng Wushan from the immortal soul world an ancient immortal emperor alchemist? Do you immortal venerable asked curiously. What immortal venerable Guyu said is correct. However, this is a long story. Furthermore, it is related to Feng Wuchen. This matter is of great importance, so I have to make a trip to the immortal soul world immediately. Protector Tianhen's face was filled with anxiousness before he disappeared in a flash. Even Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable doesn't dare to offend him? Who exactly is this Feng Wuchen? A junior that ascended from the sacred world. Is this Immortal Venerable's alchemist really an ant in his eyes? Do you Immortal Venerable frowned as she thought to herself. The more she thought about it, the more unconvinced she was. In the sky above Windfire City. The Dragon Soul Venerable's sudden attack caught 7 Stars Divine Palace off guard, causing many disciples of the Ancient Immortal Sovereign and Ancient Immortal Monarch to be instantly killed. Even the great overarching Golden Immortal experts were assassinated by the 2 great overarching Golden Immortal Venerables of the Dragon Soul. The death toll of 7 Stars Divine Palace rose rapidly. You guys are courting death. Fu Yuan's anger soared to the sky. He didn't care about healing his injuries and attacked furiously. Even though Fu Yuan was heavily injured, dealing with the Ancient Immortal Sovereign and Ancient Immortal Monarch was as easy as flipping his hand. The Dragon Soul Venerable was unable to resist at all and was crazily killed by Fu Yuan. The battle was abnormally intense and savage. Large amounts of corpses fell one after another, and a thick smell of blood spread. The cultivators that were watching the battle from afar were so frightened that their bodies and minds turned cold. They were extremely terrified. Fu Yuan. Commander Xingyan's angry shout suddenly rang out, and an extremely terrifying aura enveloped Fu Yuan. He instantly appeared in front of Fu Yuan, scaring the latter so much that he broke out in cold sweat. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of ancient immortal sovereign and great overarching golden immortal experts appeared in a flash and rushed towards the disciples of 7 Stars Divine Palace without hesitation. Commander Xingyan. Fu Yuan's old face was stunned. Big brother Jianzhou. Commander Xingyan and the others have attacked. Ning Tianqing hurriedly said. Did Hall Master ask Commander Xingyan to attack? Jianzhou frowned and thought to himself. He didn't ask Commander Xingyan for help, so he could only guess that it was Feng Wuchen's idea. Why are Commander Xingyan and the others here? Diao Yuanjing and the other elders turned pale with fright. Palace Master. Elder. Save me. The disciples of 7 Stars Divine Palace cried out in fear. Commander Xingyan. What is the meaning of this? I have never offended you, so why are you killing the disciples of my 7 Stars Divine Palace? Fu Yuan asked with a sinister expression. Deserve to die? Fu Yuan frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, Commander Xingyan, you have never interfered in the matters of the immortal soul world. I would like to ask why you deserve to die. Boom. Pooh. Commander Xingyan's figure instantly appeared in front of Fu Yuan and punched out. The terrifying power caused Fu Yuan to spit out blood on the spot, and his body flew out like a cannonball. This was Commander Xingyan's answer. The power of Commander Xingyan's punch was terrifying, and Fu Yuan was severely injured. Commander Xingyan was a 5-star ancient immortal emperor, and one punch was enough to defeat the severely injured Fu Yuan. However, Commander Xingyan didn't kill him. Damn it. What's going on? Why did Commander Xianxia attack me? Fu Yuan was furious, but he was also puzzled. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and the other disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace were all dumbfounded. Who could block Commander Xianxia's attack? Now that Fu Yuan was severely injured, the others were no match for him. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Palace Master. Diao Yuanjing was shocked and immediately shouted angrily, Commander Xianxia. What do you mean by this? Kill without mercy. Commander Xianxia ordered coldly, ignoring Diao Yuanjing. What? Diao Yuanjing's expression changed drastically. It's over. Xianxia was in complete despair. We're dead for sure. The disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace were extremely terrified, and their faces were extremely pale. Kill! Yu Tianshan suddenly roared. In Yu Tianshan's opinion, the reason why Commander Xianxia attacked was completely because of Feng Wuchen. The Dragon Soul and the disciples of the Shinra Temple attacked crazily again, and the disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace were unable to resist at all. Especially when Commander Xianxia and the dozens of ancient immortal emperors and great firmament golden immortals joined in, the disciples of the Seven Stars Divine Palace lost their fighting spirit and confidence. Whoosh! Boom! Pooh! Commander Xianxia suddenly appeared in a flash and punched Diao Yuanjing's chest. The terrifying power shattered Diao Yuanjing's chest and directly transformed into a black line that shot down, blasting a huge pit in Firestorm City. Grand Elder. Second Elder was extremely frightened. He looked at Commander Xianxia in fear, afraid that he would attack him. Great Elder is also heavily injured. What should he do? Martial Uncle, eldest senior brother, can we still survive? The Seven Stars Divine Palace disciples were in even more despair. The perfected golden immortal of the martial uncle generation was also extremely terrified at this moment. The two strongest ancient immortal emperors of the Seven Stars Divine Palace had already been heavily injured and had lost their ability to fight. Facing Commander Xianxia and the others, Seven Stars Divine Palace was completely powerless to resist. They didn't even have the chance to escape. At the beginning, the Seven Stars Divine Palace had the advantage. They were as awe-inspiring as they could be. Each and every one of them was incomparably proud of themselves. They were overjoyed that the mysterious man had killed Dongfeng Wuxian. They could already see victory waving at them. However, no one had expected that the situation would take such a drastic turn, instantly shattering their hopes. Thank you, Commander Xianxia, for your help. Yu Tianshan hurriedly thanked him. Elder Yu, you're too polite. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that there would be a 6-star. Ancient Immortal Emperor in the dark. I also didn't sense his existence. Otherwise, Palace Master Dongfeng wouldn't have been killed, Commander Xianxia said with a frown. However, he was extremely worried and afraid at this moment. This was because the Dragon Soul Venerables had suffered many casualties. Fu Yuan had killed dozens of Dragon Soul Venerables. Sigh. Yu Tianshan was extremely sorrowful. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The mysterious man must be related to the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. It's a pity that we don't know who he is, Commander Xianxia said with certainty. Other than them, who else would want to deal with us? Yu Tianshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Even if there was no evidence, Yu Tianshan and the others could guess that the mysterious man was related to the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. Are they Dragon Soul? How terrifying. Every one of them has terrifying movement techniques. Their speed and combat power are comparable to opponents who are 2 stars above them. Lord Feng is truly terrifying to be able to nurture such outstanding and powerful people. Only the top geniuses can surpass 2 stars in battle. However, there are thousands of people in Dragon Soul. If they become stronger, they will definitely be terrifying. The more Commander Xianxia looked, the more shocked he became. He even felt an intense fear and didn't dare to imagine any further. As time passed, more than half of the Seven Stars Divine Palace disciples were killed. They were powerless to resist the fierce counterattack of the 3 forces. Grand Elder is heavily injured. Second Elder and Third Elder are also heavily injured. Yincheng's pale face was paler than a dead person's. His entire body was trembling, and his soul had left his body. Yincheng. I'll kill you today. Xiao Bufan shouted angrily, his body filled with cold killing intent. His figure flashed, and after killing a few 7 Stars Divine Palace disciples, Xiao Bufan had already arrived in front of Yi Yuncheng. The terrified Yi Yuncheng's face turned sinister as he frantically circulated his soul power. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Xiao Bufan. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Just as his voice faded, Yi Yuncheng's expression changed. Pua! Violent soul power burst out, causing Yi Yuncheng to spit out blood. How is this possible? Your soul power is actually above mine. Yi Yuncheng stared with his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. Chi! A fine sword pierced through Yi Yuncheng's heart. Xiao Bufan. You dare to kill me. Yi Yuncheng stared with his eyes wide open, feeling extreme despair. Xiao Bufan pulled out the ancient immortal sword and did not say a word. Yi Yuncheng's body fell as his life force gradually disappeared. The immortal soul realm's #1 alchemist genius had fallen. As the battle progressed, under the combined attacks of Dragon Soul, Shinra Temple and Polaris Immortal Sect, 7 Stars Divine Palace was unable to withstand. Thousands of disciples were killed. After the battle ended, corpses could be seen everywhere in Fiery Wind City. Other than the 7 Stars Divine Palace disciples, hundreds of Shinra Temple disciples had also fallen. Even among the Dragon Soul Venerables, more than 100 of them were killed by Fu Yuan. Now, Fu Yuan and the 3 elders were seriously injured. Although they were still alive, they were not far from death. 7 Stars Divine Palace was destroyed. Thank you Dragon Soul for your help. Yu Tianshan cupped his fists towards the Battle Emperor to thank him. Elder Yu, you are too polite. We were only following the orders of the Supremacy. The Battle Emperor said politely. Yu Tianshan cupped his fists once again and thanked him, thank you, Lord Supremacy. Battle Emperor, take the dead Dragon Soul Supremacy and leave. Jian Chou ordered with a voice transmission. Understood. The Battle Emperor replied respectfully and the Dragon Soul Supremacy quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiao Bufan asked curiously, I wonder what kind of power Dragon Soul is and who is their supremacy? What kind of movement technique is that? The Dragon Soul's aura instantly vanished without a trace. I have never seen such a powerful movement technique before. Commander Xing'an was shocked once again. Not only was Commander Xing'an shocked, everyone present, including the hundreds of thousands of cultivators watching from afar, were also extremely shocked. After the Dragon Soul left, Commander Xing'an also left with the heavily injured Fu Yuan and the 3 elders. Yu Tianshan and the other higher-ups of the Shinra Temple also left. Some disciples stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. Fu Yuan and the 3 elders were taken away by Commander Xing'an. They definitely won't be able to survive. This is retribution. Back then, in order to strengthen their strength, several great golden immortal forces in the immortal soul realm were wiped out by them. This battle is really full of twists and turns. At first, I thought that the Shinra Temple would definitely lose, but unexpectedly, Palace Master Dongfeng was able to turn the tables. Fu Yuan was about to be killed, but Palace Master Dongfeng was suddenly killed by a mysterious person. When I thought that the 7 Stars Divine Palace would definitely win, no one expected Commander Xing'an and the Dragon Soul to make a move. What's the background of the Dragon Soul? Each of them has terrifying strength. Most of them are ancient immortal lord powerhouses, and there are also dozens of ancient immortal emperors. If this mysterious force grows up, it will definitely be terrifying. It's a pity that Palace Master Dongfeng was killed by the mysterious 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Speaking of which, other than Jian Chou and Ning Tiancheng, there seems to be no one else in the Wind Restaurant. After the battle ended, the spectators discussed animatedly before dispersing. In the Wind Restaurant, the Battle Emperor had already reported the number of Dragon Soul's deaths, 167 people. Hearing this number, Jian Chou, Ning Tiancheng, and Li Yuntian's expressions were extremely ugly. In this battle, more than 100 Dragon Soul Venerables had died, 17 ancient immortal emperors, 63 ancient immortal lords, and 87 ancient immortal kings. These people were all painstakingly recruited by Jian Chou and the others, and they had also taught them powerful cultivation techniques and spells. The more Jian Chou thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that he was about to lose control. Battle Emperor. Send people to the 7 Stars Divine Palace. Kill the remaining disciples. Xianxia ordered with a voice transmission, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent. I don't know when the Tower Master will return. Brother Xianxia, will the dead Dragon Soul Venerables not be able to revive because they have been delayed for too long? Ning Tiancheng asked worriedly. I don't know either. But, I hope that the Hall Master has a way. Xianxia shook his head, suppressing the rage in his heart. Continue to strengthen the Dragon Soul. There are too few great golden immortals in the Immortal Soul realm. I hope that the Immortal Capital can recruit more great golden immortals. Xianxia continued. Polaris Immortal Sect. Commander Xingyan, what exactly did we do wrong? Why are you attacking us? Why? The heavily injured Fu Yuan asked in a low voice. They had never provoked Commander Xingyan, so no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't understand why Commander Xingyan wanted to deal with them. Commander Xingyan didn't explain anything. Reporting to Guardian Tianhen, Fu Yuan and the rest have been brought back. Outside the hall, Commander Xingyan reported respectfully. What? Guardian Tian? Guardian Tianhen? Hearing Commander Xingyan's words, Fu Yuan and the 3 great elders instantly turned pale with fright. Their pale old faces were stupefied. Intense fear welled up in his heart. Protector Tianhen was actually in the Immortal Soul world, judging from Commander Xingyan's words, it was Guardian Tianhen who had asked him to make a move. When did they offend Guardian Tianhen? What exactly was going on? Guardian Tianhen's identity was terrifying, and even if they had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to offend him. The more Fu Yuan and the rest thought about it, the more terrified and puzzled they became. A figure appeared, and it was Guardian Tianhen. Greetings to Guardian Tianhen. Fu Yuan and the 3 great elders couldn't care less about their injuries as they hurriedly knelt down with extreme fear in their hearts. Guardian Tianhen's expression was cold, and his gaze was cold. It was obvious that he was in a state of extreme fury. Commander Xingyan didn't even dare to raise his head. He was incomparably flustered, afraid that Guardian Tianhen would punish him. His cold gaze swept across Commander Xingyan, and Guardian Tianhen asked coldly, Commander Xingyan, how many people from Dragon Soul have died? The moment Guardian Tianhen said that, Commander Xingyan instantly panicked. What he was most afraid of was Guardian Tianhen asking a question. Commander Xingyan's eyes were filled with fear, and he was almost out of breath. He cupped his fists respectfully and said, Dragon. When Dragon Soul counted the corpses, there were a total of 167 people. 167 people? Guardian Tianhen's body couldn't help trembling. He was both terrified and furious. So many people from Dragon Soul had died, and this was the Immortal Soul realm that Commander Xingyan was in charge of. Furthermore, Commander Xingyan was a subordinate of Guardian Tianhen. How was he going to explain this to Feng Wuchen? Pa. PFFF. Protector Tianhen sent a slap over. The terrifying power caused Commander Xingyan to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out. If you don't want to live anymore, this guardian will kill you right now. Even if you don't want to live, this guardian still wants to live. Protector Tianhen roared out in rage. Terrifying killing intent exploded out from his body, scaring the souls out of everyone present. This subordinate knows his mistake. Commander Xingyan couldn't be bothered to wipe off the blood and immediately knelt down. Is there any use in knowing your mistake? Guardian Tianhen roared furiously. Commander Xingyan didn't dare to speak anymore. If he continued to provoke Guardian Tianhen, his life might be in danger. Fu Yuan and the 3 great elders were extremely terrified. What exactly was the background of this dragon soul? It actually made the great guardian, who was in charge of the ancient immortal domain, so terrified. Feng Wuchen didn't appear? Guardian Tianhen suppressed his anger and asked. Reporting to Guardian Tianhen, Lord Feng hasn't appeared. I'm afraid he's in seclusion, Commander Xingyan reported respectfully. Feng? Lord Feng? Fu Yuan and the 3 great elders' faces changed drastically. This time, their fear was even more intense than before. Commander Xingyan actually called Feng Wuchen Lord, they definitely didn't hear wrongly. It was Lord Feng. In that case, Feng Wuchen probably doesn't know about this. The Dragon Soul's attack should have been ordered by someone else. Guardian Tianhen frowned deeply. Someone else gave the order? Feng Wuchen is the owner of the Dragon Soul? Fu Yuan and the three great elders were stunned again. Guardian Tianhen's words were obviously saying that Feng Wuchen was the owner of the Dragon Soul. First, it was the owner of the Dragon Soul. Now, it was Lord Feng. What exactly was Feng Wuchen's identity? Fu Yuan and the rest felt that they had offended an unimaginably terrifying existence. Guardian Tianhen, how should we deal with them? Commander Xingyan asked respectfully. Everything will be decided when Feng Wuchen appears. Only Feng Wuchen can control their life and death. Guardian Tianhen said coldly. Guardian Tianhen, please spare our lives. We know our mistake. Please help us plead for mercy. Fu Yuan and the rest begged in fear. Boom. 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 Guardian Tianhen waved his hand and sent them flying. He shouted furiously, plead for mercy for you? Who will plead for mercy for me? Swish, right at this moment, a figure appeared in a flash. When he saw who it was, Commander Xingyan trembled in fear. Ancient Immortal Hall's great commander. The great commander reported respectfully, reporting to Guardian Tianhen, we have already found the mysterious person who killed Dongfeng Wuxian. Who is it? Guardian Tianhen's face immediately darkened. Old Immortal Xianxia. Protector Tianhen's face turned incomparably cold. An incomparably cold killing intent spread out, scaring Xingyan and the rest. Since you want to harm this protector, then this protector won't show any mercy. Protector Tianhen said coldly. In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there was a heart-palpitating coldness. The aura of a peak 9-star ancient immortal emperor burst forth. Protector Tianhen ordered, Old Immortal Xianxia. Immediately come to Immortal Soul World's Extreme Star Immortal Sect to meet this protector. Protector Tianhen's imposing voice instantly spread across the entire Heaven Immortal world. Countless powers and cultivators in the Heaven Immortal world could hear Protector Tianhen's imposing voice. Within the Emperor Immortal Palace, everyone was shocked when they heard Protector Tianhen calling out Old Immortal Xianxia. Even the elders and experts with high seniority were shocked. Protector Tianhen has never mentioned anyone in front of everyone in the Heaven Immortal world. Why is he suddenly looking for the Palace Master? An elder was puzzled. Great Elder slowly opened his eyes. In the next second, he came to the plaza of the Immortal Palace and asked curiously, Second Elder, what happened? Why is Protector Tianhen in such a hurry to meet the Palace Master? I also don't know. Second Elder shook his head slightly and guessed, could the Palace Master have offended Protector Tianhen? That doesn't make sense. The Palace Master hasn't left the Immortal Palace for many years. How could he have offended Protector Tianhen? This elder feels that things aren't so simple, Great Elder said solemnly. He felt that something big was about to happen. In the hall, a gray-robed elder had an extremely solemn expression. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of worry. This person was Old Immortal Xianxia. Protector Tianhen already knows? No one should know that I was the one who did it. Who found out? Old Immortal Xianxia frowned. The more he thought about it, the more worried he got. Old Immortal Xianxia didn't dare to delay. He immediately headed towards the Immortal Soul World. Did something happen? Protector Tianhen seems to be extremely furious. Could the Emperor Immortal Palace have offended Protector Tianhen? He actually summoned Old Immortal Xianxia in front of all the powers in the Heaven Immortal world. Seems like something is going to happen. Xianxia Old Immortal's name being called out instantly shocked the entire Heaven Immortal realm. Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor. In the main hall, Yi Haotsong, the three elders, and the higher-ups all looked very serious. Old Immortal Xianxia acted in secret, but Protector Tianhen found out so quickly. That's impossible, isn't it? Yi Haotsong frowned deeply, his old face filled with worry. Father, Dongfeng Wuxian has been killed. Everyone from the Wind Restaurant and the Shinra Temple will suspect our Sky Illumination Immortal abode. Protector Tianhen should send someone to investigate in secret. It shouldn't be hard to find out. Yi Hongyun shrugged. Palace Master, if Protector Tianhen really finds out that it is Old Immortal Yang Yao, we might be implicated. Grand Elder and Xianxia frowned and said worriedly. Implicate? Yi Haotsong said coldly, what does this have to do with us? So what if Protector Tianhen guesses that we are the culprits? Without evidence, he wouldn't dare to bite people, right? Yi Hongyun laughed coldly, father is right. Without evidence, Protector Tianhen wouldn't dare to bite people. Swish. At this moment, a person appeared in a flash. He entered the main hall and reported respectfully, reporting to Palace Master, Feng Wuchen has arrived in the divine lands of the Heaven Immortal World. Oh? He has arrived in the divine lands? Yi Hongyun laughed coldly in excitement, Feng Wuchen, since you have come to my territory, I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Protector Tianhen doesn't have any evidence to prove that I am the culprit. Have you found out about Feng Wuchen's background? Yi Haotsong asked. Replying to Palace Master, I can't find out anything. There are no clues. The subordinate replied respectfully. You can't find out about a mere Shin immortal? Yi Hongyun frowned slightly, dissatisfied. We can't find out anything. The three young masters of the three great families of Wind Fire City don't know about his identity. The Xian Emperor Palace and Wind Snow Immortal Palace have also investigated, but no one knows about Feng Wuchen's background. The subordinate said respectfully. And Xianxia frowned deeply, is this brat's background so mysterious? Palace Master, should we take action? The subordinate asked respectfully. Yi Hongyun said coldly, since Feng Wuchen has come to the divine lands, we definitely won't let him leave alive. Find an opportunity to take action. Do it cleanly. Yes, I understand. The subordinate said respectfully before disappearing in a flash. Yuner, your senior brother will be coming out of seclusion in a few days. Return to the sect with Xianxia and let your senior brother refine a pill to raise your cultivation. Don't forget to help Xianxia raise her cultivation. Yi Haotsong looked at Yi Hongyun and said. Yes. Father. Yi Hongyun nodded. In the sky above Polar Star Immortal Sect, a figure appeared. It was Yang Yao Old Immortal. Yang Yao Old Immortal immediately descended and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his fists respectfully, Old Immortal greets Protector Tianhen. Get up. Protector Tianhen said coldly. Many thanks, Protector Tianhen. Yang Yao Old Immortal thanked him. Circulate your spiritual energy. Protector Tianhen ordered. He stared coldly at Yang Yao Old Immortal as though he was suspecting him. Commander Xingyan also stared at Yang Yao Old Immortal. After all, this person had the cultivation of a 6-star immortal emperor. Yang Yao Old Immortal's heart trembled. He was sure that Protector Tianhen was suspecting him. Buzz buzz. Yang Yao Old Immortal slightly circulated his spiritual energy and the plaza started to tremble. Commander Xingyan, is this the power? Protector Tianhen asked. That's right. Protector Tianhen. It's this power. It can't be wrong. This subordinate is definitely not wrong. He is the one who killed Dongfang Wushan. Commander Xingyan said with certainty when he felt the aura of this power. The aura of this power was exactly the same as the aura that killed Dongfang Wushan. Protector Tianhen's expression turned cold as he asked coldly, Yang Yao Old Immortal, were you the one who killed Dongfang Wushan? It was indeed old man Yang Yao Old Immortal didn't deny it. He knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Boom. PFFF. The moment Yang Yao Old Immortal finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and his body flew out like a cannonball. Swish. Boom. PFFF. Protector Tianhen suddenly flashed over and threw out another punch. The terrifying power once again caused Yang Yao Old Immortal to spit out blood. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Protector Tianhen attacked consecutively. His body flashed continuously and Yang Yao Old Immortal was blasted around like a rubber ball. In the end, he blasted a huge hole in the plaza of Polar Star Immortal Sect. Yang Yao Old Immortal was already heavily injured. His entire body was deformed and he was only left with a single breath. Fu Yuan and the three elders were already scared out of their wits. Protector Tianhen's attacks were too vicious. Who sent you to kill Dongfang Wushan? Protector Tianhen asked coldly. His figure instantly appeared in front of Xianxia Old Immortal. Xianxia Old Immortal didn't reply. The heavily injured Xianxia Old Immortal acted like he didn't hear Protector Tianhen's words and had no intention of replying. Why? You aren't willing to speak? Protector Tianhen asked coldly as he frowned. Xianxia Old Immortal still chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the rage in Protector Tianhen's heart exploded once more. Bang! Gotcha! Ah! Protector Tianhen stomped down viciously. With a loud bang, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Xianxia Old Immortal cried out in pain. Fu Yuan and the others were frightened out of their wits. Protector Tianhen's rage was definitely terrifying. Xianxia Old Immortal, do you know what kind of consequences you will bring to me if you kill Dongfeng Wuxian? Do you know? Protector Tianhen asked coldly. His cold voice didn't have any human emotions. Xianxia Old Immortal really didn't know what kind of consequences Protector Tianhen would have after killing Dongfeng Wuxian. Bang! Gotcha! Ah! With that, Protector Tianhen stomped down viciously. With a loud bang, the entire Immortal Palace shook. Xianxia Old Immortal cried out in pain once more. His other leg had been crushed. You'll get me killed. Do you know? Protector Tianhen roared in rage. The moment he said this, Xianxia Old Immortal's heart shook. Dongfeng Wuxian's death would kill Protector Tianhen. How was that possible? Protector Tianhen was a famous protector under Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend. It was just a small Dongfeng Wuxian, right? Could it be that Dongfeng Wuxian was Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend's distant cousin? The terrified Fu Yuan and the others didn't understand. I will ask you one more time. Who sent you to kill Dongfeng Wuxian? Protector Tianhen asked coldly. He had already lost his patience. However, Xianxia Old Immortal still wasn't willing to speak. It's fine if you don't say it. This protector won't kill you. Your life is no longer under my control. Your life is already in the hands of someone else. Before Feng Wuchen returns, you can stay in the Extreme Star Immortal sect. Protector Tianhen coldly spoke. Although Xianxia Old Immortal didn't say anything, Protector Tianhen already got the answer he wanted. What is the relationship between Feng Wuchen and Protector Tianhen? Yi Haotsong, you've really put me in a lot of trouble. Xianxia Old Immortal was both puzzled and curious, secretly complaining in his heart. This protector has always been clear about gratitude and grudges, but since you don't cooperate, don't blame this protector for being ruthless. Great Commander! Seal the Emperor Immortal Palace. If this protector does not survive, then I will bury everyone in the Heavenly Emperor Immortal Palace with me. Including everyone related to the Emperor Immortal Palace. Protector Tianhen ordered. He was already prepared for the worst. Understood. The great leader replied respectfully. The moment Protector Tianhen said those words, the heavily injured Xianxia Old Immortal felt fear in his heart. He could tell that the consequences of this matter were extremely terrifying. What was the reason for Protector Tianhen's death? Commander Xing'an, lock them up. We will deal with them when Feng Wuchen returns. If Xianxia Old Immortal dares to take half a step away, we will immediately wipe out the Heavenly Emperor Immortal Palace. Commander Xing'an continued. His words were filled with ruthlessness. Yes. Protector Tianhen. Commander Xing'an said respectfully. Feng Wuchen, Feng Wuchen. It was Feng Wuchen again. Who exactly was this Feng Wuchen? Why did Protector Tianhen always surround Feng Wuchen? Fu Yuan and the three elders were extremely terrified. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Protector Tianhen, please spare us. Fu Yuan and the rest begged for mercy in despair and kept kowtowing. The closer they were to death, the more they regretted it. Protector Tianhen didn't care about them at all. He didn't even look at them. He was still thinking about whether he should inform Feng Wuchen about this matter. Shut up. Commander Xing'an suddenly scolded, scaring Fu Yuan and the rest into shutting their mouths obediently. Lord Feng. After a few minutes of consideration, Protector Tianhen finally transmitted his voice to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't appear at all. Protector Tianhen didn't know if Feng Wuchen was in seclusion or doing something, so he could only give it a try. Protector Tianhen, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen's voice soon transmitted over. Lord Feng, do you know about what happened in Firestorm City? Protector Tianhen transmitted his voice. He was extremely terrified. What happened in Firestorm City? Feng Wuchen asked back. Since Protector Tianhen had transmitted his voice personally, something big must have happened. Feng Wuchen didn't know what happened in Firestorm City? Who was the one that ordered them to attack the Dragon Soul? Lord Feng really doesn't know? Protector Tianhen asked uncertainly. I'm not in the Immortal Soul world. I'm already in the Heaven Immortal World's divine continent. How would I know? Feng Wuchen's voice transmitted over. Feng Wuchen is in the Heaven Immortal World? Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically. He immediately transmitted his voice to the Great Leader. Great Leader! Lord Feng is already in the Heaven Immortal World's divine continent. Pass down the order immediately. All the powers under the ancient immortal palace, open your dog eyes. Whoever dares to offend Lord Feng will have to bear the consequences. Yes. Protector Tianhen. The Great Leader's respectful voice transmitted over. He then ordered, Protector Tianhen has given the order. All the powers under the ancient immortal palace of the Heaven Immortal World, including the powers under the ancient immortal venerables, listen up. Lord Feng has already arrived in the Heaven Immortal World's divine continent. If anyone from any power dares to offend Lord Feng, they will have to bear the consequences. After the Great Leader gave the order, all the powers under the ancient immortal palace of the Heaven Immortal World were terrified. They immediately gave the order and sent people to pay attention to Feng Wuchen. If the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace knew about the Great Leader's order, who knows what kind of expression they would have. Since Feng Wuchen wasn't in the Immortal Soul world, then he definitely wouldn't know about what happened in the Fiery Wind City. Protector Tianhen then reported everything to Feng Wuchen in fear. What? Dongfang Wushan was killed by a 6-star ancient immortal emperor? 167 people from the Dragon Soul died? Feng Wuchen's shocked and cold voice could be heard. When Protector Tianhen heard this, he instantly panicked. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen was indeed enraged. The Dragon Soul was indeed a mysterious power established by Feng Wuchen. Even though he was far away, Protector Tianhen could still feel how enraged Feng Wuchen was. Dongfang Wushan was indeed killed. Commander Xingyan also didn't notice the 6-star ancient immortal emperor hiding in the dark. He wasn't able to stop it in time, Protector Tianhen hurriedly explained. Protector Tianhen suppressed the fear in his heart and transmitted a message, Lord Feng, we have already found out that it was Heaven Immortal World's Emperor Immortal Palace's Palace Lord Xianxia who acted. Now, this subordinate has already trapped him in the Extreme Star Immortal sect. We are waiting for Lord Feng to come back and deal with him. All of this must be the work of the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace. Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace. Feng Wuchen's eyes were emitting cold killing intent. His towering rage had already exploded. The Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace had acted time and time again. They had already thoroughly infuriated Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng, how do you want to deal with this? Just say the word and this subordinate will do it. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message. He was afraid that Feng Wuchen would punish him. I'll condense a primordial spirit avatar and rush back. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded. Feng Wuchen had already reached the divine lands of the Heaven Immortal World. It had already taken him a lot of time. His main body couldn't return at this time. I'll go and receive Lord Feng's avatar. Protector Tianhen immediately transmitted. Alright, I'm in the divine lands Supreme Immortal City. Come over. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Yes. I'll go over immediately. Protector Tianhen said respectfully and immediately disappeared. Feng Wuchen didn't say a single word of reprimand, which made Protector Tianhen feel relieved. Heavenly Reflection Immortal Matter, even if you have the support of Immortal Reverend Qing Ran, you are not far from being destroyed. My personal appearance at Wind Restaurant is already a warning to you. Protector Tianhen thought. Feng Restaurant. The battle had just ended. Bingwu and Juner immediately rushed to Feng Restaurant. The two girls were panicking. The battle between the two forces involved Feng Restaurant and Dragon Soul. Bingwu and Juner were worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. "Shopkeeper Mu, where's Feng Wuchen?" Bingwu asked anxiously. "So it's Fairy Bingwu and Fairy Juner." Shopkeeper Mu smiled faintly and said, "Feng Wuchen has already left Feng Restaurant." "Left Feng Restaurant?" Bingwu was stunned and immediately said, "Shopkeeper Mu, you're saying that Feng Wuchen left before the battle?" "Yes, he left before the battle. I don't know when he'll return." Shopkeeper Mu nodded. "Phew. That's great. Feng Wuchen is fine." Bingwu and Juner heaved a sigh of relief. Shopkeeper Mu smiled faintly and said, "Just now, Mo Yenran of the Mo family also came to ask about Feng Wuchen. It seems like the two of you are very concerned about Feng Wuchen. Both of you are very good friends of Feng Wuchen." "Yes, Feng Wuchen saved us before." "Thank you, Shopkeeper Mu." Bingwu smiled. "Fairies, please." Shopkeeper Mu personally received them and was extremely courteous. "Fairy Ice Dance, why are you here?" Jianchou appeared in a flash and came to the balcony of the third floor. "Big brother Jianchou. Seeing that you're fine, we're relieved." Seeing Jianchou appear, Bingwu and Juner were overjoyed and completely relieved. Jianchou smiled faintly. "It's all thanks to Commander Xingyan and Shinra Temple that Wind Restaurant was able to survive. Otherwise, Wind Restaurant would have been in danger." "Was Palace Master Dongfang really killed?" "When we came, we heard many people say that Palace Lord Dongfang was killed by the mysterious ancient immortal emperor," Juner asked. "Yes." Jianchou nodded as grief and indignation flashed through his eyes. He blamed himself and said, "Palace Master Dongfang died because of us. This mysterious ancient immortal emperor is too despicable and shameless." Bingwu said with slight anger. "A 6-star ancient immortal emperor actually launched a sneak attack. How shameless." Juner gnashed her teeth in anger. Jianchou sighed softly and suppressed the grief and indignation in his heart. "Fortunately, we didn't suffer many casualties and destroyed 7 Stars Divine Palace. Fu Yuan and the others were taken away and probably won't survive. Jianchou, bring the dead supremacy of the Dragon Soul to Polar Star Immortal Sect." At this moment, Feng Wuchen's voice sounded. "Tower Master." The moment he heard this, Jianchou suddenly stood up in ecstasy. "Big brother Jianchou, what's wrong?" Seeing Jianchou's sudden reaction, Bingwu and Juner were shocked. "I'm really sorry, Fairy Ice Dance, Fairy Juner, I have something important to do now, so I'll take my leave first." Jianchou hurriedly apologized and disappeared. Bingwu and Juner were stunned. However, knowing that Feng Wuchen and Jianchou were fine, they were relieved. "Sister Bingwu, let's go." "Palace Master and the others should have confirmed the news," Juner hurriedly said. Bingwu nodded and glanced at Feng Restaurant as if she wanted to see Feng Wuchen's figure. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen wasn't in Feng Restaurant. "What am I thinking?" Bingwu secretly shook her head and then left with some reluctance. "Tower Master. You already know? Are you back?" Jianchou asked through voice transmission. "Protector Tianhen has already told me everything. Quickly bring the corpse of the Dragon Soul Supremacy to Polar Star Immortal Sect and wait for me. My clone will be here soon." Feng Wuchen transmitted. "Tower Master, Palace Master Dongfang was killed by a mysterious 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Palace Master Dongfang died because of our Feng Restaurant." Jianchou hurriedly transmitted. I understand. Let Ning Tiancheng make a trip to the Shinra Temple. I can save him." Feng Wuchen transmitted. "Yes. Tower Master." Jianchou was overjoyed and had the urge to roar towards the sky. "Ning Tiancheng. Tower Master is back. Immediately make a trip to the Shinra Temple and tell them that Tower Master can save Palace Master Dongfang." Jianchou immediately transmitted. "Tower Master is back? Good. I will immediately rush over." Ning Tiancheng was overjoyed and immediately set off for the Shinra Temple. Jianchou immediately ordered, "Battle Emperor. Immediately bring the corpses of our brothers to Polar Star Immortal Sect. The Lord of Dragon Soul is almost here. Our brothers can be saved." "Yes." Leader. Battle Emperor transmitted respectfully. Brothers. Leader just sent news. Our dragon soul supremacy is back. Immediately bring the corpses of our brothers to Polar Star Immortal Sect. They can still be saved. Battle Emperor immediately ordered. We can see Lord Supremacy? That's great. Lord Supremacy must be very strong. Is there a need to say? No one in the ancient immortal world can refine a 5-time spatial ring and a heaven-defying divine pearl. Only Lord Supremacy, whom we have never met before, can refine them. We can finally meet the mysterious Lord Supremacy. We can also see the ability to revive the dead. What kind of existence is our Lord Supremacy? The Dragon Soul Supremacies were all extremely excited and full of anticipation. Shinra Temple. Grandpa. Grandpa. Ziyun, who had just woken up from her coma, was already in tears when she found out that Dongfeng Wuxian was dead. Father, Mother, why did this happen? Why did Grandpa die? Ziyun cried bitterly. In the main hall, Yu Tianshan and the other upper echelons were filled with grief and sorrow. Although they had won the battle, the entire Shinra Temple was not happy because the pillar of the Shinra Temple had fallen forever. The entire Shinra Temple was filled with a heavy and sorrowful aura. No one could accept this fact. Grand Elder, didn't Feng Wuchen know how to reincarnate? Quickly find Feng Wuchen and save Grandpa. Ziyun hurriedly said. When she thought of Feng Wuchen, she instantly saw hope. Junior sister, Feng Wuchen has already left the immortal soul plane, Qiu Bufan said in a low voice. They also wanted to find Feng Wuchen for help, but unfortunately, Feng Wuchen was not in the immortal soul plane. Moreover, he had already left the immortal soul plane for a few days and did not even know what had happened there. What? He left the immortal soul plane? Ziyun instantly fell to the bottom and despaired. At this moment, a disciple entered the main hall and reported, Grand Elder, Wind Restaurant's Ning Tiancheng requests an audience. Let him in. Yu Tianshan nodded slightly. After a while, Ning Tiancheng entered the main hall and felt everyone's sorrowful aura. Ning Tiancheng said, Elder Yu, everyone, Palace Lord Dongfeng can still be saved. End of chapter. What? Palace Master can still be saved? The moment Ning Tiancheng said that, everyone in the hall was stunned. Then, they all looked at Ning Tiancheng and were instantly overjoyed. Ning Tiancheng. Is what you said true? Palace Master can still be saved? Qiu Bufan asked excitedly as he grabbed Ning Tiancheng's shoulders tightly. Big brother Ning, don't lie to me. Can my grandfather really be saved? Big senior brother just said that Feng Wuchen left the immortal soul world. Ziyun asked nervously. She was afraid that this was a dream. Brother Ning, is this true? Dongfeng Ding also asked quickly as he looked at Ning Tiancheng. The few elders of the Yu Tianshan quickly came down. Yu Tianshan asked anxiously, Brother Ning, can Palace Master be saved? Feng Wuchen isn't here. Who can save Palace Master? Looking at everyone's excited expression, Ning Tiancheng said, Big brother Jianzhou ordered me to tell everyone that the House Lord is on his way back. If the House Lord said that Palace Master Dongfeng can be saved, then he can be saved. Great! This is great! Feng Wuchen is back. In the hall, everyone in the Yu Tianshan was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen is back. Grandfather can be saved. Ziyun was as excited as a kitten. Brother Ning, thank you for coming to pass the news. Qiu Bufan thanked him gratefully. Ning Tiancheng shook his head slightly and said, No need to thank me. Palace Master Dongfeng died because of us. The House Lord naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Everyone just needs to wait patiently. The House Lord will be here soon. Ning Tiancheng's appearance completely revived the people of the Shinra Temple. They saw hope. They had all seen the terrifying heaven-defying reincarnation. Controlling life and death, controlling eternal life, if Feng Wuchen wanted to revive someone, he could revive them even if they died 10,000 times. Protector Tianhen appeared above the Supreme Immortal City. Greetings, Lord Feng. Protector Tianheng bowed respectfully. If other people saw this, they would definitely be terrified. The speed of a 9-star ancient immortal emperor is too slow. Your movement technique is too trashy. What kind of trashy movement technique did the ancient immortal venerate give you? Feng Wuchen had been waiting for a long time above Supreme Immortal City. Protector Tianhen had an awkward expression. Swish, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and a strand of golden light shot out. It instantly entered between Protector Tianhen's eyebrows. Seeing that you are sincerely repentant and have helped us many times, I will reward you with a powerful movement technique. Go back and cultivate it well, Feng Wuchen said. This is the movement technique of the Pangu world. Protector Tianhen was petrified on the spot. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Lord Feng. Protector Tianheng said respectfully, and his heart was filled with excitement. Polaris Immortal Sect. Swish. Swish, swish. A large group of Dragon Soul Sovereigns suddenly appeared. They brought 167 Dragon Soul Sovereigns' corpses over. The leader was Xianxia. All the Dragon Soul Sovereigns appeared. Each of them gave off a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was extremely cold. Xianxia? Seeing Xianxia and the Dragon Soul Sovereigns appear together, Star Submergence was shocked. But he quickly understood. Xianxia was also someone from Dragon Soul, and he was the leader of Dragon Soul. This supreme status was much higher than him. Even Protector Tianhen wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's movement technique and sword art are terrifying. He is even stronger than those from Dragon Soul. Lord Feng is indeed the leader of Dragon Soul. The speed at which Dragon Soul grows is too terrifying. Furthermore, each of them has terrifying movement technique and sword art. Their battle power and speed are extremely strong. Once they grow, they will definitely become the most terrifying power in the ancient immortal world. With Lord Feng's abilities, nurturing a terrifying power is as easy as flipping his hand. The more Commander Xingyan thought about it, the more shocked and afraid he was. At the same time, he was also very envious. Xianxia? Fu Yuan and the three elders were stunned. They looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Diao Yuanjing said with a face full of shock, Xianxia is also someone from Dragon Soul. Xianxia stood in front of Dragon Soul. Even a fool could tell. You are someone from Dragon Soul? Fu Yuan asked in astonishment. His old face was incomparably stiff. Xianxia and Dragon Soul Sovereigns descended. Xianxia cupped his fists politely and said, Commander Xingyan, Dragon Soul Sovereigns have come to Polaris Immortal Sect under the orders of Lord High Lord. Lord High Lord will be here soon. Xianxia ignored Fu Yuan and the rest. All right. Commander Xingyan smiled and nodded. He looked calm, but he was panicking in his heart. If Feng Wuchen were to punish him, no one would be able to save him. Lord of Dragon Soul? Fu Yuan already felt a strong sense of unease. Lord of Dragon Soul and Commander Xingyan know each other. No wonder Dragon Soul would interfere, Diao Yuanjing said in fear. What kind of strong practitioner did they offend? That's not right. Lord of Dragon Soul knows Guardian Tianhen. Diao Yuanjing stared with his eyes wide open. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He didn't dare to imagine it anymore. Hearing Diao Yuanjing's words, Fu Yuan trembled in fear. Commander Xingyan, this is? Xianxia looked at old immortal Yang Yao in the huge pit in the plaza and asked curiously. Who could be so cruel? His entire body was deformed, and his legs were crushed. The six-star ancient immortal emperor that ambushed Dongfeng Wushan, Heaven Immortal World's Emperor Immortal Palace Master Yang Yao Tian, Commander Xingyan said indifferently. What? He is that mysterious six-star ancient immortal emperor? Xianxia was astonished. Commander Xingyan nodded and said, Guardian Tianhen sent people to investigate and taught him a lesson. His entire body was deformed, and this was called teaching him a lesson? I was planning to lock them up and deal with them when Lord Feng returned. You guys came, Commander Xingyan said with a smile. Lord Feng? Which Lord Feng? Fu Yuan and the rest were shocked again, and their pale faces were instantly petrified. In their minds, there was only one person with the surname Feng, and that was Feng Wuchen. Previously, Guardian Tianhen had also mentioned Feng Wuchen, and they couldn't help but think of the same person. Other than Feng Wuchen, who else could it be? Commander Xingyan actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Lord. Feng Wuchen? The more Fu Yuan and the rest thought about it, the more certain they became. The fear in their hearts also increased rapidly. Seeing the shocked expressions of Fu Yuan and the rest, Commander Xingyan said coldly, "Now do you know why I took action?" Commander Xingyan flashed in front of Fu Yuan and the rest and said coldly, "Fu Yuan, even I don't dare to offend Lord Feng, yet you guys are so daring to destroy Feng Restaurant. You are simply courting death. Feng Wuchen is Feng Restaurant's pavilion master?" Fu Yuan and the rest were astonished again. "Fu Yuan, even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough. No one from Heavenly Reflection Immortal Manor will come to save you," Commander Xingyan said coldly. "What is Lord Venerable's identity? Even Commander Xingyan doesn't dare to provoke him." The Dragon Soul Venerables were all shocked. The Dragon Soul Venerable knew too little about Feng Wuchen. Other than knowing that he was Feng Wuchen's existence and that he was Feng Restaurant's pavilion master, he didn't know anything else. The more mysterious Feng Wuchen was, the more curious and expectant the Dragon Soul Venerable was. Swish, swish. At that moment, two figures appeared in a flash. End of chapter. One was Feng Wuchen and the other was Protector Tianhen. Greetings to Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen. Commander Xingyan immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. Greetings to Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen. The dozens of experts from Polar Star Immortal Sect all bowed respectfully. Jianqiu greets Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen. Jianqiu bowed respectfully. Greetings to Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen. The Dragon Soul Venerables all knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. Loud and clear voices rang out one after another. He is really Lord Feng. And he is even Dragon Soul Venerable. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen is actually Dragon Soul Venerable. Fu Yuan and the three elders were so frightened that they became vegetative. He is Feng Wuchen? The heavily injured Xianxia Old Immortal also looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen also looked at Xianxia Old Immortal, Fu Yuan, and the rest. His gaze was extremely cold and terrifying. It was terrifying. He is our Dragon Soul Venerable? He is actually so young. Our 5 times spatial ring, 5 times ancient immortal sword, and powerful techniques and immortal techniques were all given to us by him? I really don't dare to believe it. He is actually our Dragon Soul Venerable, Lord Long Zun. Lord Feng has hidden himself very well. I can't sense anything and can't see the depths of Lord Feng's cultivation. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the Dragon Soul Venerables were all astonished. Get up. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as his body slowly floated down. This was only a primordial spirit clone of Feng Wuchen. Many thanks, Lord Feng. The Dragon Soul Venerable said respectfully. When Jianqiu and the Dragon Soul Venerables got up, they saw the next scene and were all astonished. Protector Tianhen was actually standing behind Feng Wuchen. Didn't this mean that Feng Wuchen's identity was even more terrifying than Protector Tianhen's? What was the background of the young Feng Wuchen? The Dragon Soul Venerable was extremely shocked. Fu Yuan and the others were speechless. The despair in their eyes had reached its peak. Who exactly is the Great Lord? Protector Tianhen is actually standing behind Sovereign Lord. Jianqiu's heart was in turmoil. When Commander Xingyan first appeared, it was already enough to shock Jianqiu. This time, the shock was even more intense. One must know that Protector Tianhen was the great protector in charge of the entire ancient immortal realms. He was a popular figure beside the ancient immortal venerate and had a transcendent status. In the entire ancient immortal world, even though Protector Tianhen had yet to step into the ancient immortal reverent realm, many ancient immortal reverents had to give him some face. Now that Protector Tianhen was standing behind Feng Wuchen, it was clear that Feng Wuchen had a terrifying identity. What kind of terrifying identity could make the popular person beside the ancient immortal venerable bow his head? Jianqiu and the others didn't dare to imagine. Only now did Jianqiu truly understand why Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of Yi Hongyun, why he wasn't afraid of the heavenly illumination immortal matter, and why he dared to say that he would spare their lives back in Feng Restaurant. It was because Feng Wuchen's level of terror had completely surpassed the heavenly illumination immortal matter. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the heavenly illumination immortal matter wasn't even worth a mention. Feng Wuchen only needed to say a single word and the heavenly illumination immortal manner would instantly disappear from the ancient immortal world. Looking at the Dragon Soul group, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I am very satisfied with the Dragon Soul's performance. The speed of your growth is also not bad. In just a few days, you already have 2 great Luo Golden Immortal experts. Not bad. My nurturing of you guys was not in vain. Thank you, Lord Sovereign, for your nurturing. The Dragon Soul Sovereign said respectfully. The cultivation techniques and spells that I have imparted to you guys are just the tip of the iceberg. You guys didn't disappoint me. I will impart more things to you guys. The 5th Great Ancient Immortal Sword is just for you guys to try it out. When I return, I will impart to you all the formations that can increase your speed and combat power. I will also bestow you all with battle armors, runes, and even more powerful cultivation resources. Feng Wuchen said in a dignified and domineering manner. Protector Tianhen and Commander Xingyan were incomparably shocked and envious when they heard that. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. The Dragon Soul Sovereign was incomparably excited as they roared emotionally. Who wouldn't be willing to follow such a Lord Sovereign? Xianxia. Feng Wuchen said. Your subordinate is here. Xianxia knelt down on one knee respectfully. From today onwards, you will be conferred the title of Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul. The Sovereign in charge of all Dragon Soul will bestow upon you the supreme bloodline of the Dragon Gods. I will bestow upon you an undying body. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Shortly after, with a flick of his finger, a strand of the blood essence of the Dragon Gods flew out and entered Xianxia's body. The domineering and powerful bloodline power frantically transformed Xianxia, instantly allowing him to be reborn. His cultivation increased explosively and he instantly broke through to the 2-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. SSS. Seeing this scene, everyone present, including Protector Tianhen, took in a cold breath of air in fear. He could even bestow upon him an undying body. The Dragon Soul Sovereign finally witnessed the terror of a Lord Sovereign. Lord Feng can even bestow upon him an undying body? Commander Xingyan was so frightened that his entire body trembled and his face was as pale as paper. Yang Yao Old Immortal was already petrified on the spot. The heavenly illumination immortal manner actually allowed him to provoke such a terrifying and perverted existence. No wonder Protector Tianhen was so furious that he actually took action personally. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying existence? Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Xianxia thanked him gratefully while his heart was filled with ecstasy. With the transformation of the dragon blood, Xianxia could feel how terrifying the domineering power in his body was. The bloodline of the Dragon Gods is the strongest in the world. Any immortal beast in the ancient immortal world would have to kneel down in front of you, including ancient immortal venerable immortal beasts. Even ancient immortal beasts are no exception. Feng Wuchen said proudly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. How terrifying was the bloodline of the Dragon Gods. Xianxia was instantly petrified on the spot. Xianxia found it hard to believe that Feng Wuchen would bestow upon him an undying body. However, he didn't expect the bloodline of the Dragon Gods to be so terrifying. Protector Tianhen was completely stunned. Feng Wuchen was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Since I have promised you, I won't go back on my words. A small Yi Hong Yun is nothing to be afraid of. I will leave the heavenly illumination immortal manner to you. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Xianxia will definitely not disappoint Lord Sovereign. Xianxia said respectfully as he cowed out heavily on the ground. Ning Tiancheng is the vice commander of the Honorable Realm. Unfortunately, that kid isn't here. I will reward you next time. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. If Ning Tiancheng knew about this, he would probably cry. Feng Wuchen continued to bestow titles. He then looked at the Battle Emperor and said, Battle Emperor. Subordinate is here. The Battle Emperor knelt down respectfully. Feng Wuchen said calmly, You will be the commander of the Dragon Soul. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. The Battle Emperor was elated. I will bestow upon you the bloodline of the Monster Emperor. You mainly cultivate the lightning attribute. I will also bestow upon you the lightning attribute cultivation technique and the ancient heaven lightning. You will be able to control any lightning in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen said calmly. He then flicked his finger. A streak of essence blood and a streak of golden light entered the Battle Emperor's forehead. Yes, thank you, Lord Sovereign, for your rewards. The Battle Emperor thanked Lin Fan with joy. However, he was extremely shocked. What did he mean by he would be able to control any lightning in the ancient immortal world? How terrifying was that? The Battle Emperor didn't dare to imagine. Protector Tianhen and the others were all stunned. End of this chapter. What undying body? What supreme bloodline? What heavenly lightning of the ancient immortal world? What is he talking about? What dragon god's bloodline that can make all beasts kneel down? Even the old man has never heard of it. How can he give the undying body to someone else? That's impossible. I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. Fu Yuan and the rest didn't believe it at all. They opened their eyes wide and shook their heads dumbfoundedly. However, Xianxia's cultivation instantly increased by 1 star and the domineering aura that he emitted made them believe it. Protector Tianhen and Commander Xingyan didn't doubt it at all. The more they believed it, the more shocked they were. Feng Wuchen's reward had completely exceeded their imagination. Even the ancient immortal venerables wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Supreme bloodline, ancient heavenly lightning, undying body. Even if the ancient immortal venerables had these terrifying existences, they wouldn't give it to others. However, Feng Wuchen casually gave it out as though it was something insignificant. Immortal Venerable Guyu, you don't have to go to the sacred world anymore. Come to the Immortal Soul World's Extreme Star Immortal Sect immediately. Don't say that I didn't take care of you. You better come over immediately. Feng Wuchen is here. He just gave me the undying body, terrifying bloodline power and ancient heavenly lightning. These existences have surpassed the ancient immortal world. The extremely shocked Protector Tianhen immediately transmitted a message to Immortal Venerable Guyu. His voice was filled with shock. Bloodline power and undying body? They have surpassed the ancient immortal world? Immortal Venerable Guyu's face turned pale with fright. She hurriedly transmitted a message, this Immortal Venerable will be there immediately. With Immortal Venerable Guyu's terrifying cultivation, she arrived at the Immortal Soul World's Extreme Star Immortal Sect in a flash. He is Feng Wuchen? Immortal Venerable Guyu secretly sized up Feng Wuchen. She frowned and said, This is only an primordial spirit clone. The instant the ancient heavenly lightning and demon emperor bloodline fused into his body, Battle Emperor felt a huge change in his body. Originally, he didn't have bloodline power. But now, he felt an extremely domineering and terrifying bloodline power. In an instant, Battle Emperor's cultivation rose to the 7-star Immortal Emperor realm. I made a breakthrough in my cultivation. The Battle Emperor was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. The immense and terrifying power had directly helped him break through 1 star of cultivation. The Dragon Soul Venerables all stared at the Battle Emperor with their eyes wide open. They were excited, shocked, and envious. Fu Yuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. Although the aura that exploded from the War Emperor was not as strong as Xianxia's, it was still very terrifying. What a powerful force! The terrifying power of the ancient heavenly thunder was actually not as powerful as the power of the Demon Emperor's bloodline. What kind of bloodline power is this? The Battle Emperor was shocked. I have never seen such terrifying power before, Commander Xingyan said with a trembling voice. He was terrified beyond words. Is this the power from the Pangu world? Protector Tianhen's heart was in turmoil as he was caught in the raging waves. Very powerful lightning attribute power and bloodline power. Where did Exalt Lord get so much terrifying power? Jianqiu was incomparably shocked. Due to the lightning attribute, although the War Emperor's power was not as strong as Jianqiu's bloodline of the dragon gods, it was much more violent. 2 terrifying forces appeared at the same time. One could imagine how terrifying the aura that erupted was. Old Immortal Yang Yao, Fu Yuan, and the others were almost scared to death. The bloodline aura of the ancient heavenly thunder is also extremely ancient. This ancient heavenly thunder is also the same. This immortal venerable has never seen such terrifying power. Who is this brat? Why does he have such power that surpasses the ancient immortal world? Furthermore, he bestowed it to his subordinates without hesitation. This immortal venerable actually can't see through this brat. Is he really an alchemist? Immortal venerable Guyu was incomparably astonished. After seeing it with his own eyes, immortal venerable Guyu finally believed what Protector Tianhen had told him. The power of the ancient heavenly thunder and the demon emperor's bloodline is more violent. Go back and get used to these two powers, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Many thanks, Lord Exalt. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint Lord Exalt. The battle emperor thanked him respectfully again. Commander Xing and Feng Wuchen looked at Commander Xing and subordinate. Subordinate is here. Commander Xing was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He was extremely terrified. So many people from Dragon Soul Venerable had died because he wasn't able to stop Fu Yuan in time. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many people from Dragon Soul Venerable to have died. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a wisp of golden light shot out. It instantly tunneled into the heart of Commander Xing En's brows. At this moment, Commander Xing En was in despair. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Commander Xing En, you mainly cultivate the power of the wind attribute, so I'll bestow upon you the power of the ancient wind soul as well as a wind attribute technique. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Commander Xing En's entire body trembled. Lord Feng wants to bestow upon me? Commander Xing En was extremely stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Wasn't he going to punish him? Why did it become a reward? Is there a problem? Feng Wuchen asked. Commander Xing En shook his head like a rattledrum. He immediately knelt down respectfully and said, No, thank you, Lord Feng, for your reward. When the ancient wind soul fused into his body, Commander Xing En could clearly feel an unimaginably terrifying power filling his body. His cultivation instantly broke through to the level of a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Thank you, Lord Feng. Thank you, Lord Feng. Commander Xing En was extremely grateful. His gaze became even more respectful. Not only did Feng Wuchen not punish him, but he even rewarded him. This made Commander Xing En feel overwhelmed by the favor. The power of the ancient wind attribute is incomparably domineering. This also exceeds the scope of the ancient immortal world. Immortal Venerable Guyu's heart trembled again. Protector Tianhen. Feng Wuchen immediately said. Subordinate is here. Protector Tianhen said respectfully. He was overjoyed. As expected. Protector Tianhen actually called himself a subordinate in front of Feng Wuchen. Swish. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger. A strand of golden light shot out and instantly entered the heart of Protector Tianhen's brows. A terrifying cultivation technique and spell appeared in Protector Tianhen's mind. Protector Tianhen, I will reward you with the purple cyan the Arch Soul Art, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, Lord Feng, for the reward. Protector Tianhen thanked him excitedly. The terror of the cultivation technique had completely exceeded Protector Tianhen's imagination. This was definitely a cultivation technique from the Pangu world. Although he didn't receive any terrifying power, Protector Tianhen was already satisfied. Feng Wuchen looked at the Dragon Soul Supremacies and said indifferently, the Dragon Soul Supremacies will all receive rewards. All of you will receive them in the future. Thank you, Lord Supremacy. The Dragon Soul Supremacies thanked him respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement and ecstasy. The terror of the Lord of Dragon Soul had far exceeded their imagination. Feng Wuchen immediately walked towards the corpses of the Dragon Soul Supremacies and activated his ancient devil eyes to take a look. Everyone's gaze landed on Feng Wuchen. Immortal Venerable Guyu stared at Feng Wuchen and thought to herself, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to revive them? Immortal Venerable Guyu, watch carefully. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message. End of this chapter. Extreme Star Immortal Sect was dead silent. Everyone held their breaths. Immortal Venerable Guyu also looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. Dragon Soul Venerable is immortal. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. With a thought, Ancestor of Soul Power was executed. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and an extremely terrifying scene appeared. This is Soul Power? No, it's even more terrifying than Soul Power. This is Soul Body. How is this possible? How did he do it? Immortal Venerable Guyu was extremely astonished, and her old eyes bulged. Under everyone's shocked and terrified gazes, the soul bodies of the 167 Dragon Soul Venerables were forcefully extracted from their corpses by Feng Wuchen. Under the nourishment of the tyrannical ancestor of soul power, the soul bodies of over 100 Dragon Soul Venerables strengthened rapidly, and they opened their eyes one after another. What's going on? Wasn't I killed by Fu Yuan? How did I revive? Soul body? Where am I? Why are all the people of Dragon Soul Venerable here? Leader. And Commander Xingyan and the rest. The revived Dragon Soul Venerables were all puzzled, unsure of their own situation. Revived. They're all revived. Xianxia was overjoyed. So powerful. Lord Venerable Lord just waved his hand and extracted all their soul bodies. How is this possible? What divine art is this? They're all dead, but their soul bodies still exist? This isn't an illusion, right? Our dead brothers are all revived. Seeing this spectacular and terrifying scene, Dragon Soul Venerable and the rest cried out in astonishment. How is this possible? Fu Yuan and the three great elders were completely dumbfounded. When had they ever seen such a terrifying divine art? Xianxia Old Immortal was petrified on the spot as though he had seen a ghost. Xianxia Old Immortal simply couldn't believe that Young Junior could be so terrifying. What kind of person did heaven illumination immortal manner provoke? Xianxia Old Immortal was so regretful that his intestines turned green. I was still wondering why Jianzhou would bring these corpses over. So Lord Feng can revive them. Commander Xingyan was also extremely astonished. Do you Immortal Venerable, do you see that? Can you do such a thing? Protector Tianheng transmitted his voice and looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. Do you Immortal Venerable was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Her old face was petrified, and she didn't move at all. If Guyu Immortal Venerable could do it, he wouldn't be so shocked. It was too shocking. With a wave of his hand, he could extract the souls of 167 people from their corpses and nourish them with his soul power. In the blink of an eye, he could revive the souls. Guyu Immortal Monarch was an ancient immortal monarch refiner, he didn't have such a terrifying sacred art. Guyu Immortal Venerable, it's definitely not a problem for you to find Feng Wuchen for help. However, you must not offend him. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. You better put down your identity as an ancient immortal monarch. Protector Tianheng reminded. This is our Dragon Soul Sovereign, Long Zun. Lord has revived all of you. Battle Emperor said excitedly to the 100 over Dragon Soul Sovereigns. Lord Sovereign? He is our Dragon Soul Sovereign? He is Lord Sovereign? The revived Dragon Soul Sovereigns looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Many thanks, Lord Sovereign, for saving our lives. The 100 over people knelt down respectfully. They were extremely grateful for Mo Wuji's saving grace. Feng Wuchen executed the power of his eternal life realm body. With a wave of his hand, the 167 corpses glowed with golden light and disappeared in a flash. What kind of power is that? The injuries of these corpses were instantly healed. What is going on? The aura of that power is very unusual. This Immortal Venerable has never seen such power before. This brat is simply a monster. Guyu Immortal Venerable was shocked once again. Incredible. All the wounds have disappeared. Protector Tianheng was also shocked. Next, I will revive all of you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. With another wave of his hand, the 167 soul bodies merged into their respective bodies. In an instant, all 167 people were revived. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even though Jianzhou knew that Feng Wuchen had the ability to revive the dead, he was still shocked when he saw the scene of over 100 people being revived at the same time. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Many thanks, Lord Sovereign. The 167 people thanked Mo Wuji respectfully. Because of their revival, their faces were filled with ecstasy. Feng Wuchen slowly walked towards Fu Yuan and the three elders. Everyone's gaze followed him. Seeing Feng Wuchen walking over, Fu Yuan and the three elders trembled. They were scared out of their wits and couldn't stop trembling. Even though Feng Wuchen didn't release any terrifying aura, They felt as though their hearts were being crushed by a mountain. They couldn't even breathe properly. "Did the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor ask you guys to help?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His voice was bone-chilling, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. "Yes." Fu Yuan and the rest nodded their heads in fear. They looked at Feng Wuchen as though they were looking at a monster. Pung! With a thought, Feng Wuchen bent his palm. With a muffled sound, a wisp of white flames burned in the air. An extremely terrifying and domineering aura swept out, causing one's soul to tremble. Once the ancestor of all flames appeared, all flames would submit. White-colored flames? An extremely ancient aura. This flame is extremely terrifying. Bu Immortal Venerable was terrified once again. The aura of the white flames made him feel an intense sense of danger. His old face was extremely pale. It was something that he had never seen before. In front of Feng Wuchen, as an ancient immortal venerable expert, he actually felt that he had never seen the world before. The aura of the white flames is actually extremely ancient. What kind of flame is this? Lord Feng's flame is too terrifying. I have never seen such a flame before. Lord Feng actually has such a terrifying flame. What a dangerous aura. Protector Tianhen, Commander Xingyan, and Dragon Soul were all stunned by the terrifying aura of the white flames. All of them were dumbfounded and their eyes were filled with fear. Feng. Lord Feng, please spare us. Fu Yuan and the rest were filled with fear and despair. Today was definitely the most terrifying day in their lives. Swish. Pung. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and a wisp of white flames flew out. With a muffled sound, it instantly engulfed the few of them. Ah! Under the merciless burning of the ancestor of all flames, Fu Yuan and the three elders suddenly cried out in pain. Being heavily injured, they had no strength to resist at all. In just a few blinks of the eye, Fu Yuan and the three elders were instantly turned into ashes. Protector Tianhen, is he the Xianxia old immortal who killed Palace Master Dongfeng? Feng Wuchen looked coldly at the old man in the huge pit and asked. Lord Feng, that's him. Protector Tianhen said respectfully. Bring him to the Shinra temple. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He took the lead and flew towards the Shinra temple. Bring him away. Protector Tianhen ordered and flew away with Feng Wuchen. Understood. Commander Xingyan said respectfully. He then waved his hand, and a force controlled the heavily injured Xianxia old immortal to follow Commander Xingyan to the Shinra temple. Jianqiu waved his hand, and the storage rings of Fu Yuan and the rest flew to Battle Emperor. Bring the brothers back to Cultivate. With that, Jianqiu flew towards the Shinra temple. Understood. Supreme Commander. Battle Emperor said respectfully and immediately ordered the Dragon Soul Venerables to retreat. In an instant, over 1,000 Dragon Soul Venerables appeared and disappeared. Their movement techniques were extremely powerful. The dozens of experts from Polaris Immortal Sect were shocked and envious. Protector Tianhen, quickly tell this Immortal Venerable, who exactly is Feng Wuchen? The extremely shocked Bu Immortal Venerable transmitted his voice to ask curiously. Bu Immortal Venerable, Feng Wuchen is from the Dragon Gods. This is all I know, but his identity is extremely terrifying. I don't know how terrifying he is, but we can't provoke him. Protector Tianhen transmitted his voice. You said that even Lord Immortal Venerable Gu didn't dare to provoke him, or even anyone? Bu Immortal Venerable asked. He wanted to know how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Lord Ancient God. Protector Tianhen transmitted his voice. What? Lord Ancient God doesn't dare to provoke him? Bu Immortal Venerable was so frightened that he almost fainted on the spot. Shinra Temple. Yu Tianshan and the other higher-ups, as well as many disciples, were waiting for Feng Wuchen's arrival with anticipation. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky above the palace, figures appeared one after another and slowly descended onto the plaza. They were Feng Wuchen, Protector Tianhen, and a few others. Two-star Ancient Immortal Emperor? What's with Big Brother Jianqiao's cultivation? Also, I feel that Big Brother Jianqiao's aura has completely changed. It's a very terrifying feeling. What exactly happened? Ning Tiancheng was secretly shocked, and his face was filled with disbelief. He's here. Yu Tianshan was overjoyed and was extremely excited. They're here. Brother Feng is here. Qiu Bufan laughed happily. Finally, Feng Wuchen had arrived. Ziyin shouted excitedly, Feng Wuchen, you're finally here. Hurry up and revive my grandfather. Everyone in the Shinra temple cheered excitedly. Greetings, Protector Tianhen. But when Yu Tianshan and the others saw Protector Tianhen, the cheering stopped and everyone bowed respectfully. Protector Tianhen couldn't help but feel awkward. He quickly said, there's no need to be so polite. Why were Guardian Tianhen and Commander Xingyan standing behind Feng Wuchen? Yu Tianshan and the other higher-ups were secretly puzzled, but they didn't think too much about it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, First Elder, I'm sorry. There were some matters just now and I was delayed for a while. Yu Tianshan hurriedly smiled and said, Little brother Feng is too serious. We are already extremely grateful that you are here to save the palace master. Commander Xingyan threw Yang Yao Old Immortal to the side and said, Elder Yu, he is the mysterious murderer who killed Palace Master Dongfeng. Protector Tianhen has sent people to investigate. This person is the Palace Master of the Heaven Immortal World's Emperor Immortal Palace, Yang Yao Old Immortal. I'll leave him to you. When Commander Xingyan finished speaking, everyone in the Shinra temple was stunned. They looked at Yang Yao Old Immortal with cold-killing intent. B****. This old thing is the one who ambushed our palace master? Kill him. A 6-star ancient immortal emperor is actually so despicable and shameless. Bah. If I were you, I would just bang my head against the wall and die. What bullshit T Emperor Immortal Palace's palace master? Bullying the weak and even ambushing our palace master. Do you still have any shame? First Elder, quickly kill this old B****. After knowing that Yang Yao Old Immortal was the culprit who ambushed Dongfeng Wushan, the disciples of the Shinra temple started cursing. Everyone, quiet down. This person is already heavily injured, so he can't escape. Let Feng Wuchen revive Palace Master first, Yu Tianshan said gloomily as he glared fiercely at Yang Yao Old Immortal. First Elder is right. Revive Palace Master first. Junior brothers, everyone retreat first. Qiu Bufan hurriedly said and signaled for the disciples to retreat. Feng Wuchen, Protector Tianhen, Commander Xingyan, please come in. Yu Tianshan respectfully made an inviting gesture. First Elder, there's no need. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I still have important things to do. This is only a primordial spirit clone. My original body is in the Heaven Immortal World and will leave after reviving Palace Master Dongfeng. Furthermore, Palace Master Dongfeng's soul has already been scattered. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen executed the ancestor of soul power and shouted, Heaven-defying reincarnation. What? Heaven-defying reincarnation? Gu Immortal Venerable who was hiding in the dark jumped in fright when she heard these words. Her body trembled violently. Not long later, Dongfeng Wushan's soul body condensed out. Under the nourishment of the ancestor of soul power, he quickly opened his eyes. Palace Master has revived. Seeing Dongfeng Wushan's soul body opening his eyes, the entire Shinra temple cheered in ecstasy. Grandfather has revived. That's great. Ziyin cheered happily like an excited kitten. His soul body can still be revived after being scattered? Protector Tianhen and Commander Xingyan were stunned. Their faces were filled with fear and disbelief. Life and death in control. Eternal life. His soul body can still be condensed after being scattered. This is heaven-defying reincarnation. It can't be wrong. Feng Wuchen has actually comprehended heaven-defying reincarnation. Gu Immortal Venerable was incomparably terrified. She felt as though she had received a million blows. Gu Immortal Venerable was already extremely astonished when Feng Wuchen pulled out the soul bodies of the dead and revived over 100 people at the same time. Now that Feng Wuchen had executed heaven-defying reincarnation, she was completely dumbfounded. Palace Master Dongfeng. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Many thanks to little brother Feng for saving my life. This is already the second time little brother Feng has revived old man. Palace Master Dongfeng immediately cupped his fists and bowed to express his gratitude. Palace Master Dongfeng died because of Feng Restaurant. Reviving Palace Master Dongfeng is only right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and Dongfeng Wushan's corpse flew out of the hall. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of the corpse and it disappeared in an instant. Dongfeng Wushan's corpse has also been revived. This is too mystical. What realm has this brat's refinement realm reached? Bu Immortal Venerable was stunned again. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again. With the help of the soul ancestor, he successfully merged Dongfeng Wushan's soul body into his fleshly body. Dongfeng Wushan was revived. Xianxia Old Immortal looked at this scene in a daze. What kind of terrifying method was this to revive someone whose soul had been destroyed? Bu Immortal Venerable, did you see that? He could revive a soul body that was destroyed. Have you seen such a terrifying sacred art before? No one in the ancient immortal world could do it. Do you believe me now? Protector Tianhen transmitted a message. Feng Wuchen is too terrifying. Protector Tianhen, you are right. This immortal venerable is really just an ant in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Bu Immortal Venerable transmitted a message. Her voice was filled with endless shock. End of this chapter. Thank you, little brother Feng. Dongfeng Wushan was reborn, so he cupped his fists and bowed to express his gratitude to Feng Wuchen. Dongfeng Wushan would forever remember this kindness in his heart. Feng Wuchen, you are the benefactor of our Shinra temple. Please accept my respect. Dongfeng Ding cupped his fists and bowed sincerely. Everyone in the Shinra temple cupped their fists and bowed to Feng Wuchen. This was the highest respect the Shinra temple had for Feng Wuchen. Seeing the sincere respect and gratitude from everyone in the Shinra temple, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. The Shinra temple was indeed the strongest power in the immortal soul realm. It was because of Dongfeng Wushan that they were able to nurture disciples with good character. 7 Stars Divine Palace was far from it. The disciples they nurtured were arrogant and condescending. A crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Palace Master Dongfeng, I still have other important matters to attend to. Leave the herbs and natural treasures to Jianchou. I will take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently and flew up. Palace Master Dongfeng nodded slightly and smiled. Since that's the case, old man won't take up little brother Feng's time. Farewell, Hall Master. Jianchou and Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. Many thanks to Guardian Tianhen and Commander Xing'an for your help. Dongfeng Wushan looked at Guardian Tianhen and Commander Xing'an and thanked them gratefully. There's no need to be polite. Farewell, Palace Master Dongfeng. Guardian Tianhen smiled and flew away. Jianchou. Continue to strengthen the dragon's soul. Feng Wuchen's voice rang out. Yes. Lord. Jianchou replied respectfully. After Feng Wuchen, Guardian Tianhen, and Commander Xing left, Ning Tiancheng immediately asked, Big brother Jianchou, what happened to your cultivation? Why did your aura become so strong? It's completely different from before. Let's talk when we return. Jianchou replied. He then bid farewell to Dongfeng Wushan and left. Palace Master, this person is the 6 Stars ancient immortal emperor that ambushed you. How should we deal with him? Qiu Bufan asked respectfully. Dongfeng Wushan looked at Xianxia Old Immortal who was still in fear and said solemnly, kill him. Protector Tianhen, go back and cultivate the technique I taught you. This is only my clone and can disappear at any time, Feng Wuchen said after leaving the Shenluo Immortal Palace. Immortal Emperor, quickly, immortal. Immortal Emperor said immortal emperors. Immortal, you immortal emperor. Immortal God. Immortal. Had immortal emperor, immortal emperor. Lord Feng is indeed powerful. Bu Immortal Venerable's respectful voice sounded. An old figure appeared out of thin air and bowed to Feng Wuchen. In the beginning, Bu Immortal Senior did not think that Feng Wuchen could help him in any way. However, after seeing Feng Wuchen revive 167 people in the Jixing Immortal sect, and then using the heaven-defying reincarnation to help Dongfeng Wushan be reborn, Guyu Immortal Senior did not think that Feng Wuchen would be able to help him in any way. Guyu Immortal Venerable was extremely shocked and didn't dare to show any disrespect to Feng Wuchen. Guyu Immortal Venerable. Commander Xingyan turned pale with fright as he thought to himself, Lord Feng can actually sense the existence of ancient immortal venerables. Feng Wuchen sized up Guyu Immortal Venerable. He could see Guyu Immortal Venerable's cultivation and alchemist realm at a glance. Protector Tianhen hurriedly introduced, Lord Feng, this is Guyu Immortal Venerable, an ancient immortal venerable realm alchemist. He has encountered some problems and would like to seek Lord Feng's help. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled politely, Senior Guyu, I am only an ancient immortal king realm alchemist. Are you sure I can help you? Guyu Immortal Venerable cupped his fists again and said respectfully, Lord Feng has comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation and is the strongest alchemist among the billions of alchemists. His attainments in alchemy far surpass old man's and no one in the ancient immortal world can compare to him. He will definitely be able to help the old man. I hope that Lord Feng can help. Guyu Immortal Venerable was definitely not exaggerating. An alchemist who could comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation was definitely terrifying. Guyu Immortal Venerable firmly believed in this point. Feng Wuchen smiled, I am not as amazing as Senior Guyu makes me out to be. I am afraid I can't help you with your situation. I am pressed for time and your situation will take at least half a month. Half a month? Guyu Immortal Venerable was stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Lord Feng, you really only need half a month? Protector Tianhen was stunned. That's right. Feng Wuchen nodded, I still need to make a trip to the celestial illusion, so I can't help you. Guyu Immortal Venerable cupped his fists respectfully, old man is willing to follow Lord Feng, even if I am Lord Feng's disciple in name. One had to say that Guyu Immortal Venerable was really smart. Be it a disciple in name or a follower, it would bring him huge benefits. At least in terms of alchemy, Guyu Immortal Venerable could walk further and surpass all the alchemists in the ancient immortal world. Disciple in name? Feng Wuchen was instantly shocked. He looked at Guyu Immortal Venerable in astonishment. When Feng Wuchen was in the human world, he regretted taking in State Preceptor and King as his disciples. Now, he didn't dare to take in these old monsters as his disciples. Guyu Immortal Venerable. Protector Tianhen stared at Guyu Immortal Venerable with wide eyes. This can't be right? The Guyu Immortal Venerable whose might shook the ancient immortal world actually wants to take Lord Feng as his master? He is even willing to be a disciple in name? Commander Xingyan was also shocked. Senior Guyu, I don't take in disciples. Moreover, Senior Guyu is an ancient immortal venerable alchemist. Wouldn't it be a joke for him to be my disciple? Feng Wuchen rejected without hesitation, however, the dragon soul that I have established requires an alchemist. If Senior Guyu doesn't mind, you can join the dragon soul as an elder. Many thanks, Lord Reverend. Guyu Immortal Venerable hurriedly thanked Mo Wuji respectfully. His heart was finally at ease. Since you are willing, let's go to Wind Fire City's Feng restaurant. I will inform Jianzhou. Alright, I will take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. His clone then dissipated into the air. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't reject an ancient immortal venerable alchemist who came knocking on his door for no reason. Moreover, with the addition of Guyu Immortal Venerable, the dragon soul's strength would increase even faster and they would be able to recruit more experts. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Guyu Immortal Venerable, are you serious? Protector Tianhen asked in astonishment. He felt that Guyu Immortal Venerable was too rash. Guyu Immortal Venerable said solemnly, Protector Tianhen, you don't know what heaven-defying reincarnation represents. You are right, Feng Wuchen is indeed very terrifying. This Immortal Venerable is willing to follow him. I understand. Protector Tianhen nodded, if you follow Feng Wuchen, you might become an ancient god one day. You might even become a titled ancient god. Protector Tianhen, you guys can return. This Immortal Venerable will go to Feng restaurant. Guyu Immortal Venerable said. His figure then transformed and vanished. Protector Tianhen, Lord Feng is indeed terrifying. He has too many treasures and any one of them is an existence that surpasses the ancient immortal world. To be able to follow Lord Feng is an honor. Others won't have such an opportunity. Commander Xing'an said. Protector Tianhen took a look at Commander Xing'an and said with a smile, "You are right, this is our chance." After pausing for a moment, Protector Tianhen continued, "With this powerful technique, this protector can finally break through to the ancient immortal venerable realm." End of this chapter. Heaven Immortal World, Divine Continent, Supreme Immortal City. Ancient Immortal Venerable Realm Refinement Master, he has good eyesight. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Master, Immortal Venerable Guyu is very smart. He just wants to learn something from you. Dragon Xinjian transmitted his voice. Let's see how he performs. If he performs well, it's not impossible to give him some pointers. Furthermore, it's not bad for Dragon Soul to have his help. At least Guyu is strong enough to ensure the safety of Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This was also why Feng Wuchen was willing to meet Guyu. Brat, you must have already planned this, right? Thousand Illusions Emperor's laughter could be heard. Feng Wuchen grinned and didn't reply. When Guyu appeared in Polar Star Immortal Sect, Feng Wuchen had already sensed it. At that time, Feng Wuchen had already planned to recruit Immortal Venerable Guyu. Alright, the matter is settled. I should be on my way. There's still a long way to go before I reach the Immortal Shadow Illusory Realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself before leaving Supreme Immortal City. The journey to the Immortal Shadow Illusory Realm was long and Feng Wuchen didn't want to waste too much time. In a restaurant, Commander Xianxia was on the balcony. He had a grave expression as he looked at the vast sea of clouds. Old Immortal Xianxia is most likely dead. Commander Xianxia muttered to himself, which power is this Dragon Soul? I heard that their movement techniques are very good. Also, Commander Xing'an has never interfered in the grudges of any power. Why did he suddenly interfere? Young Master said that Commander Xing'an didn't dare to interfere because of Feng Wuchen. Now that he's dealing with 7 Stars Divine Palace, it's understandable if it's because of Feng Wuchen. However, why did Protector Tianhen interfere? Could it be that Protector Tianhen is also because of Feng Wuchen? Commander Xianxia felt that it was related to Feng Wuchen. This matter has nothing to do with Guardian Tianhen. Since the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor didn't do anything, there's no reason for Guardian Tianhen to do anything. Commander Xianxia frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Now that the person who made a move was Xianxia Old Immortal, Protector Tianhen shouldn't make a move because of a small Shinra temple. This matter must be related to Feng Wuchen. A puny profound immortal is actually the pavilion lord of the Wind Restaurant. Who exactly is this Feng Wuchen? We haven't found anything even after investigating for so long. Other than thinking that it was related to Feng Wuchen, Commander Xianxia couldn't think of any other reason. At this moment, a subordinate appeared in a flash and said respectfully, Commander Xianxia, Feng Wuchen has already left Grand Immortal City. We can make a move at any time. The 7 Stars Divine Palace has been destroyed and the fate of Old Immortal Xianxia is unknown. Protector Tianhen has already interfered. At this juncture, we cannot touch him. Xianxia shook his head slightly. But young master, The subordinate was a little worried. This is the Mansion Lord's order. Continue to keep an eye on him and don't alert him. Wait for the best opportunity. Commander Xianxia said seriously. Understood. The subordinate said respectfully. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Feng Wuchen had already successfully arrived at the Immortal Shadow Mirage. A huge mountain range floated above the sea of clouds. It stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles and was shrouded in immortal fog. It was faintly discernible and gave off a mysterious feeling. Today, something strange happened in the Immortal Shadow Mirage. Within the mountain range, many immortal beasts suddenly escaped into the depths of the mountain range in a panic. Senior Brother Liu, are you okay? A beautiful girl asked with concern. I'm fine. Senior Brother Liu shook his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He frowned and said in doubt, strange, why did that immortal beast run away? It seems to be panicking. What's going on? We can't beat it even if we work together. Why did it suddenly run away? I have never heard of an immortal beast running away. A disciple was confused. Senior Brother Liu, it seems like something big happened in the immortal shadow mirage. Another disciple guessed. Senior Brother Liu frowned deeply. Everyone, leave the immortal shadow mirage first. On the other side, the cultivators who were fighting with the powerful immortal beasts also encountered the same thing. Halfway through the battle, the immortal beast suddenly ran away in panic. Outside the immortal shadow mirage, many cultivators encountered the same thing. Even the immortal beasts with powerful cultivation bases were fleeing in panic at this moment. The immortal beast actually ran away. Is it planning to let us go? Immortal beasts are cruel and ruthless. It's impossible for them to let us go. Why did they run away for no reason? What happened? Many immortal beasts ran into the depths. What made these powerful immortal beasts so afraid? No one knew what had happened. It was the first time they had encountered such a strange thing. For a time, in the immortal shadow mirage, a large number of immortal beasts could be seen fleeing everywhere as if they were facing a great enemy. All of this was because a person had come to the immortal shadow mirage. Feng Wuchen had the bloodline of the Demon Emperor Great Emperor, plus the bloodline of the Dragon Gods. Countless immortal beasts in the immortal shadow mirage could feel a dangerous and terrifying bloodline aura. This is the immortal shadow mirage. I'm finally here. It really took me half a month. Looking at the immortal shadow mirage not far ahead, Feng Wuchen grinned. Closing his eyes slightly and taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I can already smell the smell of medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures. As expected of the training place of the ancient immortal world. This immortal shadow mirage is really not simple. Many yin and yang, 5 elements, strange gates, all-encompassing, all-natural. The entire immortal shadow mirage is a 5 elements yin-yang formation of heaven and earth. It's really not simple. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the ancient immortal world. Great Emperor Xianxia's voice came. The Demon Emperor Great Emperor asked me to come to the immortal shadow mirage. I'm afraid it's not just for medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures. I feel that something is calling me. To be precise, it's because of the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline. I don't know what it is. Feng Wuchen frowned. Summoning? It's related to the Demon Emperor Great Emperor? Great Emperor Xianxia was very puzzled. He didn't know what it was. Feng Wuchen, don't let your guard down. The people who are watching you have been in the dark. I'm afraid they will make a move at any time. Thousand Illusions Great Emperor's voice came. He hasn't dared to make a move because he's waiting for the best opportunity. Isn't the immortal shadow mirage the best opportunity? Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. He wasn't worried about the enemies in the dark. Feng Wuchen had always known that there were people watching him in the dark. It's just that he didn't take it to heart. The major forces around the immortal shadow mirage should have a lot of medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures. When I leave, I'll buy some from them. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he entered the immortal shadow mirage. Feng Wuchen came to the immortal shadow mirage this time not to improve his cultivation, but for medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures. His purpose was very clear. As soon as Feng Wuchen entered the immortal shadow mirage, many cultivators fled in panic. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor Great Emperor is enough to make all the immortal beasts in the immortal shadow mirage submit. It seems that they have already noticed it. Let's go directly to the deepest part. Feng Wuchen grinned. End of chapter. Reporting to Commander. Feng Wuchen has entered the celestial shadow fantasy realm. A subordinate appeared and reported respectfully. Why would a Xian immortal enter the celestial shadow fantasy realm? Commander Xianxia was puzzled. But it's a good opportunity. Reporting to Commander, the Scarlet Flame Shrine's disciples are ready to attack at any time. 13 ancient immortal monarchs are enough to kill Feng Wuchen. But something strange happened in the celestial shadow fantasy realm. The subordinate reported respectfully. Something strange? Commander Xianxia frowned and asked, what strange thing? The subordinate said respectfully, many people have escaped from the immortal shadow mirage. They all said that for some reason, the immortal beasts in the mirage suddenly fled in panic. No one knows what happened. Fled in the depths. Commander Xianxia frowned deeply. He had never heard of such a thing. So many people escaped, but Feng Wuchen still went in? Commander Xianxia asked. The subordinate said respectfully, after Feng Wuchen went in, he didn't escape. The Scarlet Flame Shrine's disciples have been secretly watching him, waiting for Commander Xianxuan's order. Commander Xianxuan ordered coldly, kill. Understood. The subordinate said respectfully and disappeared. Reporting to young master, Feng Wuchen has entered the celestial shadow fantasy realm. I have already ordered people to take action. Commander Xianxuan immediately sent a message to Yi Hongyun. Oh? Feng Wuchen entered the celestial shadow fantasy realm? If you do well, then let him stay in there forever. Yi Hongyun's cold and sinister laughter rang out. Yes. Young master. Commander Xianxuan transmitted respectfully. Celestial shadow fantasy realm. In the celestial shadow fantasy realm, there were countless colorful flowers and herbs. It was incomparably beautiful. Whoosh! Everyone escaped, but Feng Wuchen quickly passed through the depths of the forest. Brother, leave quickly. Don't go in again. Many immortal beasts fled in panic. Something must have happened. Leave the fantasy realm quickly. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't escape but went in instead, a man hurriedly shouted. Does that brat want to die? For so many immortal beasts to flee into the depths, something big must have happened. One of them looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Don't worry about him. If he wants to throw his life away, no one can stop him. Right now, we don't even know what's going on. Let's leave first. Someone shouted. Swish. Swish. At the same time, more than 10 figures also entered the illusory realm like lightning. They were the disciples of the Scarlet Flame Godly Palace, the 13 ancient immortal lords. Are you going to make a move? The celestial shadow fantasy realm is your nightmare. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, and immediately sped up. All the immortal beasts had already fled into the depths of the forest. Not a single immortal beast could be seen along the way. What a terrifying speed. This has already surpassed the speed of a 1-star ancient immortal lord. Is Feng Wuchen really a Xian immortal? Someone said in shock. What is this kid trying to do? Another disciple asked in confusion. Stop him. Don't let him go any deeper. We don't know what's going on. Kill him as soon as possible, the leader said solemnly. He was also quite worried. However, what made them furious was that even if they chased at full speed, they still couldn't catch up to Feng Wuchen. There were 13 disciples of ancient immortal lords, and the highest cultivation level was a 4-star ancient immortal lord. With such terrifying speed, they couldn't catch up to a Xian immortal. Feng Wuchen's speed was indeed not comparable to a 4-star ancient immortal lord's. However, when he used the 1,000 illusions technique and teleportation consecutively, his speed was extremely terrifying. Even a 4-star ancient immortal lord couldn't catch up to him at all. At this moment, they could already see the weak ferocious beasts fleeing into the depths of the forest in fear. When Feng Wuchen approached, these weak ancient immortal generals and ancient immortal kings all knelt on the ground in fear, not moving at all. Large groups of immortal beasts knelt down. They didn't emit any powerful aura, only low roars of fear. Eldest senior brother, we can't go in anymore. This is already the territory of the golden immortal beasts. Our lives are in danger at any time. A disciple said in panic. What's wrong with these immortal beasts? Why aren't they running anymore? They're all lying on the ground, a disciple said in shock. He had never seen such a scene before. Eldest senior brother, could there be some terrifying immortal beast in the depths of the forest? These immortal beasts are fleeing in fear. It must be a terrifying immortal beast that summoned them, another disciple said in fear. The more inconceivable things were, the more afraid they were. The disciples of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall were scared out of their wits. At a glance, a large group of immortal beasts were kneeling. Such a scene had never been seen before. In the past, the celestial shadow illusory realm was filled with the roars of immortal beasts, the sounds of battle, and powerful auras. But now, the celestial shadow illusory realm was deathly silent. The air was filled with a cold aura. Tens of thousands of immortal beasts were kneeling, as if countless eyes were staring at them in the darkness. That feeling was very terrifying. Fear came from the unknown. The more unknown, the more afraid. Eldest senior brother, don't worry about Feng Wuchen. He's going to die if he goes deeper. Let's leave quickly, a disciple said in panic. His face was incomparably pale, and his body was trembling. The eldest senior brother in the lead was also panicking. He hurriedly said, "Let's go. Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Just as they were about to leave, Feng Wuchen's cold laughter suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen. The dozen of them turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared. He grinned coldly and said, "Looking at your faces, you seem to be very afraid. Kill Feng Wuchen first before leaving." The eldest senior brother in the lead suddenly shouted angrily. "Kill me?" Feng Wuchen's face suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. He said with a smile, "The celestial shadow illusory realm will become your eternal nightmare. Puny Xian immortal, killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs." A disciple shouted angrily. He took the lead and charged at Feng Wuchen, his speed as fast as lightning. "Bite them to death. Don't leave a single one alive," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Swish. Ah! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the depths of the forest. It was a 5-star ancient immortal monarch lightning shadow sky wolf. It opened its mouth and ruthlessly bit down. The lightning shadow sky wolf's speed was astonishing. The dozen of disciples could not react at all. Lightning shadow sky wolf. The eldest senior brother in the lead turned pale with fright. Senior brother Zhang has been eaten, a disciple said in panic, his body trembling violently. Trap them, Feng Wuchen sneered. The moment Feng Wuchen's words fell, the various types of immortal beasts kneeling on the ground immediately moved. There were thousands of them, and this was only the immortal beasts in this area. This brat can command immortal beasts? The dozen of disciples widened their eyes in fear. It's over. We're dead meat. There are so many immortal beasts. We can't deal with them at all. A disciple was extremely frightened. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Feng Wuchen can actually command these immortal beasts. Who exactly is he? Another disciple said in fear and despair. Eat them all. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly and immediately flew into the depths of the forest. Roar! 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 The lightning shadow sky wolf took the lead and shot out. Thousands of immortal beasts roared and rushed forward. Tragic screams quickly sounded. End of chapter. More than a dozen ancient immortal lords were eaten alive by the immortal beasts. The screams quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. The immortal shadow illusory realm was very quiet. The immortal beasts knelt and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Under the suppression of Feng Wuchen's bloodline, they didn't dare to resist and could only submit. In the immortal shadow illusory realm, Feng Wuchen was the nemesis of countless immortal beasts. All immortal beasts had to kneel. The lightning shadow sky wolf came and said respectfully, "Master, it's done." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Well done." Whoosh! Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and a golden light flew out, enraging the lightning shadow sky wolf. "I'll reward you with the awakening of your bloodline and increase the power of your bloodline. I guarantee that the lightning shadow sky wolf clan will live forever," Feng Wuchen said calmly. In just an instant, the lightning shadow sky wolf's aura increased by several times. Its bloodline awakened and its strength soared. Crazily. Its cultivation soared to the level of a 9-star ancient immortal lord and almost broke through to the ancient immortal lord realm. After awakening and increasing the bloodline, the lightning shadow sky wolf clan had a strong deterrent force against immortal beasts. "Thank you, master." The lightning shadow sky wolf thanked him emotionally. The herbs and treasures in the immortal shadow illusory realm are inexhaustible. Sky Wolf, pass down the order. Find the immortal beasts of the ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal generals immediately. The more, the better, Feng Wuchen ordered. Haha. Feng Wuchen, you're really something. You actually asked the immortal beasts to help you find herbs and treasures. The Thousand Illusions Emperor suddenly laughed. They definitely know the herbs and treasures. Why do I need to waste time looking for them? Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the Sky Wolf immediately gave the order. In the immortal shadow illusory realm, the ancient immortal generals and ancient immortal kings moved out and broke the silence. Feng Wuchen looked around and saw many natural arrays and restrictions. These are all formations and restrictions that have been nurtured by the heavens and earth over the long years. The power of the heavens and earth is no small matter. The celestial shadow illusory realm can be said to be filled with danger. If one is not careful, they will lose their lives. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had obtained the inheritance of the Xianxia heavenly emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known when he would enter the natural array or barrier. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the celestial shadow mirage, Ancestors' bloodline aura. It was the bloodline aura of the ancestors. The ancestor is back. No, it's stronger than the ancestral bloodline, but it also has the ancestral bloodline. What kind of race is this? What a terrifying bloodline. Are they our ancestors? Several ancient immortal supremacy immortal beasts in the sky above the huge lake were extremely terrified. None of us can resist the power of this bloodline. Hurry up and welcome the ancestor. A huge immortal beast cried out in shock. Feng Wuchen immediately flew into the depths. Wherever he passed, no matter what kind of immortal beast it was, whether they were strong or weak, all of them knelt on the ground. At a glance, tens of thousands of beasts knelt in all directions. The scene was spectacular and visually impactful. Anyone who saw such a scene would definitely be stunned. How many immortal beasts are there in this celestial shadow illusory realm? This is a terrifying force. Feng Wuchen was shocked. There were so many of them that he was dazzled. Master, all the immortal beasts are kneeling. Dragon Xinjian exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen such a shocking scene. Is this the submission of tens of thousands of beasts? Divine, I exclaimed in shock. Bloodline suppression. They can't resist at all. A voice came from the glass lake. I'm their ancestor now. Feng Wuchen smiled. As soon as he said that, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned. The strong sense of summoning appeared again. This sense of summoning is getting stronger. What is it? Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was getting more and more curious. He flew faster and faster, disappearing in a flash. The area of the celestial shadow illusory realm was huge. There were countless immortal beasts. As he flew deeper, he saw a large group of immortal beasts kneeling. The bloodline of the demon emperor great emperor was so terrifying. Of course, Feng Wuchen's dragon god's bloodline was even more terrifying. The deeper he went, the denser and stronger the immortal beasts. Seeing Feng Wuchen slowly floating over, ancient immortal lords, ancient immortal emperors, great overarching golden immortals, and even ancient immortal emperors all knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. Even their breathing was suppressed to the minimum. Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly the king of all the immortal beasts at this moment. Feng Wuchen flew for a full hour before arriving at the deepest part of the celestial shadow illusory realm. What a terrifying aura. The weakest is a great overarching golden immortal, and the strongest is an 8-star ancient immortal venerable. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked as he looked at the huge and terrifying immortal beasts on the lake. The immortal beasts kneeling in the deepest part were great overarching golden immortals, ancient immortal emperors, and ancient immortal venerables. They were the strongest existences in the celestial shadow illusory realm. A strong summoning will. It's under the lake, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Then, he slowly floated over. Although the immortal beasts were very terrifying, Feng Wuchen had the bloodline suppression, so he was not worried. When they saw Feng Wuchen, the immortal beasts in the deepest part of the lake were extremely shocked. It was actually a young junior. The immortal beasts in the deepest part of the illusory realm were shocked that there was such a terrifying existence in the ancient immortal world. All the immortal beasts were forced to kneel down and were unable to resist. Welcome, ancestor. The immortal beasts above the lake and in all directions knelt on the ground and greeted respectfully. Ancestor? Feng Wuchen was stunned and immediately thought of the demon emperor great emperor. After all, the demon emperor great emperor had been to the celestial shadow illusory realm before. Feng Wuchen immediately asked, who is the leader? Ancestor, I am. An 8-star ancient immortal venerable's immortal beast said respectfully, I am Xianxia, the leader of the 8 desolate heavenly bull clan. There are 4 major clans of immortal beasts in the illusory realm. They are the 8 desolate heavenly bull, bloodthirsty python, berserk demon spider, and 9 hell tiger. In addition to the 4 major clans, there were many smaller clans, such as the thunder shadow sky wolf. Feng Wuchen nodded and said indifferently, "The ancestor you are talking about should be the demon emperor great emperor." "Yes, it is the demon emperor great emperor. Many years ago, the ancestor of the demon emperor great emperor came to the illusory realm and lived here for a period of time. He guided us in our cultivation." "Are you the descendant of the demon emperor great emperor?" Xianxia asked respectfully and was quite shocked. "You can say so." Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, "Since the demon emperor great emperor lived here for a period of time and I came here, it can be said that we are fated to meet. Rise, all of you." "Thank you, ancestor." Xianxia and the other immortal beasts thanked him respectfully and then transformed into their human forms. "I am not the demon emperor great emperor, I am not your ancestor. I just have the bloodline of the demon emperor great emperor. My name is Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "Oh right." Feng Wuchen continued, "There is something calling me under the lake. Bring me to see it. I want to know what it is." "Summoning?" Xianxia frowned and said respectfully, "Lord Feng, there are 300,000 years old immortal great herbs under the lake. There is nothing else." "Are they immortal great herbs? 100,000-year-old immortal herb?" Feng Wuchen's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. "There are immortal great herbs under the lake. And they are 100,000 years old. Feng Wuchen, you are in luck to encounter immortal great herbs. Immortal great herbs are hard to come by. They are enough to help you break through to the ancient immortal lord realm." Emperor Ziqing chuckled. Xianxia said respectfully, "Not long after the great emperor monster left, the 3 immortal great herbs grew. We have been guarding this place without leaving. The power of an immortal great herb is extremely terrifying. The reason why we are able to reach our current level of cultivation is all because of the power emitted by the immortal great herb. It helps us increase our cultivation base," said the bloodthirsty python patriarch respectfully. "So it has something to do with the great emperor monster. No wonder I can sense that they are summoning me. Seems like it has something to do with the bloodline of the great emperor monster." Feng Wuchen nodded and said excitedly. He could not wait to see what kind of immortal great herbs they were. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and looked at a mountain on the left. There was a huge square on the immortal mountain. There was an ancient sealing array and a lady sealed in it. The woman stared at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. She was shocked to the extreme. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared and sized up the lady in white. He then looked at the ancient sealing array on the square. Ancient yin-yang fusion art of the 5 elements. And it is a sealing art. The power is not bad. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Lord Feng, this is the sealing array of the 8 desolate heavenly bull tribe, the limitless yin-yang seal." Xianxia said respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at the lady and smiled, 3-star ancient immortal master. Such a powerful cultivation. Seems like you are a top genius. As a 3-star ancient immortal venerable, she was definitely one of the top geniuses in the ancient immortal world. "Lord Feng, this person is from the ancient heavenly court. A few years ago, he barged into the illusion to steal immortal herbs. I sealed him here as punishment." Xianxia said respectfully. "She knows that there are immortal great herbs under the lake?" Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. "That's not it. Lord Feng, there's an immortal great herb in the palace of the 9 Abyss Tiger clan," the Xianming tiger said respectfully. "Oh? There's also an immortal great herb?" Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up with ecstasy. The Xianming tiger said respectfully, "Yes, there is one more. If Lord Feng needs it, I will go and get it immediately." "Don't worry, I'll go get it myself later." Feng Wuchen laughed happily. He waved his hand and a ray of golden light shot out, instantly breaking the yin-yang limitless seal. Xianxia and the other terrifying immortal beasts were shocked and their eyes widened. He could break the seal of the 8 barren heavenly bull clan with just a wave of his hand. "You've been sealed for a few years. That's enough punishment. You can go now. Don't barge into the illusion again." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and descended to the bottom of the lake. Who is he? He can make all the immortal beasts in the illusion kneel down and easily break the ancient seal of the 8 Baron Heavenly Bull clan. Is his cultivation higher than Xianxia's? The woman in white looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. She had never seen such a terrifying person. Since Lord Feng wants to let you go, I won't pursue the matter since you're a girl. You can go now, Xianxia said and immediately went to Feng Wuchen's side. Lord Feng, what race are you? Xianxia asked curiously. He formed a seal with his hands and hit the surface of the lake. Dragon gods. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Dragon gods? Xianxiao, Shui python, and Xianming tiger had never heard of it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, the strongest race in the world. Soon, a huge whirlpool appeared in the lake and a palace slowly rose. Xianxiao said respectfully, Lord Feng, this is the palace where the demon emperor lived. I sealed the palace in the lake. The magnificent palace floated above the lake. When the palace appeared, Feng Wuchen felt 3 terrifying auras. The auras of immortal grade herbs, the terrifying spiritual qi of the immortal grade herbs filled the entire palace. It was 10 times denser than spiritual qi. Is this the aura of immortal grade herbs? It's so powerful. It's much stronger than the immortal pistol. If I use it for cultivation, it can definitely increase my cultivation speed by several times. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic and looked forward to it. The terrifying spiritual qi of the immortal grade herbs increased Feng Wuchen's cultivation by a lot just by smelling it. On the immortal mountain, the white-clothed woman was also shocked by the spiritual qi of the immortal grade herbs. Lord Feng, please follow me, Xianxiao said respectfully and led Feng Wuchen into the palace. Soon, Xianxiao brought Feng Wuchen to the side of the rainbow lotus pond. The 3 immortal grade herbs grew in the rainbow lotus pond. They emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Lord Feng, the immortal grade herbs are very powerful. Even with my cultivation, I can barely get close, Xianxiao said respectfully. Of the 3 immortal grade herbs, one emitted a bloody glow, one emitted a cold light, and the last one emitted a faint blue glow. Looking at the 3 immortal grade herbs, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, Blood tear glass flower, Devil snare grass, Sun moon immortal spirit flower. Lord Feng recognizes immortal grade herbs? Xianxiao asked in shock. I've seen it in ancient books. Feng Wuchen casually found an excuse. After obtaining Emperor Peerless inheritance, Feng Wuchen had seen all kinds of herbs. Feng Wuchen, transfer the immortal grade herb to the divine ring, then transfer the immortal stamen to the immortal grade herb. This way, the spiritual energy of the immortal grade herb and the spiritual energy of the immortal stamen will become stronger. It will be of great help to your cultivation speed, the Thousand Illusions Emperor said. The closer I get to them, the stronger the call. I feel like they are waiting for me. The Demon Emperor's bloodline is also calling to them. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The 3 immortal grade herbs seemed to want to merge into Feng Wuchen's body. However, at this moment, the 3 immortal grade herbs suddenly erupted with a terrifying power and directly sucked Feng Wuchen towards them. Lord Feng, Xianxiao and the others were shocked and wanted to pull Feng Wuchen back. Stop. I'm fine, Feng Wuchen shouted. The power of the 3 immortal grade herbs crazily rushed into Feng Wuchen's body and flowed through Feng Wuchen's limbs and bones. Feng Wuchen could feel the domineering and terrifying power. He felt like all the meridians in his body were about to explode. It was extremely painful. The power of the immortal grade herbs has merged with the Demon Emperor's bloodline. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The domineering power of the 3 immortal grade herbs was fusing with the power of the Demon Emperor bloodline. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had also increased explosively due to the fusion of the immortal grade herbs and bloodline power. 7-star Ancient Immortal King? Xianxiao and the rest could see Feng Wuchen's original cultivation level when they felt the crazy increase in Feng Wuchen's cultivation level. Many of the powerful immortal beasts present were also looking at Feng Wuchen in shock. No one expected Feng Wuchen to be an Ancient Immortal King. How is this possible? He's only a 7-star Ancient Immortal King? The white-robed lady was also stunned. A 7-star Ancient Immortal King could make countless immortal beasts in the illusory realm kneel down? To make the terrifying immortal beasts of the four great races kneel down? To be able to break the yin-yang limitless seal with a wave of his hand, the white-robed lady could not believe it. In an instant, with the fusion of the three immortal grade herbs and the demon emperor bloodline, Feng Wuchen's cultivation level soared to the one-star ancient immortal lord realm. The fusion of the immortal grade herbs and bloodline also stopped. It actually increased by 3 stars. It even helped me to break through to the ancient immortal lord realm. As expected of the immortal grade herbs, Feng Wuchen was shocked and overjoyed. Feng Wuchen did not expect himself to break through to the ancient immortal lord realm when he had just entered the celestial shadow illusory realm. Happiness came too suddenly. Congratulations, master, for breaking through to the ancient immortal lord realm. The dragon god sword, god's eye, and sacred armor congratulated him. Feng Wuchen's cultivation level had broken through to the ancient immortal lord realm. In the rainbow lotus pond, the 3 immortal grade herbs were emitting even more terrifying spiritual chi. Terrifying chi waves surged and huge waves rolled in the lake. The 3 immortal grade herbs had obviously been nourished by the demon emperor bloodline and had become even stronger. Their grades had probably increased by a lot. The aura of the immortal grade herbs has become even stronger. What terrifying power! I'm going to suffocate. Xianxia and the blood python were dumbfounded. They could clearly feel the spiritual chi of the immortal grade herbs becoming stronger. Immortal grade herbs are indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen laughed in ecstasy. However, just as the fusion stopped and Feng Wuchen was rejoicing, the 3 immortal grade herbs suddenly erupted with terrifying power and began to madly absorb the demon emperor bloodline power in Feng Wuchen's body. They seemed to have tasted the sweetness, causing their desire to explode. They were actually absorbing the power of the demon emperor's bloodline. Immortal grade herbs have a certain level of spirituality. It seems that they like the demon emperor's bloodline power very much. Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned, and his eyes flashed with a touch of fierceness. Lord Feng, be careful, the Xianming tiger shouted. The immortal grade herb is absorbing your energy. Not just anyone can absorb my power. Feng Wuchen sneered. Bang! With a thought, the ancestor of the woods was activated. An extremely terrifying and domineering power suppressed the power of the immortal grade herbs on the spot. Soon, they were completely subdued and stopped absorbing. Not only that, but because of the power of the ancestor of the woods, all the exotic flowers and herbs in all directions bloomed. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other, exuding a strong aura of life. The towering ancient trees became bigger and bigger, as if they had a soul. Looking at the changes in all directions, the immortal beasts of the 4 major clans were shocked and in disbelief. Just immortal grade herbs, how dare they try to absorb my energy? Feng Wuchen said proudly. The ancestor of the woods controlled all the power of the wood attribute. Naturally, plants belonged to the wood attribute. Even immortal grade herbs had to bow down in front of the ancestor of the woods. What kind of power is this? Xianxia and the rest were once again shocked by the power that erupted from Feng Wuchen. That degree of dominance and that kind of terrifying aura was something that they had never seen before. An extremely ancient power, and very terrifying. The lady in white was shocked again, and her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He was simply a monster. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 3 immortal grade herbs were stored in his divine ring. Because of the immortal grade herbs, these rainbow lotus are very precious. I will leave some of my power behind, and hope that it can be upgraded to the immortal grade in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and a wisp of the ancestor of the woods power was injected into the rainbow lotus pond. Xianming tiger, bring me to your territory to see the immortal grade herb. Feng Wuchen looked at the Xianming tiger and smiled. Lord Feng, please follow me. The Xianming tiger said respectfully. But at this moment, the woman in white suddenly appeared and blocked Feng Wuchen's path. My name is Yi Qingyu. Can you give me an immortal grade herb? I need immortal grade herbs very much. The lady in white asked directly, and her beautiful eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Immortal grade herbs are very important to me as well. Fairy, you should leave. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and tactfully rejected her. Feng Wuchen did not know Yi Qingyu, so why should he give her an immortal grade herb? Immortal grade herbs were very rare, and they were priceless treasures. Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth, and still did not give up. I can give you many pills, natural treasures, spiritual origin stones, powerful immortal techniques, and so on. I can even help you break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm. I only need an immortal great herb. I hope you can give me one. Seeing the unwillingness in the lady in white's eyes, Feng Wuchen asked, what do you want an immortal great herb for? To break through to the 4-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Yi Qingyu said directly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. You are not an alchemist. Do you know anything about immortal great herbs? Do you know the properties of immortal great herbs? You don't understand. I don't understand what you mean. Yi Qingyu shook her head. Fairy, you are a 3-star ancient immortal venerable. Even if you are not an alchemist, you should know something about immortal great herbs. The energy of immortal great herbs is very terrifying, and your cultivation cannot withstand it. You are courting death if you want to use immortal great herbs to increase your cultivation. Can't an ancient immortal venerable alchemist suppress immortal great herbs? Yi Qingyu asked in shock. Immortal great herbs are born from heaven and earth. They are very pure and powerful. They do not need to be refined into pills. If you want to use them to increase your cultivation, how can an ancient immortal venerable alchemist help you? Feng Wuchen asked. This? Yi Qingyu was speechless. Fairy, you should go back and use an ancient immortal venerable grade pill to increase your cultivation. Immortal grade herbs are very rare, but it is also very dangerous. Feng Wuchen advised. I don't care. Yi Qingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. She gritted her teeth and said, even if I die, I will give it a try. As long as you give me an immortal tier herb, I will do anything you want me to do, except for things between a man and a woman. Why are you in such a hurry to break through to a 4-star ancient immortal venerable? You are even willing to take the risk to break through. With your talent and the help of an ancient immortal venerable grade pill, it will not take long for you to break through to a 4-star ancient immortal venerable. Feng Wuchen asked curiously. I don't want to marry someone I don't like. As long as I can defeat him, he will not be able to threaten me. Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth. End of chapter. I see. But I still can't give you the immortal great herb. Feng Wuchen still rejected her. Why are you not willing to help me? Yi Qingyu asked unwillingly. Feng Wuchen shook his head. I already said that you can't handle the power of the immortal great herb. I have no grievances with you and I don't even know you. I don't want to harm you. I saved you because I don't want to see a girl suffer. After speaking, Feng Wuchen turned around and left. Are you so cold-blooded and heartless? Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth and tears rolled down her cheeks. It is fate that we met. I can let Xianxia help you but I won't give you the herb. With Xianxia's strength, he should be able to solve your problem. That isn't heartless, right? You have been sealed for a few years. Go back in case your family worries about you. Feng Wuchen said without turning his head. As long as Lord Feng says the word, I will do it. Xianxia replied respectfully. Worry about me? Yi Qingyu said sadly, why? Would they worry about me? No one cares about me. I am just a pawn for them to gain benefits. Pawn? Feng Wuchen stopped in shock. He looked back at the sorrowful Yi Qingyu and said, with your talent, you're actually a chess piece? Aren't you a little too strong? Because I am a girl and have no right to inherit. So what if I am talented? Yi Qingyu said sadly. Feng Wuchen said calmly, I see. I sympathize with you. Then you are willing to give me the immortal great herb? Yi Qingyu looked at Feng Wuchen with hope in her eyes. I only said that I sympathized with you. I didn't say that I would give you the herb. Didn't you see the power of the herb? Even Xianxia and the others couldn't handle it, let alone you. If you want to die, then why don't you just stay here? Anyway, no one cares about you. You are just a pawn, so why go back? Their life and death have nothing to do with you. Sometimes, you need to be cold-blooded. Feng Wuchen said calmly and flew away. Yi Qingyu's face was filled with disappointment as she watched Feng Wuchen leave. Sorrow flowed like a river. In the palace of the Nine-Hell Tiger clan. All the clan members of the Nine-Hell Tiger clan knelt down respectfully to welcome Feng Wuchen. As soon as he arrived at his territory, Feng Wuchen sensed the powerful aura of the immortal grade herbs. He was ecstatic and full of anticipation. I can already feel the aura of the immortal grade herb. Although it's not as strong as the other three, the special properties of this herb aren't any weaker than the other three. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly and immediately flashed to the top of the ancient tree. An immortal grade herb with a faint golden glow appeared in front of Feng Wuchen's eyes. Lord Feng, what are the effects of this immortal grade herb? Blood Python asked curiously. Feng Wuchen smiled. This is the reincarnation flower of dawn. It has a very strong healing effect. If consumed directly, you can recover instantly. It's very rare and priceless. What? Recover instantly? Xianxia and Xianming Tiger widened their eyes in shock. Such a terrifying healing effect was simply unheard of. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. That's right. Because it's an immortal grade herb, after consuming it, the body's recovery speed will increase. That's the strongest effect. It's a pity that there's only one. But it's like having two lives. After all, it was an immortal grade herb. It couldn't be found in large quantities. I don't want this herb. It's useless to me. If you keep it here, you can obtain powerful immortal grade herbs to cultivate. If necessary, it can even save a life. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looking at Xianxia and the others, Feng Wuchen asked, are there any other immortal grade herbs in the celestial shadow mirage? Lord Feng, the celestial shadow mirage is very big. We're only cultivating in the deepest part. We don't know if there are any other immortal grade herbs, Xianxia said respectfully. Send your people to search. If there's any news, let me know. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Yes. Lord Feng. Xianxia and the other immortal beasts replied respectfully. Xianxia, Xianming Tiger, Sky Spider, immediately send your clansmen to different parts of the illusory realm. Help me find all kinds of herbs, treasures, and refining materials, Feng Wuchen continued. Yes. Lord Feng. The 4 clan leaders said respectfully and immediately gave the order. Whoosh, at this moment, a surging aura suddenly came. It was an 8-star golden immortal. A thunder shadow flashed over. 8-star golden immortal? How did the bloodline of the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan become so terrifying? It's even more powerful than the bloodline power of our 4 clans. Xianxia said in shock. He couldn't believe it and thought he was seeing things. Blood Python opened its eyes wide in shock and said, bloodline suppression. How is this possible? Wild Wolf. You've got guts. How dare you trespass into the territory of the 9-Hell Tiger? Xianming Tiger shouted angrily and was about to attack. Wait. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped it. Wild Wolf, the clan leader of the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan, greets the ancestor. A Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf transformed into a human and knelt before Feng Wuchen respectfully. Get up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, when I came here, I asked the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan to send immortal beasts to search for herbs for me. The bloodline power of the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan was raised by me. Lord Feng raised the bloodline power? Xianxia and the rest opened their eyes wide in shock. Wild Wolf took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Wuchen. He said respectfully, Ancestor, this is the first batch of herbs and natural treasures that we just received. Very good. Feng Wuchen took the storage ring and said with a smile, let them continue to search. I will stay here for a while. Yes. Wild Wolf said respectfully. Whoosh. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen flicked his fingers, and 4 rays of golden light entered the glabella of the 4 clan leaders. In the next second, the 4 clan leaders shook violently. The bloodline power of the 4 clan leaders surged crazily and was no weaker than the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan's bloodline. After a while, the 4 clan leaders' cultivation broke through 1 star in an instant. Xianxia directly stepped into the 9-star ancient immortal supremacy realm, and an extremely terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. Clan leader Xianxia actually broke through. Yi Qingyu looked over in shock. Other than that, the bloodline power of the 4 clan leaders also surged crazily, and their cultivation broke through in an instant. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I have already raised the bloodline power of the 4 clan leaders. From today onwards, the 5 great clans belong to me, Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Lord Feng. Xianxia and the 4 clan leaders said excitedly and respectfully. End of chapter. Your bloodline has already surpassed the ancient immortal realm. With the help of your bloodline, your cultivation will be faster. It won't be long before your 4 races will surpass the various forces in the ancient immortal realm. I am not helping you improve your bloodline because of the 3 immortal grade herbs. I want you to go to various places in the southern immortal realm and listen to my orders. Leave some people behind to take care of the illusion. Feng Wuchen said softly. His words seemed calm, but they carried an unquestionable tone. Yes, Lord Feng. The 4 leaders said respectfully. To be able to follow someone as terrifying as Feng Wuchen was a great honor for the 4 races. The 4 leaders would not refuse, and they did not dare to refuse. Okay, go back and get used to your bloodline power. I will go to the Demon Emperor's palace to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled. Looking at Quan Lang, Feng Wuchen said, when you have enough herbs and treasures, give them to me. I need more than you can imagine. Yes. Ancestor. Quan Lang said respectfully. With a thought, Feng Wuchen used his movement technique and disappeared. Quan Lang, since Lord Feng has given you bloodline power, from now on, the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan can move to the deepest area. Xianxia looked at Quan Lang and said. Leader Xianxia, there are too many people in the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan. It is not appropriate to move to the deepest area. Plus, we need to find a large amount of herbs and treasures for our ancestor. The current territory is just right. Quan Lang shook his head. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already at the palace above the lake. Why haven't you left yet? Feng Wuchen glanced at the sorrowful and helpless Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu looked at Feng Wuchen and bit her lips. She asked, what do you want for me to be willing to give me the immortal grade herbs? Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. He said, I have already made it clear to you. I cannot give them to you. I have already asked Xianxia to help you. You can leave now. I will kneel before you. I only want 1 immortal grade herb. You have 3 immortal grade herbs. Please give me 1. I will do anything you want me to do, including things between a man and a woman. Yi Qingyu came down and knelt down. Sorry, I have a wife and a cute daughter. Feng Wuchen rejected her and walked into the palace. I don't want anyone to help me. I just want to rely on my own strength. I don't want them to look down on me. I want to get my grandfather's approval. I want all of them to regret. I'm in a hurry to break through to become a 4-star ancient immortal venerable, not to prove that I have the ability to inherit, but to tell them that I, a woman, am not inferior to a man. I have the right to control my own life. Not to be a pawn. Yi Qingyu cried Xianxia. His talent was outstanding, but he still lived in such pain. In the eyes of others, he was still a joke. Hearing Yi Qingyu's heart-wrenching cries, Feng Wuchen stopped in his tracks. He could hear the pain and difficulty in Yi Qingyu's heart. Feng Wuchen was touched by Yi Qingyu's words. Feng Wuchen turned around and looked at Yi Qingyu. My wife is Ling Xiaoxiao, the saintess of the Rakshasa divine race. I will establish Rakshasa for you. In the future, you will submit to my wife. Are you willing to be the supreme commander of Rakshasa? Yi Qingyu was stunned. She looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. If I am willing, can you give me an immortal grade herb? Yi Qingyu asked. Sure. Feng Wuchen answered. All right. I agree. Yi Qingyu agreed without hesitation. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. He flicked his finger, and a ray of golden light shot out and entered Yi Qingyu's forehead. Yi Qingyu's body trembled. Her face was filled with shock. Feng Wuchen said, Yi Qingyu, you mainly cultivate the power of water. I will give you the supreme power of water, cultivation techniques, and immortal techniques. I will also give you the immortal body. The moment Feng Wuchen finished his sentence, Yi Qingyu's cultivation suddenly soared at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, she reached the 6-star ancient immortal supremacy realm. 6-star ancient immortal supremacy. Yi Qingyu's eyes widened. Her heart was in turmoil. She was extremely shocked. She had broken through 2 stars in an instant. Moreover, it was the ancient immortal supremacy realm. Who would dare to believe it? Moreover, Feng Wuchen was only an ancient immortal lord. How could he help an ancient immortal supremacy increase her cultivation? However, what shocked Yi Qingyu even more was the unimaginable power of water, cultivation techniques, and immortal techniques in her body. Yi Qingyu had never heard of such things. It was too shocking. This isn't a dream, right? Yi Qingyu would rather believe that she was dreaming than believe that this was real. You aren't dreaming. This is the power that I have given you. A mere immortal herb is nothing, Feng Wuchen said. What kind of power is this? What cultivation techniques and immortal techniques are these? I have never seen them before. Yi Qingyu asked in shock. Her chest was heaving up and down. She was almost suffocating. The supreme power of water. The cultivation techniques and immortal techniques surpass the existence of the ancient immortal world. With your current cultivation, you can easily defeat an 8-star ancient immortal supremacy. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. What? Surpass the ancient immortal world? Easily defeat an 8-star ancient immortal supremacy? This can't be real, right? Yi Qingyu was shocked again. She felt that Feng Wuchen was bragging. That's right. Feng Wuchen was definitely bragging. The Rakshasa faction needs you to strengthen. I will give you 3 years. I hope to see a Rakshasa existence in the ancient heavenly courts. Can you do it? Feng Wuchen asked. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. I will definitely not disappoint you, Master. Call me Supremacy. I am now the Dragon Soul Supremacy. Feng Wuchen said. Then, he took out a 5-time space ring and handed it to Yi Qingyu. This is a 5-time space ring. After you cultivate the cultivation techniques and immortal techniques, you will be strong enough to deal with your own matters. Yes, Supremacy. My lord. Yi Qingyu said respectfully. She was still extremely shocked. A 5-time space ring. Yi Qingyu had never heard of such a thing. What faction are you from? What faction is the person who threatened you? Feng Wuchen asked. I am from the Supreme Shrine of the Ancient Heavenly Courts. The person who threatened the Supreme Shrine is the young master of the Ancient Heavenly Courts. Yi Qingyu replied respectfully. Protector Tianhen, come to the deepest part of the illusion zone to see me immediately. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. Yes, Master. Protector Tianhen replied respectfully. Swish, a few minutes later, Protector Tianhen appeared and cupped his fists respectfully. Greetings, Lord Feng. Protector. Protector Tianhen. Yi Qingyu was so shocked that her eyes widened. Who didn't know of the most powerful ancient immortal supremacy in the ancient immortal world? End of chapter. Protector Tianhen actually addressed him as Lord. Yi Qingyu's heart trembled once more as her heart pounded rapidly. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen bestowed her with terrifying strength and cultivation techniques. He even gave her an undying body and a 5-time spatial ring. Right now, even Protector Tianhen had to respectfully address him as Lord Feng. What exactly is Feng Wuchen's identity? Yi Qingyu couldn't imagine it and didn't dare to imagine it. In short, it was terrifying. Yi Qingyu greets Protector Tianhen. The shocked Yi Qingyu hurriedly bowed. Even though her cultivation was above Protector Tianhen's, she still had to be respectful. Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend was a famous figure and not many people dared to offend him. Protector Tianhen, you recognize her? Feng Wuchen looked at Protector Tianhen and asked. Protector Tianhen glanced at Yi Qingyu and said respectfully, Lord Feng, she is the daughter of the Ancient Heavenly Court's Supreme Hall Master, Yi Qingyu. She is a top genius of the Ancient Heavenly Court but isn't valued. Who is in charge of the Ancient Heavenly Court now? Feng Wuchen asked calmly. Protector Tianhen said respectfully, Lord Feng, the Ancient Heavenly Court is under the control of Ancient Heavenly Court's Ancient Immortal Reverend Chu Shi. Chu Shi. Feng Wuchen nodded his head and said, ask him to come and see me. Yes. Protector Tianhen said respectfully and immediately transmitted a message to Chu Shi. Yi Qingyu, who was at the side, was completely stunned and turned into a vegetable. Chushi was the strongest Ancient Immortal Reverend under Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend. His cultivation was at the 8-star Ancient Immortal Reverend realm. In the entire Ancient Immortal world, not many people were his match. Feng Wuchen actually said to ask Chushi to come and see him. Feng Wuchen's identity was even more terrifying than Chushi's. Swish. After Protector Tianhen transmitted the message, Chushi immediately flashed over and said respectfully, "Subordinate Chushi greets Lord Feng. I am sorry to have to make you come." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and sized up Chushi. Chushi was clad in black battle armor. He looked very handsome and domineering. Chushi hurriedly cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Lord Feng is too serious. It is this subordinate's honor to be able to help the Lord Feng." Feng Wuchen's existence was known by all the great characters under Ancient Immortal Venerables. They didn't dare to offend Feng Wuchen. Hearing Chushi's words, Yi Qingyu was even more shocked. Her shock was indescribable. Yi Qingyu is now my subordinate. She will deal with her own matters. However, if the Heavenly Court uses any despicable methods or bullies her with numbers, I will have to trouble you to help. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. Yes. Lord Feng. Chushi said respectfully. Alright, you guys go back first, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Protector Tianhen and Chushi bowed respectfully and left in a flash. Yi Qingyu, you stay here first. Go back after you have cultivated your cultivation technique and technique. With Chushi around, you can settle your personal matters without worry. If it's a one-on-one battle, I believe that not many people are your match. Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Qingyu and said. Lord, who exactly are you? Why did Chushi and Protector Tianhen address you as Lord? Yi Qingyu woke up from her shock and asked curiously. A nobody. Feng Wuchen smiled and walked into the palace. A nobody? Yi Qingyu didn't believe it at all. However, she didn't pursue the matter. After all, she was now Feng Wuchen's subordinate. Feng Wuchen was indeed a nobody. 6-star Ancient Immortal Venerables. All of this isn't a dream. They are all real. Yi Qingyu thought to herself. Her beautiful eyes flickered with strong confidence. After entering the palace, the first thing Feng Wuchen did was to enter the Divine Ring. The moment he entered the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen was shocked by the terrifying spiritual energy of the immortal grade herbs. What a vast amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the immortal stamen has also become stronger. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Feng Wuchen, with the help of the immortal grade herbs and the immortal stamen, your cultivation speed has increased by a few times. These primordial spirit clones will be able to help you break through to the 2-star Ancient Immortal Lord realm soon, the Thousand Illusions Emperor said happily. Feng Wuchen looked at the primordial spirit clones and laughed happily. I will be able to break through to the 2-star Ancient Immortal Lord realm in 3 days. Using the clones to cultivate with the 5-time spatial ring, the increase in cultivation is indeed shocking. One of the great emperors smiled faintly. Senior, you are? Feng Wuchen was momentarily stunned as he looked at an unfamiliar great emperor and asked. This is the unparalleled great emperor. The Thousand Illusions Emperor introduced. The unparalleled great emperor was the 19th great emperor of the 10 directions when Feng Wuchen broke through to the Ancient Immortal Lord realm. His hair and beard were all white, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. Greetings, unparalleled great emperor. Feng Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists. The unparalleled great emperor smiled and nodded. He said happily, the reincarnation pagoda was right to choose you. Feng Wuchen, it's time for me and the Thousand Illusions Emperor to leave. The unparalleled great emperor will guide you next. Great Emperor Ziqing smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen, I believe in you. I will wait for you in the Panga realm. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled happily. All right. I won't let you down. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Sigh, I really can't bear to part with you. The Thousand Illusions Emperor smiled. The 2 great emperors' figures gradually became illusory and finally disappeared completely. Feng Wuchen was already used to the great emperors leaving one after another. Swish. At this moment, the unparalleled great emperor flicked his finger. A ray of blue light burst out and instantly entered the space between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows. A huge amount of information gushed out, causing Feng Wuchen's head to almost explode. This was the unparalleled Great Emperor's inheritance. Feng Wuchen, my inheritance is suitable for you to cultivate. Although the cultivation technique isn't as good as Emperor Yuanshir's, the cultivation technique is still very beneficial to you. The unparalleled Great Emperor smiled faintly. The unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture can actually increase the strength of the physical body. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's physical body was very strong. The unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture could increase the strength of the physical body. This was simply tailor-made for Feng Wuchen. The unparalleled Great Emperor's physical body must be very strong too. Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy. No matter how strong it is, it can't be compared to your immortal realm. The unparalleled Great Emperor shook his head slightly. Many thanks, unparalleled Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen thanked him in ecstasy. Cultivate well. Your cultivation is about to break through. This Great Emperor won't disturb you anymore. The unparalleled Great Emperor smiled faintly and then disappeared in a flash. The unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture can increase the strength of the physical body. Combined with the unparalleled Great Emperor's cultivation technique, I can definitely unleash the strength of the physical body to the extreme. Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy. Master, with your current cultivation and the unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture, I'm afraid that you can fight with a 5-star ancient immortal monarch. The Dragon God Sword's excited voice transmitted over. In a life and death battle, Master has an immortal body. A 5-star ancient immortal monarch will definitely die. The divine eyes transmitted. I'm looking forward to Master's battle strength after cultivating the unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture. The Year Ring's voice transmitted over. The unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture is so powerful. I have to cultivate it as soon as possible. I'll refine the heaven-defying divine pearl after that. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He couldn't wait to cultivate the unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture. The unparalleled Great Emperor's scripture was definitely an immeasurable existence for Feng Wuchen. With the help of the Peerless Emperor's inheritance, Feng Wuchen only spent 2 days to successfully cultivate the Peerless Scripture. Feng Wuchen's cultivation also smoothly broke through to 2-star Ancient Immortal Lord. It was faster than expected. After successfully cultivating the Peerless Scripture, Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to find the Peerless Emperor. He wanted to test how much the Peerless Scripture could increase his combat strength. The strength of a 6-star Ancient Immortal Lord? The Peerless Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. He didn't know where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. A 2-star Ancient Immortal Lord against a 6-star Ancient Immortal Lord? The Peerless Emperor asked. Feng Wuchen, can your combat strength really surpass 4 stars? Buzz. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Immediately, his aura suddenly changed. The power of the primeval ancestor and the eternal realm erupted at the same time. The Dragon God Sword, the glass-like battle armor, and the divine eye were activated. Overbearing and powerful energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Feng Wuchen's combat strength directly soared from 2-star Ancient Immortal Lord to 5-star Ancient Immortal Lord. It was an increase of 3 stars. Oh? It can increase your combat strength by so much. The Peerless Emperor was shocked. His old face was a little stiff. Hee, Peerless Emperor, this is not my peak combat strength. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. The Peerless Emperor smiled indifferently and said, yes, it's indeed not bad. To be able to increase your combat strength by 3 stars in an instant. Even among the geniuses of the Panga realm, there are not many who can do it. The Peerless Emperor could see that Feng Wuchen's combat strength was not at his peak. After all, the power of the Eternal Realm could only be truly unleashed in battle. Peerless Scripture. Feng Wuchen shouted and used the Peerless Scripture. Buzz. In the next moment, the space in the divine ring vibrated even more violently. Feng Wuchen's strength soared again. His aura became more overbearing and powerful, almost suffocating. It gave people a feeling of invincibility. As a 2-star Ancient Immortal Lord, he was able to unleash a battle prowess that surpassed that of a 5-star Ancient Immortal Lord. This energy is extremely tyrannical. This brat is truly not simple. His combat prowess has already reached the realm of a 6-star ancient immortal lord. Only when I use my supreme scripture on him will I be able to display my strongest side. The great emperor was shocked. Such a monster had never appeared even in the ancient times of the Panga realm. Supreme Emperor, you have to be prepared. I will attack with all my might. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his head, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Come, let this great emperor see your combat strength. The Supreme Emperor smiled faintly. He was also looking forward to it. He also controlled his strength to that of a 6-star ancient immortal lord. Boom, Feng Wuchen suddenly stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, his body seemed to be equipped with a launcher and instantly shot out. His speed was extremely fast, and his momentum was monstrous. His attack was fierce and overbearing. Supreme Chaos Palm. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. With a loud roar, he gathered a tyrannical energy in his palm and blasted it out. In that instant, Feng Wuchen's strength increased crazily, and his attack became more ferocious and overbearing. Supreme Chaos Palm. The Supreme Emperor also roared and met the attack with his palm. Boom. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the two palms collided. With a loud bang, the terrifying collision force swept out fiercely, and the space in the divine ring shook violently. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor's face changed drastically, and his body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. What? How is this possible? What a tyrannical power! With the same level of combat strength and the same palm technique, this great emperor can't defeat this brat. The difference in strength is so great, and he can even comprehend the essence of the supreme scripture in such a short time. The Supreme Emperor was extremely shocked. If he hadn't attacked personally, he wouldn't have believed it. This is impossible, right? The Supreme Chaos Palm has such terrifying power? Seeing the Supreme Emperor sent flying with a single punch, Feng Wuchen himself was dumbfounded. Could the Supreme Emperor be pretending to be sent flying? Was the power of this palm strike so terrifying? Even if he saw it with his own eyes, Feng Wuchen still couldn't believe it. Master, isn't the Supreme Scripture too powerful? How much has it increased your physical strength? A shocked voice came from the Divine Dragon Sword. It's simply indescribably powerful. The Divine Eye also said in shock. Feng Wuchen's palm strike had such terrifying power. Other than the supreme scripture and palm technique, the Divine Eye's ability to instantly increase his combat strength by several times was also very important. Feng Wuchen looked at his palm in shock, and said, although the palm technique is not as good as Emperor Yuanzhi's, when combined with my powerful physical body, the power it can unleash is not inferior to Emperor Yuanzhi's technique at all. To Feng Wuchen, the Supreme Treasure Bible and the incantations contained within would definitely increase his power by several folds. Feng Wuchen, you're really not simple. Even a 6-star ancient immortal monarch can't withstand the power of your palm. The Supreme Emperor flashed over, his face full of shock. The combination of the Supreme Scripture and the palm technique of the Supreme Emperor can unleash an extremely strong power. With the support of the Divine Eye and the ancient immortal artifact, my combat strength has increased by a lot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to have such a powerful combat strength. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, his heart incomparably excited. In the past, Feng Wuchen's combat strength could barely surpass 4 stars. But now that he had cultivated the Supreme Scripture, his combat strength had undoubtedly increased greatly. Very good. The Supreme Emperor smiled with satisfaction. The reincarnation pagoda chose you for a reason. Feng Wuchen, even in the Panga realm, there aren't many geniuses like you. The most terrifying thing is your comprehension. Isn't the Supreme Emperor exaggerating? Feng Wuchen was a little embarrassed. This great emperor isn't exaggerating. The Supreme Emperor shook his head and said with a smile, all right, this great emperor won't disturb you anymore. Cultivate well. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded. Next, he planned to refine the heaven-defying divine beads and elixirs. The first batch of heavenly treasures sent by Kuang Lang could be used to refine the heaven-defying divine beads. When my cultivation breaks through to 5-star ancient immortal monarch, I'll use the heaven-defying reincarnation to increase my cultivation. At that time, I might be able to directly break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm. Feng Wuchen thought in his heart, feeling a little proud. In the reincarnation pagoda. This great emperor was actually pushed back by a junior's palm. This is too embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. This great emperor can't even defeat a junior. Feng Wuchen, this brat, is too abnormal. We have the same battle prowess and spells, but he managed to forcefully break through my power. That's my treasured book and spells. I feel like his comprehension of them is deeper than mine. I've lost all my face. The Supreme Emperor said frantically. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, this great emperor wouldn't have the face to see anyone. The reincarnation pagoda actually chose such an abnormal person. He can send this great emperor flying with a single palm. There's definitely no second one in the Panga realm. The more the Supreme Emperor thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Last night, I blacked out. End of chapter. Whoosh. A few days later, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed out of the main hall. The spiritual chi of immortal grade herbs is really strong. After cultivating for a few days, my cultivation base has improved a lot. I'm not far from becoming a 3-star ancient immortal lord. My Yuan spirit clone should be able to break through after cultivating for a few more days, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Whoosh, as soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, a huge immortal beast flashed out. It was the leader of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf tribe, Mad Wolf. Ancestor, we found a lot of natural treasures and herbs. There are also many refining materials suitable for ancient immortal lords, Daluo golden immortals, and ancient immortal emperors. They've all been categorized. Mad Wolf respectfully handed a storage ring to Feng Wuchen. With the 5 major races and a huge number of immortal beasts moving out, the amount of herbs and natural treasures they found in a few days was absolutely terrifying. Feng Wuchen checked it and was extremely happy. The amount was beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Ancestor, Fairy Yi Qingyu has already left. She asked me to tell you that she won't let you down. She also thanks you for your help, Mad Wolf said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled. Okay, I got it. Go back and cultivate. The Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf has a strong bloodline, but its strength is still too weak. Quickly strengthen the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf's strength. Yes, Ancestor. Mad Wolf said respectfully. Then, his huge figure turned into a lightning shadow and disappeared. With the help of the immortal beasts in the illusion realm, it's really fast. This time, it's enough to refine over 100 pills. Although it's still far from enough, there's no need to rush. The immortal shadow illusion realm is so big, and there are countless natural treasures and herbs. There's no need to worry about this problem. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. As long as there were enough natural treasures, the dragon soul's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The immortal shadow illusion realm had undoubtedly helped Feng Wuchen solve this problem. Feng Wuchen carefully checked the natural treasures in the storage ring and muttered to himself, natural treasures that can increase soul power, found it. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. A dark crystal appeared in his hand. It contained a powerful and pure soul power. Soul of the soul. Feng Wuchen excitedly laughed. With the soul essence, it would be much easier for us to break through to the ancient immortal lord realm. Although it's just a low-grade treasure, the soul energy it contains isn't weak at all. It's perfect for the cultivation of 10 ancient immortal kings. If we refine it into a soul crystal, we would be able to instantly increase our soul energy by a large amount. In addition to the soul essence, there was an even more powerful treasure in the storage ring. It also contained soul essence, but the soul essence was much purer. However, such powerful natural treasures were too rare. There were only a dozen of them in his storage ring. There are only 16 dark soul amethysts. Most probably, even ancient immortal emperors don't have such treasures. Let's hope we can find more. Feng Wuchen mused. With a thought, Feng Wuchen mobilized his soul power and myriad fire ancestor simultaneously. Then, he took out a large number of soul fragments and began refining them into soul crystals. 1, 2, 3. 37. After exhausting all his soul fragments, he only managed to refine 37 soul crystals. Although it was little, it was enough for Feng Wuchen to break through to the ancient immortal lord realm. 37 soul crystals. Before leaving the illusory realm, I should be able to break through to the ancient immortal Lord realm. Feng Wuchen mumbled to himself. After that, he placed the soul crystals into his divine ring for his clone to absorb. Once Feng Wuchen broke through to the ancient immortal Lord realm, it would mean that Feng Wuchen would be able to refine ancient immortal Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearls. At that time, the dragon's soul would be even faster. The illusory realm is too far away from Firewind City. We need to set up a teleportation array to make it easier for Mad Wolf to send the treasures and medicinal ingredients over. Feng Wuchen mumbled. Feng Wuchen immediately started setting up the teleportation array. Setting up a teleportation array was as easy as flipping his hand for Feng Wuchen. When the time comes, I just need to set up a teleportation array in Windy Restaurant and connect them. Feng Wuchen smiled. It was just a teleportation array. It would be done in a few seconds. The illusory realm and the treasures of the Shinra Temple are enough to strengthen the dragon's soul. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Then, he flashed to an immortal mountain and sat down to cultivate. Outside the illusory realm. What happened in the illusory realm? Why are there so many ancient immortal Emperor realm immortal beasts in the outer region? At first, the immortal beasts fled deeper into the illusory realm. But now, a large number of immortal beasts are on the move. There are more immortal beasts than before. Something must have happened. The Lightning Shadow Sirius clan and the 4 major clans of the illusory realm are on the move. In the past, they didn't care about this. What's going on? Outside the illusory realm, a large number of cultivators were gathered. Ancient immortal emperors, perfected golden immortals, and even ancient immortal emperors didn't dare to enter the illusory realm. The more they didn't know what was going on, the more scared they were. It's been a few days. No one has come back. Is it really so difficult to kill a profound immortal? Something strange is happening in the illusory realm. It's been like this for a few days. No one knows what's going on. And there are more immortal beasts than before. Could something have happened to them? No one dares to go in now. There are always huge movements in the illusory realm. Now, immortal beasts with terrifying strength often appear in the outer region. Commander Xianxia and a few of his subordinates had been waiting for a few days, but they still didn't see the disciples of the Scarlet Flame Godly Hall come out. Commander Xianxia, the disciples of the Scarlet Flame Godly Hall never came out after entering. No one knows what happened in the illusory realm. There are many powerful immortal beasts in the outer region. I'm afraid that Feng Wuchen and the disciples of the Scarlet Flame Godly Hall are dead. A person reported respectfully. They haven't come out for a few days. Seems like they died in the illusory realm. Come back. I'll report to the young master immediately. Commander Xianxia transmitted his voice. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3-star ancient immortal Lord realm. He wasn't far from breaking through to the 4-star ancient immortal Lord realm. With the help of the soul crystals, Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm was about to break through to the ancient immortal Lord realm. His shocking cultivation speed was something that countless geniuses couldn't catch up to. Batch after batch of huge amounts of herbs and natural treasures were delivered to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen madly refined pills and heaven-defying pearls. There were countless pills and heaven-defying pearls in the hundreds. He had almost used up a huge amount of natural treasures. The harvest is not bad. There are definitely enough pills and heaven-defying pearls. It's enough to raise the strength of the dragon's soul by a few times. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Feng Wuchen floated down from the immortal mountain. He looked at Xianxia and the rest and smiled. Pass down my order. All ancient immortal emperors of the 4 races and above will follow me to the immortal soul world of the southern immortal domain. End of chapter. In the deepest part of the celestial shadow illusory realm. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. After Xianxia and the other patriarchs gave their orders, the ancient immortal emperors and above of the 4 races appeared one after another. Waves of terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. The terrifying aura frightened the cultivators outside the celestial shadow illusory realm. What a terrifying aura! This aura came from the deepest part of the illusory realm. Ancient immortal sovereign realm immortal beasts. The aura of the 4 races. It has been half a month. What happened in the illusory realm? Are we going to enter the illusory realm or not? What the hell is going on? Many cultivators were anxious and frightened. They had been waiting for half a month and still did not dare to enter. They had wasted half a month's time. In the deepest part of the illusory realm, Lord Feng, the ancient immortal emperors of the four races have all gathered. Xianxia cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Feng." The ancient immortal emperors of the four races said respectfully. Their loud and clear voices pierced through the clouds. The number of ancient immortal emperors of the four races added up to tens of thousands. This was definitely a terrifying existence. Even Feng Wuchen was shocked by the sheer number of people. There were dozens of ancient immortal sovereigns and hundreds of ancient immortal emperors. There was no need to talk about the great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors. There are actually so many people. The strength of the four races is actually so terrifying. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He did not expect there to be so many people. There are dozens of ancient immortal sovereigns. Isn't this too terrifying? Dragon Xunjian said in shock. Nian Luan said in shock, "Master, with the help of the four races, Master can definitely dominate the ancient immortal domain. Master, there are so many experts. Why don't we scatter them to the four great immortal domains?" Divine Eyes said respectfully. The strength of the four races in the illusory realm was indeed terrifying. Lord Feng, many of our people have just been summoned back. They are outside all year round and some are cultivating in seclusion. Xianxia explained. So that's how it is. I was just wondering why there were so many clansmen. Feng Wuchen suppressed the shock in his heart. The blood python said respectfully, "Lord Feng, although the immortal shadow illusionary realm is huge, no one can cultivate here all the time. As long as the members of the four clans and other immortal beasts can transform into human forms, we can often go to different places in the ancient immortal realm." Xianxia then said respectfully, "Big brother Feng, the four of them are the young masters of the four races. They are very talented and have high cultivation. If Lord Feng likes them, they can follow Lord Feng at any time and handle any matters for Lord Feng. His talent is indeed not bad." Feng Wuchen laughed lightly. "If they don't mind, they can join my dragon soul. Do you have any objections?" "No. Thank you, Lord Feng." The four young masters said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and ordered, "For major races, listen up. Head to the eastern, western, southern, and southern regions of the ancient immortal realms. Set off immediately." "Yes." Xianxia and the other three clan leaders said respectfully and then gave the order. The clansmen of the four major races flew to the ancient immortal realm in batches. Tens of thousands of experts of the four major races went to the ancient immortal realm. With their help, no matter if it was Feng Wuchen or the dragon soul, the danger would be reduced to the minimum. The growth of the dragon soul would definitely cause conflicts with many major forces in the ancient immortal realm. The existence of the four major races was enough to suppress many major forces in the ancient immortal realm. With the help of the four major races, the dragon soul will also be able to grow smoothly. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. For clan leaders, you guys should get moving too. Find a suitable place for your clansmen to cultivate in. I will go to the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf's territory later. I will catch up with you guys as soon as possible. Just don't fly too fast." Feng Wuchen said indifferently and then flew towards the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf's territory. "Yes. Lord Feng." Xianxia and the other three said respectfully and their figures disappeared one after another. About an hour later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the territory of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf's clan. "Greetings, ancestor." When Feng Wuchen arrived, Wild Wolf and the other clansmen of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf's clan knelt down respectfully to welcome him. "Rise." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Thank you, ancestor." The clansmen of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf expressed their gratitude respectfully. "Ancestor, why have you come to our territory?" "Ancestor, please invite me in." Wild Wolf was flattered and quickly went forward to welcome him. "No need. I am going to leave the illusory realm." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Before I leave, I am here to tell you that I have a teleportation formation in the deepest part of the illusory realm. After it is activated, you can send medicinal herbs and natural treasures to me through the teleportation formation. Also, help me find soul essences and dark soul purple crystals. The more, the better." "Yes, Ancestor," Wild Wolf said respectfully. Swish, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger. A ray of golden light burst out and instantly entered between Wild Wolf's eyebrows. This is a powerful thunder attribute cultivation technique and magic art. It is very suitable for your Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan. You can pass it to any of your clansmen. Cultivate it well. You haven't really mastered the powerful bloodline. When the wolf clan becomes powerful, it will be very terrifying. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Thank you, Ancestor." "Thank you, Ancestor." Wild Wolf and the clan leaders of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan knelt down and expressed their gratitude excitedly. This was extra care from Feng Wuchen. "Wild Wolf clan leader, select 500 clansmen for me. During this period, let them cultivate cultivation techniques and magic arts as soon as possible. When the teleportation formation is activated, let them find me." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "Yes, Ancestor," Wild Wolf said respectfully. "Well, I am leaving." After saying that, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. At the same time. "Hey, what's going on?" The aura of the ancient celestial venerables. And the aura of the ancient celestial emperors. There are so many terrifying auras coming out from the depths of the illusory realm. This is the aura of the 4 great clans. Tens of thousands of clansmen. What are they doing? What the hell is going on? Why did so many terrifying clansmen suddenly appear? Who provoked the 4 great clans? Are they going to start a war? Group after group of terrifying experts burst out from the depths of the illusory realm. Many human cultivators outside were scared out of their wits. Those who were timid directly collapsed on the ground. Shoo shoo shoo. Buzz buzz. Wherever the clansmen of the 4 great clans passed, the immortal beasts in the illusory realm knelt down in fear. Strong sonic booms shook the space. The elders of the 8 desolate heavenly bull have come out. The bloodthirsty python elder and the great commander. The 9 netherworld tiger elder and the guardian venerable. The berserk demon spider elder. The young masters of the 4 great clans have also come out. Look. It's the 4 great clan leaders. Oh my god. The 4 great clan leaders have come out. 9-star ancient celestial venerable. A large number of human cultivators outside the illusory realm were terrified. Their faces were pale and bloodless. They were all petrified on the spot. After the clansmen of the 4 great clans flew out of the illusory realm, they flew towards the ancient celestial realm at full speed. End of chapter. Swish. Just as the human cultivators were in shock, a resplendent golden light burst out from the illusion. It was as fast as lightning and had a shocking aura. The golden lightning flashed and disappeared into the horizon with the experts of the 4 races. What terrifying speed! I couldn't see it clearly. I couldn't see the depth of his cultivation either. What movement technique is that? He disappeared without a trace in a flash. He disappeared in an instant. Who is that person? To think that he could come out of the illusion alive. Noticing the fleeting golden light, many cultivators exclaimed one after another. It was a pity that because the speed was too terrifying, no one could see it clearly. The celestial shadow mirage finally quieted down. Who else could that golden light be other than Feng Wuchen? After breaking through to the 3-star ancient immortal lord realm, Feng Wuchen's speed had reached an unimaginable level with the 1,000 illusions technique. The 1,000 illusions technique was mystical and terrifying. It was even more powerful than teleportation. With Feng Wuchen's current speed, he would only need a few days to return to the ancient immortal domain's Firewind City. Xianxia, the 8 desolate heavenly bull will remain in the southern immortal domain. The berserk demon spider will go to the northern immortal domain. The 9 netherworld tiger will go to the eastern immortal domain. The bloodthirsty python will go to the western immortal domain. Listen to my orders at all times. After stepping into the ancient immortal domain, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Lord Feng. Xianxia and the other 3 clan heads replied respectfully. The 3 clan heads immediately led their clansmen to the eastern, western, and western immortal domains. Tens of thousands of experts from the 4 races of the illusion realm were mobilized. The terrifying aura had alarmed many major and minor forces, causing everyone to feel uneasy. The 4 races of the illusion realm have already entered the ancient immortal domain. What are they trying to do? Which force has offended the 4 races? Otherwise, why would the experts of the 4 races step into the ancient immortal domain? Even the 4 clan heads are here. The 4 races are heading to the eastern, western, southern, and southern immortal domains respectively. The 4 races have entered the ancient immortal domain. Is Protector Tianhen not going to do anything? Many major forces in the ancient immortal domain were shocked. They were worried and puzzled. They had already sent people to investigate. Those who didn't know the situation would think that the 4 races were going to start a massacre. Ancient Immortal Palace. Reporting to Protector Tianhen, we've just received news that tens of thousands of experts from the 4 major races have already entered the ancient immortal realms, heading to the eastern, western, southern, and southern immortal realms respectively. Their purpose is still unclear. A person respectfully reported. Don't worry, just leave. Tianheng said calmly. The subordinate hesitated for a moment. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to. In the end, he left the hall. How could they ignore such a serious problem? If the 4 major clans were to go on a killing spree, apart from the ancient immortal venerables, no one would be able to stop them. If he didn't do anything now, it would be too late to stop it when something big really happened. After the subordinate left the hall, the great leader appeared and asked respectfully, Protector Tianhen, do we really not need to care about them? Protector Tianhen shook his head, I don't dare to interfere. You don't dare to interfere? Most of them were stunned and didn't understand what Tianheng meant. They are Lord Feng's men. If you want to do something, then do it. I don't have the guts. Tianheng shrugged. Treat it as if I didn't say anything. The great leader was so frightened that his body shuddered and he immediately disappeared. What is Feng Wuchen trying to do? He actually pulled out the experts of the 4 major clans. Does he want to dominate the ancient immortal domain? With Feng Wuchen's identity, dominating the ancient immortal domain and even the ancient immortal world was just a single sentence from him. Why is there a need to pull out the 4 major clans? Protector Tianhen was confused. Forget it, I should just focus on my cultivation technique. Protector Tianhen thought to himself. He didn't dare to interfere with Feng Wuchen's matters. Although Protector Tianhen was confused, he wouldn't ask and wouldn't interfere. Even if Feng Wuchen flipped the ancient immortal domain upside down, Protector Tianhen wouldn't care. When Feng Wuchen returned to the immortal soul world, it was already 5 days later. It had been a month since he left Firestorm City. In this month, who knew how much stronger the dragon's soul had grown? Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it. Shopkeeper Mu. Feng Wuchen entered the inn. Pavilion Lord. Hearing the familiar voice, Shopkeeper Mu raised his head abruptly. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, he was ecstatic. Pavilion Lord, you are back? Shopkeeper Mu asked in joy. Prepare some 8 attributes for me. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. He then went up to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Shopkeeper Mu immediately carried the 8 attributes to the balcony. Shopkeeper Mu poured wine for Feng Wuchen and asked curiously, Pavilion Lord, where have you been for the past month? Lady Mo, Fairy Dancing Ice and the rest have been here a few times. I went to the immortal shadow fantasy realm. It was a long journey. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and finished the cup of 8 attributes in a single gulp. Pavilion Lord went to the immortal shadow fantasy realm? Shopkeeper Mu couldn't help but open his eyes wide in shock. Pavilion Lord, the immortal shadow fantasy realm might be a training ground for countless cultivators with countless treasures. However, it is also filled with danger. Who knows how many people have died in there? Moreover, there are many terrifying immortal beasts. How's the restaurant? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Pavilion Lord, there are already 12 restaurants in the immortal soul world. Each restaurant has recruited many experts. Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully. Oh? 12 restaurants? Shopkeeper Mu is really amazing. In just a month, there are so many restaurants. It seems that I have to go to the immortal capital and the heavenly immortal world in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled in surprise. Shopkeeper Mu smiled modestly. Isn't it because the Pavilion Lord's 8 attributes are powerful? It is impossible for others to do it with my ability. Shopkeeper Mu, don't underestimate yourself. Feng Wuchen smiled and then took out a spatial ring and handed it to Shopkeeper Mu. He smiled and said, this spatial ring is helpful for your cultivation. There are cultivation resources inside that can help you break through to the ancient immortal monarch realm. Spatial ring? Break through to the ancient immortal monarch realm? Shopkeeper Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Go back and cultivate well. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yes. Pavilion Lord. Shopkeeper Mu left in a daze. He was extremely shocked. Shopkeeper Mu couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen would give him a spatial ring. What kind of cultivation resources could help Shopkeeper Mu, a 6-star ancient immortal king, break through to the ancient immortal world? Xianxia. After Shopkeeper Mu left, Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. My lord. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes with a face full of ecstasy. He immediately sent a voice transmission. My lord, you are back? How is the dragon soul? Feng Wuchen asked. My lord, the dragon soul has become stronger. In this month, the dragon soul has gained 17 golden immortals, dozens of ancient immortal emperors, and many ancient immortal monarchs and ancient immortal kings. The number of people has reached more than 1,700. Now, with the ancient moon immortal venerable, and 3 ancient immortal emperors, the strength of the dragon soul is much stronger than it was a month ago. Xianxia sent a voice transmission excitedly, feeling a little proud. End of chapter. Whoosh. Xianxia appeared on the balcony of the 3rd floor. Honorable Lord. Xianxia cupped his fists respectfully and placed a storage ring on the table. These are the herbs and treasures sent by the Shimmer Temple. Looking at Xianxia, Feng Wuchen smiled. Very good. In just a month, the dragon soul has grown so much. It was right to give the dragon soul to you. Revered Lord, to be honest, the ancient immortal emperors only joined us because of Reverend Gu Yu. Moreover, they came for the pills. This subordinate originally wanted to refuse, but Senior Gu Yu said that it was fine. Jian. Cho smiled awkwardly. Have a seat. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter who I'm doing this for, those who don't listen to me have to piss off. Everyone in the dragon soul has to listen to you. Otherwise, even ancient immortal emperors won't be able to live. Ancient immortal emperors are nothing special. You'll all become ancient immortal emperors sooner or later. If others heard Feng Wuchen's words, they would think that Feng Wuchen was crazy. How could the ancient immortal emperor realm be so easy to break through? Countless Daluo golden immortals in the ancient immortal world were stuck in the 9-star Daluo golden immortal realm for hundreds or even thousands of years. But from Feng Wuchen, breaking through to the ancient immortal emperor realm was a trivial matter. Of course, Xianxia would never doubt Feng Wuchen's words. Xianxia, you are now the supreme commander of the dragon soul. You can decide whether to stay or leave. As long as you think that they are unfavorable to the dragon soul, kill them, including the ancient immortal emperors. If you can't solve the problem, look for Senior Gu Yu. Feng Wuchen continued. His casual words gave a domineering feeling. At the same time, Feng Wuchen formed a seal with his hands and set up a small teleportation array on the balcony. It connected to the teleportation array in the deepest part of the illusion. This was a piece of cake for Feng Wuchen. Yes, Honorable Lord. Xianxia said respectfully, then asked, Lord, Gu Yu Immortal Venerable really joined Dragon Soul? Lord knows Gu Yu Immortal Venerable? After all, Gu Yu Immortal Venerable was an ancient immortal venerable and an ancient immortal venerable alchemist. She had a transcendent status and was an existence that could shake the entire ancient immortal world. Such a terrifying existence had actually joined a dragon soul that had just risen up. Xianxia could not believe it. Feng Wuchen nodded. I didn't know him before, but Protector Tianhen recommended him. But he has indeed joined Dragon Soul. If that's the case, then our dragon soul really has an ancient immortal venerable overseeing it. That's great. Xianxia said excitedly. He confirmed that Guyu Immortal Venerable had really joined the dragon soul. This meant that the dragon soul had been reborn. Where are the dragon soul venerables of Firestorm City? Senior Guyu is also not in Firestorm City. Feng Wuchen asked. He could not sense the existence of the dragon soul venerables. He could not even sense Guyu Immortal Venerable's aura. Lord, there is only one subordinate in Firestorm City right now. I just rushed over from the Mystic Emperor Palace. The other Dragon Soul Venerables have been sent out to recruit people. Ning Tiancheng, Battle Emperor, and a portion of the Dragon Soul Venerables are in Celestial Capital. Something happened there and Senior Guyu went to the Shinra Temple. Xianxia said respectfully. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded, then asked, what happened in Celestial Capital? A golden immortal power in Celestial Capital wants to annex the two subordinate powers of Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul is already prepared to take action. Xianxia said respectfully. The experts of Heaven and Earth Saint Palace and Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace have all been killed. No wonder other powers have their eyes on them. Since they want to annex our subordinate powers, then let's annex them and let Celestial Capital see the strength of Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Understood. Xianxia said respectfully. There are pills and heaven-defying divine beads inside. Arrange them as you see fit. This teleportation formation is connected to the deepest part of the celestial shadow fantasy realm. It has already been activated. 500 clansmen of Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf will come over in a moment. Take them into Dragon Soul. I have set up a barrier here. Outsiders won't be able to sense or see anything. Feng Wuchen smiled and put down a storage ring, then got up and left. 500 clansmen of Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf? Xianxiao's eyeballs almost fell out when he heard that. He was instantly petrified and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen knew the clansmen of the fantasy realm. Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf was a powerful clan with an ancient immortal emperor. It was also the clan with the most clansmen in the fantasy realm. There were at least 100,000 of them. Who was this profound immortal Feng Wuchen? Xianxia felt that there was no one in the ancient immortal world that Feng Wuchen didn't know. Lord, you know the clansman of Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf? Xianxia swallowed hard and asked in shock. Why? Can't I? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Xianxia was speechless. Who was Feng Wuchen? The more Xianxia knew, the more he felt that Feng Wuchen was extremely mysterious. Every time he thought he understood, Feng Wuchen would appear in front of him with an even more terrifying identity. The moment the teleportation formation was connected, the teleportation formation in the deepest part of the fantasy realm emitted a faint golden light. The Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clansman who had been waiting for a long time sensed it immediately. Clan leader, the teleportation formation has been connected, a clansman reported respectfully. Mad Wolf glanced at the teleportation formation and was overjoyed. He said excitedly, Mad Demon, this is the opportunity for our Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf to rise. You must grasp it well. Our ancestor is our benefactor. You must not disappoint him. Don't worry, Father. I will not disappoint the ancestor, nor will I disappoint Father and the clansmen, Mad Demon said with a smile. All right, go. Mad Wolf nodded. Elite Sky Wolf warriors, follow me to see the ancestor immediately. Mad Demon shouted and took the lead to enter the teleportation formation. The other 500 Sky Wolf clansmen also entered the teleportation formation. On the balcony of the third floor, Xianxiao's face was filled with nervousness. The 500 Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clansmen were definitely the best of the best. They were definitely ferocious. They're here. Not long after, Xianxia sensed a powerful aura coming from the teleportation formation. His expression became even more nervous. On the balcony of the third floor, a figure appeared first. It was the young master of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf, Mad Demon. As the young master of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf, Mad Demon's cultivation had reached the 8-star Golden Immortal Realm. He was extremely ferocious. Mad Demon glanced at Xianxia and asked with a frown, You are? My lord asked me to wait for you here, Xianxia said. He sized up Mad Demon and was secretly shocked. 8-star golden immortal. My lord? Mad Demon was stunned. He thought to himself, only the ancestor knows that we're back. Since the teleportation formation is connected here, he should be one of the ancestor's men. My name is Mad Demon. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mad Demon quickly said with a polite smile. My lord asked you to join the Dragon Soul. I am the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul, Xianxia. Restrain your aura and bring your clansmen and follow me, Xianxia nodded and said with a smile. Yes. Supreme Commander. Mad Demon said respectfully. End of chapter. The Honorable Lord is the master of our Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul has Supreme Commander, Supreme Vice Commander, Grand Elder, Great Commander, and other positions. This family-style restaurant also belongs to the Honorable Lord. There are 12 family-style restaurants in the Immortal Soul world, and this restaurant is about to be rebuilt. Including you, there are more than 2,000 people in the Dragon Soul. 1 ancient immortal supremacy expert, 3 ancient immortal emperors, and excluding you, there are only 17 perfected golden immortals, Jian. Cho patiently explained the basic information of the Dragon Soul so that Mad Demon could understand. If the ancestor is so powerful, why did he establish the Dragon Soul? This person's bloodline is very terrifying. What race is he? Mad Demon was confused, but he didn't ask. Let's go. I will bring you to see the Honorable Lord. Xianxia smiled faintly. He wouldn't use the position of Supreme Commander to pressure Mad Demon. On the balcony of the 3rd floor, Xianxia led Mad Demon and the other 500 elite warriors of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf race and left. At the corner of the family-style restaurant, a person was witnessing everything. How does Xianxia know the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf race? So many of them came, and Feng Wuchen is still alive. I have to report to the young master immediately. The man frowned and disappeared. On a mountain peak outside the Firestorm City. Swish swish swish. Xiangyou appeared with 4 young men. They were the young masters of the 4 major races. Greetings to Lord Feng. Xiangyou and the 4 young masters knelt down respectfully. Rise. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He looked at the white sea of clouds below the mountain peak. Every time Feng Wuchen calmed down, the image of Ling Xiaoxiao and his daughter would appear in his mind. He missed them dearly. Xiangyou said respectfully, Lord Feng, they are the young masters of the 4 major races, Qiu Tian, Yanhu, Ao Zhu, and Devouring Python. The 4 young masters had extremely high cultivation. They had already stepped into the ancient immortal supremacy realm. Qiu Tian's cultivation was the highest, at the 5-star ancient immortal supremacy realm. And, as expected of the young masters of the 4 major races, they have outstanding talents and powerful cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled and nodded. He looked at Xiangyou and asked, have the 4 races been arranged? Everything has been arranged. Xiangyou replied respectfully, however, many large and small factions have fallen into a state of panic. Don't worry about that. Just focus on controlling your bloodline powers. If I need anything, I will send you a secret vocal transmission, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Yes. I'll take my leave. Xiangyou said respectfully before disappearing in a flash. Lord Feng, let me know if you need anything. Qiu Tian said respectfully. Are you willing to join Dragon Soul? Feng Wuchen asked the 4 of them. We will obey Lord Feng's orders. Prisoner Tian and the other 3 said respectfully in unison. Good. Feng Wuchen smiled in satisfaction. From today onwards, the 4 of you are Dragon Soul war gods. Swish. Swish. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and 4 golden lights shot out and entered the glabella of the 4 of them. Since you are war gods, I will bestow upon you an immortal body, Feng Wuchen said proudly. Thank you, Lord Feng. The 4 of them were overjoyed and quickly knelt down to express their gratitude. An immortal body was something that many people dreamed of. Feng Wuchen had actually bestowed it upon them. Swish. Swish, swish. At this moment, there was a loud sound in the void, and a powerful aura swept out. Xianxia had arrived with 500 elite warriors of the Sky Thunder Shadow Wolves. Mad Demon. Prisoner Tian and the other three immediately recognized him. What a terrifying bloodline power. Prisoner Tian and the other three were terrified. They could feel an extremely domineering bloodline power from Xianxia. Greetings, Lord. Xianxia said respectfully, the 500 warriors of the Sky Thunder Shadow Wolves have arrived. Greetings, Lord. Mad Demon and the other 500 warriors knelt down respectfully. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, rise. Thank you, Lord. Mad Demon and the others said respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Mad Demon and smiled faintly, Mad Demon, from today onwards, you are the great commander of the Dragon Soul. You will be in charge of the training of the Dragon Soul supremacies. Yes, Lord. Mad Demon said respectfully. Who are the four of them? Xianxia was secretly curious. Xianxia and Mad Demon naturally saw Prisoner Tian and the other three. Xianxia didn't recognize them, but Mad Demon did. The four of them are ancient immortal supremacies. They are emitting the aura of immortal beasts. Could they be the four major races of the illusion realm? After sensing carefully, Xianxia was extremely shocked. Lord has bestowed upon me the bloodline of the dragon gods. I can feel that their bloodlines are being suppressed by me. Could it be that Lord is going to the immortal shadow illusory realm this time to forcefully subdue the four major races? Xianxia guessed in shock. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was. Prisoner Tian and the others have also joined the Dragon Soul? Mad Demon guessed in his heart. He glanced at the four of them. Xianxia, from today onwards, the four of them will be the Dragon Soul Battle God, Prisoner Tian, Yanhu, Ao Zhu, and Devouring Python. Feng Wuchen said faintly. Dragon Soul Battle God? Xianxia was stunned. His heart was instantly in turmoil as he said in shock, the Dragon Soul has so many experts in one go. This has completely surpassed the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. The current Dragon Soul can definitely crush the various major forces of the ancient immortal domain. Lord, are they people of the four major races of the illusion realm? Xianxia asked. That's right. The four young masters of the four major races. Feng Wuchen nodded. What? Young master? Xianxia turned pale with fright and was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen actually allowed the young masters of the four major races of the illusion realm to join the Dragon Soul. However, what shocked Xianxia even more was that the four major races and the Heavenly Thunder Shadow Wolf were all Feng Wuchen's men. How terrifying was that? This is the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul, Xianxia. Everyone in the Dragon Soul has to listen to his orders, including all of you. Feng Wuchen said faintly as he looked at Prisoner Tian and the other three. Greetings, Supreme Commander. Prisoner Tian and the other three quickly cupped their fists and bowed without hesitation. Lord, this isn't too good, is it? They are ancient immortal supremes and the young masters of the four major races. If I, an ancient immortal lord, command them, isn't this an insult to the ancient immortal supremes? Xianxia said awkwardly. Commanding the ancient immortal emperors and Daluo golden immortals was already stressful for Xianxia. Now that he had to command the ancient immortal supremes, how could Xianxia take it? You will reach the ancient immortal supreme sooner or later. Moreover, your bloodline is stronger than theirs. Why can't you command them? Feng Wuchen asked. Supreme Commander. It's all right. It's our honor to be able to follow Lord Feng. Prisoner Tian quickly said. The Supreme Commander's bloodline is too strong. It's far beyond ours. It won't be long before it surpasses us. Yanhu said. This? Xianxia was helpless. However, at the same time, he secretly made up his mind to work harder in his cultivation. It's settled then. Feng Wuchen said faintly, the Dragon Soul has become stronger now. However, it's still far from enough. We need to continue to strengthen the Dragon Soul and let the entire ancient immortal world know of the strength of the Dragon Soul. End of chapter. Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. A person appeared in a flash and rushed to the main hall. Palace Master, Elders, Young Master, I saw Feng Wuchen in Windy Fire City's Windy Restaurant. He's still alive. A disciple reported respectfully. What did you say? Feng Wuchen is still alive? Yi Hongyun was shocked and her face was filled with disbelief. Anger and killing. Intent surged in her heart. Protector Tianhen had interfered in Fiery Wind City, so it was fine that he didn't manage to kill Feng Wuchen. Now that she finally had such a good opportunity, she failed to kill Feng Wuchen. How could Yi Hongyun not be angry? Feng Wuchen. Yi Hongyun gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Feng Wuchen is still alive? Yi Haotsong frowned deeply and said seriously, what's going on? Didn't Commander Xianxia say that something strange happened in the celestial shadow mirage and all the immortal beasts fled into the depths? Many powerful immortal beasts and even members of the 4 major clans appeared in the periphery? Feng Wuchen and the disciples of Red Flame Divine Palace didn't come out. They can't be alive. None of the disciples of Red Flame Divine Palace came out. How could Feng Wuchen come back alive? Feng Wuchen is a Xian immortal. How could he kill more than a dozen ancient immortal masters? Lu Xianxia frowned. It's true. It's definitely Feng Wuchen. I don't know what's going on. The disciple said respectfully, I also saw members of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan. Jianqiu received them personally. Jianqiu seems to know them. What? The Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan? Yi Haotsong and the other higher-ups in the main hall were shocked. Although the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan was not as strong as Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode, they were not much weaker. Jianqiu was a human cultivator and was only the eldest disciple of Dark Emperor Palace. How could he know members of the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan? Yi Hongyun was shocked and asked emotionally, are you sure it's the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan? Young master, I'm sure. This disciple has seen the Thunder Shadow Sirius clan's people in the illusion before. I'm not mistaken, the disciple said respectfully. Jianqiu has never been to the Celestial Shadow Fantasy Realm. How could he know someone from the Fantasy Realm race? Lu Xianxia was stunned. The Mystic Royal Palace was very far away from the Celestial Shadow Mirage. From what Lu Xianxia remembered, Jianqiu had never been to the Celestial Shadow Mirage before. It was even more impossible for him to know someone from the Lightning Shadow Sirius clan. And Xianxia frowned and said solemnly, the Celestial Shadow Fantasy Realm is far away from the Immortal Soul World. Why would the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan appear there? Go and investigate. Yi Hongyun shouted angrily, bring more people. Once there's news, report it immediately. Yes. Disciple will go now. That disciple left the hall in panic. Feng Wuchen came out of the Celestial Shadow Fantasy Realm alive. The Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan's people appeared in Windy Fire City. Could it be related to Feng Wuchen? Third elder guessed. After the incident in Windy Fire City and today's incident, we can see that Feng Wuchen is not simple. We have underestimated Feng Wuchen. Moreover, Feng Wuchen might be acquainted with Protector Tianhen. And Xianxia guessed. He's just a puny profound immortal. He was just lucky that we couldn't kill him, Yi Hongyun said with disdain. Yi Haotsong shook his head and said, not necessarily. If Feng Wuchen was just a nobody, it would be easy to investigate his background. However, we couldn't find anything. Great Elder is right. We have underestimated him. If Great Elder's guess is right, how terrifying is Feng Wuchen's background? The 4 great clans of the fantasy realm suddenly entered the ancient immortal realm. Protector Tianhen didn't care about this at all. The Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf also appeared in Windy Fire City. This is definitely not a coincidence. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Yi Haotsong felt. He's just a puny profound immortal. What kind of power can he have? Yi Hongyun didn't take it seriously at all. Feng Wuchen was just a profound immortal. If he really had a big power behind him, how could Feng Wuchen's cultivation be a profound immortal? I hope we can find something. And Xianxia said solemnly. Second elder said solemnly, there is no news from the 4 great clans. Wind Snow Immortal Palace. He knew that Bingwu and Juner had been to the Wind Restaurant several times. They were also the first friends that Feng Wuchen made in the ancient immortal realm. Feng Wuchen couldn't ignore their existence, could he? Palace Master. Elder. Feng Wuchen is here. A disciple rushed into the palace and shouted. Feng Wuchen? Ouyang Tianjing was overjoyed. He smiled happily and said, "That's great. Our benefactor is here. Go out and welcome him." Ouyang Tianjing wouldn't forget that Feng Wuchen had saved the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Feng Wuchen is here? Bing Wu and Juner were overjoyed. They immediately rushed out of the main hall. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already walked to the square. "Feng Wuchen!" Bing Wu was overjoyed. She shouted loudly. "Not bad. You've broken through to the 3-star ancient immortal lord realm." Feng Wuchen saw Bing Wu's cultivation at a glance. Of course, this was also thanks to Feng Wuchen's space ring. Otherwise, Bing Wu wouldn't have broken through to the ancient immortal lord realm. Seeing Bing Wu and Juner's excited look, Feng Wuchen joked, "You don't have to be so happy. Is there a flower on my face?" Shopkeeper Mu said, "You left. We were worried about you." Bing Wu smiled. She revealed a charming and sweet smile. "We went to Windfire City a few times. You weren't there. Where did you go?" Juner quickly asked. There was a trace of complaint in her words. "I just went out for a walk. I just came back. I heard from Shopkeeper Mu that you've been looking for me a few times. So I came to take a look." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "At least you have a conscience." Juner smiled with satisfaction. Ouyang Tianjing and the elders also came out of the main hall to welcome him. They were all smiling happily. "Little brother Feng, welcome to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace." Ouyang Tianjing smiled happily. "Palace head Ouyang, 3 elders." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and smiled politely. "Wu-er, why aren't you inviting little brother Feng into the main hall?" Ouyang Hao quickly said. "Feng Wuchen, let's go. It's rare for you to come to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace." Bing Wu smiled happily. "Why are you looking for me?" Feng Wuchen smiled and asked. "Why? Can't we find you if there's nothing?" Juner said unhappily. "That's not what I meant." Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. Bing Wu smiled and said, "We came to find you to thank you for the spatial rings you gave us. If not for the spatial rings, Juner and I wouldn't have broken through to the ancient immortal monarch realm so quickly. Grandfather's cultivation also increased by 2 stars. It's a pity that you weren't there. Big brother Jianzhou has been very busy. It's just me and Juner drinking alone." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome." "Right, Feng Wuchen, what's your cultivation now? Did you break through to the ancient immortal general realm?" Juner quickly asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "With the help of the 8 attributes, of course I broke through to the ancient immortal general realm. Little brother Feng, quickly invite him in." Ouyang Tianjing personally received him. He was obviously very happy. "Many thanks, Palace head Ouyang." Feng Wuchen thanked him. With Feng Wuchen's arrival, the entire Wind Snow Immortal Palace was filled with enthusiasm. End of chapter. Little brother Feng, please take a seat. Inside the main hall, Ouyang Tianjing, the 3 elders, and the rest were all very enthusiastic and concerned about their well-being. Feng Wuchen felt a little embarrassed. "Little brother Feng, whenever you have time, come visit Wind Snow Immortal Palace. You are our great benefactor, don't be polite." Ouyang Tianjing smiled happily. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's help, Wind Snow Immortal Palace would have been destroyed by Red Blood Immortal Palace. Ouyang Tianjing and Wind Snow Immortal Palace would never forget this kindness. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "I'll definitely come when I have time. Palace Master Ouyang and the 3 elders' cultivation has improved a lot." "Haha." Ouyang Tianjing laughed happily and said, "It's all thanks to little brother Feng's 5-time spatial ring. I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance to thank little brother Feng, but little brother Feng came." "That's right. That's right. It's all thanks to little brother Feng's 5-time spatial ring that old man's cultivation broke through to 4-star ancient immortal emperor." Shi Weiran said excitedly. "Feng Wuchen, thank you. If it wasn't for your 5-time spatial ring, Wind Snow Immortal Palace's strength wouldn't have improved so much." Bing Wu said gratefully. Her beautiful face was filled with a happy smile. "You're welcome. We're all friends." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Feng Wuchen, Wind Snow Immortal Palace doesn't have 8 attributes. Try Wind Snow Immortal Palace's best tea. Bingwu happily poured a cup of tea for Feng Wuchen. A faint fragrance spread out. When they first met, Bingwu's beautiful face was as cold as her name. But now, there was a charming smile on her charming face. One couldn't help but look at it. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked her and took a sip of the tea. Bingwu looked at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, Feng Wuchen, how is it? Is it good? The fragrance assails my nostrils and penetrates my heart. This is indeed a top-notch tea. It's much better than the tea from the Wind restaurant. I haven't had such a fragrant tea in a long time, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. It's good that it tastes good. In the future, when you come to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, I will make it for you. Hearing Feng Wuchen's evaluation, the smile on Bingwu's pretty face became even more moving, and she felt very happy in her heart. But after she finished speaking, she realized that it was inappropriate, and her face flushed red. Ouyang Tianjing and Ouyang Hao saw it. Thank you, Fairy Dancing Ice, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Sister Ice Dance hasn't been this happy in a long time. Juno laughed in her heart. Especially when she saw Feng Wuchen, Sister Bingwu was extremely happy. She probably doesn't even know it herself. On the main seat, Ouyang Tianjing happily asked, Little brother Feng, you haven't been in Wind Fire City recently. Where have you been? Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, I went out for a walk. Wind Restaurant is not only in Wind Fire City, but also in many other cities. Shenluo City also has 8 attributes that are suitable for ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal monarchs to increase their cultivation. Shinra Temple's Wind Restaurant, the Super 8 attributes are indeed very powerful. Wind Fire City and many surrounding forces have heard of it and came over. The Wind Snow Immortal Palace also bought some back. The effect is indeed powerful. Ouyang Hao said with a smile. Shi Weiran said happily, the Wind Snow Immortal Palace is planning to buy a large amount of Super 8 attributes to increase their strength as soon as possible. For the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, the Super 8 attributes are indeed very suitable. Feng Wuchen nodded his head. Oh right, Feng Wuchen, last time when the Wind Snow Immortal Palace was almost destroyed, I went to the Wind Restaurant to ask for your help, but you weren't there. Just as the Wind Snow Immortal Palace was about to be destroyed, a mysterious dragon soul force suddenly appeared. Its strength was extremely terrifying and instantly killed all the experts of the 2 forces. Feng Wuchen, was it you who called the dragon soul? Bingwu quickly asked. She had always been curious as to why the dragon soul would help. Little brother Feng, the Wind Snow Immortal Palace has never known the dragon soul. They have no reason to help us. Ouyang Tianjing said. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, it wasn't me. I wasn't in Wind Fire City at that time, so I didn't know about it. I only found out when shopkeeper Mu told me. It wasn't him? Bingwu frowned and thought to herself, other than him, there's no one else. Who would be stupid enough to help someone they don't know? Bingwu still believed that the dragon soul was called over by Feng Wuchen and never doubted it. So that's how it is. Ouyang Tianjing nodded his head and said, although I don't know the reason, I still have to thank the dragon soul for saving us. Otherwise, the immortal palace would have been destroyed. I told you it wasn't Feng Wuchen. Juner said, the dragon soul is too powerful. Not long ago, it joined forces with the Shinra Temple to deal with the 7 Stars Divine Palace. How could Feng Wuchen know it? Feng Wuchen, is it really not you? Bingwu asked in disbelief. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, Fairy Bingwu, I didn't know that this would happen. It really wasn't me. After staying in the Wind Snow Immortal Palace for an hour, Feng Wuchen bid farewell and left. But just as Feng Wuchen left, a figure appeared. It was the disciple that was monitoring the Wind Fire City. Reporting to young master, Feng Wuchen just left the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. He's alone. This is a good opportunity. Do you want to take action? The disciple transmitted a message. There's no rush. First, investigate the relationship between Jianchou and the lightning shadow sky wolf. In a few days, young master Shi Tianfeng will come out of seclusion. With him around, Protector Tianhen won't dare to touch us. At that time, we'll get rid of both Feng Wuchen and Jianchou. Yi Hongyun's fierce voice transmitted over. Young master, Jianzhou went to the immortal capital. The lightning shadow sky wolf clan is nowhere to be seen. The disciple replied respectfully. No matter where they went, when young master Shi Tianfeng comes out of seclusion, they will all die. Yi Hongyun transmitted a message. Every word was filled with cold killing intent. Yi Hongyun hated Feng Wuchen and Jianzhou to the bone. She originally wanted to give Jianzhou a chance, but Yi Hongyun had already lost her patience. In the heaven illumination immortal manner, Yi Hongyun's face was incomparably gloomy. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Protector Tianhen, when young master Shi Tianfeng comes out of seclusion, this young master doesn't believe that you will still dare to interfere. Even if you know Feng Wuchen, don't think that you can be so arrogant. For Yi Hongyun to be so confident, it can be seen that this Shi Tianfeng's background is extremely terrifying. Junior brother, he's just a puny profound immortal. There's no need to be so angry. An arrogant laughter transmitted into the hall. A young man slowly walked in. Senior brother, you must help me this time. Feng Wuchen and Jianzhou must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this resentment. Yi Hongyun quickly said. This person is immortal sovereign Qing Ran's eldest direct disciple, Wu Yuan. He is a perfected golden immortal realm alchemist and one of the top alchemist geniuses in the heaven immortal world. Don't worry. I have known Shi Tianfeng for many years. It's not a big deal to ask him for help. However, I'm very curious. Is a puny profound immortal really so tough? Wu Yuan said proudly. A trace of ferocity flashed across his deep eyes. End of this chapter, reporting to Lord Feng. On the balcony of the third floor of Feng Restaurant, Feng Wuchen was drinking when Chu Shi's respectful voice rang in his mind. Chu Shi? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised and asked, What's the matter? Lord Feng, Yi Qingyu has fallen out with the Supreme Shrine. She's now heading to the Heavenly Court Palace to fight the young master of the Heavenly Court. The people of the Supreme Shrine are also rushing to the Heavenly Court Palace. Lord Feng, do you want to come and take a look? Chu Shi asked respectfully. They're making a move so soon? It seems like she has already grasped the power of Supreme Water, Feng Wuchen thought and asked. What's the cultivation of the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace? 6-star ancient immortal venerate, Chu Shi replied respectfully. Yi Qingyu can handle it herself. Don't let anyone interfere. Beat up anyone who interferes. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be going, Feng Wuchen replied. Feng Wuchen did not have to worry about Yi Qingyu since she could handle it herself. Understood. Chu Shi replied respectfully. Ancient Heavenly Court. Yi Qingyu was flying towards the Imperial Court at lightning speed. Her speed was astonishing, and she disappeared in a flash. Yi Qingyu. Stop right there. Do you think you can defeat the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace? With your cultivation as a 4-star ancient immortal venerate, you won't be able to hurt him even if you use all your strength. Even I am no match for him, let alone you. A middle-aged man shouted angrily behind her. He was Yi Shuihan, the hall master of the Supreme Shrine and Yi Qingyu's father. He emitted a terrifying aura and was a 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Yi Qingyu had deliberately concealed her cultivation. Everyone thought she was only a 4-star ancient immortal venerate. Even the higher-ups of the Supreme Shrine did not know. Yi Qingyu ignored Yi Shuihan's angry shout. Since she had promised Feng Wuchen, she had to settle her personal matters as soon as possible and establish Rakshasa as soon as possible. She could not disappoint Feng Wuchen. Qingyu, what's wrong with marrying the Heavenly Court's young master? The Heavenly Court can have whatever it wants. When the time comes, you'll be the young madam of the Heavenly Court. You'll have a high position and power, and you'll be able to call the wind and summon the rain. Father is doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand Father's painstaking efforts? Yi Shuihan said angrily, as if he had expected better from her. Yi Qingyu continued to ignore him as if she hadn't heard anything. Yi Qingyu. Yi Shuihan roared angrily. His face was extremely gloomy as he chased after her with all his might. However, just as Yi Shuihan was about to intercept Yi Qingyu's beautiful figure mysteriously disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already pulled away from Yi Shuihan. What kind of movement technique is that? This hall master actually didn't notice it. Yi Shuihan was shocked. This was definitely not a movement technique of the Supreme Shrine. Yi Shuihan had never seen it before. What a strange movement technique. Since when did Yi Qingyu cultivate such a technique? The first elder frowned. He was secretly shocked. Yi Qingyu. If you don't stop, this hall master will sever all ties with you. Yi Shuihan roared angrily. He was really furious. I've already severed all ties with the Supreme Shrine. Naturally, I'll sever all ties with you. There's no need for you to say anything. Yi Qingyu's cold and emotionless voice rang out. Yi Qingyu. You've got guts. How dare you speak to the hall master like that? An elder shouted angrily. So what? Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, you won't be able to answer to the Heavenly Court Palace. In your eyes, I'm just a chess piece. In order to curry favor with the Heavenly Court Palace and obtain elixirs to raise his cultivation, my father actually sent his own daughter to the tiger's den, Yi Qingyu said coldly. Her voice was filled with disdain, anger, and resentment. Yi Qingyu. Why do you want to humiliate yourself? Don't forget that the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace gave you a chance. If you lose, you'll have to marry the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace, the first elder said in a deep voice. His old face was extremely ugly. Aren't you worried that I won't get anything if I lose? Stop putting on an act in front of the elders. I know your face is better than anyone, Yi Qingyu said coldly. Yi Shuihan's face was ferocious. His eyes flickered with ferocity. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Stop her. Don't let her go to the Heavenly Court Palace. Yi Shuihan and the three elders moved at the same time. They immediately used their movement techniques, intending to forcefully bring Yi Qingyu back. Whoosh! However, just as Yi Shuihan and the three elders moved, Yi Qingyu's beautiful figure mysteriously disappeared. It was so sudden that they couldn't react in time. Where did this damned girl learn such a powerful movement technique in the few years she disappeared? Yi Shuihan's face was filled with shock. A 4-star ancient immortal venerable's cultivation actually has such shocking speed. Could this be an ancient immortal technique? The first elder frowned deeply. I've never seen such a powerful movement technique. Does this girl want to rely on this movement technique to defeat the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace? The second elder said in shock. Humph. Fool. No matter how powerful her movement technique is, without enough strength, she can't hurt the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace. Chase after her and stop her at all costs. Yi Shuihan said darkly as he quickly chased after her. Yi Qingyu didn't give Yi Shuihan and the rest any chance. She continuously used her powerful movement technique, increasing the distance between them. How is this possible? We can't catch up to this girl. Yi Shuihan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He chased after her at full speed, but he couldn't even see Yi Qingyu's shadow. Yi Qingyu's terrifying movement technique was beyond Yi Shuihan and the rest's imagination. About 10 minutes later, Yi Qingyu arrived in the sky above the Heavenly Court Palace. The Heavenly Court Palace was a transcendent force in the ancient Heavenly Court. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Other than Chu Shi's force, the Heavenly Court Palace was ranked second. The strength of the Heavenly Court Palace Master was still a mystery. One could see how terrifying he was. Who is it? How dare you? Sensing that someone had appeared, a disciple suddenly shouted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was frightened out of his wits. This was the future young madam. Welcome, young madam. The disciples immediately bowed respectfully. Humph. Yi Qingyu snorted coldly. Her terrifying aura caused the disciples to vomit blood. Yi Qingyu said coldly, If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you. Even if Yi Qingyu really killed them, the Heavenly Court Palace wouldn't do anything to her. After all, she was the woman that the young master of the Heavenly Court Palace had taken a liking to. Yes, yes, yes. The disciples nodded frantically. They immediately retreated to the side, not daring to utter a single word. Yi Qingyu's arrival had already been noticed by the Heavenly Court Palace's upper echelons and many experts. Yi Xian! Get out here! Yi Qingyu shouted coldly at the heavenly court palace. Her powerful aura swept out wildly, enveloping the entire heavenly court palace. "The future young madam has quite the temper," an elder in the palace said with a smile. "After disappearing for a few years, this girl has finally appeared," another elder said with a smile. On the main seat, a middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Since Xian'er likes Yi Qingyu, let him be." End of chapter. Whoosh. A figure appeared in the hall. It was Yi Xian. "Xian'er, it seems like Qingyu won't marry you obediently," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Yi Xian's expression didn't change. "It's been a few years. Qingyu's strength must have improved a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have challenged me. A 4-star ancient immortal supremacy is no match for you. In the entire ancient heavenly court, there's only one person who can go against young master," an elder said with a smile. "Yi Shuihan and the rest can't keep an eye on Qingyu. They must be very anxious. If Qingyu loses, she'll have to marry me obediently. Moreover, Yi Shuihan and the rest can forget about getting the elixir." Yi Xian sneered. "Yi Xian! Get out here. Do you hear me?" Yi Qingyu's cold voice resounded in the heavenly court palace again. The terrifying aura caused many experts in the heavenly court palace to tremble. "Xian'er, Qingyu is your future wife. Don't be too harsh," a beautiful woman reminded. "Mother, don't worry. How can I bear to hurt Qingyu?" Yi Xian smiled and left in a flash. The palace lord, elders, and higher-ups all left in a flash. At this moment, the experts in the various palaces in the heavenly court palace all came out. There were many ancient immortal supremacies, ancient immortal emperors, and zenith heaven golden immortals. The heavenly court palace was definitely a huge existence. There were many other forces under the heavenly court palace. They were definitely an existence that could do whatever they wanted in the ancient heavenly court. Yi Xian appeared in a flash. He looked at Yi Qingyu and said with a smile, "Qingyu, it's been a few years. You've become more and more beautiful. Your cultivation must have improved a lot. Cut the crap. Make your move." Yi Qingyu said coldly. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Qingyu, you're not my match. Why bother? I can't bear to hurt you." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, Yi Shuihan and the 3 elders flew over. Unfortunately, they were too late. Yi Qingyu had already arrived in the heavenly court palace. This meant that the battle between Yi Qingyu and Yi Xian was inevitable. Yi Shuihan and the 3 elders' old faces were extremely gloomy. "Lord Yi, you're a step too late." Yi Xian smiled faintly. On the steps of the square, Chiefy smiled faintly and said, "Lord Yi, elders, I can't help you. Manor Lord Yi, young Lord Yi, Qingyu has cultivated an extremely strange movement technique. We have already tried our best." Great Elder said with a sullen face. His heart was burning with rage. Yi Qingyu arrived at the heavenly court. According to their previous agreement, Yi Shuihan and the 3 elders were no longer able to obtain powerful pills from the heavenly court. Just like that, the ancient immortal supremacy realm pill turned into a bubble. "Oh? A strange movement technique? What kind of strange movement technique is it that even you can't stop?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised and curious. "We don't know either." The Great Elder shook his head. "What's going on with Qingyu's movement technique? With this Hall Master's cultivation, I actually can't catch up to her. Damn stinky lass, causing this Hall Master's medicinal pills to be gone." Yi Shuihan was enraged in his heart, angered until his internal organs were roiling intensely. At this moment, Yi Shuihan really wanted to kill Yi Qingyu. At the same time, "Lord Feng, the battle is about to begin." Chushi transmitted his voice to Feng Wuchen. He was currently hiding near the heavenly court. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen suddenly wanted to see Yi Qingyu's current strength after receiving Chushi's transmission. "I got it. Just watch. Beat up anyone who interferes." Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, Feng Wuchen had already returned to his room. Activating the primordial ancestor, Feng Wuchen formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Pangu art. Panga mirror." As soon as he shouted, a golden screen appeared out of thin air. The screen showed the heavenly court palace, as though it was being broadcasted live. Feng Wuchen saw everything that was happening in the heavenly court palace. He saw Yi Qingyu, Yi Xian, and the rest. A 6-star ancient immortal venerable. Is this the young master of the heavenly court palace? As expected of a top genius of the ancient heavenly court. His true strength should be at the peak of a 7-star ancient immortal venerable. He's even weaker than Yi Qingyu. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. These old things are indeed strong. As expected of the heavenly court palace. No wonder they can threaten the transcendent shrine. Feng Wuchen's gaze swept across mansion mastery and the rest. An ancient immortal venerable alchemist. This old thing's soul power is much stronger than Gu Yu's. It's a pity that he won't be able to improve his soul state in this lifetime. Feng Wuchen's gaze landed on the grand elder of the heavenly court palace. This must be Yi Qingyu's father. A 6-star ancient immortal venerable. Feng Wuchen's gaze landed on Yi Shuihan. Back at the heavenly court palace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The upper echelons and genius disciples of the transcendent shrine had arrived one after another. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Yi Qingyu. Do you know what you're doing? A young man said angrily. His face twitched violently. This person was the young lord of the transcendent shrine, Yi Mo. He was a 3-star ancient immortal venerable and was considered one of the top geniuses of the ancient heavenly court. Even the palace master and the elders couldn't stop her? How is this possible? An ancient immortal emperor expert said gloomily. It's over. The pills are gone. Why is Yi Qingyu so disobedient? Isn't it good to marry young lordy? How many people in the ancient heavenly court want to marry young lordy? But she refuses. An ancient immortal venerable gritted his teeth. The experts of the transcendent shrine were extremely angry. Are you done with your nonsense? Yi Qingyu said coldly. Yi Mo said angrily, Yi Qingyu. Do you think you can agree to big brothery? You've caused us to lose our pills. I think I've made myself clear. I've severed my ties with the transcendent shrine. I'm no longer your pawn. Your matters have nothing to do with me. Yi Qingyu said coldly. You. Yi Mo was furious but he couldn't refute her. The faces of Yi Shuihan and the others were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Oh? Severed ties? Yi Xian and the people of the heavenly court were shocked. No one expected Yi Qingyu to sever ties with the transcendent shrine. How determined must she be to do that? Yi Qingyu looked coldly at Yi Xian and said coldly, Yi Xian. Make your move. According to our previous agreement, if I lose, I'll marry you. If I win, you won't threaten the transcendent shrine or my grandfather. However, I've changed my mind. Other than my grandfather, the lives of others have nothing to do with me. Yi Xian was stunned by Yi Qingyu's words. Was this still the Yi Qingyu of the past? What had Yi Qingyu experienced in the past few years? Yi Xian felt that Yi Qingyu was a little unfamiliar. She was no longer the timid and indecisive Yi Qingyu of the past. End of chapter. The battle between Yi Qingyu and Yi Xian was unavoidable. A battle was inevitable. I also want to see what kind of movement technique you have practiced for Palace Lord Yi and the 3 elders to be unable to stop you. I also want to see how strong you are right now, Yi Xian said with a faint smile. An incomparably surging aura abruptly erupted from him. Buzz buzz, the power of a 6-star ancient immortal venerate was gradually unleashed. Dazzling bloody light burst out and shot into the sky. An extremely terrifying and violent power erupted like a volcano, instantly shaking the entire ancient heaven boundary and causing the void to crumble. In the blink of an eye, the void had turned dark. In an instant, all the forces and cultivators in the ancient heaven boundary were terrified by this terrifying power. Young Madam is only a 4-star ancient immortal venerate. She's no match for the young master. She's in a hurry to marry him. Isn't that so? She knows she's no match for him. Isn't she in a hurry to marry him? With the young master's strength, he can defeat young Madam in one move. However, our young master knows how to be gentle and won't hurt young Madam. Young master. Hurry up and marry young Madam. Yi Xian's terrifying power caused everyone in Heavenly Court Palace to cheer. This brat's strength is indeed terrifying. He's not any weaker than me. Yi Shuihan frowned. They were both 6-star ancient immortal venerates, but Yi Shuihan felt a strong threat. The Grand Elder frowned and thought, as expected of the young master of Heavenly Court Palace. Yi Xian's strength is too terrifying. With his talent, he'll probably surpass Palace Lord Yi within 100 years. Yi Xian's strength is getting more and more terrifying. He's almost at the peak of 6-star ancient immortal venerate level. I'm afraid I'll need Yi Qingyu's strength to catch up to him. Yi Mo frowned as a sinister look flashed across his eyes. Damn it. She knows she's no match for Yi Xian, but she still wants to come. She clearly doesn't want us to get the elixir. The third elder gritted his teeth in anger. None of the Supreme Divine Hall's experts had high hopes for Yi Qingyu. How could a 4-star ancient immortal venerate defeat a 6-star ancient immortal venerate? Yi Qingyu had disappeared for a few years and it was impossible for her to become a 5-star ancient immortal venerate. She would definitely lose this battle. Come, Qingyu. I won't attack you first and I don't want to hurt you. Since you don't want to marry me, then use your strength to defeat me. I'm giving you a chance. Yi Xian smiled, his eyes full of confidence. Hurt me? Yi Qingyu said coldly, do you really think you have the ability to hurt me? When Yi Qingyu said this, everyone present was stunned. Qingyu. It seems that you are very confident. Is it because you have cultivated a powerful movement technique? Yi Xian was slightly surprised and smiled. You overestimate yourself. Yi Shuihan said darkly. Buzz. Yi Qingyu's aura suddenly changed, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. An extremely terrifying power burst out, and a dazzling blue light soared into the sky, condensing into a huge blue light vortex. The space of the ancient heaven realm shook violently again, and the violent chi waves sent the people of the Supreme Shrine flying. Even the 6-star ancient immortal venerate Yi Shuihan was forced back a few steps. Yi Qingyu's strength had obviously surpassed Yi Shuihan's. 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Yi Shuihan's eyes widened. Impossible. This is impossible. How can Yi Qingyu be a 6-star ancient immortal venerate? What? 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Yi Xian was also shocked. He looked at Yi Qingyu in shock. Since when did Yi Qingyu have such a terrifying cultivation speed? After disappearing for a few years, she had caught up with Yi Xian. 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Headmaster Yi and the Heavenly Court Palace's elders also cried out in surprise. Their elderly faces were filled with shock and disbelief. When did this girl become a 6-star ancient immortal venerate? I didn't see it. Mansion Master Yi was shocked. How is this possible? Her cultivation level is a 6-star ancient immortal venerate? Yi Mo was scared out of his wits. His body trembled. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. After disappearing for a few years, Yi Qingyu became a 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Grand Elder's eyes almost fell out. Am I seeing things? Yi Qingyu's cultivation level is a 6-star ancient immortal venerate. This aura is exactly the same as young master's. Since when did Yi Qingyu become so terrifying? Did she have a fortuitous encounter in the past few years? So powerful. No wonder she dared to challenge young master. She's a 6-star ancient immortal venerate. The disciples of Heavenly Court Mansion and Supreme Divine Hall discussed in horror. All eyes were on him, and everyone was shocked. Yi Qingyu stretched out her hand and summoned a grade 6 ancient immortal sword that emitted a faint blue light. Her aura soared again, and her combat strength surpassed Yi Xian, reaching the peak of a 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Not bad. You've comprehended quite a few cultivation techniques and increased your combat strength. You're indeed a genius. You didn't even use the supreme water. However, this isn't enough to defeat Yi Xian. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian looked at Yi Qingyu, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Yi Qingyu's cultivation level could catch up to his. Yi Xian, take out your ancient immortal weapon. Show me what you've got. If you want to marry me, you'll have to show me what you've got. Yi Qingyu said coldly, pointing her sword at Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Qingyu's words had angered him. Qingyu, I've underestimated you. To be honest, I can't believe that you can become a 6-star ancient immortal venerate. Xian smiled confidently. However, you should know that even if you become a 6-star ancient immortal venerate, you're still no match for me. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, Xian took out his grade 7 ancient immortal weapon. The spiritual energy in his body surged out once again, and an even more terrifying energy swept out from his body. In an instant, Xian's combat strength broke through the 7-star ancient immortal venerate level and surpassed Yi Qingyu. 7-star ancient immortal venerate. Yi Shuihan was terrified. This isn't his true strength. His true strength should be close to the peak of a 7-star ancient immortal venerate. Feng Wuchen grinned as he looked at the golden light screen. Xian slowly flew into the void, and an intense battle intent surged out of him. He said proudly, "Qingyu, come. Let me see your strength. Didn't you want to see my movement technique?" Yi Qingyu said coldly without the slightest bit of worry. The moment she said that, Yi Qingyu's figure mysteriously disappeared. In an instant, a pale blue ancient immortal sword appeared in between Xian's eyebrows. End of chapter. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone's shocked gazes landed on the light blue ancient immortal sword. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qingyu's ancient immortal sword pointed at Xian's glabella. If the sword stabbed down, Xian would definitely die on the spot. At this moment, Xian felt a strong aura of death for the first time. It was also the first time he felt a strong threat. As one of the top geniuses in the ancient heavenly court, Xian was unable to dodge Yi Qingyu's movement technique. What kind of terrifying movement technique was that? Yi Shuihan and the others knew that Yi Qingyu's movement technique was very powerful, but they did not expect it to be so unimaginably powerful. All the experts from the heavenly court and the outerverse shrine were shocked speechless. What a terrifying movement technique. Even the ancient immortal venerate's ancient immortal technique isn't that terrifying. How can Yi Qingyu have such a terrifying movement technique? Chu Shi, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked. As an 8-star ancient immortal venerate expert, Chu Shi could not react in time. You won't necessarily win just because you're strong. You can't even dodge my sword. How can you win against me? Yi Qingyu said coldly as if she was teaching Xian a lesson. What kind of movement technique is that? Xian was shocked, and anger rose in his heart. Under everyone's gaze, he could not dodge Yi Qingyu's sword. He could not even react in time. Yi Qingyu slowly withdrew her ancient immortal sword and retreated without replying. Xian's face darkened instantly. He was furious, and a strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart. As the young master of the heavenly court and one of the top geniuses in the ancient heavenly court, when had Xian ever been looked down upon? Instant shadow technique. Xian suddenly shouted coldly and executed his movement technique. His figure disappeared in a flash. His speed was extremely fast. Xian was not willing to accept that Yi Qingyu's speed was faster than his. In terms of speed, Xian was quite confident. He had to use his fastest speed to suppress Yi Qingyu. However, to everyone's surprise, when Xian's figure reappeared, Yi Qingyu's sword had already pointed at Xian's glabella again. Reality was always so cruel. What? Xian's expression changed drastically. His figure disappeared again. Swish. Swish. Xian's figure flickered continuously, changing constantly. He was so fast that no one could catch him. Countless clearly visible afterimages appeared in the void. Yi Qingyu's expression didn't change. She was still as cold as before. If this was in the past, Yi Qingyu would have been defeated long ago. However, things were different now. Yi Qingyu's strength had already surpassed Xian's. In the next second, Xian suddenly appeared on the right side of Yi Qingyu. The ancient immortal sword in his hand swept out. His attack was sharp and gave off a feeling of invincibility. However, the moment Xian made his move, his expression changed drastically. He was so frightened that his body trembled. Unknowingly, Yi Qingyu's ancient immortal sword had pointed at Xian's forehead again. However, Xian still had no reaction. How is this possible? Xian couldn't believe it. Even with his speed, he was still being crushed by Yi Qingyu. An incomparably strong feeling of humiliation surged out and spread throughout his body. Swish. Swish. Yi Xian disappeared again. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Yi Qingyu with his speed. Unfortunately, no matter how Yi Xian tried, the result was the same every time. Every time, before Yi Xian could launch an attack, Yi Qingyu's sword would already be at his forehead. After more than 10 times, it was still the same. Everyone present was dumbfounded by what they saw. What kind of movement technique was this? It was so terrifying. Where did Yi Qingyu learn this movement technique from? Mansion Lord Yi's old face was filled with fear. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a powerful movement technique existed in this world. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Mo's face was pale as he shook his head in a daze. What has Yi Qingyu experienced in the past few years? How did she suddenly become so strong? Yi Shuihan was extremely shocked. In terms of speed, young master is actually being suppressed by Yi Qingyu. The Heavenly Court disciples exclaimed. Yi Xian looked at Yi Qingyu in shock. He would rather this was a dream than to believe it was real. As a top genius of the ancient Heavenly Court, how could Yi Xian accept that he was inferior to a woman? Yi Xian, even if you try 100 more times, the result will be the same. Yi Qingyu said coldly. It was as if she could predict the future. No matter where Yi Xian appeared, Yi Qingyu would always know immediately. Yi Qingyu's words were extremely domineering. However, when Yi Xian heard it, it was as if it was a million times more hurtful. Shut up! Yi Xian roared. He could no longer control his anger. Even in front of his beloved, Yi Xian couldn't suppress his anger. Speed doesn't decide everything. I'll let you know that strength is the key to victory. Yi Xian roared. His aura became extremely violent as his strength surged again. In an instant, Yi Xian's strength soared to the peak of a 7-star ancient immortal venerable. Yi Xian's strength has increased again. Yi Shuihan was shocked again. The Heavenly Court disciples exclaimed. In the face of absolute power, speed is useless. No matter how fast you are, if you can't injure Yi Xian, Yi Qingyu will still lose. Yi Mo said gloomily. Purple gold cloud armor. Yi Xian roared and took out his grade 7 ancient immortal artifact. His aura soared again, and his battle strength almost broke through to 8-star. Is this the young master's true strength? It's too terrifying. The Heavenly Court disciples were scared out of their wits. They couldn't stop trembling. Gulp, Yi Xian's terrifying strength made everyone swallow their saliva in fear. Yi Qingyu, no matter how fast you are, you can't break through my defense without strength. Yi Xian roared. He shot out with his grade 7 ancient immortal sword and turned into a blood-red lightning. Monster sword intense soared into the sky. Yi Xian roared, 10,000 sword destruction. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Countless blood-red energy swords were formed and charged toward Yi Qingyu mercilessly. There was an ear-piercing sound, and the ancient heaven realm shook violently. Powerful strength? Yi Qingyu said coldly. She then injected her strength into the ancient immortal sword. An unparalleled sword intent swept out with an extremely domineering aura. It was like a giant dragon had awakened. Swish, swish. Swish, Yi Qingyu swung her sword. A terrifying sword radiance that seemed to be able to split everything in the world shot out. The soul-stirring aura made people feel like they were invincible. The domineering blue sword light shot out. Everywhere it passed, countless blood swords were shattered in front of everyone's terrified eyes. Yi Xian's attack was nothing. Yi Qingyu's sword radiance shocked everyone. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. End of chapter. How is this possible? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. His face stiffened as he said in disbelief, 10,000 swords destruction is an ancient immortal technique. Its power is twice as strong as an ordinary immortal technique. Even with my strength, it was broken by her in one strike. Yi Qingyu broke Yi Xian's ancient immortal technique with one strike. What kind of terrifying sword technique is that? Where did she learn it from? Yi Mo said in shock. His face was pale and his voice was trembling. The power of that sword beam increased by several times. This is a top-tier ancient immortal technique. It can't be wrong. How could Qingyu have cultivated such a terrifying sword technique? Where has she been all these years? Yi Shuihan was shocked. On the steps of the heavenly court, Mansion Master Yi, the three elders, and the other higher-ups were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The disciples of the heavenly court were all dumbfounded. They were all petrified. The moment Yi Qingyu used her sword technique, her sword intent reached an unimaginable level. It disappeared in an instant. Her sword Dao domain has reached an extremely terrifying level. She has completely surpassed the young master. An elder said in shock. What exactly did Yi Qingyu go through? Her movement and sword techniques are both top-tier ancient immortal techniques. Even if she had a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for her to have such a terrifying ancient immortal technique. Who was behind her? Mansion Master Yi said in shock. He didn't believe that Yi Qingyu had simply had a fortuitous encounter. Grand Elder said in shock, Yi Qingyu has unleashed the power of the water element to the extreme. The sword technique's power is terrifying. She's a top-tier sword genius. They weren't the only ones shocked. Even Yi Qingyu herself was shocked. Although she knew that the sword technique's power was terrifying, it was her first time using it. She only realized how terrifying it was after witnessing it with her own eyes. She has already grasped the essence of the sword technique. Her power is barely on par with Yi Xian's. But to defeat him, she still needs the power of supreme water. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. Although Yi Qingyu's sword technique was powerful, the sword technique she had just used was her peak power. To defeat Yi Xian, she needed even more power. That was the power of supreme water. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Yi Xian, who was incomparably shocked, shook his head in a daze before finally roaring loudly. Buzz. Terrifying power burst out like a flood, and a monstrous aura surged. Yi Xian waved the ancient immortal sword and shouted, Ancient immortal technique. Heaven reversing annihilation slash. Swish. Buzz. As soon as Yi Xian called out, he swung his sword from above. With an ear-piercing boom, the terrifying blood-red sword shot through the air. Whether it was its power or presence, it was even more terrifying and intimidating than before. Qingyu. I don't believe that you can resist my power. Yi Xian shouted. His eyes were filled with ferocity and he showed no mercy. For the dignity of a man, and for the honor of being the young master of the heavenly court, Yi Xian would not show any mercy. If Yi Xian were to lose, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the ancient heavenly court? Buzz. Yi Qingyu did not dare to underestimate it. She channeled all her power into the ancient immortal sword. The sword once again flashed with a dazzling blue light. A monster sword intent broke through the sky and an even more domineering sword light spread out without restraint. Water Moon Illusion Sword. Yi Qingyu shouted coldly. An extremely domineering aura burst out. The ancient immortal sword swept out without any fancy moves. Swish. Buzz. A terrifying blue energy sword broke through the air. It was faintly discernible, and the power it contained was extremely domineering. The most terrifying thing was that the energy sword's power had increased by a few times. It instantly reached the peak of 7-star ancient immortal supremacy level and was even stronger than Yi Xian. How is this possible? What sword technique is this? Feeling the terrifying aura and power, Yi Xian's face was filled with shock and fear again. What? Abode Lordy suddenly exclaimed. He lost his composure. Impossible. Grand Elder also exclaimed. He said in a trembling voice, the sword technique's power increased by a few times. This is already stronger than the young master's power. This sword is even more terrifying than the previous one. Yi Shuihan exclaimed. He was extremely shocked and terrified. Is she really Yi Qingyu? Yi Mo was scared out of his wits. Rumble. Buzz. In front of everyone's terrified eyes, the two destructive forces collided fiercely and exploded. The explosion was deafening and reverberated throughout the ancient heaven realm. The space shook violently and the wind raged. The energy ripples from the explosion instantly engulfed Yi Qingyu and Yi Xian. Facing this terrifying energy ripple, Yi Shuihan and the rest retreated in fear. Abode Lordy used an even more terrifying power to block it so that Heavenly Court Palace wouldn't be affected. At this moment, everyone held their breaths as they stared unblinkingly at the void in horror. No one knew what was going on. But Yi Qingyu's terror was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. After a few minutes, the destructive energy ripple gradually dissipated. Yi Qingyu and Yi Xian's figures gradually became clear and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Young master is injured. Young lord Yi was actually injured. Even the ancient immortal artifact battle armor can't block Yi Qingyu's power? How is this possible? Yi Qingyu's power is too terrifying. Seeing Yi Xian's pale face and blood at the corner of his mouth, the Heavenly Court Palace and Wushuang Temple disciples exclaimed in fear. On the other hand, Yi Qingyu was completely unharmed. Most of the terrifying energy ripple swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Qingyu only took a small part of it, and it wasn't enough to injure her. The terrifying sword art shocked the crowd. Abode Lord Yi and the rest of the upper echelon, as well as Yi Shuihan and the rest, were once again greatly shocked. After not seeing each other for a few years, Yi Qingyu had returned in a completely new form and crushed Yi Xian with overwhelming power. What did Qingyu go through? How can she be so powerful? Yi Xian looked dazedly at Yi Qingyu, feeling that this wasn't the Yi Qingyu he knew. In Yi Xian's impression, Yi Qingyu's power couldn't be this strong. In just a few years, she couldn't have reached this state. Yi Xian, don't hold back. Don't waste my time. Next, I'll defeat you in front of everyone from the Heavenly Court Palace and Wushuang Temple. Yi Qingyu said coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with confidence. Yi Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Yi Xian's gaze changed and his aura became sharper and more violent. In the entire ancient Heavenly Court, aside from Chu Shitian, you are the second person who can force me to this point. Qingyu, the changes you've undergone in the past few years have truly shocked me. Yi Xian was indifferent as he activated his hidden strength. Buzz buzz. An even more terrifying power burst out of Yi Xian's body and instantly broke through to the 8-star ancient immortal monarch realm. The ancient heaven realm space shook violently. Countless factions and cultivators fell into fear again. This is fire attribute power, and it's a mixed power. Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Xian and said faintly, true fire, beast fire, and a dozen other types of flames have never been able to create a stronger power. It seems like only the ancient immortal monarch realm Grand Elder of Heavenly Court can forcefully fuse more than 10 types of flames. Yi Xian's main cultivation is fire attribute. Fusing more than 10 types of power can indeed increase his battle power. Feng Wuchen could see the powerful fire attribute power in Yi Xian's body from the start. 8. 8-star ancient immortal monarch. Yi Shuihan was scared out of his wits. Young Master Yi's strength is already so terrifying? The Paramount Divine Hall Grand Elder was terrified. Yi Mo swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, is this Yi Xian's true strength? He's actually an 8-star ancient immortal monarch. There's no way I can surpass him. If Yi Qingyu wasn't strong enough to force Yi Xian to use his true strength, they wouldn't have known Yi Xian was this strong. The power of an 8-star ancient immortal monarch should be enough to deal with Yi Qingyu. Luckily young master is still hiding his strength. Otherwise, he'd lose all face. Other than Chu Shitian, no other prodigy in ancient heaven court can defeat young master. The Heavenly Court disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They were looking forward to Yi Xian's terrifying power. Qingyu, you're very strong to be able to injure me. However, this is your limit, right? No matter how strong your sword technique is, it can't surpass the level of an 8-star ancient immortal monarch. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He was very confident in his strength. That's not necessarily true. Yi Qingyu said coldly. Even facing Yi Xian who had the power of an 8-star ancient immortal monarch, Yi Qingyu's expression didn't change at all. Qingyu, perhaps you don't know how strong an 8-star ancient immortal venerable is. Let me put it this way, I can break your sword technique with a single finger. Yi Xian smiled faintly. You're not the only one with the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable. I have it too. Yi Qingyu said coldly. You have one too? Yi Xian's expression changed. If Yi Qingyu was not lying and really had the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable, then Yi Xian would definitely lose. What? Qingyu also had the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable? This Yi Shuihan's face turned pale with fright. He felt like he was about to suffocate. The three elders were once again dumbfounded on the spot, unable to utter a single word. Was this still Yi Qingyu? Impossible. It was impossible for Yi Qingyu to have the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable. I don't believe it. Yi Amo shook his head in fear. What did Yi Qingyu say? She also has the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable? Mansion Master Yi, the three elders, and the other higher-ups trembled in fear. Was Yi Qingyu bluffing? Of course not. There was no need for that. Yi Qingyu had disappeared for a few years and already had the power of a 6-star ancient immortal venerable. This was already shocking and unbelievable to everyone present. Now that Yi Qingyu said she had the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable, how could they dare to believe it? Qingyu, you really have the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable? Yi Xian asked in shock. Just when everyone was in extreme shock and disbelief, the next scene made everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Buzz buzz, the supreme water force within Yi Qingyu's body suddenly erupted. Her overbearing aura surged crazily. An extremely overbearing and terrifying force gushed out crazily, as if it came from the primordial world. The ancient heaven realm shook violently. Chi waves swept out crazily. It was breathtaking. The extremely terrifying power scared the countless cultivators in the ancient heaven realm to the extreme. What? Her power has really increased. Yi Xian exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This girl's power is increasing rapidly. Mansion Master Yi exclaimed. His old eyes stared at Yi Qingyu in shock. How is this possible? It's really increased. Yi Shuihan exclaimed. 7-star ancient immortal venerable realm. What kind of aura is this? What kind of power is this? Yi Amo was completely terrified. Yi Qingyu's power had increased tremendously. In a few blinks of an eye, she had soared from a 6-star ancient immortal venerable to an 8-star ancient immortal venerable. Whether it was her aura, it completely crushed Yi Xian. 8-star ancient immortal venerable. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? It can increase Yi Qingyu's battle strength by 2 stars. Yi Xian looked at Yi Qingyu in shock. He couldn't believe it. Qingyu really has the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable. Yi Shuihan trembled in fear. Impossible. Impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yi Amo was going crazy. Such a terrifying prodigy was used as a pawn by the Supreme Divine Hall. But it was too late to regret. Yi Qingyu had already severed her relationship with the Supreme Divine Hall. Yi Qingyu's mysterious power has an extremely ancient chi. I've never seen this kind of power before. It's too domineering. Her sword technique and this power were probably given to her by Lord Feng. Chushi thought in terror. As an 8-star ancient immortal venerable expert, he was also quite frightened by Yi Qingyu's power. Yi Qingyu had truly shocked everyone. Whoosh, Yi Qingyu leaped into the air and channeled a terrifying amount of energy into the ancient immortal sword. The body of the sword flashed with resplendent blue light. Yi Qingyu pointed the ancient immortal sword at the sky and yelled coldly, water moon falling cherry slash. With that, Yi Qingyu's beautiful figure instantly transformed into a bolt of blue lightning. With the ancient deity sword in her hand, she shot out explosively. The body of the sword directly transformed into a long blue light shuttle, directly attacking Yi Xian. One sword from the west, 10,000 mountains fell, she was invincible. Xianer, watch out! Estate Lord Yi yelled. He could feel how terrifying this sword was. All the experts present fell into extreme fear. What? Yi Xian woke up from his shock and yelled ancient immortal spell. 10,000 sword breaking 8 baron. Ancient immortal spell. Wailing non-phase slash. Ancient immortal spell. Whoosh, chi chi chi, the blue sword shadow flashed and instantly, Yi Xian's immortal spell power was cut in half. Countless energy swords shattered and the terrifying energy slash was split in half. One sword easily broke all of Yi Xian's immortal spell. How is this possible? Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yi Xian looked at the blue ancient immortal sword in horror. He couldn't block it at all and his soul almost left his body. Xian had never heard of such a domineering and terrifying sword technique. Xian's power was completely unmatched. End of chapter 30:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.